train K10086 is about to depart. Passengers, please store your heads for free safekeeping. Sorry, Yi-fan, our team is already full. Apologies, the tremor fruit is too weak. You can't join our team. Bro, your tremor fruit isn't even as good as the koan fruit that dominates the basketball court. I think you should forget about it. You want to team up with us? Get lost. We don't need trash in our team. The tremor fruit, huh? Oh, I know. Isn't it all about 1 step swaying, 2 steps shaking, 3 steps stumbling, and rich ladies living like gods? Bro, it's not that I don't want to help you. The problem is our captain said your fortune doesn't align with our team. It's bad luck. Ah, the tremor fruit is so disgusting. Stay away from him. Yi-fan shook his head helplessly, a sense of absurdity welling up in his heart. I never expected that the Gura no Mi, hailed as the strongest paramecia in the pirate world, would fall to such a state in this world. Absolutely ridiculous. 3 days ago, he transmigrated to this parallel world called Blue Star. He learned that almost everyone here has a chance to awaken a devil fruit and become a user. This is a world belonging to devil fruits. This filled his heart with excitement and thrill. As a devoted fan of the sea, how could he not feel excited and thrilled to cross over into a world so similar to that of pirates? However, he awakened the tremor fruit. Before he could even celebrate, he was mocked and ridiculed by those around him. It was then that he realized the tremor fruit had never been truly developed in this world. The strongest tremor user in this world's history could only cause limited earthquakes, which couldn't inflict substantial damage on the thick-skinned and tough beasts. Later, a master developed the ability in a rather indecent direction, such as high-frequency vibrations, and ended up conquering numerous wealthy women and widows. This led people to associate the tremor fruit with indecent connotations. As a result, Yi-fan's current situation became quite awkward. Some classmates felt it was embarrassing to be in the same class as him. The junior who once liked him and bought him breakfast now found him disgusting. Even the tone of his dorm mates had changed. Of course, as someone who had been reincarnated, he didn't care about these things. It's just that, before crossing over, in his previous world at the age of 24, he was on the verge of successfully securing 2 gold bricks. But then, he actually transmigrated. Damn it! Who can understand this heartbreak? Who knows the true value of a 30-year-old fair-skinned, beautiful, and wealthy woman? Calling her a rare gem of the human world wouldn't be an exaggeration, right? To win over such a woman, one might even drool in their sleep, right? Sigh. But that's all in the past now. The current problem is, no one is willing to team up with him to enter the Linksy Secret Realm tomorrow, which makes him feel very upset. The Linksy Secret Realm is an extremely special secret realm. Only devil fruit users can enter, and they must have just awakened their devil fruit abilities to do so. Each user can only enter once in their lifetime. If they miss this opportunity, they will never have another chance. The reason Yi-fan is so eager to enter the secret realm is because it contains something called Linksy Spring Water, which can improve a person's physique. Although the improvement is generally modest, the crucial point is that this spring water can increase a person's stamina limit. This is extremely important for every devil fruit user. For him, it is even more critical. As an orphan, his physique has always been his greatest weakness, making him incomparable to his classmates. As a result, his stamina is far inferior to others. He really didn't want to miss such an opportunity to become stronger. But the despairing reality was that this secret realm required at least 2 people, or a team of 2 or more, to enter. And now, not a single person was willing to team up with him. The most important reason, of course, was his weak strength. Although the secret realm contained treasures like spirit stream water, it also came with certain dangers. Therefore, choosing teammates became especially crucial, as it was no exaggeration to say that it could even affect one's safety. Yi-fan had always been at the bottom of the class in physical techniques, was completely clueless about swordsmanship, and had awakened the devil fruit ability of the tremor fruit, which was weak and useless. Who would want to team up with him? Who would want to carry a burden in their team? The secondary reason was the ability of the tremor fruit itself. This was probably the hierarchy of disdain among fruit ability users. If I still can't find anyone willing to team up with me by tomorrow, I'll. Yi-fan's mood was somewhat downcast in the school's team formation hall. Over the past 3 days, he had already approached everyone he could. People often say that casting a wide net is the key to success in love, but this principle seemed to fail here. Now, even those who used to play together, skip classes to play games, and his dorm mates, not a single one was willing to lend him a hand. As for unfamiliar strangers, they were even less likely to help. Yi-fan, are you still looking for a team? At this moment, a voice came from outside the hall. Yi-fan turned around and saw it was his classmate Zhang Xian. Behind him was a girl. Are you looking for your cousin Xueqi? Sorry about that. Zhang Xian's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone in the hall to hear. I just accepted her invitation to join her team. Now our team has exactly 5 people. It's full. I'm really sorry. In the Linksy Secret Realm, a minimum of 2 people is required to form a team, and the maximum is 5. Although he said he was sorry, sorry. His face was full of mockery. Xueqi blushed slightly, feeling a bit uneasy, but quickly regained her composure. As the team leader, she had to consider the safety of herself and the teammates who relied on her. Bringing along a burden was absolutely out of the question, even if that burden was her cousin. Almost everyone around was staring at them. Yi Fan sighed inwardly, not intending to say anything. I say, you two, why keep struggling? Do you really have to enter this secret realm? You're causing trouble for others like this, don't you understand? Zhang Xian's voice lowered significantly as he advised, I suggest you be more realistic and just find yourself a rich woman. Save yourself 30 years of hard work and head straight to the peak of life. With your skills, finding a rich woman would be a piece of cake. After all, those rich women love people like you the most. Some people around were already covering their mouths, stifling laughter. Yi Fan was not provoked. He understood that lacking strength meant anger was useless and would only lead to greater embarrassment. He simply glanced at the so-called cousin and then turned to leave. After returning to the dormitory, several roommates learned about the incident in the team hall and expressed their indignation. That Zhang Xian guy is just too much. Is it because the junior he likes has a crush on you? I've never liked that guy. He only awakened a common type of dog fruit, yet he's so arrogant. Just wait, I'll teach him a lesson one day. A dog's nose is sharp, and it really comes in handy in the Lingxi secret realm. No wonder your aloof cousin invited him. Yi Fan, if you really can't enter the secret realm, then just don't go in. To be honest, this secret realm is quite dangerous. Exactly. Although the Lingxi spring water is good, you should act within your limits. At least you guys still have some conscience. Yi Fan responded with a sentence. Fortunately, these roommates did not isolate him because of the tremor fruit. Sleep. After a tiring day, Yi Fan just wanted to have a good sleep. As for tomorrow, he'll deal with it tomorrow. No one was willing to take him the burden, and he completely understood. Moreover, he didn't hold a grudge against anyone because of it. After all, putting himself in their shoes, if it were him, he definitely wouldn't want a useless person in the team either. However, no matter what, he had to fight for himself. What if there was some kind-hearted, skilled, and daring person willing to lend him a hand? Anything is possible. How could he give up without even trying? This was also the reason why he had been staying in the team formation hall all this time. For the past 3 days, he had been here almost constantly just to seize that slim chance. But now, it seemed that such a chance might not exist. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Yi Fan's mind. System loaded successfully. Ding! System loaded successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1 yuan flash sale system. Ding! Just as Yi Fan felt the chances were slim and was about to go to sleep, such a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System? Yi Fan was overjoyed and instantly bounced up from the bed. I knew it. As a transmigrator, how could I possibly not have a system? Since the dorm leader was turning off the lights to accommodate Yi Fan's early bedtime, no one noticed his extremely excited expression. 1 yuan flash sale system. System items are refreshed once a week, and the host can grab one item each time for just 1 yuan. The newbie gift pack has arrived. Would you like to open it? Open. Ding! Yi Fan responded without hesitation. He knew that his life would begin to turn around from this moment. At the same time, he was very much looking forward to the surprises inside this newbie gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 SSS level item refresh card. SSS level item refresh card? Yi Fan's expression changed. He hadn't expected the big gift to be this. SSS level, it sounded like something extraordinary. After reading the system's explanation, he became even more certain of it. Hint, there are 60 seconds left until the system refreshes items. Would you like to use the SSS grade item refresh card? Note, after using the SSS grade item refresh card, the items refreshed by the system will definitely include SSS grade items. Although he didn't know exactly what SSS grade items were, he was certain they would enhance his strength, and at this moment, he desperately needed such power. Yi Fan didn't hesitate and silently thought, use SSS level item refresh card used successfully. Ding! System items have been refreshed. As the system sound rang out, a screen full of dimensional sci-fi aesthetics appeared before Yi Fan. He understood in his heart that the system's items would appear one by one on this silver screen, ready for him to choose. The first thing that catches the eye is a revolver. 1 Navy Standard Revolver. Price, 1 yuan. In this world, a handgun that would cost at least tens of thousands only costs 1 yuan here. However, Yi Fan knew in his heart that this definitely wasn't the SSS grade item, so he continued to look further. The second item quickly emerged. A ship shrunk countless times appeared on the screen, resembling a toy model. Upon closer inspection, was this really a ship? The accompanying subtitles clarified a bit. 2 Navy Warship. Price, 1 yuan. Seeing this, Yi Fan finally saw it clearly. This thing turned out to be the Navy warships from the One Piece manga. Could it be that all the items refreshed by the system come from the One Piece world? Yi Fan's heart stirred as he thought. The cost of building such a Navy warship must be astronomical, but now it could be owned for just 1 yuan. Unfortunately, this item also didn't seem to be an SSS level item. His heart was filled with anticipation. What exactly was an SSS level item? Couldn't all the items be refreshed at once? Why did they have to appear one by one? Yi Fan silently complained in his heart. The third item also appeared. On the screen was a bowl of fragrant mixed fried rice. 3 a fried rice just made by Sanji. Price, 1 yuan. There's even something like this. Looks like there might be a chance to try Sanji's cooking in the future. Too bad it's not now. Next, several more useless items appeared. Not to mention SSS level items, even items on the level of a Navy warship didn't show up again. Although it's still unclear what level a Navy warship belongs to. Until Yi Fan saw a red energy light cluster on the screen. 8. Red-haired Conqueror's Haki. At this moment, Yi Fan's breath came to a halt. The Conqueror's Haki of the 4 Emperors' red-haired shanks? He never expected such a thing to exist. You have to know, in this world, there is no such concept as Haki. So, if he possessed Haki, what would happen? Invincible. Absolutely invincible. Yi Fan only knew that he would break the balance of this world. In this era of devil fruits without Haki, if he possessed Haki, and it was the Conqueror's Haki of red-haired shanks, invincible, truly invincible. Anyone who has watched One Piece knows the kind of status red-haired shanks holds among pirates. His Conqueror's Haki, inherited from Pirate King Roger, is an existence that stands at the pinnacle of the pirate world. Such Haki for just 1 coin. Just thinking about it feels absurd, ridiculous, and unbelievable. After seeing the last 2 items, Yi Fan didn't hesitate at all and instantly made the purchase. Without a doubt, this was the SSS level item. Even if 1 or 2 more SSS level items appeared later, none could surpass the supreme presence of Red-Haired's Conqueror's Haki. So he didn't hesitate and instantly made the purchase. Ding! Flash sale successful. The flash sale item has been stored in the system space. The host can retrieve it at any time with a thought. Suppressing the overwhelming joy in his heart, Yi Fan quickly got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. Then, with a single thought, a red light sphere appeared. Is this the Conqueror's Haki of the red-haired? But how should this be used? Swallow it directly? Should it merge with the red-haired Conqueror's Haki? At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Merge! Yi Fan decisively responded to the system. Immediately, the red light orb in his hand slowly expanded, enveloping his entire body within a few blinks. Come here. At the same time, Xueqi, who had just returned home, was stopped by her father. What is it? I'm entering the secret realm tomorrow, so I need to rest early. If you have something to say it quickly, Xueqi said impatiently. Yi Fan is your cousin after all. Your behavior today really disappointed me, Father Xue said in a deep voice. Clearly, he already knew about what had happened in the team assembly hall that afternoon. Just because he's my cousin, I have to invite him into my team? Xueqi frowned, looking displeased, and said coldly, the secret realm trial concerns the spirit stream water, and it's a matter of life and death. Even if he were my own brother, I couldn't give him this last spot. I did nothing wrong. Xue's father looked deeply at his daughter, the disappointment in his expression becoming more evident. Yi Fan's abilities are indeed quite weak. It's perfectly reasonable for you not to let him join your team, and I fully support that. He sighed and said, in fact, Yi Fan has never actively approached you about it. I even think he doesn't have that idea at all. Xueqi immediately showed a puzzled expression. Since you also agree, why are you disappointed in my behavior? What disappoints me is not that. It's that the person you invited today treated Yi Fan, your cousin, your family, in such a manner in front of so many people, and you just stood by coldly watching. Shaking his head, Father Xue finished speaking and went straight back to his room, closing the door. The rest could only be left for his daughter to reflect on herself. Saying more would only further provoke her rebellious mindset. In the past, whenever her dad said one sentence, Xueqi could retort with 10. Yet at this moment, she remained silent. Chapter 3, a stretch that stunned the entire school. Early the next morning, Yi Fan slowly woke up. After merging with the red-haired Conqueror's Haki last night, his whole body felt as if he had run 10 kilometers, utterly exhausted. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep and only woke up now. Thinking about last night's system and the red-haired Conqueror's Haki, Yi Fan's heart soared with joy. He stretched lazily, just a habitual morning action. But then, the newly fused Conqueror's Haki unexpectedly burst out of his body on its own. In an instant, there was a soft bang sound, and the roommate behind him, who was folding the quilt, suddenly collapsed. Awesome! The roommate brushing his teeth in the direction of the bathroom also collapsed almost simultaneously. Yi Fan instantly realized what he had done. He immediately ran to the balcony and looked toward the school square. The junior students who should have been doing their morning exercises were all lying on the ground at this moment. All of them had fainted. Even the teachers were no exception. Thousands of people from both the first and second years of high school were almost entirely affected. Only a few teachers managed to resist the overwhelming aura and did not faint, but the fear on their faces was unmistakable. Yi Fan's heart sank. He understood that the people who had collapsed were definitely not limited to those on the field. The people in the cafeteria, the dormitory buildings, the teaching buildings, buildings throughout the entire school, there were probably very few who could remain conscious, because this was the conqueror's haki of the red-haired one. Fortunately, he had restrained his haki in time, preventing it from spreading beyond the school. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But even so, today's events will definitely cause a huge uproar. Anxious and restless, he suddenly came up with an idea. I can only pretend to faint. Yi Fan returned to the bed and pretended to continue lying down. The school alarm went off. Shortly after, several fighter jets flew across the sky, accompanied by warships controlled by ability users. Done. In less than 10 minutes, the school was completely surrounded. Both the ground and the sky were filled with troops. In midair, several striking and powerful figures drew even more attention. Xueqi, who had just arrived at the school gate, was stunned by the scene. What was going on? The entire base city's military had come? So many ability users, including several S-class powerhouses, completely encircling the school. What are they trying to do? Xueqi was completely unaware of this, her entire being already plunged into a state of confusion. Little did she know that all of this was caused by her unremarkable cousin Yi Fan yesterday. She had never expected it, nor would she ever have imagined it. What should we do? 2 hours later, the teachers and students who had fainted had all regained consciousness, and it seemed that no one had suffered any substantial harm, as if they had simply woken up from a nap. The investigation team spent 2 hours but found nothing. The school and the military quickly sealed off the information, instructing all teachers and students not to spread the news. However, everyone understood that this matter could not be concealed. Some sighed, saying that the list of the top 10 unsolved mysteries of Blue Star might just gain another entry. A few more hours passed, and the time reached 3 in the afternoon. The school was still in a state of panic. The official explanation was that this was likely some form of mental attack. Although it was unclear what entity had caused this attack, it was certain that the perpetrator had no malicious intent and might have acted unconsciously. In any case, everything would continue as usual, and there was no need to worry. The military would continue to guard the school for a while, and several top experts would remain on campus to stabilize morale. The investigation team was still conducting its inquiry, but had shifted from overt operations to covert ones. If it were any other time, this matter would not have ended so easily. However, today was different, because the Linksy secret realm was about to open. Just thinking about it feels terrifying. In an instant, almost all the teachers and students in the school collapsed. Is this something a human could even do? Maybe it wasn't done by a human at all, but by some kind of ferocious beast we've never seen before. Or perhaps aliens really do exist. Yi Fan followed a few people from the dormitory to the entrance of the secret realm. The group chatted incessantly along the way, completely unaware that the culprit was standing right beside them. Yi Fan, are you really not planning to give up? After discussing this bizarre incident, they shifted the topic to Yi Fan. By this time, most of the teams had already been formed, with only a few people left without a team. These individuals would pair up at the entrance of the secret realm. Even so, Yi Fan's roommates still felt his chances were slim. The most crucial point was that even if he managed to form a team at that time, the teammates would be the weakest ones, those left behind by others. A team like that entering the secret realm would have almost no chance of obtaining the spirit stream spring water and might even lose their lives. They really didn't want to see Yi Fan perish in the secret realm, so they decided to try persuading him one more time. You've already held out for 3 days, so why not just wait a little longer? Yi Fan smiled faintly, raised his hand to interrupt their attempts to persuade him further, and joked, what if I happen to meet someone important? In fact, when he returned to the dormitory from the team formation hall yesterday, he already knew he had missed this opportunity. He couldn't risk his life by teaming up with those leftover rookies to enter the secret realm. However, now he had obtained the red-haired conqueror's haki. In the spirit stream secret realm, the safety concerns he previously had were no longer an issue. To increase his stamina, he had to enter the secret realm today. If it really came down to it, he would just have to show his strength. Ah, do as you wish. Seeing Yi Fan's resolute attitude, his roommates said no more. Soon, they arrived at the back mountain of the school, at the entrance to the secret realm. Yi Fan saw Xueqi, along with Zhang Qian behind her. Xueqi nodded at him, which could be considered a greeting. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, revealed a playful smile. Yi Fan, we're going to find our team first. A few dormmates said this and then each went to find their own team. As a result, Yi Fan stood there, appearing particularly conspicuous. Scanning the area, he quickly spotted a few others who also hadn't formed a team yet, and he started walking toward them. Yo, Yi Fan, what are you doing here? Found someone to team up with? Zhang Qian stepped forward at this moment, blocking his way. Just about to look. A good dog doesn't block the way. Step aside, Yi Fan said calmly. Naturally, he could only set his sights on these few people. You! Zhang Qian was instantly furious. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to dare speak to him like that, even hitting his sore spot in front of so many people, giving him no face at all. Just as he was about to explode, Yi Fan coldly glanced over. Get lost. This simple simple and straightforward get lost should have made Zhang Qian even angrier, yet he felt an inexplicable fear emanating from Yi Fan's gaze, causing his heart to tremble. As a result, Zhang Qian involuntarily stepped back. The people around were all stunned, especially those who were aware of the grudge between Zhang Qian and Yi Fan. They knew Zhang Qian had deliberately come to cause trouble for Yi Fan. Unexpectedly, in the end, Yi Fan only said one word, "Get lost," and Zhang Qian actually did. Shocked, they were puzzled. Zhang Qian was an animal-type devil fruit user, so how could he be afraid of Yi Fan, the tremor human? Shui Qi, who was about to step in to stop Zhang Qian, frowned. She felt that Yi Fan seemed to have changed overnight, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. At that moment, the secret realm passage was about to open, and the teacher began directing the assembled teams to quickly stand together. Only then did Zhang Qian snap out of it and hurriedly head toward Shui Qi, but Shui Qi raised her hand to block him. "Zhang Qian, find another team." Zhang Qian was stunned. "Why?" he asked without thinking. "I know about the grudge between you and Yi Fan, so yesterday when you humiliated him in front of everyone, I didn't say much." Shui Qi thought for a moment and decided to give him an explanation. "But today you're still acting this way. Have you already forgotten my warning? Forgotten my relationship with him?" After speaking, Shui Qi led the other 3 team members directly into the secret realm without even glancing at him. It wasn't until Shui Qi and the others disappeared at the entrance that Zhang Qian finally snapped out of his daze. Fortunately, he wasn't completely clueless and knew that the most important thing now was to quickly team up with others and enter the secret realm. However, when he looked up at the people around him, he found that they were all looking at him as if he were a clown. Everyone present had already formed teams and planned their strategies. As for those small groups of 2 or 3 with open spots, they were essentially the strongest of the strong, and there was no way they would want to take along a burden at this point. That's right, the dog fruit, canine form, as a zoan type, did indeed have an innate advantage during the initial awakening stage of devil fruits. But, in the eyes of those elite teams, it was still just a burden, no different from trash fruits like the tremor fruit. "Have you guys not formed a team yet? Is anyone willing to team up with me?" At this moment, Yi Fan had just approached a few of the stragglers. The few people exchanged glances and shook their heads one after another. They had come here hoping to try their luck, to see if any of the strong teams had open spots and were willing to take 1 or 2 of them. If not, they would simply give up. There was no way they would risk their lives teaming up with someone like Yi Fan, a loser. "Ha, Yi Fan, if you beg me, I might consider taking you along." At that moment, Zhang Qian burst into laughter as he walked over. The face he had lost earlier because of Yi Fan, he now wanted to reclaim. The crowd seemed curious about how Yi Fan would respond and all turned to look at him. However, Yi Fan merely smiled and calmly said, "Get lost." Zhang Qian was instantly stunned. This was the second time Yi Fan had told him to get lost. He could even hear the mocking laughter coming from those around him. A wave of immense shame and anger surged through him. He raised his head abruptly, ready to lash out at Yi Fan, only to find that Yi Fan wasn't even looking at him anymore. Instead, Yi Fan had turned his attention back to those who hadn't yet formed teams. Zhang Qian's fury felt like it had been punched into cotton. Just as he was about to do something, a voice rang out. Yi Fan, who was preparing to showcase his strength to the rookies in the corner, also heard this unexpected voice. "Can I team up with you, Yi Fan?" Hiss. How is that possible? Everyone gasped in shock. Even the group about to enter the secret realm quickly stepped off the teleportation platform to watch the commotion. Speaking of major events at the school recently, aside from the strange incident that just happened today, the only other big news was the school bell by Qian awakening the Dor fruit. That's a top-tier paramecia-type devil fruit, and it can even counter Logia-type abilities in the spatial category. There was once a Dor fruit user who trapped a Logia powerhouse in the door space, starving them to death. It can be said that she is now a national strategic level resource. Even the student in the school who awakened an invincible Logia-type ability couldn't overshadow the brilliance of this school bell. Long before awakening her fruit, she was already a swordsmanship prodigy, holding the top rank in her grade with virtually no rivals. Moreover, it's said that Bai Qian has a cold and aloof personality, and even her classmates rarely dared to talk to her. Yet, such a figure had just said something like this, "Can I team up with you?" Her tone even carried a hint of request. What's even more unbelievable is that the person she invited was Yi Fan, who was considered a useless nobody. Bai Qian's original team was also stunned. Because she wasn't inviting Yi Fan to join her team, she was asking to join Yi Fan's team. This was utterly absurd. Even the teachers present found it hard to believe. At this moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes unanimously fixed on Yi Fan, eager to see his reaction. Would he be overwhelmed? In disbelief? Shocked to the point of numbness? However, none of these emotions appeared on him. What they saw was Yi Fan pausing for a moment, then giving a calm smile and saying, "Alright." Such a response was so composed that it felt absurd. How could you be so calm? Do you not know who Bai Qian is? Bai Qian heard Yi Fan's response, exchanged a few words with her teammates, and then walked over to Yi Fan. Yifan. Seeing this, Zhang Qian secretly began to question his existence. He couldn't understand why Yifan deserved such treatment. Was it just because he was handsome? How infuriating. Bai Qianqian walked up to Yifan and said earnestly, I don't know why, but thank you. Yifan naturally knew who Bai Qianqian was. In the entire school, even the entire base city, who wouldn't know her name? He couldn't understand why Bai Qianqian was willing to help him, but since someone was willing to team up with him, he was more than happy to accept. Bai Qianqian nodded, a smile appearing on her face, without saying much else. As for the others, there was no need to mention them. Zhang Qian was already completely questioning his existence. Bai Qianqian actually smiled at Yifan? The aloof school beauty actually smiled? Why had she always been so cold and distant before? And her smile was truly beautiful. That. Zhang Qian opened his mouth somewhat flustered, but for a moment didn't know how to organize his words. After all, he had never spoken to a beauty of the school flowers level before. But today's secret realm was just too important, and his only chance was probably to join Bai Qianqian's group. So he couldn't care about much else, suppressed his anger toward Yifan, and put on a flattering smile. Could you take me along with you? Yifan and Bai Qianqian didn't even glance at him. Yifan couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention, while Bai Qianqian didn't know him at all. At this moment, they were chatting and laughing as they walked toward the teleportation array. Aren't we going to meet up with your teammates? Yifan asked. No, they already have 4 people. Adding you and me would make one too many, Bai Qianqian replied. Then just the 2 of us, is that okay? Shouldn't be a problem, right? If we really encounter danger, we can hide in the door space. Your ability is really kind of cheating. Well, it's not that bad. Wang. In the end, Zhang Qian only saw the teleportation array flicker, and Yifan and Bai Qianqian disappeared. Their cheerful voices also faded away. The surrounding people, apart from being shocked, were whispering among themselves. Some were discussing the relationship between the school beauty and Yifan, while others were talking about Zhang Qian. Aren't the 2 of them in the same class? How did it come to this? You just don't understand, do you? So that's it, it's because of the junior? What a dramatic twist. Exactly, the point is, Yifan never even paid attention to that junior, so there's no such thing as someone stealing the woman he loves. Look at him, he looks like a dog. Well, he is from the dog fruit. Then he really is a clown. Zhang Qian was in a bit of a daze. He didn't look at those mocking him because he understood that those who dared to ridicule him like this were people he couldn't afford to offend. He had already lost enough face today. He couldn't quite figure it out either. Why had things developed this way? Why had everything evolved into the current situation? Was it because Bai Qianqian had taken the initiative to invite him, giving him a sense of inflated self-importance? Or was it because he had repeatedly humiliated Yifan, leading to all of this? Clown. So it turns out, I'm nothing more than a clown. Yifan. Not far away, a young man wearing glasses watched as Bai Qianqian and Yifan disappeared together. He frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure appearing on his face. Interesting. Help me look into this, Yifan, he said with a grim expression. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man beside him responded respectfully, but inwardly he sighed, thinking that this young man named Yifan was probably in trouble. Yifan had no idea that simply agreeing to the school beauty's team-up request had already provoked the wrath of a certain young master from an influential family. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, after a bout of dizziness, he and Bai Qianqian found themselves in a lush, green forest. Yifan, come in. Bai Qianqian immediately opened an air door. Alright. Yifan quickly stepped inside. Then, the air door closed, and the two began to survey their surroundings. I have to say, the ability of the door fruit is incredibly useful. It gives such a sense of security in a place like this. Secret realm, Yifan remarked. This was his first time entering the door space and also his first time looking at the outside world through it, finding the experience extremely novel. I really like this ability of mine too. Mentioning the ability of the door fruit, Bai Qianqian's face lit up with a joyful smile, looking a bit proud. After confirming that there was no immediate danger around, the two stepped out of the door space. The air here is so fresh. Looking at the surrounding forest scenery, Bai Qianqian said cheerfully, no wonder this is a special secret realm that can only be entered once. Being able to adventure in a place like this is worth it, even if we don't end up obtaining the Lingxi spring water. That won't do. I'm counting on you to get the Lingxi spring water, Yifan joked as he took out a map. Don't have too much faith in me. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Bai Qianqian shook her head. Yifan smiled but said nothing more, continuing to examine the map in his hand. After a moment, he said, judging by the terrain around here, the location we were teleported to should be the 127th landing point. In the Lingxi secret realm, every group that enters through the teleportation array is randomly dropped at certain locations as a unit. These locations are called landing points, and there are nearly 1,000 of them in this secret realm. Based on the surrounding terrain, Yifan deduced that their current position was the 127th landing point. Of course, this was just a preliminary judgment. that seems about right. The good news is, this is a deserted island, and there are no particularly powerful ferocious beasts around. Bai Qianqian nodded and said. Her judgment was consistent with Yi Fan's. The bad news is Yi Fan continued at this moment, this deserted island is quite far from other islands or land in the surrounding sea. If we want to find the Spirit Creek spring water, we have to cross this vast ocean. Bai Qianqian was just about to praise Yi Fan for doing his homework well when suddenly, there was movement around them. Both of them looked up. It was an ant, taller than a human. A green ant beast? Bai Qianqian's eyes lit up, and as she drew her sword, she exclaimed with delight, this is an extremely rare species. She immediately opened an air gate beside her. Yi Fan, you go in first. I'm about to start my adventurous life. After speaking, Bai Qianqian rushed forward without waiting for Yi Fan's response. Yi Fan smiled helplessly. It seemed the school beauty was entering the secret realm trial for the first time, or perhaps she simply loved this kind of adventurous life. If that were true, then the Dor fruit was truly perfect for her. She could go wherever she wanted to explore, practically tailor-made for her. Speaking of which, the awakening of devil fruits is inherently connected to a person's desires and aspirations in a subtle way. Bai Qianqian's passion for adventures in various places led to her awakening the Dor fruit. Then, as for me awakening the Quake fruit, could it also be because I deeply desired it? Boom, boom, boom. While Yi Fan was lost in his thoughts, Bai Qianqian had already engaged in a fierce battle with the green ant. Although the green ant was larger in size than Bai Qianqian, it was far from being her match. However, Bai Qianqian did not immediately kill it, seemingly studying the green ant's attack patterns. As expected of the grade's top swordsmanship prodigy, her skills have already surpassed those of the swordsmanship teacher. Watching Bai Qianqian's fierce swordsmanship, Yi Fan couldn't help but admire her. The school's swordsmanship teacher was no ordinary instructor. Bai Qianqian, now only 18 years old, had already displayed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, making people look at her in a new light. When the green ant could no longer come up with any new moves, Bai Qianqian finally made up her mind and struck decisively. Turning around, she found that Yi Fan had not entered the spatial door. Yo, are you really not afraid of dying? She teased while sheathing her sword. I'm very afraid of dying. Yi Fan pointed to his right hand with his left and said seriously, that's why I've kept this hand on the air gate, ready to jump in at the first sign of danger. Really? Then what if a speed-type ferocious beast attacks you, leaving you no time to jump in? Bai Qianqian revealed an amused smile. Actually, I do have some skills. I shouldn't be as weak as you imagine, Yi Fan responded. Bai Qianqian's lips slightly curved upward, revealing a barely noticeable smile. I'm a bit curious. If I hadn't stepped forward to team up with you just now, what were you planning to do? In that case, Yi Fan said half-jokingly, I would have no choice but to show my true strength. As long as he displayed enough strength, there would definitely be teams willing to invite him. Even if not, if any of those who were left out dared to team up with him to venture into the secret realm, that would be fine too. Worst case scenario, if none of that worked, then he simply wouldn't go. It's just about increasing the stamina limit a bit, right? With the system in place, he actually didn't care much about that anymore. Oh, so, you're quite capable, huh? Doesn't look like it. Bai Qianqian sized Yi Fan up from head to toe and said in a teasing tone. She just assumed Yi Fan was joking with her. After all, from what she knew, Yi Fan had no background to speak of, an ordinary physique, average physical skills in class, and seemed not to excel in swordsmanship either. Now awakening the Xinjian, where would any capability come from? There are many things you can't see, but you'll gradually understand in the future, Yi Fan said, putting on a mysterious demeanor. The two chatted as they walked deeper into the forest. But since you mentioned this, I'm quite curious, why would you, the famous campus beauty Bai, take the initiative to team up with me? It seems we didn't know each other before, right? Yi Fan asked. Not know each other? You really don't remember. Bai Qianqian felt slightly disappointed in her heart, but she smiled and asked in return, what do you think? What do I think? I think, of course, it's because you're beautiful, kind-hearted, and always willing to help others. Yi Fan naturally didn't know the real reason, but that didn't stop him from flattering the other person. Looking at Yi Fan's handsome and heart-stirring face, Bai Qianqian recalled the time when she was only 7 years old, lost and separated from her family, nearly starving to death. It was his bowl of rice that saved her life. She thought to herself, a beautiful person with a kind heart, always willing to help others, that's you. Although she thought this in her heart, what she said was, you have such a sweet mouth. Is this how you usually charm girls? Just as Yi Fan was about to say something, a beast's roar suddenly came from ahead. Roar! The deafening roar instantly interrupted their jokes. Bai Qianqian, just like before, first opened a door for Yi Fan, then drew her sword and charged forward. Yi Fan clenched his fists, wanting to test his tremor fruit ability, but found that he couldn't even gather the tremor power into his hands. From yesterday until now, after so many attempts, he still hadn't succeeded. The tremor fruit was indeed not so easy. For now, he could only trigger vibrations in small objects or make items vibrate rapidly, which left him feeling helpless. No wonder the tremor fruit had developed into its current state and was even despised by many. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, night fell. Bai Qianqian had a great time, challenging every fierce beast she encountered, marveling at the beautiful scenery, and even bringing a camera along. Whenever she came across a cave, she would venture inside to explore. Even now, she maintained her initial excitement, seemingly truly enjoying this adventurous lifestyle. At this moment, the two of them were inside a cave on the island. A bonfire burned nearby as they roasted beast meat, paired with fresh mountain spring water, a truly delicious meal. I plan to stay on this island for a few more days, Bai Qianqian said. As long as you're happy, I don't mind, Yi Fan replied without hesitation. This secret realm will last for many days. Unless the Lingxi spring water can be obtained in advance, one can only leave after the secret realm closes. Therefore, he didn't mind it at all. Moreover, he quite enjoyed today's adventurous life, even though all the dangers encountered were resolved by Bai Qianqian. Don't worry, starting tomorrow, if we encounter weaker beasts, I'll let you handle them, Bai Qianqian said while cutting and eating beast meat. I can't let you just watch all the time, you need to practice too. I'll be right there to protect you. Alright, Yi Fan nodded in response. Being told by a girl that she would protect him was a feeling he was experiencing for the first time. Nanyuan Base City. How is it? Did you find anything? Ling Yuxuan asked. Young master, we haven't found any connection between Yi Fan and Miss Bai Qianqian, the subordinate replied. This is all the information on Yi Fan. Please take a look. Ling Yuxuan adjusted his glasses, his gaze falling on Yi Fan's information. Young master, I think Miss Bai Qianqian might have helped Yi Fan out of kindness. Alright, I understand. You may leave now. Ling Yuxuan smiled faintly. However, as soon as his subordinates left, the smile on his face vanished instantly. Yi Fan, even if it was out of goodwill, why did it have to be Yi Fan? Among so many who failed to form a team, why choose this despised Jinjin person? He felt secretly displeased, slamming the table forcefully, which shattered into pieces. At landing point 127, on a nameless island, after several days of adventure, Bai Qianqian had thoroughly enjoyed herself. At this moment, the two of them stood by the seaside, having just finished crafting two small wooden boats. One was for leaving the island, while the other was stored in a spatial ring for emergencies. In this world, without seastone, seawater could not drain the strength of those with fruit abilities, and the secret realm was no exception. However, the sea remained perilous, with the number and size of sea beasts far surpassing those of land beasts. We now have two options, Bai Qianqian said. One is the relatively closer island 1024, and the other is the much farther Rift Sky Island. Both islands have Lingxi spring water. Yi Fan, where do you want to go? Bai Qianqian looked at Yi Fan. Not every island had a name. Many named islands were christened by their first discoverers, while most were referred to by numbers or letters. Yi Fan was somewhat surprised. Bai Qianqian actually let him decide which island to go to. He had thought Bai Qianqian had already made up her mind. How about we just go to Lietian Island? He glanced at the map and continued. That's the farthest place humans have explored in this sea. Beyond that lies uncharted territory. I think you might want to venture into such a place. I didn't expect you to know me so well. Bai Qianqian looked at him with a playful smile. After spending a few days with you on this island, I've gotten to know you a little. Yi Fan said nonchalantly. Besides, these past few days, your face practically had "I love adventure" written all over it. How could I not notice? So, someone like you who loves adventure so much probably isn't very interested in areas that have already been explored or places where the danger level has been determined, right? He said, thinking to himself. Only those unexplored areas, those places with unknown dangers, can truly excite you. Bai Qianqian looked at Yi Fan with interest and smiled. It seems I'm not the only one interested in such places, she continued. You're also someone who loves adventure and thrills. Bai Qianqian's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if waiting for Yi Fan's decision. Going to Rift Sky Island was clearly more dangerous than heading to Island 1024. Since she had left the choice to Yi Fan, it was evident she wanted to see how he would decide. At this moment, not only did Yi Fan choose Rift Sky Island, but he also showed interest in the deeper sea regions beyond it, which surprised Bai Qianqian. Although Yi Fan's current strength didn't entirely match such interests, Bai Qianqian was confident she could protect Yi Fan while exploring the unknown areas. Over the past few days, she had been working hard to master the abilities of the Dor fruit and had already made significant progress. The two said nothing more, boarded the small wooden boat, and set sail directly. The sea was turbulent with waves. Less than half an hour after setting out, the two encountered successive attacks from sea beasts. Bai Qianqian drew her sword and wielded it, killing enemies with fluid and graceful movements. Yi Fan, on the other hand, sat quietly on the small boat, observing everything. In recent days, he had not stopped training his abilities with the tremor fruit. However, after days of arduous practice, he still made no progress. So, he chose to give up, understanding deep down that he wasn't suited for it. Now that he had the system in hand, why bother with unnecessary suffering? So beautiful. Watching Bai Qianqian's heroic figure as she drew her sword to slay the enemy, with her perfect lines and fluid movements, Yi Fan Yifan couldn't help but marvel. Bai Qianqian turned her head, her brows slightly furrowed. Goodness, I'm up here fighting for my life, and you're back there admiring my figure? I was talking about the scenery. Yifan's face showed embarrassment, and he hurriedly explained, the scenery on the sea is really nice. Is it beautiful? Bai Qianqian asked. Beautiful. Yifan answered instinctively, then quickly tried to remedy. The scenery of the sea is beautiful. But Bai Qianqian seemed amused by Yifan's awkwardness. Suddenly, a sea beast leaped out of the ocean behind her. Without even glancing at it, she swung her sword, slicing the sea beast in two. Just because it's nice to look at doesn't mean you should stare. She raised an eyebrow and said. These slightly warning words didn't make Yifan feel the least bit threatened. Instead, he found Bai Qianqian rather adorable at this moment. I wasn't looking around carelessly, he responded seriously. Are you saying you were looking quite seriously then? Bai Qianqian suddenly didn't want to talk to him anymore and directly sat cross-legged to recover her strength. But the sea was not calm. Not long after, they encountered another group of sea beasts. It seems the blood of the ferocious beasts we just killed attracted them. Yifan pondered for a moment and suggested, how about we hide in the gate space for now? No need. Bai Qianqian shook her head and firmly said, we are not just here to collect Lingxi spring water, but also to train and grow. Until the very last moment, I will not hide in the door space. As soon as she finished speaking, she had already drawn her sword and stood up. Then take care of yourself. Yifan hid in the dimensional space to avoid causing her any distractions. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Qianqian finally came in, her clothes completely stained with bright red blood, all of it from the ferocious beasts. This group of sea beasts is quite persistent. So many have died, yet they still won't retreat, Bai Qianqian said with a grin. Not only are they not retreating, but they're gathering in even greater numbers, Yifan said, frowning as he looked outside. Should we leave directly? Or, don't rush. Bai Qianqian shook her head, her tone firm. Let me recover some strength first, then I'll go out and fight them again. She hadn't fought to her heart's content yet, so she naturally didn't want to just run away like this. Alright, suit yourself. However, those were just low-level sea beasts earlier. If we keep waiting, the ones that come might not be so easy to deal with. Yifan, worried she might be careless, reminded her. It's fine. Bai Qianqian nodded, indicating she understood. By the way, you still haven't told me why you helped me and stepped up to team up with me? Taking this opportunity, Yifan once again voiced the question in his heart. These past few days, Bai Qianqian had been almost entirely engrossed in having fun. Apart from eating, drinking, and other necessities, she was either adventuring or fighting enemies, leaving no suitable moment to ask this question. Why do you need so many reasons? Have you ever heard of stepping in to help when you see injustice? When I saw you being bullied, I acted on impulse and decided to lend a hand. Bai Qianqian shrugged, revealing a mischievous smile. Didn't you say it yourself? I'm beautiful and kind-hearted. Yifan always felt it wasn't like that, but couldn't find a reason to refute. Don't believe me? Then you tell me, what is the reason? You wouldn't think it's because I like you, would you? Bai Qianqian smiled and teased. Well, you never know. Yifan, of course, knew that was impossible and joked back. Bai Qianqian's face instantly darkened. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Don't dwell on this issue anymore. I just couldn't bear to see you being mocked and bullied, that's all. You don't need to be overly grateful to me, and I don't need it either. After giving a formal explanation, Bai Qianqian stood up, ready to head out and fight again. She indeed felt compassion upon seeing Yifan's plight, and coupled with the gratitude for a meal from her youth, she decided to lend a helping hand. However, she was also well aware of how many people's attention was focused on her. Therefore, she could only help Yifan this far. Any more would only be detrimental to him. She had long decided that after leaving the secret realm, it would be best for the two of them to have no further interactions. Fortunately, after observing Yifan over the past few days, she also believed that there was little chance of them crossing paths in the future. Watching Bai Qianqian step out of the spatial door to battle the sea beasts outside, Yifan smiled faintly. Indeed, there's no need to dwell on this matter. It's just that she doesn't need my gratitude, but perhaps the situation isn't so simple. The sea surface was surging with waves. Bai Qianqian, who was fiercely battling, did not notice this change. Even if she had, she would probably have mistaken it for the work of those sea beasts. However, Yifan, who was in the gate space, saw everything clearly. The churning seawater was obviously abnormal. It was likely that a large sea beast was approaching. As it turned out, Yifan's guess was indeed correct. Splash! A massive sea pillar rose abruptly, instantly revealing the terrifying head of a giant beast. This commotion immediately drew the attention of everyone and every beast present. Sea King class? Bai Qianqian was utterly shocked. Such luck, to encounter a Sea King class in the vast ocean? The beast horde that had just been entangling her scattered in an instant. Without hesitation, Bai Qianqian opened the air door, preparing to escape inside, not even having time to retrieve the wooden boat beneath her into her storage ring. Such a decisive retreat. It is because she has a clear understanding of her own abilities. Sea Kings are absolutely not something she can contend with at her current level. However, what shocked her even more was that just as she was about about to jump into the door space. Yi Fan jumped out from inside. She was completely stunned. Such a massive Sea King, did you not see it? How dare you jump out? She froze for a moment, and in that moment, the terrifyingly huge mouth of the Sea King was already poised to swallow them, ship and all, in one bite. Are you crazy? She reached out, trying to grab Yi Fan. Possessing the door fruit, she wasn't afraid of being swallowed by the ferocious beast, because she could open a door and escape at any time. As long as she held onto Yi Fan, she could open another door later, and the two of them could escape. However, at this moment, she realized she couldn't move Yi Fan at all. Not only that, she was actually being held in Yi Fan's arms. Yi Fan jumped out of the portal, casually wrapped his arm around Bai Qianqian, and landed on the wooden boat. Then, he glanced at the Sea King creature and said indifferently, "Scram." Bai Qianqian's mind went blank. Big brother, that's a Sea King, and you told it to scram, and it actually, huh? Suddenly, Bai Qianqian was shocked to find that the terrifying giant mouth had actually retreated. The creature hurriedly withdrew its gaping maw. What is going on? She exclaimed in surprise. There are only 2 of these ships, and our journey is still long. How can we let it be destroyed? Yi Fan replied calmly. Bai Qianqian wasn't really asking Yi Fan. She had just blurted it out in shock. However, Yi Fan's words were clearly a response to her. She heard his words distinctly. What did he mean by that? You stopped the Sea King just because you didn't want this rickety wooden boat under your feet to be destroyed? What kind of logic is that? Bai Qianqian's thoughts were almost unable to turn for a moment. What shocked her even more was the tone in which Yi Fan said this sentence. It was so calm, so matter-of-fact. Facing the Sea King creature, he was completely fearless. Of course, what shocked her even more and left her unable to comprehend was that this Sea Overlord, this Sea King creature that made her flee at first sight, actually retreated at Yi Fan's single command. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. She swallowed her saliva, her vigilant gaze fixed on the giant beast. Immediately, she recognized it. It was a deep seahorse. Its upper body was covered in yellow patterns, rising about 10 meters above the water's surface. Faintly visible above the water were razor-sharp, bone-like spines along its back. In all her life, this was the first time she had seen a Sea King up close. Previously, she had only encountered them in books or online, but experiencing it at such close range made her truly understand the overwhelming sense of oppression it exuded. Even she couldn't help but feel her legs slightly weaken. She quickly turned to look at Yi Fan, only to find that he was astonishingly calm. No, he was more than just calm. At this moment, Bai Qianqian could even sense an aura of absolute dominance emanating from Yi Fan. It was as if, in his eyes, this ocean overlord was nothing more than an ant. How is that possible? She immediately dismissed the absurd thought from her mind and continued to watch the retreating giant beast. However, what she hadn't expected was, is it afraid? At that moment, Bai Qianqian felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. What exactly had she witnessed? She saw that this dominant sea beast, a ruler among predators, actually showed fear in its eyes. It was afraid of Yi Fan, a mighty Sea King beast, feeling deep fear because of the gaze of a mere human teenager. This was simply defying all logic, utterly unbelievable. That was a Sea King beast. Even someone as powerful as her father, or even a terrifying figure like the Grand Marshal, could never evoke such an emotion as fear in a Sea King beast, right? Yet Yi Fan had managed to do it. A ruler of the seas, with its pride intact, how could it possibly be intimidated by anyone? Yi Fan, how exactly did he achieve this? Bai Qianqian finally confirmed that this Sea King-class fierce beast was indeed scared off by Yi Fan's shout earlier. Just as she was about to turn around to ask Yi Fan, his voice rang out again. Get lost, I don't want to kill you. Splash! The giant beast, as massive as a mountain, upon hearing those words, seemed to gain a new lease on life and fled at lightning speed as if escaping for its life. Bai Qianqian was completely stunned on the spot. Just one sentence? Get lost, I don't want to kill you? This Sea King-class ferocious beast appeared to be rejoicing at narrowly escaping death, running away without even looking back. Just how terrifyingly powerful must one be to achieve this? Moments later, she snapped out of it. Her cheeks immediately flushed with a hint of red as she hurriedly broke free from Yi Fan's embrace. In all her years, Yi Fan was the first man, apart from her father, to have hugged her. At that moment, Bai Qianqian felt her cheeks burning. She froze again. Previously, she neither disliked nor liked Yi Fan. In fact, she had never interacted with him at all. Yet the scene just now made her heart race, stirring up an indescribable and unprecedented feeling. You, how did you do that? Bai Qianqian's blush was clearly visible, her curiosity evident. Maybe it was in a hurry to get home for dinner. I don't believe it. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Didn't you just see it all? What do you want me to explain? TCH, fine, forget it if you don't want to say. Bai Qianqian was an understanding person. When it came to others' secrets, since they wanted to keep them private, she wouldn't insist. Besides, the atmosphere just now was too. She had merely found a random topic to chat about to ease the awkwardness. Now, her flushed face had finally returned to normal. Thus, the two of them returned returned to the dimensional space once again, continuing their journey toward Rift Sky Island. As soon as Bai Qianqian sat down, the scene from earlier immediately resurfaced in her mind. She was still in a state of emotional turmoil. This was the first time in her life she had seen a Sea King beast with her own eyes. She had imagined countless times the moment she would face such a ferocious creature, and each imagined scenario was different. However, she had never expected this moment to come so quickly, and moreover, to be held in the arms of a man. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Bai Qianqian's cheeks once again flushed like the evening glow. She secretly cast a glance at Yifan, but it was only for an instant before she quickly withdrew her gaze, as if afraid he might notice. Moments later, she recalled the scene just now once again, feeling more and more shocked the more she thought about it. The more she thought, the more excited she became. Her emotions couldn't calm down for a long time. At that moment, a burst of static noise reached her ears. Oof huff oof. Bai Qianqian turned her head. Yifan actually fell asleep on the sea teeming with ferocious beasts, even snoring. It was as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him, showing no signs of fear. Bai Qianqian immediately found it absurd. Goodness, how can he sleep so comfortably in my domain space? The ship continued to sail on the sea, but there were no more disturbances from sea beasts. Perhaps the arrival of the Sea King-class ferocious beast earlier had driven away all the sea beasts. In the surrounding waters, the journey was extremely calm, so calm it was almost eerie. This is so boring. Can't a sea beast show up to play with? After the recent rest, Bai Qianqian's strength had almost fully recovered. With a loud bang, the waves suddenly became turbulent, crashing against the wooden boat with a thudding sound. The sea surface began to grow restless. What the? Speak of the devil, and he appears? Bai Qianqian's face instantly lit up with excitement. Finally, it's here. I couldn't wait any longer. The waves repeatedly slammed against the boat, producing loud noises. Yifan was also awakened by the commotion. The two of them left the door space together. Splash! A massive water column rose again. Seeing this scene, Bai Qianqian was completely dumbfounded. Sea King class? Another Sea King class? What kind of luck is this? To encounter two Sea King class beasts in a row on the sea, surely the odds are lower than getting hit by bird droppings when stepping outside. And yet, judging by its appearance, it looks almost identical to the previous Sea King class beast, except this one is clearly much taller. The part emerging from the sea is over 20 meters high. Bai Qianqian quickly retreated to the air door and cast her gaze toward Yifan. Yifan stepped forward and said calmly, "Lend me your sword." The murderous intent in his eyes was intense, and Bai Qianqian quickly handed the sword in her hand to him. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? The truth was that the deep seahorse that had just been scared off by Yifan sped back and recounted in full detail the bullying it had suffered to its good brother, which happened to be the giant creature before them. Upon hearing this, the latter was instantly enraged. How could the Sea King clan endure such humiliation? Its good brother immediately decided to seek revenge. Revenge was a must. This was the scene now. After Bai Qianqian handed the sword to Yifan, she felt a bit worried in her heart. She could clearly sense that this deep seahorse was much stronger than the previous one. However, she couldn't fathom Yifan's strength at all, so she didn't intervene. Yifan gripped the sword tightly, and with a thought, Conqueror's Hockey infusion. In an instant, a strange energy enveloped the sword, with black lightning crackling and dancing along the blade. At this moment, Bai Qianqian was utterly shaken to her core. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Such terrifying energy. Even while standing behind Yifan, this continuously surging, horrifying energy made her feel an intense sense of dread. Because of her father, she had witnessed many battles between powerful individuals as a child, and her first impression of this energy was that it was far stronger than the experts she had seen before in the Nanyuan base city. Yifan's aura had completely transformed, and the powerful presence seemed capable of crushing all obstacles. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that this came from Yifan. The furious seahorse stirred up massive waves in an instant. What a terrifying sense of intimidation. For Bai Qianqian, this was indeed the case. She was acutely aware that if she were struck by this Sea King-class beast before her, her body would likely be torn to pieces. As a result, she was extremely cautious at this moment. One of her feet had already stepped inside the door, but she still stretched her head out to observe everything happening on the battlefield. At the bow of the ship, Yifan stood tall and unmoving, his face expressionless as he gazed forward. Die! He uttered just one word before raising the sharp sword in his hand. Conqueror's Hockey entwined. The sword slashed downward from above, striking the massive creature. A surge of immense energy poured out instantly, accompanied by a sudden burst of light. The sea erupted into chaos, and even the color of the sky changed. A thunderous boom. Bai Qianqian stared up at the sky in disbelief, fear flickering in her eyes. Is this the end of the world? This is terrifying. In just a single breath, the sky seemed to turn blood red. A giant creature over 20 meters tall crashed to the ground with a deafening roar. The entire back half of the deep sea horse exploded, its flesh and blood scattering like fine debris through the air. air, filling it with a dense stench of blood. One sword kill? Isn't this way too outrageous? Bai Qianxian swallowed hard. This Sea King beast was clearly much stronger than the previous one. Even among the many terrifying Sea Kings, it was definitely a top-tier existence. Yet such a being was slain by Yi Fan in a single strike? It was simply unbelievable. Looking at Yi Fan, he appeared so calm and casual, as if what he'd just done was as ordinary as eating or drinking. Bai Qianxian realized that this was definitely not the extent of Yi Fan's power. But how could this be possible? He was so young, just her age, and yet he was already this powerful, this monstrous? And what was with that lightning just now? What strange ability had killed that terrifying Sea King beast? Was this ability the same as what Yi Fan used to scare off the previous Sea King? Just what kind of terrifying power had he mastered? Looking at Yi Fan in front of her, Bai Qianxian felt a bit dazed. Is this really the person everyone despises, the so-called Jinjinrun? Bai Qianxian fell into deep thought, a sense of insecurity rising in her heart. She was supposed to be one of the outstanding young talents of the Nanyuan-based city, and a key focus of national attention. Yet, in front of Yi Fan, sigh. Her emotions were a mix of excitement and sadness. Yi Fan, full of disdain, said nothing more and turned to leave. If this world truly had souls, then this deep seahorse would surely curse in anger. What terrible luck! Having a brother like this is truly unfortunate. Brother got into trouble, and it ended up falling on me. Who am I supposed to complain to? And this guy actually ran off on his own? Truly a fair weather friend. In the distant sea, the waters churned violently. A deep seahorse quickly disappeared from sight. Witnessing all this from afar, it was so terrified that it fled in panic. At this moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Yi Fan's mind. Killed the deep seahorse, obtained 1 S-level item refresh card. Yi Fan was overjoyed. It was truly an unexpected windfall. He hadn't anticipated that killing a ferocious beast could drop items, and it turned out to be an S-level item refresh card. This meant that using it would definitely yield an S-level item, the value of which was self-evident. Yi Fan thought to himself, looks like I'll have to take action more often in the future. Yi Fan. Bai Qianxian stepped out from the space gate and walked toward Yi Fan. You're truly amazing. That was a ferocious sea beast, and you actually killed it in one strike. How did you do it? Yi Fan smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting. Do this first, then that, and it will work. He trusted Bai Qianxian, but he didn't want to reveal too much. After all, their connection was currently limited to the Lingxi's secret realm. Moreover, explaining it would be quite troublesome. Although this world had devil fruits, that was just a small part of the One Piece manga. Even if he explained, she might not understand, so there was no need to waste words. Bai Qianxian was speechless, but this wasn't what she cared about the most. She continued to ask, when did you learn this sword technique? What's it called? I've never seen it before, it's so powerful. For someone obsessed with swordsmanship, this was what she cared about the most. Yi Fan paused for a moment. Bai Qianxian's curiosity had already been piqued, and she perked up her ears, eagerly awaiting the answer. Passed down through generations. Bai Qianxian was a bit disappointed. Who would believe you? She was not stupid. She knew this was just a perfunctory response. Oh, do you think I don't know you're an orphan? However, as she thought about it, she suddenly began to doubt Yi Fan's true background. For someone his age to possess such strength, it was certainly not simple. As for the specific reason, she had no way of knowing. All she could deduce was that there must be a master behind Yi Fan. As to who exactly, she couldn't figure it out for the moment. Of course, no matter how hard she racked her brain, she would never guess that Yi Fan was actually a transmigrator and even came with a golden finger. The two exchanged a few words, and Yi Fan then walked alone into the gate space. At the same time, the sea beasts, smelling the strong scent of blood, swarmed over. Bai Qianxian immediately became excited, even forgetting what had just happened, and focused entirely on her training and growth. Inside the gate space, Yi Fan sat cross-legged, and the system's screen, filled with a dimensional tech vibe, appeared before his eyes. Obtained 1 S-level item refresh card. Yi Fan suppressed his inner excitement and opened the system shop interface. Hint, 60 seconds until the next item refresh. Would you like to use the S-rank item refresh card? Hint, 59 seconds until the next item refresh. Would you like to use the S-rank item refresh card? The items in the system shop refresh once a week, and using an S-rank item refresh card ensures that an S-rank item will appear in the next refresh. Coincidentally, just as he obtained the S-rank item refresh card, the system shop was about to refresh. Yi Fan immediately thought to himself, use it. Fortunately, there was still enough time. Otherwise, once the refresh time had passed, even using an S-level item refresh card would mean waiting until next week. Such a good item, Yi Fan couldn't wait even a second longer and wished he could use it immediately to refresh right away. Ding! S-level item refresh card used successfully. Ding! S-level item refresh card used successfully. S-level item refresh card. After use, at least 1 S-level item will be refreshed. Hint, 2 seconds remaining until the next item refresh. Hint, 1 second remaining until the next item refresh. The system mall items have been refreshed. At this moment, one item after another another appeared on the screen. The first item, 1. Zoro's nameless white sword. Price, 1 yuan. In this world, this sword is definitely an excellent companion blade. Although it was the first sword Zoro used as a child, Yifan knew that it was definitely not an S-class item. So, he controlled his thoughts and continued to browse downward, one item after another, until he saw the sixth item. 6. Stockings worn by Nami. Price, 1 yuan. Omega? Is this for real? As expected of a transmigrator's golden finger. A divine system. It has everything? Yifan couldn't help but picture Nami's figure from the manga in his mind. Simply astonishing, and it's even in its original form. Truly worthy of being called a system. Here, there's nothing you can't imagine, and nothing you can't buy. Next, some rather useless items appeared. Forget about S-class items, there wasn't even anything remotely decent like a standard Navy revolver. Until Yifan once again saw a white energy light orb on the screen. 10. Whitebeard's P Quake Power. Price, 1 yuan. At this moment, Yifan held his breath, his heart filled with ecstasy. Although he used an S-level item refresh card, there was still a chance to refresh an item of a level higher than S. At the very least, it had to be an S-level item. You must know that this is the peak tremor power of the strongest man in the pirate world. During the Summit War, Sengoku personally admitted that this was a power capable of destroying the world. Without a doubt, this peak tremor power of Whitebeard is absolutely an SSS level item. With it, who else would dare to call themselves the Tremor Man? The tremor fruit can shatter everything and split the seas. How far could he still be? This luck is simply too good. There's no need to think twice. Buy it. It must be taken immediately. What else is there to say? Thinking for even one more second is disrespectful to the system. The system is already so heaven-defying. How could I let it down? With a single thought, instant kill. Ding! Instant kill successful. The instant kill item has been stored in the system space. The host can retrieve it at any time with a thought. Yifan could no longer hold back. With a thought, he opened the system space and took out the only item inside. A white light orb appeared in his hand. Fuse with Whitebeard's peak Quake Power? Hint: fusing with Whitebeard's Quake Power will grant you the awakened power of the Quake fruit from Whitebeard's peak period. Fuse. Yifan directly responded to the system with his thoughts. The energy of the light sphere gradually merged into his body from his hand, as if it were unlocking the meridians within him. Then, the entire light sphere rapidly expanded, completely enveloping Yifan. In an instant, Yifan experienced an epiphany akin to divine enlightenment, with every detail of the tremor power etched deeply into his mind. After a moment, the light sphere disappeared. Yifan's cheeks were drenched in sweat, as if he had just undergone an intense battle. His physique had undergone significant changes, with the muscle lines on his arms becoming more pronounced. His entire aura had transformed dramatically. However, after fully integrating Whitebeard's peak tremor power, Yifan felt utterly drained, collapsed backward, and fell into a deep sleep. After some time, Yifan felt someone constantly patting his body. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Bai Qianqian's beautiful, fairy-like face. A sense of happiness surged in Yifan's heart. If he could wake up to such a captivating face every day, it would truly be one of life's greatest blessings. However, this beautiful face seemed a bit weary. Hey, get up! I'm about to pass out from exhaustion. After just finishing cleaning up the beast's corpse, Bai Qianqian came in and saw that Yifan had already fallen into a deep sleep. She figured that the earlier sword strike must have worn him out, so she didn't disturb him. She hadn't expected him to sleep an entire day, no matter how much she tried to wake him, so she had no choice but to take action. Yifan gradually regained consciousness, simultaneously feeling a sharp pain on his cheek. What the heck? After merging the peak power of Whitebeard's tremor ability, the recoil is actually this strong? Watching Yifan gently rub his cheek repeatedly, Bai Qianqian held back her laughter, finding it amusing in her heart. Meanwhile, Yifan looked completely bewildered, having no idea what had just happened. You really know how to slack off, sleeping for an entire day and night. Bai Qianqian pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. After dealing with the sea beasts on the ocean, she returned to the spatial gate and found Yifan already fast asleep. It seemed that the previous strike had drained too much of his energy, and he needed a good rest. Unexpectedly, he ended up sleeping for a full day and night. Fortunately, Bai Qianqian had brought plenty of stamina recovery potions, otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have lasted until now. Only Yifan could enjoy such treatment. If it were anyone else, they would have been kicked out of the team long ago. Seeing the dark circles under Bai Qianqian's eyes, Yifan felt a pang of guilt and quickly urged her to rest first. Moments later, Yifan stood alone at the bow of the ship, gazing at his palm, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward. Whitebeard, peak shaking power. Ha ha ha, I can't wait. The power to destroy heaven and earth. I never thought this power would be in my hands. Sure enough, the system is amazing as always, truly impressive. A bright smile spread across Yifan's face. He was well aware of how terrifying the power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit that he could now wield truly was. He had already witnessed its might in the One Piece anime. However, he was very much looking forward to experiencing the feeling of using this power in reality. It was just that, now wasn't the right time. He was still at sea, and he was afraid that if he wasn't careful, he might accidentally shatter the ship. That would be truly embarrassing. After a long while, the two finally ended their drifting at sea and arrived at their destination, one of the sources of Lingxi spring water, Rift Sky Island. After disembarking, they once again chose to hide inside the door space. Only after confirming the surroundings were safe did they step out from the air door. Looking around, they saw a towering mountain peak in the distance piercing straight into the clouds. Its majestic and awe-inspiring presence was the reason for the island's name, Rift Sky Island. Yi Fan then opened the map, carefully examined the surrounding environment, and took out a pen to draw a circle on the map. "We should be here." Bai Qianqian nodded. She wasn't very skilled at reading maps, she could understand them but couldn't locate her position as quickly as Yi Fan. Focusing on their current location, they began searching for the direction of the Lingxi spring. Before long, Yi Fan had already mapped out their route. No wonder this is the farthest place humans have explored. There's much more Lingxi spring water here than in other places. Bai Qianqian looked at the densely packed arrows on the map, feeling very satisfied. When Bai Qianqian first woke up, she felt completely listless, but as soon as she set foot on this island, her energy returned. It was, indeed, her adventurous nature at play. Following the map's guidance, the two of them headed toward the Lingxi spring. This was an exceptionally large island, teeming with countless ferocious beasts, far more than any other island. Moreover, since it was almost untouched by humans, the weeds here grew taller than in other places, and in some areas, the original paths were completely obscured. "Yi Fan, where are you going over there?" Yi Fan took a closer look, then turned back and said, "Come over here, there's a cave." "What's going on? We just got here and you're already heading into a cave?" Bai Qianqian's bright eyes instantly dimmed. "What else? Let's get something to eat first. We've been eating nothing but dry rations on the boat this whole time. I want some meat." "But hey!" Before Bai Qianqian could finish her sentence, Yi Fan was already heading toward the cave. She sighed helplessly, pouting her lips, feeling like her voice mattered less and less. Before she could finish speaking, he was already gone. It seemed Yi Fan wasn't seeking her opinion but merely informing her of the situation. What else could she do? She could only follow him. Yi Fan cautiously carried a torch as he walked into the cave. The cave wasn't very deep, and before long, he reached the end. Bai Qianqian followed closely behind. He took out a few sticks for lighting from his spatial backpack, lit them, and inserted them into the stone wall. After confirming it was safe, he turned around and walked to the cave entrance, casually gathered a few stones to set up a stove, placed a large pot on top, and lit a fire. "Bai Qianqian, take out the meat of that Sea King class beast," Yi Fan said as he busied himself with his tasks. This was the meat of a Sea King class beast, and not many people had the chance to taste such a delicacy. As some seasonings were added to the pot, the aroma began to spread. Now, all that was left was to wait for the delicious meat to stew thoroughly. The first task is done. Next, it's time for the second one. Yi Fan covered the pot with a lid and walked outside. Bai Qianqian looked at him, her face full of confusion. "Hey, where are you going again?" Yi Fan replied with a smile, "Inspecting the goods." "Inspecting the goods?" This answer was almost an unsolvable riddle for Bai Qianqian. She still looked completely puzzled and could only stare intently at Yi Fan, trying to see what he would do next. Yi Fan walked up to a large tree, glanced at it, raised his right hand, and said expectantly, "Whitebird's tremor power." Just how terrifying could such an existence be? Before the voice had faded, Yi Fan moved his mind, gently clenched his right fist, and instantly a surge of white energy completely enveloped his fist. Then, he swung it forcefully toward the towering tree in front of him. Boom! In an instant, the air on both sides of Yi Fan's right fist was shockingly torn apart, producing a fierce and piercing ripping sound, as if glass had shattered all over the ground. A gap appeared directly in front of his fist, and countless cracks spread out like ripples from the gap. In just a single breath, these cracks began to extend toward the tree. At this moment, Bai Qianqian's face changed dramatically in shock, her slender hand covering her mouth. What is happening? The air? It split? What kind of ultimate move is this? Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. She watched intently, even forgetting to breathe. Her curiosity was overwhelming, as no one in this world had ever developed the tremor fruit of the superhuman type to such an extent. Absolutely unique. She firmly believed that Yi Fan was the pioneer in this field. Then, boom! With a loud crash, a towering tree with a diameter of 1 meter fell to the ground. Bang! After falling, the entire trunk shattered into wood chips. Yi Fan, the sky has split open. Bai Qianqian leapt up, pointing to the sky. At the moment she saw the tree trunk shatter, she noticed that the distant sky seemed to have been cleaved by Panga's axe, revealing a massive crack. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Is this the power of the tremor fruit? But what on earth is he doing? Ever since entering the secret realm, she had never seen him actively slay a ferocious beast. He just cooks here, while going off to find trees to do something like this? Yi Fan's actions were truly baffling to her. In fact, she had no idea that Yi Fan merely wanted to test the power of Whitebird's tremor ability a little, not expecting it to be so astonishing. Bai Qianqian was utterly shocked in her heart. At this moment, even the satisfied smile on Yi Fan's face carried a hint of surprise. As expected of the system, the Almighty Father. When he first started, he couldn't even gather the tremor power into his fist, but with the system's intervention, he now possessed the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. With just a light test, the sky had split open. If he were to strike with full force, this island would likely split apart as well. However, Yi Fan knew in his heart that with his current physique, he probably couldn't achieve that level. Yet, if he forcibly operated beyond his limits, while he might be able to split the entire island, how could his body withstand such a terrifying vibration? He would likely be torn apart. Thus, the path must be taken step by step. One cannot rush to achieve success. Clearly realizing the power of the Whitebird's tremor ability he possessed, Yi Fan licked his lips in satisfaction and returned to the cave entrance. Yi Fan, that power just now, which shattered space and could destroy the heavens and earth, came from your fruit ability? Yi Fan nodded. How is that possible? I've read a lot of books, don't try to fool me. Yi Fan still nodded with absolute certainty. That's right. At this moment, Bai Qianqian was so shocked that her mouth hung open, and her pupils seemed to be trembling as if in an earthquake. Isn't it a useless devil fruit? It's simply unbelievable. She never expected the tremor fruit could be developed in this direction. Bai Qianqian took a deep breath, trying to calm her excited emotions. Phew, you're simply a genius. No one in this world could develop the tremor fruit to this extent. Even if I told someone, they wouldn't believe it? Yi Fan burst into hearty laughter. This is just the beginning. There's even stronger to come. Once my physique is strong enough, destroying heaven and earth will be a piece of cake, he thought to himself, though he wouldn't actually say these words out loud. What are you laughing at? Isn't it true? You're absolutely right, but make sure you don't go blabbing it around. Blabbing it around? Just reminding you not to spread this around recklessly. I don't want to be assassinated by spies from other countries. Don't worry, I will absolutely keep it a secret. Bai Qianqian understood in her heart that someone as talented as Yi Fan, if news about him were to leak, would likely attract top assassins from hostile countries like Eagle Nation and Sakura Nation. Such incidents had happened before. Since then, the country had implemented special protection measures for individuals with abilities considered important strategic resources. Talents like Bai Qianqian were naturally included on the protection list. Even the Lingxi secret realm had strict personnel controls during teleportation to ensure no foreign individuals could infiltrate. Outside, experts from the Flying Dragon Special Operations Base were secretly dispatched to provide protection. Meanwhile, in another corner of Rift Sky Island, Sister Xueqi, look quickly. A man standing next to Xueqi, about the same height as her, heard a loud bang and excitedly pointed at the sky, exclaiming in disbelief. The four members of the team all looked up at the sky, their discussions overlapping. What kind of phenomenon is this in the sky? It seems like the sky has cracked open. What? The sky is splitting open? What on earth is happening? Could it be a phenomenon signaling the arrival of a treasure? Sister Xueqi, the strange sound just now seemed to come from over there, not far from us. Should we go take a look? Xueqi's gaze gradually turned serious. Let's go. Island, outside the cave entrance. Xueqi and her team of four arrived near Yi Fan's cave entrance. Yi Fan lifted the pot lid, and the aroma instantly filled the air. Xueqi focused her gaze and saw two familiar figures appear before her, her astonishment evident. Cousin, how did he get in here? And the person next to him is Bai Qianqian? How are they together? On the same team? And it's just the two of them? What on earth is going on? Isn't she the famously aloof Bai Qianqian? The line of people pursuing her could stretch to the school gates, so how could she possibly team up with cousin alone? When they entered the secret realm, cousin Yi Fan was still that center of attention abandoned by everyone. Just seeing cousin Yi Fan in the Lingxi secret realm was already absurd enough, but to encounter him on a place like island. And what's even more unbelievable is that his teammate is Bai Qianqian. This can't be a joke, right? Such a scene is simply unimaginable. Yet, the reality was right in front of her, and the most outrageous part was, Bai Qianqian actually smiled, and smiled so sweetly, no one in the entire school, not even the principal, had ever seen Bai Qianqian smile. And now she was smiling at cousin? Am I dreaming? All of this felt like a surreal existence. Could something major have happened after we entered? Xueqi was completely at a loss. But after thinking about it, perhaps this wasn't so bad. Her guilty feelings were somewhat alleviated. Her teammate Songshur whispered in a hushed tone, Sister Xueqi. Sister Xueqi, look! Following the direction of Songshur's finger, her face was full of shock. A tree as thick as a meter had been snapped in half, with wood chips scattered everywhere in the area in complete disarray. This big tree? Did she do it? But that tree stump. Xueqi's first thought was Bai Qianqian, because she knew Bai Qianqian's swordsmanship was extremely formidable, and apart from her, there was no one else. Cousin Yifan was even less likely. But upon closer inspection, the uneven cuts on the tree stump were clearly not made by a sharp weapon. They looked more like they had been directly snapped. In other words, this big tree had endured an immense impact. But who could possess such tremendous strength? Bai Qianqian? Xueqi shook her head. Probably not. Although Bai Qianqian's swordsmanship was exceptional and absolutely top-notch among her peers, she was a paramecia-type fruit user, not like Zoan-type devil fruits that grant immense strength. Then who could it be? Could it be her cousin? Xueqi found it hard to believe. But apart from him, there was no one else here. Since Bai Qianqian had been ruled out, that left only Yifan. However, he was the one everyone despised for having the tremor fruit. How could he possess such terrifying power? Xueqi was completely dumbfounded. Squeak! A crisp sound echoed through the jungle. Who? Come out! Yifan shouted loudly. Bai Qianqian also looked warily in that direction, ready to open the portal at any moment. After all, this was the Lingxi secret realm, and it wasn't just students from Nanyuan Base City's #1 high school inside. Four figures leapt out from the bushes, but it wasn't Xueqi and her group, it was four unfamiliar men. Yifan glanced at them and found no familiar faces. They likely weren't from his school. One of the men stepped forward and said mockingly, "Well, isn't this the kid from #1 high school who awakened the top-tier tremor fruit? So quick to cozy up to the campus beauty Bai? Wow, the tremor fruit really lives up to its name as the freeloader fruit. Truly enviable. Let me see. What dish is it? It smells so good, I could smell it from afar." Bang! At this moment, Bai Qianqian's face darkened. "I seem to recall that your team also has a member with the dog fruit, canine form, right? Why not let him sniff it and tell you what it smells like?" She was referring to the man who had stepped forward, Long Xiang, the only son of the Long family from the Nanyuan Base City. He attended Nanyuan Base City's #2 high school. There was even some animosity between the two families, something Bai Qianqian was naturally well aware of. "You!" Long Xiang, whose sore spot had been hit, turned red with anger. However, in just an instant, his expression shifted to one of smugness. "Heh, are you two teaming up as a pair? A lone man and woman together for so many days? I'm afraid your servant hasn't held back from using his tremor ability, has he?" Bang! Bang! Hearing this, Bai Qianqian's fury surged instantly. Yifan slightly curled his lips into a disdainful smirk and stepped forward to stand in front of her. A powerful aura quietly emanated from him, and his piercing eyes brimmed with killing intent as he glared at Long Xiang. "Get lost!" In an instant, the four members of Long Xiang's team almost simultaneously felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, or more precisely, the threat of death. This overwhelming aura left their eyes vacant and filled their hearts with fear. Run quickly! The four of them bolted almost in unison, and within a few breaths, they had already fled several hundred meters away. In another grove, Xueqi was utterly shocked. This kind of intimidation was truly terrifying. She hadn't even looked directly at him, yet her heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of unease. Is this person really my cousin? He feels so unfamiliar. This is nothing like the him I remember. Should I go up and greet my cousin? She was deeply conflicted, and after a moment of hesitation, she ultimately chose to leave quietly. After seeing the four people leave, Yifan gradually returned to his usual self. Bai Qianqian gritted her teeth, her anger still not fully subsided. "Why didn't you let me teach them a lesson?" she asked. "The world doesn't only rely on fighting to vent anger. There are other ways," Yifan said with a slight smile. In truth, that wasn't entirely the case. If he had been alone, he would have had no hesitation in ensuring Long Xiang remained in this Lingxi secret realm forever. But now that he and Bai Qianqian were in the same team, he didn't want such actions to affect her. "Oh, what way?" Bai Qianqian asked curiously. Yifan leaned close to her ear and whispered, "First, then, and finally." A moment later, Bai Qianqian unexpectedly jumped up in excitement, and Yifan clearly noticed the car headlights in front flickering a few times. A satisfied smile appeared on her lips. "Great! This idea is fantastic. This is the most satisfying way to vent." The two exchanged a glance and shared a knowing smile. "But isn't this a bit too ruthless?" Bai Qianqian said with a laugh. "What's wrong? Weren't you just saying we should teach them a harsh lesson?" "Absolutely, I fully support it." Bai Qianqian raised both hands in agreement. After a hearty meal, Bai Qianqian and Yifan did not choose to rest but immediately got to work, heading to fetch the Lingxi spring water. In a corner of Rift Sky Island, a black bear brimming with brute strength was battling fiercely against four people. This ferocious beast was the guardian of the Lingxi spring water, and the four individuals were members of the Long Xiang team. They were locked in an intense struggle with the black bear, finding it extremely difficult to take it down. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner nearby, faint laughter could be heard. "Shall we go?" "Let's go," Yifan responded. Bai Qianqian activated her mind, opening the door space, and the two of them entered simultaneously. When it opened again, the sound of rushing water was already echoing in their ears. "Is this the Lingxi spring water?" Bai Qianqian looked at the spring water continuously gushing out from between the rocks, occasionally emitting emitting white vapor, and could even feel the endless energy within. Yifan's gaze shifted toward the direction where Xueqi and the others were fighting, his expression somewhat resembling that of a thief. Quick, take out the storage bottle. Bai Qianqian immediately retrieved a seemingly ordinary bottle from her spatial ring, opened the lid, and aimed the bottle's mouth at the Lingxi spring water. Surprisingly, the spring water was automatically absorbed into the storage bottle. Although the bottle appeared ordinary, it was the only item capable of collecting Lingxi spring water. It could preserve the water's vitality, allowing it to retain 100% of its effects even after leaving the spring source. Otherwise, even if the Lingxi spring water were collected, it would become no different from regular drinking water after an hour. While operating the storage bottle, Bai Qianqian glanced toward the direction of the fight and said with a wry smile, "Doesn't this make us seem a bit like thieves?" Yifan immediately interrupted her. "What are you talking about? We're helping them. How hard they fight, and after that, they still have to exert effort to collect the spring water. Look at us, we're so much better, we directly saved them this step." Bai Qianqian was both amused and exasperated. Yes, so you're actually helping them. You're such a good person. You deserve a card for being so helpful. However, having grown up in a strictly disciplined family, Bai Qianqian had never done anything like this before, and she couldn't help but feel a burst of exhilaration. But in the blink of an eye, the entire Lingxi spring had completely dried up. The output of one Lingxi spring source was just enough to fill a single storage bottle. "Don?" Yifan asked. The two laughed and left through the airlock. About 10 minutes later, after a fierce struggle, the four finally brought the black bear down to the ground and rushed, panting, to the Lingxi spring. But the smiles on their faces instantly disappeared when they saw the scene before them, replaced by anger. "Damn it! There's old Six. Who is it? This is absolutely disgusting. This is so immoral, actually stealing someone else's hard work." On Lietian Island, curses rose one after another. In a corner of Lietian Island, Bai Qianqian smiled and praised, "Wow, as expected of you, you actually came up with such a wicked idea. Are you complimenting me or insulting me?" Yifan smiled wryly, feeling that Bai Qianqian's words carried a hidden meaning. "Guess what?" She slightly raised the corners of her mouth. "Then I'll take it as a compliment. Then if you say so, so be it." Yifan watched Bai Qianqian step into the air gate, completely unconcerned about the earlier conversation. He opened the map, speculating on where Long Xiang and the others would head next. After pondering for a moment, he pointed at a spot on the map with his finger. "It should be here. Hey, are you coming or not?" Bai Qianqian leaned half her body out of the air door, striking a seductive pose as she asked. Yifan quickly shook off his thoughts and stepped into the door's space. On the other side, Long Xiang and the others were so furious their hearts felt like they might give out. "Captain, who on earth did this? Who else could it be?" "Those two, Bai Qianqian and her companion. Ba Qianqian's door fruit comes and goes without a trace. Who else could it be?" Long Xiang knew in his heart that ever since entering the Lingxi secret realm, he had just had a conflict with Ba Qianqian, and there couldn't possibly be anyone else. Although he was furious, the task of searching for Lingxi spring water had to continue. After resting for a moment, they proceeded to the next location. Meanwhile, behind them, a barely noticeable slit quietly appeared in the air, revealing two eyes, one above and one below, clearly not belonging to the same person. However, the slit quickly closed again, silently, following behind Long Xiang and his group without their awareness. Unsurprisingly, the Lingxi spring water they intended to extract was once again effortlessly taken away. Yifan opened the map again and marked crosses over all the locations of Lingxi spring water they had just passed. "Let's go to the next spot. This time, we'll get there before they do," Yifan said to Bai Qianqian. The latter nodded, understanding Yifan's intention. Long Xiang wouldn't be foolish enough to let them repeatedly snatch the Lingxi spring water while he was fighting fierce beasts. So this time, he decided to sweep up all the Lingxi spring water in one go. The door fruit possesses a natural advantage, allowing for extremely fast collection of spring water. Before Long Xiang and the others could even react, Yifan and his companion had already gathered all the spiritual spring water in the vicinity. As previously mentioned, over the next few days, this scene played out like a scripted performance. Even when they were discovered by ferocious beasts while using the door space to move to the spiritual spring water locations, Yifan showed no fear, intimidating the fierce beasts with his commanding presence and then swiftly killing them. Naturally, the instances of being discovered by beasts were very few, so Yifan's stamina remained unaffected. Although Bai Qianqian frequently used the door space, she was unharmed thanks to the ample supply of stamina potions stored in her spatial ring. Ding! However, the others were not so fortunate. Almost everyone on Rift Sky Island was left dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to be the island with the most spiritual spring water? In every location with spiritual spring water, the beasts were still present, but by the time they managed to kill the beasts, the spring water had already been snatched away. For teams with relatively weaker strength, this was a devastating blow, causing their morale to collapse instantly. At this point, the remaining time for the opening of the spiritual spring secret realm was running out, and most most of them had given up, resorting to complaints. Damn it, coming to Rift Sky Island was clearly a mistake. Is this really the damn Lytion Island? My god, how are we supposed to survive this? Boom! Accompanied by a long, resonant sound, the world of the Lynxie secret realm instantly vanished, and everyone was transported back to the teleportation point at their school. In an instant, the campus of number 1 high school was abuzz with voices and endless discussions. Some were boasting about how many fierce beasts they had slain in the secret realm, others were showing off how their team had obtained several bottles of Lynxie spring water, ensuring at least one bottle per person, while some parents shed tears of regret, mourning the loss of their sons who had tragically perished in the Lynxie secret realm. This is the starting point of their respective lives. Some soar to great heights, while others plummet straight to the bottom. However, this is the harsh reality that every devil fruit user must face. Just 10 minutes later, the rankings for the South Abyss base city in this Lynxie secret realm trial were displayed on the large screens of major schools. First place, by Chanshan, Yifan, South Abyss base city First High School, score 56 bottles of Lynxie spring water. Second place, Wang Zhongtu, Xialinger, South Abyss base city Second High School, score 6 bottles. 17th place, Xueqi, Songshi, South Abyss base city First High School, score 2 bottles. Rank 18, Longxiang, Nanyuan base city number 1 high school, score 1 bottle. Yifan had anticipated this result long ago, so there was nothing worth celebrating. However, the only thing he regretted was that despite killing multiple ferocious beasts, no S-grade refresh card had dropped. As expected, such rare treasures are not easily obtained. The last time he got one was after killing an incredibly fierce Sea King type beast, which made him wonder, could it be that only by killing Sea King type beasts can one acquire them? Seriously, how many Sea King type beasts could there possibly be in this world? Although he encountered 2 this time, that was an extremely rare occurrence. It seemed he could only hope that the weekly refresh would bring some good items. Without an S-grade refresh card, he could only pin his hopes on his own luck. On the number 1 high school campus, the moment the results were announced, everyone was stunned. Immediately, a thunderous wave of discussions erupted. Oh my! The first place is ahead by so much, a full 50 bottles more than the second place. 56 bottles. Even if you drink it like mineral water, it would take more than a week, right? Now we've directly achieved Lynxie spring water freedom. First high is amazing. We are number 1. Is this the advantage of the Dordor fruit? Isn't that too exaggerated? They're actually still a 2-person team. Wait, how did she team up with Yifan? And it's just the 2 of them. Unbelievable, a lone man and woman. Staying in the Lynxie secret realm for so long, I fear. Being able to spend so much time with the campus belle, I'd be willing even if it meant awakening the tremor fruit. Yifan and Bai Chanshan walked together on the way to the administrative building, surrounded by mocking voices directed at him. Yifan is just clinging to someone powerful. Who couldn't do that? I could do it too. Exactly. I really don't know what kind of dumb luck he had to team up with a campus beauty like Bai Chanshan. Disgusting. This time I'm truly disgusted. I heard it was Bai Chanshan who took the initiative to invite Yifan to team up. Really? No way, right? That's the aloof campus belle, and she actually took the initiative to invite Yifan? Unbelievable. It's true, I was there at the time. This Bai Chanshan looks so aloof. It's really puzzling how she could take the initiative to invite Yifan to team up. Sigh. My heart aches. I never thought my goddess would actually like Yifan. Truly unexpected. Bai Chanshan is so beautiful, yet she also likes this type of man, just like those rich women. Simply unbelievable. Please tell me this isn't true. Bai Chanshan is not a good person. Yifan and Bai Chanshan walked along, hearing the murmurs around them, but he paid no attention. That was until he heard someone mocking Bai Chanshan with extremely filthy words. A surge of anger instantly ignited in his heart. They could insult him, but Bai Chanshan was off limits. He cast a glance, and his aura immediately suppressed the surroundings. That person broke out in a cold sweat. Their legs went weak, and they actually knelt down. They felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation. At the same time, Bai Chanshan's icy gaze and Yifan's eyes almost simultaneously landed on that person. To the onlookers, it seemed as though Bai Chanshan merely glanced at them, and they directly knelt before her. However, apart from Bai Chanshan, no one knew that it was actually Yifan's oppressive aura that caused this. At that moment, everyone around was stunned. What kind of oppressive force was this? Just a single glance could make someone kneel? Was Bai Chanshan's gaze truly that terrifying? At that moment, who would still dare to speak ill of her? Shut up! I'll shut up right away. In an instant, the surroundings became so quiet that even the sound of one's own breathing could be heard. All eyes were fixed on Yifan and Bai Chanshan, with some people so nervous they swallowed hard. Just like that, Yifan and Bai Chanshan left under everyone's gaze, and soon after, the faint sound of murmured discussions resumed. Sorry, I dragged you into this. Because of his own reasons, Bai Chanshan was ridiculed by everyone, and Yifan felt a little guilty. This is my own choice. It doesn't count as being implicated. Bai Chanshan shook her head, not minding at all. Yifan was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. He vaguely felt that after coming out of the secret realm, Bai Qianqian seemed like a different person, distinctly different from the one in the Lingxi secret realm. Or perhaps, this was her true self, that aloof campus belle? Qianqian. At this moment, a gentle voice came from the side. Yi Fan turned his head and saw a refined-looking man walking toward them. He wore black-rimmed glasses, had fair skin, and a face full of smiles. Qianqian, you're amazing. You took first place with an overwhelming lead. He quickly walked toward Bai Qianqian, not even sparing Yi Fan a glance, completely ignoring him. This man was none other than the young master of the Ling family from the Nanyuan-based city, Ling Yushuan, a user of the ancient Zoan Tyrannosaurus devil fruit. His strength was remarkable. He was 2 years ahead of Bai Qianqian and Yi Fan, but due to his excellent grades and in pursuit of Bai Qianqian, he chose to stay at the school as a teaching assistant. Bai Qianqian frowned slightly and responded coldly. She seemed displeased either because of his way of addressing her as Qianqian or because he ignored Yi Fan beside her. Let me introduce, this is Yi Fan. Bai Qianqian was about to introduce, but Ling Yushuan directly interrupted her. Qianqian, I know him. I also know you have a kind heart and teamed up with him because no one else was willing to, but you should stay away from people like him in the future, otherwise, it won't be good for you. Bai Qianqian's face instantly darkened. People like him? What kind of people exactly? Senior, you'd better call me by my full name. I don't think we're familiar enough for that. Bai Qianqian's gaze turned sharp as she spoke coldly. If it weren't for Ling Yushuan being the young master of the Ling family and the relationship between their families, she would have long ignored him. At this moment, Ling Yushuan was somewhat stunned. He hadn't expected Bai Qianqian to treat him like this. Could it be because of Yi Fan? Just mentioning Yi Fan made her so upset? She wants to turn against me like this? Qianqian, I'm doing this for your own good. He hurriedly began to explain. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Bai Qianqian. Ling Yushuan. Bai Qianqian, decide who I befriend and get close to. Not even my parents can control that. So what are you to me? What kind of thing are you? These words were extremely harsh, directly shattering all of Ling Yushuan's beautiful fantasies. Ling Yushuan froze, his mind blank. He couldn't understand, he was clearly doing this for Bai Qianqian's sake. If she didn't stay away from Yi Fan, the gossip around her would only become more unpleasant. Even if Bai Qianqian didn't appreciate it, there was no need for her to say such harsh words to him, right? Bai Qianqian had originally intended to leave Ling Yushuan some dignity, but when she thought about how he had just belittled Yi Fan, for some reason, the words that came out of her mouth were like this. She herself was a bit surprised. What was going on? Why was she so unable to tolerate what was said about Yi Fan? However, this is fine too. She had long stopped wanting to deal with this guy. Now it was a good opportunity to shatter Ling Yushuan's fantasies, avoiding further entanglements in the future. Yi Fan, I'm a bit thirsty. Can I have a glass of water? Alright. Bai Qianqian didn't look at him again. She casually said something to Yi Fan and then left with him. Yi Fan. Ling Yushuan's gloomy gaze fixed on their departing figures. Bai Qianqian's words just now were like a heavy slap, fiercely striking his face. The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed, but he neither could nor dared to vent it on Bai Qianqian. Because the Bai family was not someone he could afford to offend, and Bai Qianqian was even more untouchable for him. Therefore, this anger could only be borne by Yi Fan. If it weren't for Yi Fan, how could Bai Qianqian treat him like this? How could things have come to this point? Brother Xian, what's wrong with you? At some point, a young man appeared beside Ling Yushuan. Liang Pong, what are you doing here? Ling Yushuan's face was full of smiles. The earlier gloom had completely disappeared. Isn't that Sister Qianqian? Who's that next to her? Following Ling Yushuan's gaze, the young man named Liang Peng immediately saw the backs of Bai Qianqian and Yi Fan. Yi Fan, Ling Yushuan replied with a helpless smile. Yi Fan? Why is this guy still hanging around Sister Qianqian? Is he clinging to her or something? Brother Xian, why don't you try persuading Sister Qianqian? You have no idea how awful the things people at school are saying. Liang Peng said with a frown. Whatever Qianqian wants to do is her freedom. I don't want to meddle. Ling Yushuan shook his head helplessly, gave a self-deprecating smile, and then directly changed the subject. Alright, let's not talk about this. How was your training today? The two chatted as they walked toward the school's martial arts field. Liang Peng occasionally frowned and looked back, secretly making up his mind. Yi Fan and Bai Qianqian walked to the bottom of the administration building. Who was that person just now? Yi Fan asked. Bai Qianqian was a bit puzzled. You don't know him? He's the teaching assistant at our school, Ling Yushuan, the young master of the Ling family. I don't know him. Yi Fan had just crossed over to this world not long ago, so he was still unfamiliar with many people. He hadn't interacted with that kind of teaching assistant at all, so naturally, he didn't know him. Besides, the young master of the Ling family? Yi Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. Then, the way you turned against him like that, he won't do anything to you, will he? He dares. Isn't he just an ancient Zoan Tyrannosaurus devil fruit user? I'm not afraid of him. Yi Fan smiled. Indeed, Bai Qianqian's strength and background made her unafraid of him. However, Yi Fan vaguely felt that Ling Yushuan was not a simple character. sinister. Although he appeared refined on the surface, there was a sinister aura hidden beneath his smile, definitely not someone to be underestimated. The two chatted for a bit, and then Yi Fan and Bai Qianqian parted ways. Yi Fan walked alone on the way back to the dormitory. Yi Fan. When he walked to a secluded corner, he suddenly heard an abrupt voice behind him. Although he didn't see who it was, he guessed it was most likely his roommates. However, when he turned around and scanned the area, he didn't see any sign of his roommates but instead saw a stranger striding toward him aggressively. Was this? Yi Fan quickly searched his mind for any memory of this face but found nothing. Who is this person? Do I know him? He silently questioned himself, a faint sense of unease creeping into his heart. Yi Fan, what are you looking at? I'm calling you, the man shouted arrogantly. Yi Fan remained expressionless and replied calmly, do we know each other? Whether we know each other or not doesn't matter. What matters is that I know you. I heard you took first place in the Lingxi secret realm. With so much Lingxi spring water, how about lending some to your brother here? The man speaking in front of him was none other than Liang Peng. Earlier, he had followed Ling Yuxuan toward the martial arts arena, already determined in his heart to personally cause trouble for Yi Fan as a way to show his loyalty to Ling Yuxuan. So, he casually found an excuse to leave and headed straight for Yi Fan. Yi Fan merely chuckled and didn't take him seriously at all. When dealing with someone like this, outright ignoring them was the best choice, saying even one more word would be a waste of breath. With that, Yi Fan turned around, ready to leave. Seeing that he was being ignored, Liang Peng grew anxious, quickly stepped forward, stretched out his hand to block Yi Fan, and shouted loudly, hey, I'm talking to you. Do you even know what it means to respect your senior? How did your teacher teach you? Yi Fan stopped in his tracks, looking at the arm stretched out to block his path, feeling increasingly irritated. If this were in the secret realm, that arm would have been gone by now. Move. Yi Fan coldly responded with just one word. Liang Peng laughed uproariously, ha ha, how dare a nobody like you act so arrogant? And also, I advise you to stay away from Bai Qianqian. A toad shouldn't dream of eating swan meat. Wei Ling. Liang Peng suddenly realized he was about to say something wrong and immediately stopped. Yi Fan frowned, thinking to himself, Ling, so that's how it is. Ha, I was wondering why someone would trouble me for no reason. Well, I can't be blamed for this. Ling what? Go on, keep talking. I want to see what kind of ivory can come out of a dog's mouth. Yi Fan still didn't take him seriously. What does it have to do with you? Stop wasting time and hand over the Lingxi spring water. Otherwise, haha, otherwise what? Otherwise, you beg me, call me daddy, and I'll reward you with a bottle. If you call me nicely, like a grandson, I might even reward you with 2 bottles. Yi Fan was not a bad person, but he was certainly not the kind of good person who let others bully him. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, there was no need to reason. Having a strong fist was the real truth. However, he did not intend to make the first move to avoid complications later. When Liang Peng heard Yi Fan actually insult him, his face was a mix of anger and hidden delight. You dog, I'm here to ask you for Lingxi spring water, which is already giving you face. Don't you dare not appreciate it, or else. He. The consequences are not something you can bear. Ha ha, what consequences? I'd like to know. At this moment, Liang Peng could no longer hold back. He immediately activated his fruit ability, and almost instantly, Liang Peng transformed into a dog. A white face with a black head, upright ears, a black and white patterned body, and a streak of black running between his eyes. Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Dog fruit, common type, husky form? Yi Fan was all too familiar with the appearance of a husky. There was no way he could mistake it. Yi Fan showed no sign of panic. Instead, he teased, oh, another dog fruit, dog form. Come on, bark a couple of times for me. Yi Fan's unusual behavior immediately left Liang Peng feeling a bit puzzled. He had already drawn his sword, yet Yi Fan wasn't afraid. Moreover, he even appeared completely nonchalant, calm and composed. Isn't he a tremor fruit user? How could such a useless person not be afraid of me? It was simply inconceivable. Liang Peng couldn't figure out what on earth Yi Fan was thinking. No time to think about it. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. After all, he was Yi Fan's senior, and even though he was just an ordinary dog fruit user, there was no way he couldn't defeat a useless tremor fruit user younger than him, right? He absolutely refused to believe such a thing could happen. And yet, Yi Fan had the audacity to mock him. Liang Peng couldn't tolerate it at all. Roar! With an angry roar, Liang Peng dropped to all fours and charged at Yi Fan at full speed, leaping into the air and revealing his sharp dog claws. At that moment, Yi Fan merely smiled, casually and effortlessly raising his right hand. Then, in the next moment, bang! After a loud noise, Liang Peng froze as if the scene had been paused, his neck effortlessly seized by Yi Fan, leaving him unable to move. At this moment, Liang Peng's pupils were filled with shock, his eyes wide with fear. How could this be possible? He had personally investigated Yi Fan's background. Since childhood, he had been an orphan with a frail constitution, never having the chance to taste even a bite of ferocious beast meat, let alone obtain any physique-enhancing elixirs. And now, he had awakened the seemingly useless tremor fruit. But why was his strength so terrible? terrifying, able to firmly control him with just one hand. Moreover, he had blocked his full force attack. How could this be possible? What was going on? In this instant, his understanding of Yifan completely collapsed. His eyes were filled with panic, boundless fear engulfing his entire being, even numbing his body to the point where he felt no pain. Please, let me go." A crisp sound rang out. Liang Peng could no longer make a sound because his throat had been completely crushed. Another loud bang. Liang Peng was heavily slammed to the ground by Yifan, instantly creating a large pit. It was unclear how many bones in his body had been broken. At the same time, the powerful impact caused him to lose consciousness. Yifan stood to the side, a trace of disdainful smile on his face. What a pitiful guy. Following Ling Yuxuan is truly your misfortune. He never intended to beat Liang Peng to a pulp, nor did he plan to ask why he came looking for trouble, because Yifan already understood in his heart that what he needed to do now was to make an example out of him, with the purpose of giving Ling Yuxuan a warning. After severely injuring Liang Peng, Yifan turned and walked away. But after taking just 2 steps, he turned his head back. "Today is just your bad luck. Who told me to suddenly remember something? Such a wicked person. It seems I can't let you off so easily today." With a single thought, the power of vibration gathered in his right fist, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bang! 4 crisp sounds in succession. 4 punches, all landing on Liang Peng's elbows and knees. The bones shattered instantly, leaving a bloody mess. From the earlier fall, the bones might have only cracked, but these 4 punches practically pulverized his bones into fragments on a large scale. Just as Yifan turned to leave, images of Liang Peng bullying the weak flashed through his mind, including scenes of him abusing helpless women. Given this opportunity, he had to make Liang Peng taste what it felt like to be oppressed. It was also a way to vent the anger of those who had suffered under him. After delivering the 4 punches, Yifan walked away without looking back. "Hey, what is that? A body. Someone's been killed. Someone's been killed. Aha!" A young couple happened to pass by and unexpectedly stumbled upon a mangled corpse. Oh my god! It scared them out of their wits. 10 minutes later, the school doctor arrived at the scene, and even he was shocked. "Whoa, this is way too brutal. All the bones at the critical joints are completely shattered. This person is probably ruined." The school doctor's shocked tone carried a hint of delight. Although his face was covered in blood, he could clearly recognize who this person was. On the surface, he seemed like a well-behaved student, but behind the scenes, who knows how many bad deeds he had committed. The number of people sent to the school clinic because of him was so high that the doctor couldn't even keep track. Yet, when asked who had injured them, not a single person was willing to reveal the truth. The fear in their hearts kept them silent. Even if they didn't say anything, how could the school doctor not know? With his rich experience, he could roughly deduce who was responsible just by examining the depth and pattern of the wounds. He simply chose not to say it out loud. Since the injured students were so hesitant, they must have their own concerns. As a school doctor, he couldn't meddle too much. Now, seeing Liang Peng in such a predicament, he secretly rejoiced. If it weren't for the crowd, he might have even clapped in celebration. However, he still had his responsibilities to uphold. If it weren't for those, he would have wanted to kick him a few more times to vent his anger. Despite his feelings, he still brought Liang Peng back to the emergency room and coordinated with various departments to save him. Nanyuan-based City No. 1 High School. Sunlight streamed through the windows into the room. Ling Yuxuan sat leisurely at the coffee table, sipping tea, dressed in a suit and tie, his face full of smiles. From his appearance, he seemed like a refined and cultured gentleman. At that moment, someone hurriedly knocked on the door and entered, whispering something in his ear. "All right, I understand." Ling Yuxuan waved his hand, and once again, he was the only one left in the room. Suddenly, the sunlight disappeared, and at the same time, the smile on his face vanished as well. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and a sinister aura filled his entire face. Yifan actually dared to beat Liang Peng like this. Ha! The opportunity has arrived. Ling Yuxuan's face revealed a sinister smile, as if it was his nature. However, in front of others, he always appeared amiable, while secretly harboring other plans. He never even considered why Yifan was able to beat Liang Peng into such a state. He didn't care, nor was he concerned. In his eyes, Liang Peng was nothing more than a pawn he could manipulate at will, an insignificant underling. Ling Yuxuan indeed hadn't instructed Liang Peng to cause trouble for Yifan, but he was secretly scheming in his heart. At this moment, he was incredibly excited, because he finally had the chance to ruin Yifan, and this time, he could openly and righteously trample Yifan underfoot. Justice would become his weapon. With such a justification, even with Bai Qianshan backing Yifan, it would be to no avail. He would stand on the moral high ground and mercilessly take control of Yifan. Inside the emergency room, Liang Peng lay on the white hospital bed. Outside the emergency room, it was Liang Peng's family and his homeroom teacher. What exactly happened? How did my son end up like this? Liang Peng's father, Liang Tianqing, stared coldly at the homeroom teacher, while the woman sitting at the emergency room door was already in tears. She She was Liang Peng's mother, Jiang Xia. Old Liang, I told you long ago to discipline our son. Discipline our son? You just wouldn't listen. Our son's misfortune today is all you're doing. Liang Tianqing clenched his fists and slammed them hard against the wall. What's the point of saying this now? The most important thing is to find the person who harmed our son. Make sure to tear him to pieces. Liang Tianqing immediately turned his head and questioned a man. Who exactly did this to my Panger? This man was Liang Peng's little sidekick, Liang Kuei. At this moment, faced with Liang Tianqing's questioning, Liang Kuei froze. I don't know. He was extremely frightened at this moment, terrified that Liang Tianqing would vent all his anger on him. You don't know? Aren't you always with my son? You're telling me now that you don't know? Liang Tianqing's anger deepened further, and he really wanted to punch Liang Kuei. At this moment, Liang Kuei was almost scared to the point of losing control. I think I remember now. Liang Kuei finally revealed everything he knew to Liang Tianqing. Yi Fan? Who is this person? Liang Kuei trembled and said, a junior, who just awakened the tremor fruit. Liang Tianqing was immediately puzzled. The tremor fruit? Isn't that a useless fruit? How could it beat my son, who possesses a Zoan-type devil fruit, into this state? But, according to Liang Kuei's account, that day he only had contact with Yi Fan, and after going to find Yi Fan, there was no further news. Who else could it be? At this moment, Liang Tianqing's fury burned once again. Yi Fan? Damn it! I will definitely kill you. How dare you cripple my son? Liang Tianqing cursed angrily. Upon hearing this name, he quickly searched his memory. He was very certain that this guy named Yi Fan absolutely had no family. Background. Liang Tianqing took a step forward, intending to rush out the door. Fortunately, a group of people from the school stopped him. Mr. Liang, please calm down. We don't have conclusive evidence pointing to Yi Fan right now. You can't be so impulsive. Please wait for us to investigate thoroughly, okay? Liang Peng's homeroom teacher nervously tried to persuade him. He also felt upset about what had happened, but after listening to the conversation between the Liang couple, he was a bit stunned. In his eyes, Liang Peng had always been an obedient and good student. Yet the parents' words seemed to imply that they didn't usually discipline Liang Peng much. He had always thought Liang Peng's upbringing was very strict. Could it be that Liang Peng had secretly done something wrong behind their backs? The homeroom teacher couldn't be sure. Everything would have to wait until the investigation was complete. Just as Liang Peng's father was arguing with the school staff, a voice suddenly rang out. Liang Tianqing, your son is still lying in there. Liang Peng's mother, Jiang Xia, shouted angrily. This roar finally made the furious Liang Tianqing calm down. However, he still felt unwilling in his heart. Turning around, he slammed his fist hard onto the ground. Dormitory of Nanyuan Base City No. 1 High School. Yi Fan, you sly guy, secretly contacting the school beauty and not even telling us. Exactly, we even tried hard to persuade you not to go to the Lingxi secret realm, but you didn't say a word. Turns out you secretly teamed up with the school beauty and didn't want to include us. Seriously, having such a good thing happen and not sharing it with your good brothers. Hey, how did you manage to get close to the campus belle? She's known as the Ice Queen, and there are probably only a handful of people in our school who can even talk to her, right? Be honest, when you and the campus belle were in the secret realm, just the two of you, did anything happen? Yi Fan had just returned to the dormitory when he was bombarded with a flurry of questions from his roommates. The news that he and Bai Chanshan had secured first place in the Lingxi secret realm for the entire base city had already spread across the campus, and his roommates were naturally aware of it. For a moment, Yi Fan didn't know how to explain and simply said, I didn't do anything. She was the one who wanted to team up with me. However, this honest answer was met with ridicule from all his roommates. Yi Fan, can you at least draft your lies before bragging? You're even claiming the campus belle took the initiative to team up with you. Yeah, how can someone with the tremor fruit say such big words? I don't believe it. The entire dormitory instantly fell into a state of chaotic bombardment. Just then, the sound of footsteps quietly approached. The noise in the dormitory continued unabated as the sound of footsteps gradually approached. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside Yi Fan's dormitory door. Who is it? A roommate near the door stood up and asked loudly. Then, the door was opened, and at that very moment, the smiles of everyone in the dormitory almost instantly disappeared. Confused, surprised, at a loss, they clearly saw several people with serious expressions standing outside the door, including the dean, Liang Peng's homeroom teacher, Liang Tianqing, and even the vice principal in charge of security. Everyone in the dormitory was almost inexplicably shocked, except for Yi Fan, who appeared very calm. The roommates' minds began to race wildly, racking their brains to think about what bad things they might have done recently. Could it be the teacher found out about me skipping class? I've been behaving myself lately, haven't done anything wrong. Could it be that the school teachers came personally to give Yi Fan an award? Did my affair with the junior cause a stir with the school authorities? In short, when the dean and the vice principal personally come to the dormitory, it's definitely not a good sign. Who is Yi Fan? The dean asked asked sternly. At this moment, all the roommates finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they weren't the ones in trouble. However, Yifan wasn't intimidated by the dean's authority. He had already anticipated that someone would come looking for him, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly, nor for it to be such a big deal. As soon as the dean finished speaking, Yifan raised his hand. I am. The dean and his group turned their gaze to Yifan, a hint of curiosity in their eyes. His composure made him stand out. Clearing his throat, the dean said, Ahem. Well, Yifan, come with us for a bit. We need to understand something. Yifan nodded. He didn't avoid it, nor could he. After Yifan was taken away, everyone in the dormitory leaned over the balcony, whispering to each other. What did Yifan do to make the school go to such lengths? Yes, and did you notice just now? Vice Principal Tan even came. This is serious. There must have been some kind of safety incident. I think I just remembered something. I heard that half an hour ago, a senior was beaten and left disabled at school. At this moment, all the roommates were stunned. The senior, and he was beaten to the point of being crippled? Was this something Yifan could have done? In their impression, Yifan was not a violent person. He had an excellent character. How could he possibly do such a thing? Moreover, the reason they found it so unbelievable was also because they hadn't expected even Vice Principal Tan to show up. Just how big of a mistake had Yifan made? But in reality, they didn't know that. What? Vice Principal Tan had only reluctantly come to maintain order under the pressure from Ling Yuxuan's family. If it weren't for Ling Yuxuan's pressure, he would never have personally dealt with such a trivial matter. After a long silence, do you think, could it really have been Yifan who did it? Not sure. Coming directly to the dormitory to demand someone, they must already have evidence, right? My God, is this something a tremor fruit user can do? Everyone in the dormitory was utterly shocked. Inside the office of the Academic Affairs Department, a crowd surrounded Yifan, as if interrogating him. Speak, say it wasn't you who injured my son. Despite trying to restrain himself, Liang Tianqing couldn't help but shout angrily the moment he saw Yifan. The homeroom teacher immediately stopped Liang Tianqing, fearing he might do something extreme. However, even the teacher dared not act rashly, as this was still a school. All eyes were fixed on Yifan. He tried to steal my Lingxi spring water, Yifan said calmly, without any agitation, as if injuring Liang Peng was the most natural thing in the world. The dean immediately reprimanded him. Even so, you shouldn't have paid him any attention. Why did you have to seriously injure him? He struck first, Yifan replied. These simple words were enough for Liang Tianqing to almost confirm that his son had indeed been injured by Yifan. He couldn't help but shout, nonsense. My son has always been kind and considerate, never causing trouble. How could he possibly try to steal your Lingxi spring water and even attack you? A faint smile appeared on Yifan's lips. Kind and considerate? Never causing trouble? His filthy hands were practically at my throat. And you call that not causing trouble? Ridiculous. But before Yifan could continue, a voice interrupted him. That's right. As Liang Peng's homeroom teacher, I know this child very well. He would never do such a thing. The voice came from Liang Peng's homeroom teacher, Wen Dayun. From his tone, Yifan could tell Wen Dayun was very agitated. In class, Liang Peng indeed behaved well, but that was merely a facade. The misdeeds he committed in secret were completely unknown to Wen Dayun. However, compared to Yifan's bluntness, Wen Dayun preferred to believe what he had observed. More importantly, he had already received money from the Ling family. A mocking smile appeared on Yifan's lips. Then I could also say that I'm usually a gentle person. How could I possibly do such a thing? You ask me for evidence, but where's your evidence? Faced with Yifan's questioning, Wen Dayun looked as if he'd been slapped, his face instantly turning red. Perhaps Yifan's words had provoked him, as his emotions were now even more intense than Liang Tianqing's. You want evidence? I have it. Liang Peng had a note on him that said, Yifan's dad was here, beat up Liang Peng. Are you going to deny that you left it? These words left even Liang Tianqing stunned. Wasn't the homeroom teacher at the hospital stopping me earlier, saying we needed to find evidence? Now it's like he's a different person, making things up even without proof. However, he didn't say much, knowing that Wen Dayun was now on his side, which was all the better for him. Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ah, so if I were to break your son's leg and leave a note saying, Dad has violent tendencies, broke my leg, would the culprit then be you? Faced with Yifan's question, Wen Dayun was left speechless. Moreover, he seemed to detect a hint of threat in Yifan's words. Yifan might actually break his son's leg. After all, Liang Peng lying in the emergency room was proof enough. Just as the argument reached a stalemate, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. Everyone turned their puzzled gazes toward the office door. Moments later, a group of people rushed in from outside. Yifan raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking to himself, it's actually the homeroom teacher and the other subject teachers? Are they here to hold me accountable? Before this, Yifan had never thought anyone would stand up for him. After all, at school, he had no family background and wasn't exactly a standout student. Scanning the room, Yifan quickly spotted the woman woman leading the group. It was his homeroom teacher, Lin Shui. Once inside, Lin Shui immediately walked up to Yifan, panting heavily as she asked him, "Yifan, tell me, what happened?" Hearing this, Yifan was momentarily stunned, his brief days preventing him from reacting in time. That tone, it didn't seem like she was here to blame him, did it? So, Yifan recounted the entire incident to Lin Shui without leaving out any details. After listening, Lin Shui's face turned bright red. "What gives you the right to pin the blame on my student? Yifan is usually such a polite child, there's no way he would have been the one to strike Liang Peng first. And teacher 1, you said you have evidence? But what you mentioned, does that even count as evidence?" When Dayun seemed to be struck at the core by Lin Shui's words and was momentarily at a loss for a response, the dean, sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, put on a fake smile and said, "Well then, I suggest we wait for Liang Peng to wake up, hear his testimony, and then make a decision." As soon as the words were spoken, the room fell silent, and no one said a word. Cough, cough, cough. Vice Principal Tan pretended to cough, trying to give both sides a hint. Although he stood on Liang Peng's side, the current situation was indeed pointless. Since the principal has spoken, I'll let you off today, kid. But just you wait, I definitely won't let you off next time. Humph. Liang Tianqing angrily turned his face away and left. Clearly, they weren't worried about Yifan running away, because if Yifan really fled, it would be equivalent to admitting guilt. Yifan also understood that Liang Tianqing would definitely cause trouble for him in secret. However, he knew in his heart that if Liang Tianqing dared to come, he was fully capable of making sure that father and son ended up in the same hospital ward. After the group left, Yifan also departed. Lin Shui watched his gradually receding figure, her brows slightly furrowed, and said softly, "He doesn't seem to show the slightest sign of fear at all." After returning to the dormitory, Yifan found the entrance already crowded with people. The incident had almost spread throughout the entire campus, and those at the door were almost all classmates who had been bullied by Liang Peng in the past. At this moment, they looked at Yifan with eyes full of admiration, as if he were their hero. Yifan walked into the dormitory with a confused expression and, after closing the door, asked, "What are they here for?" The few people in the dormitory said excitedly, "Brother Fan, the whole school knows about it now. You've become famous. Yeah, we didn't expect you to get out of it unscathed. It's really impressive." Yes, it's their first time witnessing the power of the tremor fruit, so they came specifically to observe. One of the roommates approached Yifan and whispered, "Brother Fan, do you know? I was so worried just now, afraid they'd drag you straight to the little black room to work on sewing machines." He was the roommate closest to Yifan in the dormitory, named Wu Hao. Yifan gave a wry smile, feeling touched in his heart. This was truly a good roommate, even thinking about such details. "Don't worry, without solid evidence, I'll be fine. Besides, a clear conscience fears no shadow." Everyone nodded one after another, clearly trusting Yifan's judgment. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knocking sound at the door again. Everyone's gaze instantly locked onto the door. "Brother Fan, could it be so soon? Get out of here. You jinx. That's impossible." Then the door opened, and when they saw it was the dorm supervisor aunt, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But why was the aunt here at this time? Could she be here to join the commotion? Just as everyone was wondering, the aunt spoke. "Who is Yifan? There's someone named by Chanxian downstairs looking for you." This sentence was like a bombshell, instantly exploding among the crowd. The campus belle was looking for him again? This really seemed inseparable from Yifan. Wu Hao joked, "Brother Fan, you didn't do something bad inside, did you? That's why she's come looking for you?" Yifan slapped Wu Hao on the back, the crisp sound echoing through the dormitory. "Wu Hao, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll pluck your nose hairs." Of course, Yifan was just joking, his tone filled with teasing. Wu Hao immediately covered his nose and joked, "Bro, I was wrong. Spare my nose hair. It really hurts." Afterward, Yifan went downstairs, and everyone's eyes were still focused on him, wanting to see what would happen next. When he reached the dormitory entrance, a crowd of onlookers had also gathered outside. "What do you want with me?" Yifan asked. Bai Qianxian glanced around, then with a thought, opened the air door. The two of them walked in together, leaving the crowd in awe. In the space inside the door, a trace of guilt flashed across Bai Qianxian's pale face. "I'm sorry, why do you say that?" Yifan responded with a smile. "I know that Liang Peng and Ling Yuxuan have an unusual relationship, so..." Yifan smiled and said, "So this has nothing to do with you. I'm the one who hit him, so naturally, I will face everything. But isn't all of this because of me?" Bai Qianxian felt a warmth in her heart as she realized Yifan was still standing up for her, but at the same time, she felt increasingly embarrassed. She understood what kind of person Ling Yuxuan was. In the past, many people had tried to pursue her, but they all disappeared quietly, and some even vanished from the world entirely. If one or two cases could be considered coincidences, it would be hard to explain why every single one ended the same way. At first, Bai Qianxian never imagined that all of this was Ling Yuxuan's doing. Gradually, she realized that among all her suitors, only Ling Yuxuan remained unscathed. Yet, he didn't give off the impression of being a ruthless villain. It wasn't until one day day when Bai Qianqian witnessed Liang Peng's actions firsthand that she began to connect the dots between their relationship and suddenly understood much more. However, faced with Ling Yuxuan's family background, Bai Qianqian felt powerless. Moreover, these matters weren't carried out by him personally. It was at that moment that Bai Qianqian truly grasped the depth of this man's scheming. This was why she behaved so aloof and difficult to approach. When she initially invited Yifan to form a team, she had deliberated for a long time, carefully planning every detail before making the decision. Yifan's lips curved slightly upward as he gazed into Bai Qianqian's eyes and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? If you hadn't been willing to help me, if you hadn't teamed up with me, none of this would have happened. How could I possibly blame you for lending a hand?" Bai Qianqian also looked at Yifan, and the two exchanged a smile without saying more. After so many days of training in the Lingxi secret realm, even though they hadn't faced life and death situations, they had at least shared hardships together. Bai Qianqian still couldn't forget the sword strike during their confrontation with the ferocious Sea King beast. The two stared at each other for a long time before Bai Qianqian finally snapped out of it, her cheeks instantly flushing red. "So, why did you deal such a heavy blow to Liang Peng?" Bai Qianqian asked in confusion. "I knew he was sent by Ling Yuxuan. It was just a warning to others," Yifan replied casually. Bai Qianqian was slightly shocked, not expecting him to know that Liang Peng and Ling Yuxuan were in cahoots. This level of judgment was truly unbelievable. Yifan smiled. "What, didn't expect me to be this kind of person?" He continued, "I'm the type of person who might not repay kindness, but I always avenge grievances, and I don't like procrastination. I just wanted to say, if something like this happens in the future, you can call me. That way, it will be even more seamless." Bai Qianqian laughed heartily. Yifan's smile carried a hint of surprise. "It seems you've thought things through quite thoroughly." She actually said something like this, which was equivalent to fully supporting him, or rather, favoring his side. And what she said was, indeed correct. With the help of someone as capable as Bai Qianqian, handling matters like this would certainly be much more convenient. Days passed, and Liang Peng still hadn't woken up. Yifan could only stay at school, unable to go out. That day, as night fell and his roommates turned off the lights, Yifan lay in bed, ready to rest. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang out. Hint, 3 seconds until the next item refresh. Hint, 2 seconds until the next item refresh. Hint, 1 second until the next item refresh. System shop items have been refreshed. The drowsiness that had been lingering was instantly dispelled upon hearing the system notification sound. The third system refresh is here? His heart tightened, and with a thought, he immediately opened the system interface and entered the store. Brand new items once again appeared on the futuristic screen. The first item, Luffy's hat from One Piece. It should look good when worn, but it's practically useless, merely representing a sense of nostalgia. Yifan continued scrolling down. 6. Zoro's 3 earrings. Price, 1 yuan. What? This time, the system store refresh turned out to be a decoration-themed special? Absolutely absurd. Yifan kept scrolling, unsurprised to find that there were still none of the items he had been hoping for. Things like Fujitora's observation haki, Kaido's armament haki, Mihawk's swordsmanship, or the Navy's 6 styles, none of them were there. Not even a trace. As expected, without the S-level refresh card, there really are no good items. He had even been counting on his own luck before. How laughable. What kind of nonsense luck? It doesn't exist. He must be an African refugee for sure. This is just too unfair. However, even if these items weren't exactly what he wanted, he couldn't let this opportunity go to waste. After some careful selection, Yifan finally set his sights on one particular item. A black weapon, though it didn't emit the radiant glow of the previous S-class items. 9. A baseball bat with sea stone. Price, 1 yuan. Hiss, Yifan drew in a sharp breath. Sea stone? Without a doubt, in the absence of S-class items, this was a true treasure. It's worth noting that in One Piece, sea stone is a rare mineral, a peculiar stone found only in specific seas. It's extremely difficult to process, with a hardness that is said to rival that of diamonds. Most importantly, when it comes into contact with a devil fruit user, it can temporarily nullify their powers. Yifan was absolutely certain that in this world, sea stone didn't exist, nor were there any individuals capable of mastering haki. Logia-type ability users were practically invincible, but, with this sea stone-infused iron bat in hand, Yifan could confidently call himself the nemesis of Logia users. Scenes of battle began to play out in his mind, filling him with excitement. Was there even a need to hesitate? Buy it. Take it immediately. With a single thought, Yifan made the purchase in an instant. Flash sale successful. The flash sale item has been stored in the system space. Although Yifan was excited, he remained calm and stepped out onto the balcony. He opened the system space and retrieved the only item inside. Moments later, a black baseball bat appeared in his hand. The bat's body was nearly pitch black, made of Q275 steel, while the front half was a mixture of sea stone and steel. The handle was connected with red wood. This type of steel was among the hardest materials, and with the addition of sea stone stone, it was practically indestructible. Yifan kept swinging the baseball bat in his hand. Although it wasn't an S-grade item, at this critical moment, it was comparable to S-grade. A few days later, at the first hospital of Nanyuan Base City, in Liang Peng's hospital room, his mother, Jiang Xia, stayed by his side almost constantly, rarely leaving. She was afraid of missing the moment her son woke up and even more worried that if something went wrong, she wouldn't be able to see her son one last time. Cough, cough, cough. A sound echoed through the quiet hospital room. Jiang Xia, who had been resting with her eyes closed, immediately opened them and turned her gaze toward her son, Liang Peng. The scene before her made her scream uncontrollably. Ah! The commotion startled the nurse, who quickly ran over and asked, "Ma'am, what's wrong? This is a hospital. Please keep your voice down." Nurse, my son is awake," Jiang Xia exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Liang Peng. Subsequently, the hospital immediately initiated a consultation to further analyze Liang Peng's condition. The final result was that although Liang Peng had regained consciousness and his vital signs had basically returned to normal, recovery would not be easy due to the severe bone fractures. His entire throat was completely damaged, and he currently could not speak. Whether he could recover depended on whether money could solve the problem. Upon hearing this result, Jiang Xia's eyes almost welled up with tears. But for her, her son waking up was already a blessing amidst misfortune. Just 2 hours later, the homeroom teachers of both parties and Yifan had arrived at the hospital. The moment Yifan walked into the ward, Liang Peng immediately saw him, and a look of terror appeared in his eyes. Seeing Yifan's face, Liang Peng seemed to have encountered a living demon. The scene of being subdued by him with one hand involuntarily flashed through his mind. That boundless sense of fear struck again, and lying on the hospital bed, he instinctively wanted to curl backward, only to find himself completely unable to move. His face, which still had some color moments ago, instantly turned pale. Seeing this, Liang Tianqing immediately stepped forward to hold his son and comforted him. "Son, don't be afraid. The teacher is here to seek justice for you." Yifan heard this and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seek justice? This doesn't look like seeking justice at all. Could it be that they want to fabricate evidence and wish for my demise? Liang Peng's homeroom teacher, Wen Dayun, also spoke up. "Don't worry, Liang Peng. You're very safe here. No one will dare to harm you again. Now, we have a few questions to ask you. Please answer truthfully. Do you remember what happened on the day you were injured? If you do, please nod." Everyone's gaze focused on Liang Peng, who was lying on the bed. Liang Peng pondered for a moment and finally nodded after making eye contact with his father, Liang Tianqing. At that moment, the fury in Liang Tianqing's heart finally erupted. His veins bulged as he shouted angrily, "Look, you still say it wasn't you. The evidence is right here. What other excuse do you have to argue?" Facing Liang Tianqing's rage, Yifan did not panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mocking smile. "This is the so-called evidence you're talking about? My son said it was you who injured him. Isn't that enough?" On the side, Wen Dayun also joined the fray, angrily saying, "Exactly. My student has already said so, and you still want to argue?" Yifan turned his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Wen Dayun. "Teacher, do you need me to give another example about your son?" Wen Dayun was rendered speechless by this remark, which was clearly a blatant threat. He glanced at Liang Peng, who was still lying on the bed, and felt a pang of unease, not daring to speak further. "I thought it was someone else, turns out it's Yifan." At this moment, a familiar voice sounded from outside the door. Then the door was pushed open, and 2 people walked in. Yifan shifted his gaze to the door, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The person was none other than Ling Yuxuan. He walked into the room, and the person standing behind him turned out to be Vice Principal Tan. Yifan's heart trembled. He hadn't expected Vice Principal Tan to be one of his people. No wonder he had personally come to the dormitory before. Filled with doubt, Yifan hadn't anticipated that the matter would alarm the vice principal. Thinking back now, everything suddenly made sense. However, after Ling Yuxuan entered the room, he didn't speak nor did he seem inclined to say much. Yifan softly said, "Senior, why are you here? What advice do you have for me?" Yifan wasn't surprised by Ling Yuxuan's arrival. If he hadn't come, that would have been truly strange. Liang Peng was originally his pawn, and now there was a perfect opportunity to suppress Yifan. How could he possibly miss it? Ling Yuxuan adjusted his glasses and smiled righteously. "Liang Peng is my good friend. If he was injured for no reason, I definitely..." Before Ling Yuxuan could finish speaking, Yifan interrupted directly. Cut the nonsense. Isn't it just because you saw the school beauty standing next to me that you sent Liang Peng to cause trouble for me?" Looking at Ling Yuxuan's hypocritical appearance, he couldn't be bothered to watch him continue his performance and said bluntly, "If you want to mess with me, why go through all this trouble? I'll give you a chance right now. Tomorrow, yes tomorrow, let's meet directly in the arena." Yifan's words instantly made everyone present understand the truth of the matter. Liang Tianqing glared angrily at Ling Yuxuan, fully aware of the influence of the Ling family in the Nanyuan Bay City, and naturally dared not act rashly. He simply said coldly, "Who would have thought? Turns out young Master Ling is this kind of person. No wonder my son was inexplicably beaten like this. The real culprit is you. Jiang Xia cried and shouted even louder. You. It's all your fault that my son ended up like this. Apart from the vice principal and Liang Peng's homeroom teacher Wen Dayun, everyone suddenly came to their senses and began discussing fervently. Listening to the chatter, Ling Yuxuan blushed and immediately responded, "Fine, I'll grant you this ridiculous request." For Ling Yuxuan, this was exactly the outcome he desired, and he felt secretly pleased. As for the others' discussions about him, Ling Yuxuan didn't care at all. Yi Fan chuckled lightly after hearing this. "So, you're admitting that you instructed Liang Peng to come and trouble me?" Ling Yuxuan naturally wouldn't admit it, as that wasn't the truth. "I didn't do that. I merely mentioned that you and Bai Qianqian seem to be quite close. As for what happened later, you'll have to ask Liang Peng." Then he turned to Liang Peng and said, "Right?" Despite being beaten so badly, Liang Peng's loyalty to young Master Ling remained unwavering. Indeed, as Ling Yuxuan said, the matter was entirely Liang Peng's own idea and had nothing to do with young Master Ling. He nodded affirmatively. "How about this? I'll take care of all the follow-up regarding Liang Peng. Let's leave it at that for today, shall we?" Ling Yuxuan said with a smile to everyone. He had originally come to make things difficult for Yi Fan, but he hadn't expected Yi Fan to directly challenge him to a duel in the arena. This was the outcome he was most satisfied with. Since he had the chance to personally take down Yi Fan, there was no need to resort to other means. That was why he said what he did. Jiang Xia seemed somewhat reluctant after hearing this. But, before she could finish, her husband Liang Tianqing interrupted her. That's fine, I have no objections." Then, he glanced at Jiang Xia. Yi Fan smiled faintly. In fact, Ling Yuxuan's involvement meant he could invest more funds, allowing his son to recover faster while also indebting Ling Yuxuan to their family. Truly a clever calculation. Since Liang Tianqing's family and Ling Yuxuan had no objections, the others naturally wouldn't have any either. However, the homeroom teacher Lin Shui quietly approached Yi Fan, furrowing her brows and whispering, "Are you crazy? He's Ling Yuxuan. Can you even beat him? This is suicide. Although I don't know what happened in the secret realm, I can roughly guess that you clung to Bai Qianqian's coattails. Don't think that just because you got first place, you can swell with confidence." Lin Shui, who was no more than in her early 20s and quite attractive, spoke. Regarding Lin Shui's concern, Yi Fan merely smiled faintly. "Sister Shui, you have to trust me." Ding! Lin Shui glanced at him and said with a bitter smile, "I can't be bothered with you. Anyway, I've already warned you, how you choose is up to you." After saying that, she turned and left. The matter ended there. On the campus of First High School, Bai Qianqian walked along the campus path, preparing to head to the martial arts arena to study her swordsmanship. "Hey, have you heard? Yi Fan is going to challenge assistant instructor Ling Yuxuan." "Really? Isn't Yi Fan the one with the tremor fruit ability?" "Yeah, unbelievable, right? I think he's way too overconfident." "You know, Ling Yuxuan is a user of the ancient Zoan Tyrannosaurus devil fruit. This is practically a one-sided fight." "Ancient Zoan? That's way too strong. Yi Fan is definitely doomed." "I heard Yi Fan was the one who proposed it." "Do you think he's lost his mind? Seriously? Yi Fan proposed it himself? Such arrogance, just wait for the show tomorrow." Bai Qianqian passed by, her ears constantly catching discussions about Yi Fan and Ling Yuxuan's duel tomorrow, but she wasn't surprised. After all, she had witnessed Yi Fan's strength firsthand. Some ancient Zoan Tyrannosaurus devil fruit was nothing worth mentioning in front of Yi Fan. What truly surprised Bai Qianqian was that Yi Fan had actually taken the initiative to challenge Ling Yuxuan. Could it be for me? Is it to stop Ling Yuxuan from harassing me? She felt a secret joy in her heart, and her cheeks even unconsciously flushed red. At 11:30 a.m. the next day, at the gladiatorial arena of Nanyuan Bay City, there were still 30 minutes before the duel officially began. The venue was shaped like a soccer field, surrounded by over 20 rows of tiered seats, with the entire arena capable of accommodating 10,000 people. A banner hung overhead, promoting today's duel. In fact, all of this was arranged by Ling Yuxuan, who even spent money on external promotions. As a result, what was originally a low-profile duel had been hyped up to a fever pitch, with the arena packed with spectators. He wasn't doing this for anything else but to crush Yi Fan in front of everyone, especially in front of Bai Qianqian, and to showcase his strength. In the preparation room, Ling Yuxuan paced back and forth, appearing extremely excited, as if he couldn't wait any longer. In contrast, Yi Fan sat quietly on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting without a trace of tension. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from the door. Yi Fan opened his eyes, a faint curiosity rising in his heart. Who could it be? "Come in." The door was pushed open, and the first thing that came into view was a slender, snow-white leg. "Bai Qianqian, why are you here?" Today, Bai Qianqian was dressed particularly provocatively, wearing black denim ultra-short shorts, paired with a white silk crop top, her black hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. She closed the door, sat down beside Yi Fan, and pouted. "Yi Fan, how could you not tell me about something this big? I had to hear it from someone else." From her tone, Yi Fan could easily detect her resentment. He smiled wryly, completely completely unprepared for the possibility of staying in contact after leaving the Lingxi's secret realm, and naturally hadn't thought of informing her. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Sorry, I forgot. Next time, for sure. Bai Qianqian shot him a sidelong glance, clearly dissatisfied with his response. Knock knock. The door was knocked on again. Come in, Yi Fan said. The door opened, and the staff member who entered showed a hint of surprise upon seeing Bai Qianqian present. The staff here were temporary hires, coincidentally also students from first high school, so he naturally recognized Bai Qianqian. Although he'd heard about Ji Fan and Bai Qianqian's involvement in the Lingxi secret realm, seeing it with his own eyes still left him incredulous. The staff handed over 3 sheets of paper and an ink pad box. Yi Fan took a look. Life and death contract? This was really taking things too far. I just wanted to teach Ling Yuxuan a lesson, not take his life outright. Seems like he really wants me dead. Well then, I won't hold back. If he doesn't die, I'll make sure he's half crippled. Without hesitation, Yi Fan signed his name and pressed his fingerprint. At exactly noon, the audience's excitement had reached its peak. Amid thunderous cheers, Yi Fan and Ling Yuxuan stepped onto the dueling platform. The two stood opposite each other, north and south. At the center, while a large screen on one side of the venue displayed their live images. In the VIP section, the Ling family patriarch, Bai Qianqian, and others were seated. The two exchanged polite smiles, and a magnetic voice rang out at the scene. Welcome to the South Abyss Base City Arena. Today's main event features Ling Yuxuan, the possessor of the ancient Zoan Tyrannosaurus Devil Fruit, and Yi Fan, the possessor of the Tremor Fruit. I now declare, the duel officially begins. As the host's words fell, the venue erupted in a tidal wave of cheers. Ling Yuxuan stood in the arena, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smug smile. Without any hesitation, he activated his transformation. His hands and feet turned into beast claws, a tail grew out, and sharp spines emerged from his back. His body size increased significantly, and the muscle lines on his body became fuller and more defined. Is this the ancient Tyrannosaurus fruit? So powerful. This aura is absolutely overwhelming. No wonder it's an ancient type. The strength is truly terrifying. That guy named Ji Fan is probably doomed. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the sky, the momentum unstoppable. In contrast, Yi Fan remained unfazed, his expression calm and his heart steady. Ling Yuxuan asked, "Where's your sword?" Yi Fan simply curled his lips slightly and replied, You think you're worthy?" Ling Yuxuan burst into laughter. Ha, no strength, yet you love to act tough like others? Yi Fan then took out a black long stick from his spatial backpack, the baseball bat embedded with sea stone that he had obtained a few days ago. In the audience, the Ling family patriarch, Ling Outyan, smiled smugly. In the center of the arena, Ling Yuxuan moved with a thought, suddenly exerting force with his feet, and shot toward Yi Fan like an arrow. For someone who pretends to be tough, Ling Yuxuan wouldn't hold back, unleashing his full power. Such speed caused the audience to exclaim repeatedly. This speed is insane. It's almost creating afterimages. Yet, facing Ling Yuxuan's full force attack, Yi Fan's heart remained completely calm. With an expressionless face, he gently raised his right hand, pointing the baseball bat at Ling Yuxuan. At the moment of their collision, the cheers in the arena reached their peak. However, in the next instant, the entire venue fell silent. Almost everyone's face showed an expression of disbelief, including the Ling family patriarch, Ling Outyan. Moments later, the entire venue erupted in deafening exclamations, surging like a tidal wave, as if threatening to pierce the heavens. Instant kill. It was an instant kill. How is that possible? Ending the fight with a single strike? Who on earth is Yi Fan? I've never heard of him before. Yi Fan is way too strong. He knocked out Ling Yuxuan, who possesses the ancient Tyrannosaurus fruit, with just one swing? This can't be real. It's too fake. A group of fangirls even emerged, deeply captivated by Yi Fan's handsome face and unfathomable strength, shouting his name loudly from the audience seats to cheer him on. In contrast, in the VIP section, even Ling Outyan, who had seen his fair share of major events, wore an expression of utter disbelief. How is this possible? My son possesses the formidable ancient Tyrannosaurus power. At this moment, he was rendered speechless, his earlier confidence completely shattered. No matter how he tried to rationalize it, he couldn't accept that his son had been instantly defeated with a single strike. It was simply absurd. Ding! At the center of the arena, Yi Fan stood holding a black staff, pressing it against Ling Yuxuan's chest. Ling Yuxuan had already collapsed to the ground, completely incapacitated. Yet, the fury in his heart remained undiminished. Damn it! Why don't I have any strength left? What did you do to me? The breeze gently brushed past. Yi Fan smiled faintly and said slowly, If you apologize and surrender to me now, I will tell you the truth. If I'm in a good mood, I might even spare your life. Facing Yi Fan's words, Ling Yuxuan fell into silence. The unwillingness in his heart surged like a tide. As an older senior compared to Yi Fan, and a powerful possessor of the ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex ability, being humiliated like this was simply a disgrace to Ling Yuxuan. Seeing Ling Yuxuan's delayed reaction, Yi Fan swung the baseball bat directly at his chest, his his expression still indifferent. Speak. Without the support of the devil fruit ability, Ling Yuxuan's defense significantly weakened, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. In fact, Yi Fan could have easily knocked him out of the arena, but he chose not to. He wanted to force Ling Yuxuan to say those words. Speak. Yi Fan struck again, and Ling Yuxuan spat out another mouthful of black blood, his face pale and lifeless. At this moment, all thoughts of pride and dignity had been cast aside. Survival was the only priority. I'll say it. I'll say it. I'm sorry, I admit. Before the words were finished, Yi Fan struck again with a stick. In an instant, several teeth flew out, and the entire face was almost deformed. This was absolute one-sided abuse. This scene was broadcast live on the big screen on one side of the venue, leaving everyone utterly shocked. Lin Yuxuan is being beaten so badly, he's lost his teeth. Yi Fan clearly doesn't intend to let him go. I heard they signed a life and death agreement. It seems they don't intend to let the other party survive. Apparently Yi Fan didn't even use his fruit ability and directly crushed them? What weapon is he holding? How is it so powerful? Seriously, defeating an ancient species without giving it any chance to fight back, this is no ordinary weapon. Yi Fan coldly stared at Ling Yuxuan at this moment, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Ha, now you know how to beg for mercy? When those classmates you bullied and disgusted begged for mercy, did you ever think about forgiving them? For someone as heinous as you, keeping you alive is just a waste of air. I, Yi Fan, am neither a bad person nor a good person. Today, I'll let you experience what it means to wish for death over life. Meanwhile, in the VIP section of the audience, Ling Haotian helplessly looked at Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian sighed, Uncle Ling, I'm actually not familiar with Yi Fan. Looking at me won't help at all. She was well aware that Yi Fan was trying to use this opportunity to establish his authority. Even though she had some acquaintance with Yi Fan, it wasn't to the extent that she could make him stop. Besides, she didn't like this father and son duo to begin with, and even if she could intervene, she wouldn't bother. Ling Haotian showed a helpless expression. Although the arena had rules prohibiting unrelated personnel from entering the field, seeing Yi Fan swing down another blow and his son's life hanging by a thread, how could he still care about those rules? At worst, he would accept the punishment later. Just as Yi Fan raised the baseball bat again, a phantom flashed by, and a middle-aged man appeared in the center of the field. Student Yi Fan, please show mercy. This man was none other than Ling Haotian. At this moment, Ling Yuxuan was already close to fainting, and Yi Fan was in no rush to deal with him right now. Who are you? Yi Fan asked in confusion, as he did not know Ling Haotian. I am Ling Yuxuan's father, Ling Haotian. Ling Haotian's face remained as arrogant as ever, showing no sign of asking for help. Ling Haotian? Why is he coming up now? To save his son? Ha ha, it seems the rules of the arena are ineffective for people like him. Yi Fan's lips curled into a playful smile. If the son is not taught, the father is at fault. Today, I will personally teach this useless thing on behalf of the Ling family head. That's right, you should be thanking me. Before the words had even finished, Yi Fan swung the baseball bat fiercely, landing a heavy blow that instantly struck Ling Yuxuan. Already on the verge of fainting, he completely lost consciousness. Yi Fan raised his weapon again. At that moment, Ling Haotian almost teleported in front of Yi Fan. Seeing this, Yi Fan quickly swung the bat to attack Ling Haotian, but he easily dodged it. Yi Fan smiled faintly. As expected, father and son fight side by side. Today, I won't just teach you a lesson, I'll deal with your old father as well. Yi Fan's words clearly enraged the other party, but Ling Haotian merely responded with a cold sneer. Arrogant brat. Today, I'll show you what a true ancient species really is. As soon as the words fell, Ling Haotian began to transform into a beast. At this moment, everyone stared at the big screen in shock, exclaiming, what's going on? Why is Ling Haotian stepping in too? Isn't this supposed to be a duel between Ling Yuxuan and Yi Fan? What? Can't win, so you need your father to step in and help? Yi Fan is going to take on two at once. Battling father and son alone, what an interesting day. What a terrifying aura. As expected of the head of the Ling family, Yi Fan is probably in trouble. An outsider has entered the arena, and no one is stopping them? In the VIP section, Bai Qianqian's face showed a trace of concern. Although she had already witnessed Yi Fan's formidable strength in the Lingxi secret realm, this was the head of the Ling family from Nanyuan base city, Ling Haotian. She wasn't sure if Yi Fan had the ability to defeat Ling Haotian, but seeing him remain calm and composed slightly eased her worries. In the center of the field, Yi Fan revealed a faintly disdainful smile. Trying to scare kids? Do you think I'd be afraid of you? Ling Haotian didn't take Yi Fan seriously at all. Kid, you're young, but your tone is bold. I never hit children, but today I'll make an exception. Although he claimed to feel no fear toward Yi Fan, Ling Haotian was still slightly surprised to see Yi Fan so calm and composed. As the head of the Ling family in the Nanyuan base city, Ling Haotian thought to himself, this brat shows no fear. This is clearly not the mindset of someone his age. But at this moment, he had no time to think further. If he didn't act now, his son would truly be done for. After all, they had signed a life and death agreement, and if his son died, technically, Yi Fan wouldn't bear any responsibility. And if Ling Haotian sought revenge. Afterward, even though he believed he could easily take Yi Fan down, it would be hard to find an excuse. Stopping Yi Fan, this was his current priority. In an instant, Ling Outyin directly transformed into a beast. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He had turned into an ancient animal type, Tyrannosaurus, just like Ling Yuxuan. No wonder this father and son were both despicable. They truly were cut from the same cloth. Ling Outyin wasted no words and suddenly charged at Yi Fan. Everyone present was on edge, praying for Yi Fan, hoping his life wouldn't end under Ling Outyan's attack. No one believed Yi Fan could survive this ordeal. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The beast-transformed Ling Outyin rushed at Yi Fan with incredible speed, attempting to knock the weapon out of Yi Fan's hand with a single claw. But as soon as he made contact with the weapon, Ling Outyin felt his strength seemingly drained, instantly losing all his power. Immediately after, Yi Fan struck Ling Outyin with a single blow, sending him flying. His massive body rolled straight off the stage. Moments later, the entire crowd erupted in a thunderous uproar. What the? Ling Outyin was actually sent flying by a mere rookie with one strike. Can I even trust my own eyes? Please tell me this isn't real? This is just too exaggerated. He is the head of the Ling family, Ling Outyin, a top-tier force in the Nanyuan base city. Who on earth is this Yi Fan? Yi Fan sneered disdainfully. It's over. He swung the baseball bat in his hand with all his might, striking Ling Yuxuan's head heavily as if killing a dog. With a dull thud, the entire venue fell into dead silence. From the moment he saw the life and death agreement, Yi Fan had no intention of letting him go. No one could stop him. Even if the Buddha himself came, he wouldn't be able to save him. This is what I, Yi Fan, say. Subsequently, he kicked Ling Yuxuan's corpse off the stage like kicking a dog, sending it to Ling Outyan's side. The latter hurriedly picked up his son's completely deformed head, but could no longer feel his heartbeat. It had stopped. There was no sign of life at all. Son, Ling Outyan cried out hoarsely, my dear son, how dare you kill my son? So what? Yi Fan responded nonchalantly, a look of disdain on his face. This statement left Ling Outyan speechless. Life and death contract. Damn life and death contract. His heart burned with rage, realizing that the weapon in Yi Fan's hand was no ordinary one. It could actually suppress the abilities of those with fruit powers. He was shocked, never having heard of such a weapon existing in this world. He couldn't fathom whether Yi Fan was hiding some kind of background. Otherwise, why would he dare to kill his son so brazenly right in front of him? This guy was definitely not simple. Compared to Ling Yuxuan, Ling Outyan's thoughts were much clearer. He understood that as long as Yi Fan held that weapon, he would never be able to defeat him. At this moment, he could only tightly hold on to Ling Yuxuan, his heart filled with fury. In the VIP section, Bai Qianqian sat elegantly, her face calm and unperturbed, with only a faint smile at the corner of her lips. Having witnessed Yi Fan slay a Sea King-class beast with a single strike in the Lingxi secret realm, she was well aware of how terrifying Yi Fan's strength was. Therefore, when she saw Ling Outyan recklessly step into the arena, she had already anticipated this outcome. Afterward, Yi Fan left gracefully, and Bai Qianqian, seated in the audience, felt there was no need to stay any longer and promptly departed. At this moment, all the spectators were still in a state of bewilderment, while the people from First High finally understood that everything Bai Qianqian had said was true. Her and Yi Fan's first-place achievement in the Lingxi secret realm was no coincidence. Yi Fan had not relied on her. Instead, they began to suspect that Bai Qianqian might have been relying on Yi Fan. Gradually, they realized why Bai Qianqian had chosen to team up with Yi Fan, who possessed the tremor fruit. It turned out Yi Fan was no joke. The real joke lay in their own ignorance. Yi Fan walked out of the arena, preparing to return to school. Beep beep, a car stopped by the roadside, and the black window slowly rolled down. Get in. Inside the car was Bai Qianqian. Yi Fan had nothing to hide, so he directly opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. The vehicle then sped off. In the car, Bai Qianqian pursed her lips slightly and said softly, sorry. Sorry? Why? Yi Fan asked in confusion. It's all because of me that the father and son of the Ling family provoked you. It doesn't matter, just consider it as upholding justice. You saw it too. Dealing with them wasn't troublesome. Bai Qianqian smiled faintly. Indeed, even the ferocious Sea King beasts could be instantly defeated. Dealing with this father and son duo was simply effortless for Yi Fan. After a moment of silence, Bai Qianqian spoke, in a few days, I might. Before she could finish her sentence, she stopped. Why am I telling him this? Yi Fan was puzzled. What might happen in a few days? Nothing, Bai Qianqian replied indifferently. Seeing that she didn't want to continue, Yi Fan felt there was no need to press further. The vehicle sped through the city and soon arrived at the school. Yi Fan returned to the dormitory and found it empty. All his roommates had gone to the arena. Since he had left early and taken Bai Qianqian's car, he returned a bit earlier than the others. Just as he was about to lie down and rest, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Hint, 59 seconds remaining until the next item refresh. Hint, 58 seconds remaining until the next item refresh. System store items have been refreshed. Yi Fan's heart was filled with joy. A week had passed so quickly, and it was once again time for the 1 yuan flash sale he had been eagerly anticipating. Even though he had experienced it 3 times before, he still felt incredibly excited. With a single thought, the system interface appeared in his mind, displaying the familiar large screen. When he saw the first item, he was instantly startled. 1 Navy 6 styles. Price, 1 yuan. Unfamiliar. Completely unfamiliar. Was this still the same self who had been stuck with the African black ball? Starting off with the Navy 6 styles, which was considered the strongest physical technique in this world. Yifan knew that this world didn't have physical techniques as powerful as the Navy 6 styles from One Piece. If he could master techniques like moonwalk or finger gun, it would surely shock the world. However, there was one style among the 6 styles that absolutely must not be learned, and that was Iron Body. Although it seemed impressive, users often faced unexpected risks when employing it. So if people from my previous life knew I was practicing and using Iron Body in this world, they'd probably laugh themselves to death, right? In any case, only 5 of the 6 styles should be practiced. Moreover, this item emitted a faint glow, confirming that it was likely one of the S-class items. Should I just go ahead and grab it instantly? This thought immediately popped into Yifan's mind, but he had a strong premonition in his heart. The first item was so rare, there might be even greater rewards ahead. Anyway, there was no rush for these few minutes. Yifan continued browsing through the subsequent items. However, the next 5 or 6 items were nothing special, just some dispensable decorations or mediocre weapons, until he reached the last one. In the product list, a black energy orb appeared, resembling an endless black hole. 10 Kaido's armament hockey. Price, 1 yuan. Yifan couldn't help but take a sharp breath, instantly shocked. Another Yonko. That was Kaido. Although his Yonko title was eventually replaced by Luffy, there was no doubt that his armament hockey was among the best in the entire pirate world. Even after being captured multiple times and placed on the guillotine, he could shatter the blade with his armament hockey. He could even use it to survive a fall from 10,000 meters without a scratch. Yifan stared at the black energy orb on the system screen, momentarily stunned. His intuition earlier was indeed correct. There really was such a precious item further down, and it was the cream of the crop. Today's luck was simply unbelievable. When he first saw the Navy 6 styles, based on the system's previous tendencies, Yifan had a faint feeling that things wouldn't be so simple. Sure enough, 2 S-tier items appeared one after the other, closely connected. But which of these 2 S-tier items should he choose? There was no need to think too much about it. While the Navy 6 styles were indeed formidable in this world, this was Kaido's armament hockey. Yifan didn't even bother to deliberate and directly chose the instant purchase. Instant purchase successful. He couldn't wait for a moment and quickly opened the system space. With a single thought, a ball of black energy appeared in his hand. Would you like to fuse Kaido's armament hockey? The system's voice sounded again. Yifan replied without hesitation, using his thoughts. Fusion. Immediately afterward, the black light sphere rapidly expanded, and Yifan seemed to be swallowed by an endless black hole. Brother Fan, wake up. Hey, Brother Fan, what's wrong with you? Do you think Brother Fan will be okay? Could it be that he just ate some big black pill, and now the side effects are kicking in? I told Brother Fan to do less of that stuff. See, now he's all weak. Yifan's roommates surrounded him, their faces full of concern. Just moments ago, he had passed out from exhaustion after merging with Kaido's armament hockey. When his roommates returned, they were very excited but found him sleeping soundly on the bed, which led them to start worrying and discussing. But, coincidentally, Yifan happened to wake up at this moment. Fan, you're finally awake. Yeah, you really scared us just now. I almost went to call the school doctor. The roommates said. Really? I vaguely heard someone talking bad about me. At this moment, Yifan's gaze swept over his roommates and instantly locked onto that person. Hey, Wu Juanhao, it's you, isn't it? Yifan's lips curled into a slight smile. He laughed and said, Bro, my good brother Fan, how could it possibly be me? Then why were your eyes darting around just now when you asked? Bro, there was a mosquito in the dorm just now, and I was trying to swat it. Wu Juanhao said with a straight face, making up nonsense. Yifan smiled. Wu Juanhao wasn't a bad person at heart, he just tended to speak without thinking. So, Yifan had no intention of blaming him. Brother Fan, you're really amazing. Just now in the arena, it got me so fired up. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, I've disliked that Ling Yuxuan for a long time. Seeing him get beaten so badly in front of so many people was truly satisfying. That Ling Yuxuan is a beast. A friend of mine was once provoked by him and ended up beaten black and blue, but didn't dare report him. At moments like this, the roommates were naturally all present, so excited they seemed ready to go up and throw a few punches themselves. But after considering their own abilities, that impulse was suppressed. Amid their venting, the room was filled with a chorus of praise. In the political education building of First High School, 3 people were sitting in front of a coffee table drinking tea in the principal's office. After some arrangements, the principal handed 2 cups of tea to the 2 men in black and smiled, saying, Welcome, esteemed mentors, to our school. One of the men Qianqian humbly replied, Principal AI, you are too kind. I believe you are already aware of the purpose of our visit. With that, he took a gentle sip of tea. I know, Principal Edward said with a beaming smile, looking particularly delighted. Bai Qianqian has just returned from training in the Lingxi secret realm, and she is in excellent condition. Moreover, she achieved first place in the trial within the secret realm across the entire Nanyuan base city. The two men in black before him were mentors sent by the Falcon Special Training Camp, specifically visiting First High School to recruit students, with Bai Qianqian being one of their targets. The Falcon Special Training Camp is one of the top institutions in the entire Huaxia nation, and the students it trains almost always go on to become officials in the Ministry of Defense, taking on the responsibility of protecting the country. Those who are admitted to this training camp are almost always outstanding devil fruit ability users, and some are even prodigies. As soon as Principal Edward finished speaking, he raised his teacup and drank it all in one go. Knock knock. At this moment, the sound of knocking came from outside the door. Come in, Edward said toward the door. The door was pushed open, and a man and a woman walked in. The woman was naturally Bai Qianqian, while the man was her senior, Lin Zhu, who possessed the identity of a nature-type ability user. In fact, the Falcon Special Training Camp only recruited senior high school students, but due to Bai Qianqian's exceptional talent and her strong family background, the training camp decided to make an exception this time. Seeing the two walk in, the smile on Edward's face grew even brighter, and a trace of pride surged in his heart. Come, Qianqian, Lin Zhu, let me introduce you. These two are the instructors sent by the Falcon Special Training Camp. He then pointed to Bai Qianqian and Lin Zhu, saying, This is Bai Qianqian, and this is Lin Zhu. The two instructors turned their heads, their gazes sweeping over the two students. After a moment, they nodded slightly. One of the instructors, Zhou Yuqing, smiled faintly and affirmed, The aura emanating from both of you is quite impressive. I believe we haven't chosen the wrong people. The other instructor, Zhang Chenfeng, maintained a stern expression. Although he said nothing, his gaze never left Bai Qianqian. Edward listened, and although he was overjoyed inside, his expression remained calm. Indeed, my two students are truly outstanding, he responded politely. Zhang Chenfeng sneered, being able to join our Falcon Special Training Camp is their good fortune. His words instantly brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. Bai Qianqian's expression gradually turned stern, and the principal's smile disappeared as well. I heard your school has another student named Jifan, right? Mentor Zhou Yucheng asked with an awkward smile. He was already accustomed to such situations, as his partner was known for his cold demeanor throughout the Falcon Special Training Camp, sometimes even making him feel a bit foolish. But there was no choice. The higher-ups had paired them together to carry out important missions, so Zhou Yucheng had to clean up after him. Edward was instantly overjoyed. Although he didn't understand why this mentor suddenly brought up Yifan, the fact that he mentioned him must mean it wasn't a bad thing. Yes. We do have a student named Yifan, in the same grade as Bai Qianqian. Edward's smile reappeared. Zhou Yucheng merely nodded without saying much, but moments later, he spoke up. Just now, I inadvertently saw his combat performance in the arena. I think he has potential. Perhaps our Falcon Special Training Camp could. However, before Zhou Yucheng could finish his sentence, Zhang Chenfeng, who rarely spoke, interrupted him. I don't think so. When I was present, based on my current understanding of this matter, he said coldly, I think his abilities are mediocre. Afterward, Zhang Chenfeng personally sought out Ling Aotian. After revealing his identity, Ling Aotian disclosed the secret of the weapon in Yifan's hand. Simply put, Yifan relied on that weapon to defeat Ling Yuxuan. As for the Ling family head, he was merely caught off guard. Pure luck. From Zhang Chenfeng's words, it was evident to everyone that he looked down on Yifan. The phrase pure luck was a direct denial of Yifan's strength. And that was not enough. He spoke again. Moreover, I have also looked into this person. He is narrow-minded and vindictive. I even heard that he threatened a teacher. How can someone with such character be qualified to join our Falcon Special Training Camp? Hearing these words, Bai Qianqian frowned slightly. Although her face remained calm, she could hardly conceal the anger in her heart. She said, Sorry, mentors, I think I cannot join you in the Falcon Special Training Camp. At this moment, Edward was stunned. Everything had been fine just a moment ago, so why did she suddenly say she wouldn't go to the Falcon Special Training Camp? Although Bai Qianqian was usually aloof, she wouldn't refuse such an opportunity, would she? This was too unusual. Could it be because of what the mentor just mentioned about Yifan? The two mentors were also taken aback. This wouldn't do. Bai Qianqian was an important figure personally designated by the higher-ups to be brought back. Her refusal left them wondering how they would explain this upon their return. This was no joke. The issue was extremely serious. Zhou Yucheng still wore a smile and asked, What's wrong? Suddenly decided not to join our Falcon Special Training Camp? We're one of the top organizations in the country. Zhang Chenfeng, who had just been quite frightened, even managed a smile on his face. Well, let's discuss this properly. Bai Qianqian looked at their reactions and instantly understood something. She hadn't expected that her casual remark would reveal her importance in their mission. However, she didn't say much. Zhou Yuqing kept winking at Zhang Chenfeng, and then the two instructors got up and walked out of the room. What do you think we should do? The little ancestor seems to be angry, Zhou Yuqing said to Zhang Chenfeng, somewhat annoyed. Why did you suddenly get angry? Isn't it because of you? Why are you talking nonsense for no reason? Talking nonsense? Zhang Chenfeng asked in confusion. Don't you know that Ji Fan and Bai Qianqian entered the Lingxi secret realm together? Zhou Yuqing said with a stern face. At this moment, the two seemed to suddenly realize the reason for Bai Qianqian's change in attitude and immediately reported the situation to their superiors. After a while, the two returned to the principal's office and sat down again. After a long discussion, the two mentors finally reached a consensus. Zhou Yuqing said with a smile, sorry, I shouldn't have said that about Yifan earlier. To express our apology, we can invite Yifan to join our Falcon Special Training Camp as well. However, we still need to test Yifan. If he proves to be talented enough, we can naturally recruit him into the Falcon Special Training Camp. In fact, calling it a test is merely a formality. When they reported earlier, they had already been scolded. Their main task now is to appease Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian is their real boss. Moreover, they don't need Yifan to be exceptionally talented. As long as he's not too bad, it's fine. Principal Edward was secretly delighted. He hadn't expected Bai Qianqian's single remark to also bring Yifan along. Such a thing would have been unimaginable under normal circumstances. Bai Qianqian's face remained cold as she said indifferently, I accept your apology. Zhou Yuqing tentatively asked, then on your side, fulfill your promises first before saying anything. Seeing Bai Qianqian finally relent, the two mentors breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded in agreement. After everyone left the principal's office, they learned that Yifan was currently in the dormitory. The two mentors immediately set off, but just as they stepped out, Zhou Yuqing received a notification for an urgent video meeting, leaving Zhang Chenfeng to go alone. Zhang Chenfeng arrived at the dormitory and, through the homeroom teacher Lin Shui, called Yifan down. You're Yifan? Come with me. Upon seeing Yifan, he frowned, his face showing displeasure. Yifan sneered and thought to himself, who are you? You come up without introducing yourself and expect me to follow you? Do I know you? Idiot, he blurted out immediately, turning around and walking out of the dormitory door. Zhang Chenfeng stood frozen in place, incredulous, what's going on? Idiot? Is he insulting me? Zhang Chenfeng was utterly shocked. He had never encountered such a situation before. Yifan was undoubtedly the first person in all of China to dare to be so rude to him. The outstanding students under his wing, each with powerful backgrounds and extraordinary talents, wouldn't even dare show him the slightest disrespect, let alone directly insult him. His heart burned with rage, and he truly wanted to slap this insolent boy to death. But thinking of Bai Qianqian, he forcibly held back. I am a mentor at the Falcon Special Training Camp. Now you have an opportunity to join the Falcon Special Training Camp. Are you sure you don't want to hear more? Zhang Chenfeng said in a deep voice. He firmly believed that no one in this world could remain indifferent to the words Falcon Special Training Camp. Therefore, he believed Yifan would definitely turn back, sneering inwardly as he anticipated Yifan's glance and subsequent apology. Sure enough, Yifan stopped in his tracks upon hearing those words. Zhang Chenfeng's sneer deepened. However, the scene that followed left him utterly stunned. Oh, so you're from the Falcon Special Training Camp. Yifan turned around, sneering as he looked at Zhang Chenfeng and said, coming up to me with follow me. I thought it was some idiot. Falcon Special Training Camp? Huh? Sorry, I'm not interested. After speaking, Yifan walked away without looking back. A test? What kind of test? Showing up with a face like that right from the start, does he think I owe him money or something? Falcon Special Training Camp? Sorry, it might be a huge temptation for others, but unfortunately, I am Yifan. The system is already in my hands, so why would I need to go to some special training camp? Who's training whom here? Sending such an idiot to disgust me with that arrogant attitude. This training camp is truly hopeless. Not interested? Zhang Chenfeng's face showed a trace of bewilderment, even suspecting he might be dreaming. Otherwise, how could someone treat him like this? Treat the Falcon Special Training Camp like this? What is going on with this young man? First Bai Qianqian, who said she didn't want to go, and now Yifan. This is truly absurd. Not interested? Do you think you simply can't get into the special training camp, so you have no choice but to say you're not interested? Zhang Chenfeng should have been angry, but in order to complete the task, he could only first calm Yifan down. Don't worry, for you, we just need to do a simple test, and you don't need to meet the requirements to enter the special training camp. He quickly caught up and said. Yifan seemed not to hear and kept walking on his own. Heh, you wouldn't be afraid to take a simple test, would you? Zhang Chenfeng taunted. In his view, Yifan's arrogant personality would surely fall for his provocation. However, the result did not go in the direction he anticipated. Yifan's cold, mocking voice came through. Yes, you're absolutely right. So, can you stop bothering me now, okay? At that moment, Zhang Chenfeng's expression instantly darkened. Bother you? Ha! If it weren't for Bai Qianqian rejecting the special training camp camp because of you. Do you think I would lower myself to come find you? Do you really think you're something special? Yi Fan paused his steps. Bai Qianqian? Why would she refuse to go because I declined the special training camp? What's going on here? At this moment, Yi Fan was filled with doubt. So, he quickened his pace and headed toward the martial arts arena. He had to personally ask Bai Qianqian about it. As for the guy behind him, he had no intention of paying him any further attention. Zhang Chenfeng saw Yi Fan pause for a moment, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. However, in the next moment, Yi Fan directly quickened his pace and left. Zhang Chenfeng had never been subjected to such humiliation before. A mere kid actually treated him with such indifference. Damn it, forget it. If it really doesn't work, let Zhou Yuqing handle it. On the other side, Zhou Yuqing had just finished a meeting and was walking toward the boys' dormitory when his phone rang. Sai, I got it. You head back first. I'll take care of this. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuqing shook his head helplessly. In the end, he was the one who had to clean up Zhang Chenfeng's mess. Yi Fan crossed the campus and arrived at the martial arts field. In the center of the field, he saw Bai Qianqian. Because of me, you decided not to go to the Falcon special training camp? Without any preamble, he asked directly, tell me, what exactly happened? A trace of displeasure appeared on her face, but she still recounted the events to Yi Fan in detail. After listening, he realized that his tone earlier had been a bit too harsh, so he apologized. Sorry, just now Yi Fan swallowed the rest of his words. He truly hadn't expected Bai Qianqian to defend him in front of the Falcon special training camp's instructor. Her actions might very well cost her this precious opportunity. So, you probably don't want to go, right? Bai Qianqian countered. Yi Fan nodded slightly. Although he had already anticipated this outcome, Bai Qianqian couldn't help but feel a wave of inexplicable disappointment. When she heard that they had invited Yi Fan to join the Falcon special training camp, a flicker of hope had crossed her mind. Even though she knew Yi Fan wouldn't go, she still wished he could accompany her to the camp. Seeing the displeasure on Bai Qianqian's face, Yi Fan thought for a moment and explained, I don't like growing in such a restrictive environment. But you mustn't give up on this rare opportunity. That place is where everyone dreams of going, Yi Fan continued to persuade. Don't you love swordsmanship? The environment there will take your skills to the next level. Bai Qianqian froze. Yi Fan's words unexpectedly made her feel a twinge of sadness in her heart. Will we meet again in the future? Bai Qianqian pursed her lips, her heart full of reluctance and sadness. This was the first time she had been so moved by a boy. The feeling was like being bitten by thousands of ants, itchy, tingling, and even filled with an indescribable confusion. Strange. This was a version of herself she had never experienced before. Yi Fan smiled faintly. There is no feast that doesn't end, but if fate allows, we will meet again. He felt grateful to Bai Qianqian, yet with mountains high and roads far, parting was inevitable. Hearing these words, Bai Qianqian's heart was a mix of emotions. She had wanted to say something but found herself at a loss for words. In the end, she could only turn and leave. Walking down the corridor, Bai Qianqian lowered her head, her hand covering her chest, feeling her heartbeat. She couldn't help but ask herself, is this the feeling of disappointment? But why would I feel disappointed? Could it be? No, absolutely impossible. How could I possibly like him? Immediately, scenes from the Lingxi secret realm flashed through her mind, his shout scaring off the ferocious Sea King beasts, a single strike killing an even stronger Sea King beast, pulling her into his arms with one hand, a punch shattering the sky. At this moment, her heart began to waver. Could this be true? Bai Qianqian shook her head, trying to shake off such thoughts. No, the only thing I love is swordsmanship. I only love endless training. At this time, a man was walking toward her, and a voice followed, Bai Qianqian, have you seen Yi Fan? Bai Qianqian looked up, and the person who had arrived was none other than Zhou Yuqing, the instructor of the Falcon special training camp. She did not respond, her face full of disappointment. Zhou Yuqing asked in confusion, what's the matter? Seeing the instructor, Bai Qianqian became even more resolute in her thoughts. Yes, I only love swordsmanship, and the Falcon special training camp is the best place for me. Immediately, her face returned to its usual coldness. Instructor Zhou, I'm sorry, but I've decided to go with you to the Falcon special training camp. As for Yi Fan, he is unwilling to go with me. Zhou Yuqing was momentarily stunned. Bai Qianqian's refusal was understandable. She indeed had the qualifications to do so. However, Yi Fan also refused? That was simply unbelievable. Before coming to the martial arts arena, Zhou Yuqing had done some research on Yi Fan. Unlike Bai Qianqian, Yi Fan did not come from a privileged background. Logically, he should have been very eager to join the Falcon special training camp. Yet, he had mercilessly declined such a choice. Did he have an even better opportunity elsewhere? Despite this, Zhou Yuqing indeed regarded Yi Fan as a very promising talent, and he naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. Did you just see him? Zhou Yuqing asked curiously. Bai Qianqian silently nodded without answering. Then where is he now? In the martial arts arena. Alright, go back and wait for news. I'll go talk to him, Zhou Yuqing said, then left. Bai Qianqian looked at her mentor's back, and a glimmer of hope seemed seemed to reignite in her heart. Zhou Yucheng made his way to the martial arts arena, scanning the area and noticing only one man sitting on a chair in the corner. He approached, and Yi Fan also sensed his presence. "You are Yi Fan?" Zhou Yucheng asked with a slight smile. Yi Fan nodded, not feeling any malice from the middle-aged man before him. At this moment, unexpectedly, the Yi Fan she spoke of looks like this. "May I ask who you are? The one she mentioned?" Yi Fan asked in confusion. Although he couldn't sense any malice from the other party, he was full of questions about the identity of this middle-aged man. He was certain the man wasn't a teacher from the school, so who exactly was he? "Ding! I am Zhou Yucheng, an instructor at the Falcon Special Training Camp." "Falcon Special Training Camp? Instructor? Then who was that person just now?" "Oh, are you talking about the person who came to find you earlier? That would be my partner." "Partner?" Yi Fan was instantly speechless. If they were really partners, their personalities couldn't be more different. The person in front of him was so humble and approachable, while the one earlier was simply a clown, full of pretentiousness. He really couldn't believe they were actually partners. Zhou Yucheng guessed the earlier situation from Yi Fan's expression and said with a wry smile, "Sorry about that, he's just like that. Please don't mind him. I sincerely hope you can join our Falcon Special Training Camp. I've seen your performance in the arena, and I admire you very much." Yi Fan smiled faintly and replied, "Sorry, I really don't like the environment of the special training camp. I prefer a free and unrestrained life." Although the Falcon Special Training Camp is undoubtedly a great place for others, Yi Fan knew it wasn't suitable for him, so even if the King of Hell came to persuade him, it wouldn't work. Zhou Yucheng clearly realized this and could only smile faintly. "Alright, I respect your choice. However, if you ever change your mind, you're always welcome to join us." Yi Fan nodded politely without saying anything further. Zhou Yucheng didn't insist either, as the core mission this time was to recruit Bai Qianqian back to the Falcon Special Training Camp. With that, he turned and left. A few days later, a mechanical voice echoed in Yi Fan's mind once again. Hint, 59 seconds remaining until the next system store refresh. Hint, 58 seconds remaining until the next system store refresh. The system shop has been refreshed. As usual, Yi Fan felt excited and opened the system shop. The result, perhaps because his luck from last time had run out, he searched for a long time but couldn't find anything decent. After looking for a while, he felt very conflicted, as if every item was completely useless. After some deliberation, flash sale success, Yi Fan opened the system space and took out something resembling a snail. It was the only communication tool in the world of One Piece, the Den Den Mushi. Moreover, there were 3 Den Den Mushi capable of video calls. Although it didn't enhance his strength in any way, it still seemed somewhat useful. Moments later, Yi Fan arrived at Bai Qianqian's residence. Although it was within the school, she lived in a small villa. Ring. After some mental preparation, Yi Fan pressed the doorbell. Moments later, the door was opened. "Yi Fan?" Bai Qianqian was clearly surprised to see him and slightly taken aback. "What are you here for?" Yi Fan smiled faintly. "To give you something." Bai Qianqian was stunned. Giving something to himself? Immediately, Yi Fan took out 2 Den Den Mushi from the system space. Bai Qianqian looked confused. "Snails?" Yi Fan nodded. "These are not ordinary snails." Bai Qianqian took the Den Den Mushi, examined them from all angles, and didn't find anything special. If there was anything unique, it was that they somewhat resembled Yi Fan. "How are these not ordinary?" Up and down, left and right, they look completely normal. Bai Qianqian was still very puzzled. Yi Fan pressed the button on the Den Den Mushi, and the connection tone sounded. Moments later, Boru Boru. The Den Den Mushi and Bai Qianqian's hand emitted a sound. Yi Fan then connected the Den Den Mushi in her hand. A video image appeared on the wall. Bai Qianqian's face showed an expression of surprise. "This? You can see video footage?" Although this world also has mobile phones, a similar type of communication device, they cannot achieve video calls. Therefore, when Bai Qianqian saw Yi Fan in the video on the wall, she was utterly shocked. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to see Yi Fan from time to time? Bai Qianqian's originally cold face instantly blossomed into a smile. "So how do I operate this to connect with you?" Yi Fan fiddled with the phone bug in his hand for a moment and then said, "Just press 10,086 here, and you'll be able to find me." After ending their call, Bai Qianqian followed Yi Fan's instructions and tried it a few times. Sure enough, she successfully connected their calls. With the phone bug, Bai Qianqian no longer worried about whether Yi Fan would accompany her to the Falcon Special Training Camp. The next day, Bai Qianqian and Lin Zhu signed the exclusive confidentiality agreement for the Falcon Special Training Camp. Afterward, she bid farewell to her parents on site and, together with Lin Zhu, followed the 2 mentors to the headquarters base, the Kyoto base city. In the car, Bai Qianqian looked around but did not see that familiar figure. As the vehicle slowly left the campus and passed through the meticulously arranged school path, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Academic Affairs Building. Knock knock. The sound of knocking came from outside the office door of the homeroom teacher, Lin Shui. "Come in," Lin Shui said gently. Yi Fan walked in. "Sister Shui, speak." At this moment, Homeroom teacher Lin Shui was busy organizing materials and did not look up, relying solely on the voice to identify the visitor as Yifan. Sister Shui, I want to go out and train. Yifan thought for a moment. The school's teaching resources could no longer meet his needs, and staying here would only waste time. Thus, he decided to apply to the school. Sure. Lin Shui didn't listen carefully. For such an outstanding student like Yifan, she always tried to meet his requests. But moments later, she snapped back to attention. What? You said you want to go out and train? Lin Shui didn't oppose the idea but was clearly surprised. Yifan could even suppress Ling Yuxuan, and Ling Outyan couldn't gain the upper hand against him either. Lin Shui had full confidence in his abilities. However, this decision was beyond her authority. I have no objections, but to qualify for off-campus training, you must get the principal's signature, Lin Shui said. Yifan's lips curved slightly upward. Thank you, Sister Shui. I'll go find the principal right away. He quickly left the office and headed to the administrative building, the principal's office. Yifan knocked on the door and entered, finding the principal leisurely sipping tea. What? You say you want to go out for training? The principal didn't show much surprise either. Yifan nodded, his eyes revealing a determined expression. Where do you plan to go? Edward asked. Salt Iron City. Salt Iron City? The principal's eyes showed a hint of shock. In his impression, Salt Iron City was an extremely dangerous small town, where many fugitives and vicious individuals gathered. Moreover, the city contained a secret realm, called the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, which was said to open once every 100 years, and this year happened to be the time of its opening. The secret realm was filled with numerous rare treasures, especially the dragon blood fruit, which could significantly enhance physical constitution. It was practically a boon for those with fruit-based abilities. However, the dangers within the secret realm were unpredictable. The principal couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety, as the realm was filled with experts, ferocious beasts that were exceptionally aggressive, and even the possibility of encountering beast kings or the terrifying beast tides that struck fear into everyone. It was truly frightening. The principal was caught in a dilemma. However, in Yifan's view, his choice of the coastal Salt Iron City was due to the numerous entrances to secret realm ruins there, and the dangers of these realms were not particularly high for him. Moreover, he was aware of the city's unique geographical location, where fugitives and pirates from various countries often appeared, sometimes to hide, and other times to resupply and recuperate. This gave him a glimpse of a great opportunity to make money. His idea was to enjoy the adventurous life of exploring mysterious ruins while working as a bounty hunter or something similar to make a living. However, Principal Edward thought it over and decided that although Salt Iron City was indeed somewhat dangerous, keeping Yifan at school would undoubtedly waste his growth potential. After some consideration, alright, I have no problem with it. Bring out the paperwork for me to sign. Yifan smiled and handed over a blank sheet of paper. Edward glanced at the content, confirmed there were no issues, signed his name in the lower right corner, and handed it back to Yifan, saying, alright, now you just need to get your homeroom teacher's signature, and you can head out tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Principal. Yifan left with the signed paper, then found Lin Shui to get her signature as well, and returned to the dormitory. Brother Fan, are you really planning to go to Salt Iron City alone? Wu Juanhao asked with a raised eyebrow. Yifan's lips curled into a faint bitter smile. What? Are you suggesting I take you along? Wu Juanhao immediately beamed with joy and nodded vigorously. Yifan slapped Wu Juanhao on the shoulder. You kid, you haven't even figured out the martial arts arena yet, and you want to go out with me? I don't want to see you lying dead in the street one day. What? It's that dangerous? Wu Juanhao panicked as soon as he heard there might be fatalities. Scared now? Then I guess I should take you with me, Yifan teased deliberately. Wu Juanhao quickly refused. Brother, you're my brother. I'd better not go, so I don't cause you any trouble. Hearing this, the dormitory was instantly filled with laughter and joy. All preparations were complete, and Yifan was ready to set off at any time. However, he was unaware that in some unknown corner, a group of people had already begun coveting his weapon embedded with seastone. The long night was about to end. At this moment, the sky was faintly bright. Yifan suddenly opened his eyes, quickly got out of bed, dressed, picked up his packed luggage, and walked toward the door. Although he hadn't been in this world for long and his time with this group of roommates wasn't extensive, but he felt a trace of joy in his heart, not knowing when they would be able to gather together again. He didn't like farewell scenes. After opening the door, he disappeared into the campus. Yifan got into the car and headed to the train station. He boarded the train bound for Yantai City, where transportation was not as developed as the Dragon Kingdom in his previous life. The trains were still steam locomotives, running on the tracks with a huff sound. After a journey of a day and a night, Yifan finally arrived at his destination. Following the crowd off the train, a burst of fresh air greeted him. Ah, so fresh air is this wonderful, Yifan exclaimed. On the train, there were all kinds of people. During the long journey, some people simply took off their shoes and fell asleep at night. That smell, it was truly unbearable. Various strange odors intertwined, making it a nightmare for anyone with cleanliness cleanliness issues. But along with it came the heat wave. This was the southernmost part of Huaxia, where it was hot all year round. After going through the inspection and leaving the station, he stood by the roadside. So this is Yantai City? Looking at those old, industrial-style buildings, Yifan couldn't help but feel curious. Just as he was immersed in his curiosity, a warm voice suddenly rang out. Young man, need a ride? Yifan turned around and saw a middle-aged man wearing a straw hat and a worn-out t-shirt, smiling warmly at him. After their eyes met, the experienced middle-aged man stepped closer. Young man, where are you headed? So it was someone trying to pick up passengers by the roadside. Yifan shook his head and declined. What a joke. He had seen such scenes many times before. Most of the touts here would overcharge people, and some even resorted to scams. In a place like this, unfamiliar and far from home, how could he easily take an unlicensed taxi? Besides, he really didn't know where to go. It was his first time here, and everything felt so unfamiliar. The middle-aged man noticed the confusion on Yifan's face, and although he was rejected, he still maintained a cheerful smile. Young man, talk to me. I promise I won't rip you off, and I'll even give you a discount. How about that? Yifan frowned, thinking about his pile of luggage and still not knowing where to go. Uncle, are there any good places around here? The uncle laughed, revealing a ghostly smile. Looking at you, you should have just come of age, right? I didn't expect that aspect. That aspect? Just come of age? Oh my, this uncle must be overthinking it. Uncle, I mean, where's a good place to rent a room? Look at all this luggage I have. Yifan pointed to the luggage beside him. The uncle's smile carried a hint of embarrassment. Sorry, I misunderstood. Let me tell you, young man, you've asked the right person. I happen to have a relative renting out a place. How about I take you to check it out? Yifan nodded. Alright, how much to get there? 30, just 30. If you can rent the house, I'll even give you a discount. 15, how about that? That place is quite far from here. It takes more than 10 minutes to get there. I'm practically doing this at a loss. Yifan thought about it and realized it was quite a good deal. What about your car? The man pointed to the corner nearby. It's just around that corner. Then he led Yifan over, enthusiastically helping him carry quite a bit of luggage. But when they reached the corner, Yifan was stunned. This is your car? He pointed to the car parked in the corner. The uncle patted the dust off the seat of the electric bike, his face full of a simple smile. Yes, it's 72V, super fast. Yifan originally thought it would be a small car, or at least a small tricycle, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be an electric bike, with at least 50% damage. A 10-minute ride for $30 seemed a bit excessive, didn't it? And he even claimed it was a losing business. However, since he was already here and the uncle could introduce him to a house, fine, 30 it is. After getting on the electric bike, the uncle began speeding through the small town. 15 minutes later, they arrived on time. Under the uncle's guidance, Yifan came to the large studio apartment he had mentioned. Looking around, the environment was nice, the room had no strange odors, the kitchen and other facilities were complete, and there was even a living room. It was a proper one-bedroom, one living room, one bathroom setup. Uncle, how's this house? He asked with a smile. The uncle seemed very confident about such a quality property. Indeed, Yifan had to admit he quite liked the house. But what about the price? So, he asked, Uncle, how much is the rent for this house? Hearing this, the uncle felt a surge of joy in his heart, sensing that he was one step closer to success. 1,500 a month, 2 months deposit and 1 month's rent up front, no bargaining. 1,500? As a student, Yifan could hardly afford such a sum. He frowned involuntarily and did not respond immediately. The uncle naturally noticed Yifan's hesitation about the price. However, this house was not his own property. Just as the uncle was about to say something, voices chatting outside the door grew closer. Soon after, a man and a woman walked in, and all four of them showed puzzled expressions. The man appeared to be in his 20s, while the woman seemed to be about the same age as Yifan. As the girl entered, dressed in a white dress with twin ponytails, her delicate face and high nose bridge were no less striking than by Chanshan's. Her appearance was refreshing and sweet, exuding a captivating charm. This girl was named Tianxini, the school beauty of Nanyuan-based city's number 2 high school. After entering, she began to look around, seemingly here to rent the house as well. Yifan was puzzled. When the girl's gaze fell on Yifan, she frowned slightly, a trace of admiration flashing in her eyes before quickly disappearing. Are you looking for a place too? Tianxini asked. Yifan was a bit confused, not understanding why she would ask that, but he didn't think much of it and simply nodded. What a coincidence, so am I. Tianxini flashed a charming smile. You haven't already set your sights on this place, have you? I've been looking online for a long time and really like this place. I didn't expect you to get here first, what a pity. This house is indeed not bad. Yifan smiled inwardly and didn't say much. He had seen through such sweet-talking tricks from girls many times before. Her words were nothing more than an attempt to make him voluntarily back out, but he wouldn't fall for it. The two fell into silence. Tianxini gazed out the window, her lips lightly pursed, as if deep in thought, her expression appearing very conflicted. Just as the uncle was about about to speak to ease the awkward atmosphere, Tian Sini suddenly blurted out, "How about we share the rent?" Everyone was shocked. The uncle leaned closer to Yi Fan and whispered, "Do you two know each other?" Yi Fan shook his head. Immediately, the uncle's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "You don't know her, and she still wants to share the rent with you?" Sure enough, being young and handsome has its perks. Renting a place could even lead to a stranger beauty proposing to share the rent. He quickly pulled the other man outside the door, even casually closing it behind him. "Brother, if this works out later, you've got to give me a discount on the agency fee." Inside the room, hearing the sound of the uncle closing the door, Tian Sini became more relaxed, the shy expression on her face already gone. "So, what do you think? For the sake of being fellow townsfolk, just agree to it. Look, such a big house, if you live here alone, wouldn't it feel so lonely?" Yi Fan was puzzled. Could it be that she also came here from the Nanyuan-based city for training? And how could this house be considered big? It clearly only had one room. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. "A great beauty like you sharing a place with me, aren't you afraid that one day I might lose control and do something to you?" Yi Fan had imagined what kind of expression the girl would have when he said this, shy, flustered, or even angry. However, he never expected Tian Sini to laugh, and it was that kind of enchanting smile. He, I have a bit of confidence in my own strength." Tian Sini's gaze fell on Yi Fan, teasing him. "Besides, you're so handsome. Even if one day you really lose control, I wouldn't be at a loss. Haha." Yi Fan gave a wry smile, and he couldn't help but start to wonder if she was the same age as him. People often said that women in their 30s were as fierce as tigers, but here she was, young and beautiful, already this fierce? However, faced with this kind of playful teasing from a young woman, Yi Fan didn't feel the least bit embarrassed. He had experienced countless similar situations in his previous life. There was no helping it, just like now, he had been too handsome in his past life. Besides, since she had said so, what reason did he have to refuse? He was short on money. Anyway, and having someone to share the rent wasn't a bad thing. Judging by her appearance, she didn't seem like a bad person, and even if she was, with his current strength he had nothing to fear. "You're not afraid, so what do I have to be afraid of? Let's go for co-renting then. It just so happens that I'm a bit tight on money lately," Yi Fan said with a smile. "No problem, I'll pay the deposit for you directly." Tian Sini instantly beamed with joy and agreed without hesitation. Although Tian Sini's family background wasn't as good as Bai Chanxian's, it was certainly better than Yi Fan's. After all, Yi Fan was an orphan, and everything he had achieved so far was entirely thanks to the country's welfare policies. Tian Sini was clearly aware of this, which is why she agreed without hesitation. In the end, the two reached a verbal agreement. Soon after, the door was pushed open. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the uncle's face immediately lit up with a smile as he asked, "Young man, all done?" Yi Fan nodded, then quickly realized, "What do you mean, all done? We were discussing the co-renting arrangement, and now we've decided to rent it." All right, go ahead. Give them the rental contract," the uncle said to the agent. Then, the agent took the contract out of his backpack. After carefully checking it, the two signed the contract and paid the deposit, rent, and agency fee. Before leaving, the uncle reminded them, "Young man, stay safe." Bang! The door was shut. Yi Fan smiled bitterly in his heart, thinking the uncle was truly a good person. At this moment, only Yi Fan and Tian Sini were left in the room. After a brief silence, Tian Sini hesitated internally but couldn't resist her curiosity and asked, "Yi Fan, can you take out that black weapon of yours and let me have a look?" Yi Fan was stunned at that moment. So direct? And how does she know my name is Yi Fan? She even knows I have that baseball bat with sea prism stone. Thinking it over, the only possibility is that she was present at the arena during the duel with the Ling family father and son. But how could the fact that I'm a tremor fruit user have spread so widely? After all, I only revealed my abilities in front of everyone that one time. Seeing that Yi Fan did not respond and seemed to be lost in thought, Tian Sini awkwardly spoke up. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm talking about the black baseball bat you used to hit Ling Yuxuan." "I suspect you're deliberately steering the conversation." Yi Fan smiled faintly. "How could I be doing that on purpose? Clearly, you're the one overthinking it and now accusing me." "Humph." She laughed and denied it. All right, you're always right. I heard you were able to defeat Ling Yuxuan because of that black bat. It doesn't matter who I heard it from. What matters is that the head of the Ling family explained it to outsiders this way." Tian Sini spoke very calmly, but in the next second, she started to act coy. "Oh, can't you just take it out and let me see? I'm really curious." Yi Fan showed no reaction. Did the head of the Ling family really explain it to outsiders like that? He thought carefully and realized that, indeed, with someone as experienced as Ling Outyen, he might have figured it out after just 2 encounters. Yi Fan smiled faintly and did not take out the black baseball bat she mentioned. Instead, he curled his lips into a teasing smile and said, "Could it be that you deliberately ran into me because you're curious about this?" However, Tian Sini put her hands on her hips. Although she felt a bit guilty, she immediately denied it. "How could that be? Don't be so full of yourself, okay? We really just ran into each other. Come on, are you going to show it to me or not? You haven't introduced yourself yet, roommate, Yifan said with a smile, stubbornly refusing to take out the baseball bat. She extended her hand and said, my name is Tian Sini, a student from number 2 high school in Nanyuan Bay City, 18 years old this year. So, she's a student from number 2 high school. Tian Sini? This name seems a bit familiar. Yifan searched his mind for this name, and after a moment, he finally found a trace of memory about her. Tian Sini, the school beauty of second high, a user of the float fruit ability. However, he felt a bit puzzled. Why were his memories of others so vague, yet his impression of this beauty was so vivid? After a moment, he suddenly understood. Damn it! No wonder the predecessor of this world awakened the tremor fruit. His mind was filled with these. Oh, nice to meet you. Yifan smiled slightly and, out of politeness, extended his hand to shake Tian Sini's slender and snow-white hand. Her fingers were long and delicate, soft and smooth, with a texture as fine as silk. The moment he held her hand, he felt a surge of electricity coursing through his body. Then, he let go of her hand and naturally began to focus on his own tasks, as if he had completely ignored Tian Sini's presence. Not far away, a few people were secretly observing Yifan. How did the school beauty of second high end up with this guy? What should we do now? What's the rush? It's not like they'll stay together forever. We'll make our move when Yifan is alone. Remember, when the time comes, make sure to kill him with all your might immediately. Don't give him a chance to take out that baseball bat, or there might be unexpected changes. Don't worry, with me here, he won't be able to cause any trouble. Inside the rental apartment, Tian Sini hadn't given up on the idea of making Yifan take out that weapon. While Yifan was resting on the living room sofa, she came over and asked him about it. When he was throwing out the trash, she followed and asked again. Even when Yifan was squatting in the bathroom, she knocked on the door to ask. Eventually, Yifan couldn't take it anymore. Damn it! He had never seen someone so persistent. So, he took out the baseball bat. Is this the big black bat that defeated Ling Yuxuan? Tian Sini carefully examined the baseball bat in Yifan's hand. The bat before her looked completely ordinary, with nothing special about it. Is this thing really that powerful? It looks so plain, Tian Sini said doubtfully. Yifan gripped the baseball bat and swung it a few times. Have you seen enough? I'm putting it away now. Wait, don't rush. Can I give it a try? How do you want to try? Tian Sini pouted slightly, her eyes darting around. How about, you hit me to test it? Yifan smiled wryly. He had never seen a beauty make such a request before, utterly absurd. Hit her directly? This isn't a joke. A swing like that could be serious. What? Is it inconvenient? Tian Sini tilted her head, and looked at Yifan, asking in confusion. Convenient. Very convenient. Since she was so insistent, he decided to oblige her. Alright, stand straight. Yifan raised the baseball bat and fixed his gaze on Tian Sini. Why did she close her eyes? Was she scared? Or enjoying it? Seeing Tian Sini's expectant expression, Yifan, who had initially planned to use a bit of force, softened. He gently pressed the baseball bat against Tian Sini's stomach. The moment it made contact, Tian Sini suddenly felt weak all over and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Tian Sini was stunned. Just trying it made her faint? What was going on? Why did she suddenly feel like she was going to pass out, unable to even use her fruit ability? Lying on the ground, it took her more than 10 seconds to feel her strength gradually returning. It was hard to imagine this thing, combined with his fruit ability. Alright, now that you've tried it, can you stop bothering me? Yifan put away the baseball bat and said as he sat on the sofa. Tian Sini stood up, walked over to him, and sat down beside him, directly hugging his arm. Instantly, Yifan felt a gentle embrace, a soft sensation coming from his arm. Her fragrance also wafted over. Yifan, where did this weapon come from? Are there more of them? Tian Sini stared at him with wide, watery eyes and asked. Her behavior was unusual, and even her voice had taken on a coquettish tone. No, there's only this one in the whole world. Despite the complexity in his heart, Yifan's expression remained calm. TCH. Tian Sini let go of her arms and leaned back. What a waste of my expression. This item is one of a kind in the world, she thought to herself. Such a good thing, Yifan wouldn't possibly sell it to her easily. After a long silence, she asked, you just arrived in Yantai City, right? Yeah, aren't you? I am too. What are your plans next? Yifan touched his pants pocket, which was empty, and said with a smile, make some money first. Tian Sini, lying on the sofa, sat up with a mischievous grin, and then what? Yifan broke out in a cold sweat. This woman was always making suggestive remarks, and he really couldn't handle it. Rolling his eyes, he replied, then I'll deal with you. That's great, let's do it together. Tian Sini giggled. She immediately noticed Yifan's dangerous gaze lingering on her chest and quickly added, make money. I mean make money, let's make money together. Yifan chuckled inwardly. Ha, you little rascal, you think I can't handle you? Really? Tian Sini pursed her lips and asked expectantly. Of course, Yifan answered without hesitation. Making money together was no problem. Tian Sini's abilities were not weak, and besides, she possessed the power of the float fruit. He was well aware of how formidable that ability ability was. Moreover, the most important thing was she had money. Do you have any connections? Tian Sini asked curiously. What connections? Register as a bounty hunter. This was actually something Bai Chanshan had told him. Before coming to Yantai City, Bai Chanshan knew that Yifan's family situation was not good. Thinking that he had come alone to such a distant small city, he was surely short on money. So, she wanted to give him some money, 100,000 yuan. To Bai Chanshan, this wasn't much, but to Yifan, it was a significant sum. How could he possibly accept such a large amount of money from Bai Chanshan for no reason? Left with no other choice, Bai Chanshan told him about this way to make money, becoming a bounty hunter. To outsiders, this seemed like a rather high-risk profession, but Bai Chanshan had great confidence in his abilities. Bounty hunter? Tian Sini's heart trembled. Being a bounty hunter is great. It can both train me and make money. When she heard the words bounty hunter, she appeared particularly excited. The two discussed briefly and decided to register as bounty hunters. Time flew by, and night deepened. How are we going to manage with just one room? Tian Sini playfully looked at Yifan and asked. Just manage it however we can. Oh, then I'll sleep in the room. Yifan nodded, having no objections. After all, she had paid the deposit in advance, so it was perfectly reasonable for her to sleep in the room. The night passed uneventfully. The morning sunlight once again bathed the earth. Yifan had fallen asleep on the sofa the previous night and woke up groggily to the sound of someone washing up. When he opened his eyes, he was instantly dumbfounded. This was free to watch? He saw Tian Sini standing by the sink at the bathroom door, brushing her teeth, dressed in a white gauze nightgown. The sunlight happened to shine directly on that spot, and at this moment, the gauze was practically see-through, revealing her entire figure. Yifan couldn't help but swallow hard and clear his throat. Ahem. The next scene left him even more stunned. She actually turned around and smiled at him? It really made one wonder if this was a dream. Awake? Tian Sini asked naturally. Yifan nodded and slightly turned his body, hinting, your pajamas look quite nice. Tian Sini had no idea what Yifan was talking about and even teased, really? If they look nice, take a good look. Yifan helplessly closed his eyes, leaving them slightly open. It wasn't until she turned to glance at herself in the mirror, bathed in sunlight, that she realized what Yifan had meant. But instead of panicking, she wiped her face and returned to her room. The moment the door closed, Tian Sini jumped up awkwardly inside. Although she enjoyed teasing Yifan, she had never truly experienced such a situation. In the sunlight, her outfit just now practically looked like she wasn't wearing anything at all. Even with her thick skin, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. After a moment, Yifan got up and finished washing up, while Tian Sini had also changed her clothes. The two appeared together in the living room, with Tian Sini showing no trace of embarrassment, as if the earlier incident had never happened. Instead, her face was lit up with a warm smile. After heading downstairs, they planned to call a car, but after waiting for half an hour, no taxis passed by in the area. Finally, they spotted a rundown little tricycle. Without hesitation, they flagged it down and headed to their destination, Bounty Tower. The tricycle drove for nearly half an hour before finally reaching their destination. Yifan's leg was almost numb from Tian Sini sitting on it. After getting off the vehicle, a towering building came into view. At the top of the building, several large characters were clearly displayed. Bounty Tower. This was the headquarters of the Salt Iron City Bounty Alliance. The two walked through the main entrance together and, under the guidance of the staff, arrived at a room. The space inside was spacious, with a black machine in the center that resembled some kind of equipment. Hello, you two. Please place your palms on the black machine in the center. This will allow us to extract your information, the staff member instructed. Following his directions, they placed their palms on the machine, which then dispensed two cards from its side. According to the staff's explanation, these were their identity cards. With these cards, they were officially registered as bounty hunters. From now on, they would need to use these identity cards to accept and complete tasks here. The threshold for registering as a bounty hunter is not high. One only needs to possess the ability of a devil fruit to complete the registration. After all, in the event of accidental death during a mission, the Alliance does not bear any responsibility, so the more hunters, the better. If one does not have the ability of a devil fruit, a special application is required, along with an offline capability review. Tian Sini picked up the card and asked in confusion, so we just became bounty hunters like this? Yifan nodded, that's right, but for now, we're just junior hunters. Here, the Alliance assigns hunter levels based on the points converted from the gold coins earned through completed missions. The levels, from highest to lowest, are Gold Hunter, Special Hunter, Senior Hunter, Intermediate Hunter, and Junior Hunter. Only a very few can become senior hunters. Most people remain at the junior level, let alone gold hunters. They are almost all the top combat forces in the entire Huaxia nation, and their number members are extremely scarce. Of course, both Tian Sini and Yifan were well aware of this. After completing the registration, the two arrived at the mission hall. The hall was spacious and bright, with neatly arranged wooden booths for hunters to pick up missions, ensuring their privacy. There weren't many people in the hall. Yifan and Tian Sini casually chose a booth and walked in together, with Yifan habitually locking the door behind them. The setup inside the booth was extremely simple, with only one machine that had a screen and a card slot below it. Yifan knew this was used to read personal information, so he inserted his card. Subsequently, a series of missions appeared on the screen. Yifan browsed through them one by one and found that these bounty missions were not as high difficulty as they had imagined, such as assassinations. Most were actually trivial tasks, like helping someone catch a cheating partner, walking dogs, cleaning sewers, and even matchmaking. Yifan smiled helplessly. No wonder this bounty alliance could grow so massive. It turned out they accepted all kinds of business. However, he did not give up because of this and continued to browse through the listings. When he came across a task marked with a star, his heart couldn't help but tremble, and excitement surged within him. He immediately clicked on it. Advanced Bounty Task: Eliminate S-Class Fugitive Jia Jingue. Task Requirement: Kill the target and bring back the head. Bounty Amount: 1 million. Jia Jingu, Weapon Fruit Ability User, Leader of the Freedom Organization, a ruthless killer. The mission description was brief, but from the wording and the bounty amount, it was clear that Jia Jingu was an extremely dangerous character. However, Yifan did not hesitate at all and immediately accepted the mission. After all, the bounty was a staggering 1 million. Split evenly, each person would get 500,000, which would be enough for him to live on for a year or two after completing the task. The two walked out of the bounty building. It was already noon, and as they strolled along the road under the scorching sun, a piece of canvas floated above Tian Sini's head, moving along with them. This was Tian Sini's fruit ability. Anything could float as long as her power was sufficient. How are we supposed to find Jia Jingu in this vast sea of people? Tian Sini looked up at the blazing sun behind the canvas and said dejectedly. Yifan smiled faintly. There's no need to search everywhere. Why? Do you know where he is? Tian Sini asked in confusion. I don't know, but someone does. However, I might need your help. When Bai Chanxian told him about the Bounty Alliance as a way to make money, she naturally revealed some tips to Yifan as well. Me? Tian Sini looked bewildered and pointed at herself. Help? Tian Sini looked at Yifan in confusion, only to see him rubbing his fingers together. Lend me some more. Borrow money? Yifan nodded. There's someone here who knows a lot of information. Maybe we can try going to him. It's just a matter of needing money. In this era, the business of trading information is particularly lucrative. Those sellers only deal in verified, accurate information. After all, if they were caught deceiving others with false information, they likely wouldn't live long. The people who come to them for information are almost always ruthless killers. So, people in this line of work dare not pass off fake as real. No problem, Tian Sini agreed readily. Money wasn't a big deal to her. The two hailed a car by the roadside and headed to their destination. After getting out, they entered an alley. Yifan, how did you find this kind of place? I'm getting dizzy from all the turns. Tian Sini followed behind Yifan, turning left and right. At first, she could still remember the path a little, but later she completely lost her sense of direction. There's a map. Yifan smiled faintly and handed the crumpled paper in his hand to Tian Sini. She took it, examined it carefully, and then revealed a wry smile. This is what you call a map? Tian Sini pointed at the messy arrows on the paper and looked up to ask Yifan. She had thought there would at least be some building markers on the map, but to her surprise, there were only arrows. She really couldn't understand how Yifan managed not to get lost. That's right. Hurry, turn left up ahead and we're there. Hey, wait for me. Tian Sini jogged to catch up. After turning left, they arrived at the end of the alley. The nearby houses were all quite dilapidated and covered in dust. Only one house stood out, with a clean front door and a cluster of lanterns hanging at the entrance. Clearly, this small building was the only one inhabited. Yifan approached and knocked on the door, which opened automatically. He stepped inside and calmly surveyed the surroundings. In the living room sat a middle-aged man dressed in black, wearing sunglasses. As the two stepped through the doorway, the man spoke. What brings you two here? May I ask, are you Beishatong, Yi Bailing? The man nodded. That's right, it's me. May I ask why you have come, young friend? Yifan didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, I'm looking for someone. This person is named Jia Jingue. Yi Bailing raised his head, seemingly deep in thought. Then, he spoke. 50,000. What? Just for this one piece of information? 50,000? Tian Sini looked at Yi Bailing in shock. 50,000 yuan. Completing this bounty task only rewards 1 million, and to think that just for this one piece of information, it would cost 50,000, it was truly surprising. She never expected this line of work to be so lucrative. Yi Bailing took off his sunglasses and emphasized to the two of them. 50,000. Non-negotiable. If the information is inaccurate, a full refund. Yifan shook Tian Sini's arm. You just need to trust me. I'm confident. Tian Sini nodded skeptically. skeptically and didn't say much. She then paid 50,000 yuan and received a piece of paper. The two walked out the door. Jia Jingui, 35 years old, currently resides on Jitu Island, has his own forces, and occupies the island? Yi Fan read the information from the paper. Did this really cost me 50,000 yuan? Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back once I get the reward money. Ding. Ah, being with you, I'm at such a disadvantage. You better reward me well tonight. Tian Sini blinked her eyes. Yi Fan smirked mischievously. Oh, how do you want me to reward you? Is it by using my tremor fruit ability to reward you? Oh, so that's what you're after. You're talking nonsense. When I said reward, I meant you treating me to a late night snack. What were you thinking? Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter echoed through the alley. Not far away, a few people were watching Yi Fan. Damn it, why are these two always sticking together? Didn't they just meet? The leader was very frustrated. How could Yi Fan be so attractive to beautiful women? Besides Bai Chanxian, this was the second campus belle. Could he have some special physique? Or some unique scent that particularly attracts campus belles? Cohabiting on the first day of arrival, this was simply outrageous. If he bragged about it outside, no one would believe him. Boss, should we call more people over? Let's just take him out, another man in black said excitedly. The leader shook his head, deep in thought. Don't rush, let's observe him first. Everyone nodded in agreement. After returning to the residence, everyone began packing their luggage. This time, with Tian Sini by his side, Yi Fan no longer needed to do it himself. Tian Sini had a spatial storage ring with a huge capacity. Yi Fan swore that after this job was done, he would definitely spend money to buy one for himself. After packing up, he fulfilled his promise and treated Tian Sini to a late-night snack. The next day, the two of them arrived at the port and bought tickets for a boat heading to Jitu Island. A few people followed closely behind them and bought the same tickets. Going out to sea is great, said the leader. He was from the Ganzhou base city near the Nanyuan base city and was named Zhang Zhaowen. Not long ago, while passing through Nanyuan base city, he happened to hear rumors about the weapon in Yi Fan's possession, which stirred malicious thoughts in his heart. He specifically sought out a swordsman who was not a fruit ability user to assist him. This swordsman, named Jun Nanju, had a long scar across his face, making him look extremely fierce. Seeing Yi Fan and Tian Sini heading out to sea, Zhang Zhaowen secretly rejoiced. Once he killed them, he could throw their bodies into the sea, and no one would know it was him. Boss, should we make a move now? Jun Nanju asked doubtfully. Don't rush, let's wait a bit longer, Zhang Zhaowen replied with a sinister smile. Wait longer? What are we waiting for? The sea is the perfect opportunity. I'm waiting for someone. Jun Nanju was puzzled upon hearing this. Could there be another accomplice? He didn't dare to ask further. At noon, the ship departed on schedule. Due to the long distance, the journey to Jitu Island would take nearly 10 days. Yi Fan and Tian Sini moved into a cabin at the bottom of the ship. It was the cheapest room, about 10 square meters, but it still cost over 3,000 yuan. Hee, making you spend money again, Yi Fan said with a slight smile. It's fine, this lady is loaded. Tian Sini pouted her cherry lips. Then can I borrow some more money? For what? To eat, of course. People need food to survive. Skipping a meal makes me feel starved. Alright, I'll lend you another 5,000, Tian Sini said as she reached into her pocket for money. Swoosh, just as she finished speaking, the power suddenly went out in the lower deck of the ship. Being at the very bottom, there were no windows, and it was pitch black. Tian Sini, who was most afraid of the dark, let out a hoarse scream. Don't be scared, Yi Fan said as he sat across from her, reaching out to comfort the frightened Tian Sini. However, his palm felt something unusual. At that moment, the power suddenly came back on, and the lights illuminated the room. Yi Fan's hands stretched straight forward. Hey, what are you doing? Tian Sini drove naturally, her face showing no trace of embarrassment. Yi Fan awkwardly lowered his hands, which had nowhere to rest. Sorry, it was a mistake. A mistake? Either you apologize, or I'll touch back. Tian Sini suddenly became serious. Yi Fan smiled bitterly in resignation. Is this really the school beauty of number 2 high school? What kind of school beauty is this open? He thought to himself, could I have mistaken the person? But sorry, Yi Fan, never apologize. Bring it on. Let the storm rage even harder. He simply remained silent, puffing out his chest fiercely. Seeing this, Tian Sini secretly smiled to herself. Here I come, I'm coming. She stretched out her hands and actually did it. Hey, are you serious? I'm just kidding. The small room was filled with joy. The ship had been sailing for several days, and nothing unusual had happened. Zhang Zhaowen had yet to make a move because the person he was waiting for was not on the ship at the moment. On this ordinary afternoon, Yi Fan was lying in the cabin, taking a nap. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, and he immediately woke up. Prompt, 59 seconds remaining until the next system shop refresh. Prompt, 58 seconds remaining until the next system shop refresh. The system shop has been refreshed. He did not cry out in surprise, as Tian Sini was also sleeping at the time. Yifan excitedly opened the system shop, but the first item he saw turned out to be a decoration. At that moment, a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. He continued scrolling, and sure enough, the excitement on his face disappeared completely. Finally, his gaze locked onto the 7th item. 7. A navy revolver loaded with 7 bullets. Price, 1 yuan. With no other choice, the rest of the items were junk, and only this one seemed somewhat useful. So, I decisively snatched it for 1 yuan. Ding! Purchase successful. Yifan opened the system space, took out the handgun, and gently wiped the smooth metal surface with his fingers, letting out a sigh in his heart. Sigh. Waited a week, and ended up with this thing. Such garbage. It seems that luck is only fleeting. Perhaps it's because all the good fortune was used up on redeeming Kaito's armament haki, resulting in the items refreshed by the system these 2 times being so disappointing. I really hope to find that fugitive soon. Based on the information he obtained, he established his own forces at the mountain peak. Such a massive force must have many subordinates. When the time comes, eliminate Jia Jingue and wipe out his underlings as well. I wonder if it will drop a high-level item refresh card. Even if it's not S-level, a high-level one would do. Is this request too much? Bang! Suddenly, there were several loud explosions, and the ship shook violently. Yifan's heart tightened. Could it really be such bad luck? Could it be that we've encountered a Sea King-class beast? The violent shaking of the ship made me inevitably think of this possibility. What's going on? At this moment, Tian Sini also woke up, groggily turned on the light, and asked me. I'm not sure either. Let's go out and take a look. The 2 of us got up and went to the ship's deck, looking around, and there didn't seem to be any major issues. It was just that the wind and waves were quite strong, causing the ship to sway all over the place. Fortunately, it was only the wind and waves. If we had really encountered a Sea King beast, I might not have acted as decisively as I did in the Lingxi secret realm. After all, there are simply too many people on the ship. Revealing my strength so openly might not be very appropriate. We returned to the cabin. Several more days passed, and we finally arrived at our destination. As the name suggests, Chicken Head Island is shaped like a chicken's head. The island is quite large, covering nearly 100 square kilometers. At the very tip of the island, there is a towering peak. After disembarking, we immediately walked into a bustling market. After nearly 10 days on the ship, the food there was both expensive and unappetizing, and we were sick of the dry rations. Now, all we wanted was a hot meal before making any further plans. On the island, this was the only place that could be considered somewhat populated, so naturally, there was plenty of food. Although the prices were similar to those on the ship, the taste was far better. We entered a restaurant and ordered quite a few dishes. Before long, I was full, but Tian Sini was still eating slowly and carefully. Men always tend to eat faster. So, I took out the piece of paper with the information I had bought and started pondering over it again. The highest point on the island? At this moment, the boss happened to pass by. Hey, boss. The boss stopped in his tracks, a puzzled expression on his face. What's wrong? Is the food not good? I smiled slightly and waved my hand. No, I just wanted to ask, where is the highest mountain on this island? The highest mountain? The boss thought for a moment. Come, follow me outside. I followed the boss outside. There, that's the one. He pointed to the peak behind the house. Are you planning to go up there? I nodded. Seeing this, the boss's face darkened. Young man, I advise you not to go up there. There's a group of people at the top of the mountain, ruthless and cruel. Everyone here is afraid of them. Every time they come here to eat, they never pay, and we don't even dare to resist. I heard that the person who resisted last time, the grass on their family's graves is already a meter high. I couldn't help but smile bitterly after hearing this. The boss is really something. Clearly, it's a sad story, but the way he said it made me want to laugh. Thank you, we're not going up. After saying that, I returned to the dining table. Shortly after sitting down, Tian Sini had almost finished eating as well. The 2 of us left. Following the direction indicated by the boss, I led Tian Sini to the foot of the mountain. By this time, the sky was gradually darkening. Is this what you call the hideout of that S-class wanted criminal? On the mountain top? She looked doubtfully at the steep peak in front of her. I nodded. Well, this guy sure picked a great spot. Look, this peak is backed by the sea. If there's any sign of trouble, they can immediately jump off the cliff. With the vast ocean, it would probably be impossible to find them again, Tian Sini remarked in admiration. Unexpectedly, your analysis is quite reasonable, I joked. This compliment was indeed heartfelt. Her analysis of the terrain chosen by Jia Jingue for his hideout was extremely accurate. No wonder he became a wanted fugitive, truly clever. Then let's take advantage of the night, fly high into the sky together, and quietly land on the mountain peak. Who would notice us? Yifan continued. I was thinking the same thing. Tian Sini squinted her eyes. Come on, call me sister so I can hear it. Sister will let you experience the feeling of flying. But at that moment, the familiar voice echoed in Yifan's mind again. Yifan was overjoyed and immediately opened the system mall, quickly browsing through it. He finally set his sights on an item. 5. Lucci's Moonwalk. Price, 1 yuan. He instantly eliminated it, it, immediately retrieved it from the system space and fused it. Moments later, "Hey, say something, why are you zoning out?" Tian Sini asked in confusion. At this moment, Yi Fan had just completed the fusion. He turned his face, smiled, and said, "Hee, how about you call me brother and I'll take you flying?" Tian Sini blurted out without hesitation, "Sure, brother." The word brother was said particularly sweetly. No matter what, she couldn't believe that Yi Fan could actually take her flying. After all, she was the one with the ability of the float fruit, and flying was naturally her forte. As for Yi Fan's quake fruit, it clearly didn't possess such capabilities. Seeing that Yi Fan hadn't moved for a long time, she teased, "Oh, brother, I did call you. Why don't you take me f?" Before she could finish speaking, Yi Fan suddenly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Then, "Moonwalk," Yi Fan silently chanted in his heart. Tian Sini only heard a few bang sounds in the air, followed by a strong sense of acceleration. She felt herself being carried into the sky by Yi Fan, stepping on the air, and they were still ascending. Tian Sini was instantly stunned. What was going on? Did he really make me fly? How was this possible? In her understanding of the world, the ability to fly was only achievable through special fruit powers. For example, her float fruit allowed her to fly. As long as one was strong enough, they could make any object float, and some flight-type Zoan fruit users also possessed the ability to fly. Even certain special Logia fruits could enable flight. Beyond that, there was no other way. Moreover, she had never heard of any treasure that could grant flight. Not only was there none in the Nanyuan base city, but even in a large city like Kyoto, where experts gathered, there was no mention of such a treasure. However, Yi Fan was clearly a tremor fruit user, so how could he achieve this? This completely overturned her worldview, and he was actually stepping on the air to ascend. This was simply so outrageous, it was unbelievable. This couldn't help but spark a wild thought in her mind. Could he possibly possess the powers of two devil fruits? No, that was absolutely impossible. There had never been such a precedent in history. But then why? She couldn't figure it out at all and could only watch as he held her, step by step, flying higher and higher, until, under the moonlight, she saw the mountain peak. The two slowly descended. Yi Fan released his hold on Tian Sini's waist. At this moment, they were already in Jia Jingui's stronghold. "How did you do that?" Tian Sini asked, her face full of confusion, the moment her feet touched the ground. Yi Fan completely ignored her, instead scanning their surroundings vigilantly. After confirming there was no movement, he whispered to Tian Sini, "Hurry, let's go." Yi Fan took a few steps forward and noticed that she was standing still in a daze. He couldn't help but smile wryly. It was just a small moonwalk. How could it have startled her so much? Helpless, he turned back, took her slender, snow-white hand, and led her away. Along the way, she kept asking, "How did you do that just now?" Looking at Tian Sini's dazed and shocked expression, Yi Fan felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. "My dear sister, what kind of thought process do you have? We've already arrived at the fugitives' hideout, and you're still asking about that? Do you think this is a rental apartment? I'll explain later. For now, let's focus on finding Jia Jingui." Yi Fan's words seemed to snap Tian Sini out of her trance. Her dazed expression vanished instantly, and a hint of guilt rose in her heart as she nodded. Seeing Tian Sini return to normal, Yi Fan's steps became more composed. They had been on the top floor for a while, and to their surprise, the place was entirely different, no less impressive than the streets they had seen upon entering the port. Sigh. Yi Fan couldn't help but lament, if only he had observation hockey right now, how convenient it would be. He wouldn't have to go through all this trouble to find him. A mere thought would reveal his location. Just then, a sound came from not far ahead. Yi Fan listened carefully. It was a woman's heart-wrenching scream. The two exchanged glances and instantly understood the gravity of the situation, rushing forward at full speed. The screams grew louder, piercing the soul and evoking despair. When they reached the house, they could vaguely see the scene inside through the window. Was that man Jia Jingue? Yi Fan couldn't make out his face, but there was no time to think about it now. Bang! The sound of wood splintering echoed as the door collapsed. The scene before them made Tian Sini turn away instinctively, while Yi Fan, upon seeing the man's face, immediately confirmed that this was Jia Jingue. Suddenly, he understood some of the details that had puzzled him earlier. Such a large organization couldn't possibly lack patrols at night, nor would the entrance be left unguarded. It turned out they were doing this inside the house. "How dare you? Do you want to die?" Jia Jingue initially thought they were his subordinates, but upon closer inspection, he quickly realized that the man and woman before him were definitely not part of his crew. Who are you?" Jia Jingue released the woman beneath him and quickly dressed. The woman, clutching the few remaining pieces of clothing on her body, curled up in the corner, trembling. Yi Fan stared coldly at Jia Jingue, refusing to answer. After a moment, Tian Sini turned around, her gaze equally icy, her teeth clenched in fury. "You beast!" she shouted angrily, charging straight at him. Faced with a criminal who had assaulted a woman, she could not tolerate it. The two immediately engaged in a fierce fight, locked in a struggle. The ground was littered littered with debris, and after more than 10 rounds, neither had gained the upper hand. They had to separate temporarily to catch their breath. However, at this moment, Tian Xinyi noticed Yifan standing at the doorway with his hands on his hips, watching the fight like a spectator. She was so furious that her teeth itched. Jia Jingui felt a hint of surprise in his heart. He hadn't expected to be at a disadvantage against this woman. His gaze shifted to Yifan, who was watching from behind, and his heart tightened. He quickly turned around, his arm transforming into a sharp blade, and shot it toward Yifan. Yet Yifan's face remained utterly calm, standing motionless and unperturbed. At the very moment Jia Jingui was about to approach, Yifan's arm suddenly turned black. With a slight lift of his hand, he firmly grasped Jia Jingui's arm. Bang! A violent collision erupted instantly. Bang! Another loud crash followed, and Jia Jingui was sent flying dozens of meters by a single punch from Yifan. A long mark was carved into the ground. At the end of the mark, the fugitive knelt on one knee, his face filled with terror. How is this possible? As someone with the weapon fruit ability, his arm, transformed into a blade, was harder and sharper than most weapons in the world. How could such a situation occur? Moreover, the person before him appeared to be just a young boy who had barely reached adulthood. How could he possess such overwhelming strength? Close combat was supposed to be his forte, yet he had just been overpowered by this person with a single hand and even sent flying with one punch. Just how terrifying was this man? At this moment, he panicked, unable to conceal his strength any longer. He had to use his trump card. Behind him, Tian Xinyi was also witnessing Yifan in action for the first time. Although she had heard of his spectacular performance against the Ling family father and son in the arena, she had always thought that his weapon was the key to his ultimate victory. But today's scene completely shocked her. Her eyes revealed an expression of disbelief, and her mind struggled to process what she had just seen. Moments ago, she had been sparring with Jia Jingui, fully aware that his strength was no joke. After all, he was an S-class fugitive. Yet Yifan had effortlessly taken him down with just one hand, and, if she wasn't mistaken, he had even caught the blade with one hand? Just how strong did his body have to be to achieve such a feat? She swallowed hard, her eyes wide open as she stared at Yifan, seemingly reassessing him. Jia Jingui stood up from the ground, twisting his neck and wrists, and sneered, "Heh, quite a few bounty hunters have died on this island. Today, you'll be the 20th. He could naturally guess the purpose of Yifan and his companions' visit here. Prior to this, many bounty hunters had come chasing the reward, only to meet their end on the island. As the death toll caused by Jia Jingui continued to rise, the bounty for this mission also skyrocketed, eventually reaching a staggering 1 million. Then, a confident smile appeared on his lips as the sharp blade on his arm instantly transformed into a heavy cannon. His confidence stemmed from the fact that this was his most powerful move, a rapid-firing heavy cannon with immense destructive power. Those who had previously thought themselves formidable before him had all been blasted into smithereens. So, he believed this time would be no exception. Tian Xinyi saw that Jia Jingui had already switched weapon forms, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. "Yifan, dodge quickly," she immediately shouted loudly. In an instant, more than a dozen shells shot out rapidly, flying toward Yifan. Yet Yifan remained calm, his mind focused as armament hockey covered his entire body. He was instantly enveloped by a black energy, forcibly taking on the rapidly incoming shells. "Ah!" Tian Xinyi screamed. Several loud explosions rang out, and the roof was blown off. Under the protection of Tian Xinyi's float fruit ability, the debris did not fall and injure anyone. Shells exploded, smoke and dust filled the air. Yifan stood amidst the chaos, a baseball bat already in his hand. "Moon step," Yifan silently recited in his heart. With a loud burst of air beneath his feet, his figure shot out like a bullet, instantly arriving beside Jia Jingui and swinging the baseball bat. In that instant, Jia Jingui saw Yifan's face, his eyes flashing with boundless fear. The bat swung down, leaving Jia Jingui no time to react. A crisp sound echoed through the room, followed by another loud crash. Jia Jingui was struck by the bat and sent flying into the wall, landing heavily on the ground, completely unable to move. This scene was like striking a dog. Jia Jingui was knocked unconscious by Yifan with a single blow, almost losing all awareness. Tian Xinyi was stunned. Yifan was completely unharmed? Wasn't he just hit by a cannonball? She had seen it with her own eyes. There was absolutely no mistake. That was a cannonball from the weapon fruit. Aside from Logia types, and some mythical Zoan types, who would dare claim they could take it head-on with their face. Even Ling Outyen, with his terrifying defense after beastification, would have been blasted half to death if he were here, right? Yifan was completely unscathed, which was simply illogical. And even more shocking was that he could knock Jia Jingui unconscious with a single blow. This was an S-class fugitive, someone who had killed countless people, yet he couldn't withstand a single strike from Yifan. Is he really the same age as me? The gap between us is just too vast. No wonder someone like Bai Chanshan would choose to team up with him in the Lingxi secret realm and secure first place so effortlessly. Now it all makes sense. Yifan stood in place, hearing sobbing coming from the corner. He quickly turned around and walked walked toward the disheveled woman, taking off his outer garment to cover her nearly bare upper body. He gently said, "Sister, don't be afraid. You're safe now." At this moment, the woman's eyes glimmered with tears of gratitude, as if she had seen a ray of light in the darkness. "Tansini, I'll leave her to you," Yifan said as he turned around and continued walking toward Jia Jingui. Tansini was awakened by Yifan's voice and quickly walked to the corner. "Lend me your sword," he said, pointing to her sword as he passed by. She nodded and handed over the sword in her hand. Yifan took the sword and walked up to Jia Jingui, perhaps to others, knocking out an S-class fugitive like Jia Jingui with a single stick seemed exaggerated, but Yifan knew that the moment the baseball bat infused with sea stone touched him, Jia Jingui had completely lost the ability to resist. A person without resistance cannot withstand Yifan's full force strike, even with an extraordinary physique. He raised the sword in his hand, ready to slash down. He sneered coldly, "I suppose you've done plenty of these despicable acts of forcing young girls before. Today, I'm afraid I can't let you die so easily. P.S. Remember to clench your thighs tightly." Yifan put down the sword in his hand, focused his thoughts, and gathered the power of vibration in his right foot. He slowly lifted his right foot, aimed at Jia Jingu's crotch, and stomped down heavily. He. At that moment, two crisp sounds like eggshells breaking were heard, and Jia Jingui was jolted awake by the piercing pain. Before the scream was even finished, the pain caused him to pass out directly. In fact, Yifan had intended to be merciful and let him die quickly, but judging by his actions just now, who knows how many girls he had ruined, how many families had been torn apart because of him. Today, Yifan wanted him to experience what it truly meant to wish for death over life before he died. Standing in the corner, protecting the woman who had been forced, Tianxini couldn't help but shudder at the sight. Yifan, that's so ruthless. But honestly, it feels so good, so satisfying. It's simply too cathartic. The woman curled up in the corner felt like she was dreaming at this moment. She could hardly imagine what kind of torment she would have endured tonight, if not for the rescue by Yifan and Tianxini. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face as she cried out loud, venting her inner fear and grievances. After finishing, Yifan once again raised the sword in his hand. With a horizontal slash, blood spurted out. A look of anticipation flashed in his eyes, but he found that no system notification sounded in his mind. His first kill did not drop a high-level item refresh card. "Tianxini, throw me the box with the head inside," Yifan said to Tianxini in the corner. She supported the already unconscious woman, took out a box from her spatial ring, and tossed it to Yifan. Yifan caught it and stored it away. Soon after, the sound of dense footsteps approaching could be heard. "Are his men here?" Tianxini asked. Yifan nodded, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In truth, this was all intentional on Yifan's part. He could have killed Jia Jingui in one strike, but he deliberately caused a commotion for this very moment. "Let's go." Just a bunch of ants. Yifan felt no panic. As the two of them, along with the bullied woman, exited through the backyard gate, they found themselves completely surrounded. So many people had shown up? That was perfect. He wondered if, this time, with so many people, he might get a loot refresh card. Yifan turned to Tianxini and instructed, "Don't worry, just protect her. All you need to do next is cover me." He was genuinely afraid of someone stealing his kills, so he made sure to remind her. In the next moment, Yifan, wielding a baseball bat coated with armament hockey, leapt into the crowd with a single moonstep. Just 10 minutes later, corpses were strewn across the ground, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. He returned to Tianxini's side, feeling a bit frustrated. Even after killing this group of underlings, no item refresh card had dropped. Tianxini's face, however, was full of astonishment. She was utterly shocked by Yifan's strength. This group of ability users just now, probably even the prodigies of Huaxia would struggle to retreat unscathed, but he had handled them so effortlessly, not even letting her make a move. How confident in his own strength must he be to achieve this? Now that the danger was completely eliminated, Tianxini's tension also dissipated. "So, can you tell me now how you managed to fly up to this godforsaken place just now?" Compared to what had just happened, she was more curious about this. "It's an advanced physical technique," Yifan replied. He had been using moonwalk and hockey just now, which had consumed a significant amount of stamina. Fortunately, the 20-plus bottles of Lingxi spring water had slightly enhanced his physique and greatly increased his stamina limit. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have lasted until now. Physical technique? Tianxini looked at Yifan with confusion. In the entire Huaxia, almost no one paid attention to physical techniques. Everyone was more focused on practicing swordsmanship. So, she wasn't sure if physical techniques could enable someone to fly directly. But she knew that relying solely on physical techniques to achieve such aerial maneuverability, how incredible must those techniques be to make it possible? Does it still feel a bit unbelievable? Yifan asked with a smile. Tianxini swallowed and nodded curiously. "Can you tell me about it?" Yifan thought for a moment. It wasn't impossible, especially since he needed to recover his strength now. He nodded, sat down, and said, "Actually." Just as Yifan was about to speak, a few snowflakes suddenly drifted down from the sky. He He immediately stood up, thinking to himself, this land is in the southernmost region, how could there be snowflakes? The only explanation is that there might be a natural ability user nearby, and specifically, one with the snow fruit ability. Tianxini had obviously noticed this detail as well. Her expression turned serious, and a trace of fear even flashed in her eyes. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, a few people walked over from afar. I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems the information from the Ling family wasn't accurate. You didn't rely solely on that iron rod to defeat them. The speaker was none other than Zhang Zhaowen, who had been tracking and monitoring Yifan in Salt Iron City. Trouble had arrived. Yifan never expected trouble to come knocking at such a time, and worse, he still wasn't sure whether the nearby natural-type powerhouse was an enemy. If he were in good condition, he could definitely hold his own against the opponent with his armament hockey. However, the recent battle had already drained most of his stamina. Who are you? Yifan frowned and said, you just mentioned the Ling family. Are you an assassin sent by them? Zhang Zhaowen laughed heartily. Ha, them? They think they can hire me as an assassin? At best, they can only carry my shoes. Only fit to carry your shoes? It seems your status and position are quite high. Huh? Are you from Kyoto? Or some mysterious organization? At this moment, Yifan's words became unusually plentiful. In fact, his purpose was merely to stall for time, allowing himself to recover more strength. Clearly, Zhang Zhaowen also noticed this and shouted loudly, hand over the weapon in your hand. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you die a little more quickly. Upon hearing this, Yifan understood in his heart that the man was after his weapon embedded with Silu stone. Everything made sense now, because after thinking about it, the only people he had clashed with since arriving in this world were the Ling family father and son. If the assassin wasn't sent by them, Yifan truly had no idea what the other party's purpose was. However, wanting him to hand over the weapon, that was simply a dream. This was a gift bestowed upon him by the system. How could he possibly give it away? He smiled faintly and said, you should have said so earlier. If you wanted this weapon of mine, why bother following me all the way to this remote island? I could have given it to you directly in Salt Iron City, saving you the trouble of coming all this way. Then throw it over here. If I throw it over, what if it hits you or damages the weapon? Heh, then I'll take it from your cold corpse. A whole flurry of snowflakes landed on the ground and unexpectedly formed into a human figure. It was a tall, slender woman with snow-white skin, dressed provocatively. She stood in front of Zhang Zhaowen, expressionless, exuding an icy aura. Her innate temperament was palpable, and the powerful presence emanating from her made the previously arrogant Zhang Zhaowen immediately shut his mouth and stand respectfully behind her. Seeing this, Tianxini stepped forward and stood in front of Yifan. At this moment, her mind was in chaos. Facing a natural-type powerhouse, no matter how strong she was utterly powerless. Yet she resolutely stood in front of Yifan. When the natural-type beauty's gaze fell on her, she shivered. Instantly, only then did she realize what she had done. She had actually positioned herself against a natural-type powerhouse, and it was for someone she'd only known for less than half a month. Wasn't this courting death? Had her brain gone haywire? At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Did you just realize what you've done? Yifan looked at Tianxini, a hint of hesitation appearing on his face as he smiled lightly. Yeah, how could I have done this for someone like you? But since I've already stepped forward, what else can I do? I'll do my best to help you escape, but if we can't get away at the last moment, I'll abandon you. Thank you. Yifan didn't say much. Although he still had the strength to fight, there was more than one person on the other side. He could only hope that Tianxini could buy him more time to recover his strength. After 2 tense breaths, the Snow Maiden did not make a move immediately but instead stared at the two of them with a teasing look. Her name was Qin Shueyao, and she belonged to the Fenglei Pavilion. Fenglei Pavilion was the #1 assassin organization in China, boasting countless natural ability users who struck fear into people's hearts. Zhang Zhaowen hadn't acted on the ship because he was waiting for her arrival. At this moment, Tianxini realized that if they didn't escape now, they would never have another chance. Without hesitation, she grabbed Yifan's hand and soared directly into the sky. Ha, let's see how far you can run. A faint smile appeared on Chen Shuiao's face, and then her body transformed into a flurry of snowflakes, drifting upward into the sky. Tianxini and Yifan had just reached the high altitude when their faces turned to expressions of terror. It turned out that the sky was already covered with a thick layer of snow. It seems they were prepared for this, Tianxini exclaimed in shock. Seeing the sudden gathering of so much snow in the sky, Tianxini understood that the enemy had long known. She was a user of the float fruit and had made preparations before their appearance. The intense sense of oppression left Tianxini momentarily at a loss, frozen in place. Head to the ground, Yifan suggested upon seeing the situation. Okay. Tianxini nodded. This was indeed the only way out at the moment. The two quickly passed through the jungle, descending from the mountaintop to the ground. However, what puzzled Yifan was the absence of the Snow Maiden's figure behind them. With her abilities, it shouldn't be possible for her to fail to catch up, right? Our we safe? Tianxini looked around nervously and asked. This was her first time facing a powerful elemental user in actual combat, and she couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Yi Fan didn't respond, only cautiously scanning the surroundings. After a minute, he finally said, "It should be fine now." However, Yi Fan felt a bit puzzled. Why hadn't they been pursued for so long? Could it be that there was internal conflict within their team? Or had something happened at the mountaintop that prevented them from breaking free? Thinking about it, Yi Fan couldn't be certain. Tianxini finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Yi Fan's words. "Phew, luckily, she didn't chase after us. The natural type is truly terrifying," she exclaimed. Right now, she just wanted to leave this eerie place as quickly as possible. After all, the mission was already completed, and there was no need to waste time here. 10 minutes later, Tianxini and Yi Fan were walking along the beach, heading toward the port. She rubbed her arms and said, "Yi Fan, do you feel like it's getting colder?" Yi Fan shook his head. Men's skin is generally rougher, making them slightly less sensitive to temperature changes than women. However, her words made Yi Fan more alert. Suddenly, snow surged all around them. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The snow fruit user had actually developed their ability to such a terrifying extent. Tianxini realized at this moment that she couldn't escape. Although she had already anticipated this outcome earlier, when the moment truly arrived, she still found it hard to believe. Was her life really going to end like this? At this moment, a surge of unwillingness filled her heart, perhaps driven by human nature, igniting her anger. "This time, I'm really going to die because of you," she shouted angrily at Yi Fan. Yi Fan remained silent. At this moment, tears welled up in her eyes, almost ready to fall. "Whoa, I haven't even been in a relationship yet, haven't even," she choked. "There are still so many things I haven't had the chance to experience. I don't want to die." At this moment, the snow maiden Chen Shueyo appeared from behind, watching the two of them with amusement. Yi Fan finally understood that Chen Shueyo hadn't been unable to catch up with them. She simply wanted to play a little longer. She was toying with them. "Hee, little girl, if you don't want to die, it's actually quite simple," Chen Shueyo teased. "All you have to do is help me kill Yi Fan, and I'll spare you." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. He understood that this wasn't her tactic, but a test of human nature. He had seen such things far too often. When faced with difficulties, those who once spoke righteously often, in the face of true crisis, would abandon their original companions without hesitation, even betraying them to survive. But Chen Shueyo found it particularly amusing that such a thing happened to her opponent. "Alright, let's end this." Yi Fan took a step forward, a confident expression on his face. He felt he had already let Tianxini down and didn't want her to endure this appalling test of human nature any longer. After all, testing human nature is truly a foolish endeavor. To be fair, she had already done well enough. "Oh, how do you plan to end it?" Chen Shueyo frowned slightly, a mocking smile appearing on her face. She didn't take the two of them seriously at all, merely treating them as toys before her. Yi Fan directly activated a moonstep, appearing in front of Chen Shueyo almost instantly. Armament hockey wrapped around his hand, and the surface of the black baseball bat was once again coated with a layer of black light. "Ha, overestimating yourself." The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she instantly transformed into an elemental state, letting him experience the invincibility of the Logia type. However, in the next second, bang! A crisp sound rang out as Chen Shueyo heavily fell to the ground. Her face was full of disbelief. Clearly, her body had already fully transformed into its elemental state, and logically, she shouldn't be able to be touched. Why was this happening? How could this be possible? At this moment, Chen Shueyo was utterly shaken, fear surging over her like a tidal wave. This was the first time in her life she had felt such panic. Even when facing a high-tier fruit user with the ice fruit, she had never experienced this feeling. Instinctively, she wanted to flee, but Yi Fan had already appeared before her. A large hand gripped her neck tightly, lifting her off the ground. The suffocating sensation overwhelmed her, and her eyes revealed an unparalleled fear. At this moment, Tianxini was dumbfounded. This is a Logia user. How can he hit her when she's already in her elemental state? The invincibility of Logia users was a universally accepted notion, and their elementalized bodies had always been a headache for countless powerful individuals. However, Yi Fan's strike, which seemed to hit the snow, had actually landed solidly on the snow woman herself. What kind of terrifying power was this? It completely overturned Tianxini's worldview. Logia users in their elemental state were always considered invincible, unless countered by certain fruits. Yet, no one had ever been able to do what Yi Fan just did. Clearly not a high-tier fruit user, yet directly striking the body of a Logia ability user. How exactly did he achieve this? Her curiosity about Yi Fan left her inwardly shaken. Chen Shueyo stood up from the ground, instantly realizing she had underestimated her opponent. "It's time to end this," Yi Fan said coldly. In an instant, the surrounding snowflakes surged toward him. This was the snow woman's final struggle. Seeing this, Tianxini immediately retreated several hundred meters, exclaiming, "Yi Fan, be careful." The snow piled piled up like a mountain, instantly enveloping Yifan. This was her strongest attack. Except for high-tier fruit users, no one had ever survived being buried under her thick snow. However, in the next moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. Bang! A loud explosion echoed as snowflakes danced wildly in the air, and the snow-covered mountain instantly collapsed. Yifan concentrated the power of the tremor fruit in his hand, and his black arm struck Chen Shuiao's chest with brutal force. Crack! Under the immense power of Yifan's tremor ability, the air itself shattered. Along with it, Chen Shuiao's internal organs were torn apart. With a deafening sound, she was sent flying dozens of meters away, blood gushing out uncontrollably. At this moment, Tian Sini, standing 100 meters away, was utterly shocked. Logia-type powerhouse, killed? Tian Sini froze in place, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. The first time she heard of Yifan was when he awakened the tremor fruit, and her heart was filled with disdain, thinking she would never have any connection with someone like him. But unexpectedly, Bai Qianqian teamed up with him, and later, she heard about Yifan overpowering the Ling family father and son in the arena, which sparked her interest perhaps in the baseball bat he wielded. It wasn't until this moment that she truly witnessed Yifan's strength. Excitement, shock, admiration, only these three words could describe all her emotions at this moment. That earthquake just now, and the ability to directly disperse the massive snow pile? Is this the power of the tremor fruit? Tian Sini said in disbelief. This was the first time she had seen Yifan use his fruit ability, and she had never imagined he would develop it to such an extent. She had even once thought his strength came solely from the weapon in his hand. This scene undoubtedly gave her a completely new understanding of the tremor fruit, and that physical technique just now, calling him a prodigy of China, would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, is he really just an orphan? Could he actually be the illegitimate child of some prestigious family from the capital, hidden away in the Nanyuan Bay City? At this moment, Yifan felt no mercy in his heart. Even though the Snow Maiden possessed a stunningly beautiful appearance, he had no sympathy for her, not even the slightest desire to glance at her again. As for Tian Sini, who would go to any lengths to protect him, Yifan was willing to give his all to safeguard her. But for those who sought to take his life, he naturally showed no mercy, and Zhang Zhaowen, the instigator, was undoubtedly on the list. Yifan turned slightly, his icy gaze locking onto Zhang Zhaowen and his companions, meeting their eyes instantly. Fear. At this moment, Zhang Zhaowen's eyes were filled with boundless terror. His legs and those of his companions went weak in an instant. Originally, the one without any fruit abilities had thought he could showcase his skills before coming here, but upon witnessing this scene and Yifan's death-like threat, he was so frightened that he lost control and wet himself. Please spare us," Zhang Zhaowen stammered, his voice trembling. "We'll do whatever you want." Endless fear consumed his entire being, even making his speech quiver. He knew there was no escape, and his only chance of survival was to beg Yifan for mercy. No matter what Yifan asked him to do, he would comply even if it meant, as the Snow Maiden had demanded earlier, plunging a knife into his own companion. He wouldn't hesitate. At this moment, a familiar voice echoed in Yifan's mind. Ding killed the Snow fruit ability user, obtained 1's great item refresh card stored in the inventory space. Yifan felt a surge of joy in his heart. As expected, only by killing strong opponents could items be dropped. The Sea King class beast in the Lingxi secret realm last time, and today's Snow Maiden, there was no doubt that they were both powerful figures in this world. However, now was not the time to be excited, so the smile on his face flashed briefly. It was precisely this fleeting moment that made Zhang Zhaowen seem to glimpse a ray of hope for survival. "Anything you want me to do?" Yifan asked. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with these lambs waiting to be slaughtered, as he still had some unanswered questions. Hearing Yifan smile in this question, Zhang Zhaowen clung to it like a lifeline and quickly affirmed, yes, anything at all. As long as I can do it, I will. Even if I can't, I'll find a way to make it happen. After thinking for a moment, Yifan asked, "Who is the person you just mentioned behind all this?" His brows furrowed slightly. "I only know his codename, it's Liang Jing," Zhang Zhaowen answered, swiftly and without hesitation, clearly speaking the truth. "Someone from Haiyun Society." Haiyun Society? Yifan mused, and what about that Snow Maiden with the natural abilities just now? "She's an assassin hired by our boss, seems to be from Fonlei Pavilion. I don't know much about her," Zhang Zhaowen replied. Fonlei Pavilion? Yifan felt puzzled. Coming from a humble background, he wasn't very familiar with these matters, though he'd heard that Fonlei Pavilion was an assassin organization. As for Sakura Society, he was even less acquainted. Haiyun Society? At this moment, Tian Sini stepped forward from the side, and Yifan turned to ask her, "You know about it?" She nodded. Haiyun Society is a secret organization infiltrated into the country by Sakura Nation. A trace of ferocity appeared on Yifan's face, and his gaze grew even colder. Haiyun Society? Sakura Nation? They must be eradicated. He swung his staff, and Zhang Zhaowen's eyes filled with immense fear, unable to even explain before dying on the spot. After a few crisp sounds, the others all collapsed into pools of blood. After a moment, moment, Yifan sat by the seaside, with Tianxini beside him. After dealing with those people, she had returned to the mountaintop earlier, sent the woman back to the city, and then came back. By now, she had returned to normal, and the fear in her eyes from before was gone. "What are you thinking about?" Tianxini asked as she looked at Yifan, who was sitting by the sea in a daze. Yifan did not answer, only letting out a sigh. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Haiyun society should not exist in Huaxia." Yifan clenched his fists tightly, filled with anger. Tianxini was a bit surprised. Although the people of Sakura country were somewhat detestable, it wasn't enough to make Yifan so furious. She completely couldn't understand why Yifan was so angry, nor could she comprehend the deep hatred in his heart. But Yifan understood that, as a child of Huaxia, one must never be a traitor to their country. At this moment, he silently vowed that when his strength became powerful enough, he would personally drive Haiyun society out of Huaxia. The waves continuously crashed against the shore, making a rustling sound. The two of them just sat quietly on the beach like that, remaining silent for a long time. Yifan didn't say much, only quietly accompanying her. He knew what Tianxini had just gone through, and with just a single shout, she turned her head to look at Yifan, and their eyes met. Suddenly, Tianxini threw herself into Yifan's arms, holding him tightly. At this moment, all the emotions she had been suppressing for so long burst forth, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. "Woo woo, I thought I would never see the sun rise again." Tianxini could no longer control herself. To be honest, the moment the snow maiden caught up, she truly thought she was going to die on this island today. Yifan deeply understood how she felt at this moment, and pulled Tianxini into his arms. With the support of this strong embrace, Tianxini's sobs grew even louder. She came back to her senses and regained her usual composure. Returning to the densely populated area, the two found a double room to stay in. So late at night, the entire town only had this vacant room left. As for whether the receptionist truly didn't know, she smiled and informed them as such anyway. Besides, since it was a shared rental arrangement, staying in the same room was no issue. After a burst of splashing water sounds, the two lay on the bed. Tianxini showed a serious expression. "It's true that surviving a great disaster brings blessings. This experience of life and death is probably comparable to the arduous training of the past 3 years. I really didn't come to Yantai City in vain." For her, this was indeed the case. She truly experienced life and death. But Yifan did not. He had always maintained a certain level of strength and dominance. It was only to be cautious that he let Tianxini buy time. Facts proved that his choice was correct. The Snow Maiden not only developed her fruit ability to the extreme but also possessed extraordinary physical skills. If it weren't for the sufficient state, coupled with the fact that Snow Maiden didn't know she could counter her armament haki, and also because Snow Maiden Chen Shuao, after elementalizing, was careless and didn't dodge. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have had the confidence to deliver a one-hit kill. Yifan didn't speak, but the atmosphere in the room didn't cool down because of it. "How about letting me play with your baseball bat?" Tianxini was full of anticipation, curious about what was so special about this weapon. Yifan smiled, pulled the baseball bat out from under the blanket, and handed it to her. "Here it is. Go ahead and play. Just make sure to hold it by the handle." Tianxini happily took it and swung it a few times. "There's nothing special about it. Isn't it just an ordinary baseball bat?" A hint of disappointment was evident on her face, and she handed the baseball bat back to Yifan. After chatting for a while, then the two of them went to sleep. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. After washing up, the two prepared to return to Salt Iron City. As soon as they went downstairs, they heard people around them talking. "Have you heard? Everyone up there is dead." "That's great. It's so satisfying. I have no idea who did it, but they were ruthless, not leaving a single one behind. No matter who it is, if they were standing in front of me, I'd definitely call them dad." Yifan couldn't help but stifle a laugh, almost bursting out. Little did they know, the culprit was right in front of them. However, Yifan understood that this wasn't just about completing a bounty task, but also about helping the locals get rid of a major pest. It was a good deed, but he didn't plan to leave his name. Then the two quickly headed to the port, as the ship was about to depart. This time, they bought a VIP room. Having completed the $1 million bounty mission, they made a huge profit. They had to enjoy it in advance. The smell of the lower deck cabins was simply foul and unbearable. Lying on the bed for several days, Yifan seemed to be waiting for something. Calculating the time, it was about the right moment. Shortly after, Yifan's mind echoed with that familiar mechanical voice. Hint, 59 seconds remaining until the next system store refresh. Hint, 58 seconds remaining until the next system store refresh. Would you like to use the S-level item refresh card? Yifan did not hesitate and silently recited in his heart. Use, he shouted. At this moment, Yifan could hardly wait. What kind of S-level item could he get? With a thought, he opened the system shop. The items came into view. 1. A bow used by Nami. Price, 1 yuan. Trash. He didn't even look at it and immediately flipped to the next item. 2. The sword of the pirate world's top swordsman, Mihawk Black Sword Knight. Price, 1 yuan. Mihawk's sword. This is known as the strongest black sword in the pirate world. Moreover, according to Zoro, this is a soft blade capable of unleashing powerful long-range slashes. If placed in this world, it would definitely be considered a top-tier weapon. It might even approach S-level items. However, Yifan felt it probably wasn't. So he continued flipping through, discovering that most of the items were rather insignificant, until he came across another red light orb. 8. Red-Haired's Observation Haki. Price, 1 yuan. Red-Haired's Observation Haki? Instant buy. Without hesitation, he purchased the item for 1 yuan, completely ignoring the remaining 2 items. Successfully sniped, the item has been placed in the system space. Yifan was so excited. The reason for the quick snipe was not only because the red-haired man was one of the 4 emperors, but more importantly, because in the pirate manga, the red-haired man rarely used observation haki. He was curious about what other powerful functions this 4 emperors observation haki might have besides foreseeing the future. Moments later, he immediately ran excitedly into the private bathroom of the room. With a thought, he opened the system space. Moments later, a red energy orb appeared in Yifan's hand. Would you like to fuse with the red-haired man's observation haki? Yifan silently recited in his heart. Fusion. Boom boom boom. Yifan, are you okay? Tianxini heard strange noises coming from the bathroom outside. Puzzled, she walked to the bathroom door, gently knocked, and called out to Yifan. Moments later, the door opened. Awesome! Yifan shouted excitedly. He had just successfully fused red-haired's observation haki. He was planning to return to bed to rest, and test out what other functions his observation haki might have, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw Tianxini standing outside, looking at himself, drenched in sweat, his whole body flushed, yet his face showed no trace of embarrassment. Instead, he smiled at Tianxini. Without paying her any attention, he went straight back to bed and lay down, leaving Tianxini standing there in confusion. Awesome? She associated it with Yifan's body turning red and sweating. Could it be that he? At this moment, Tianxini also returned to her bed with a flushed face, covered herself with the blanket, and hid her face, her mind involuntarily fantasizing about what he looked like in the bathroom. Her face turned even redder. Lying on the bed, Yifan activated his observation haki with a single thought. He could immediately sense all the people and creatures within dozens of kilometers, marveling inwardly. Indeed, it was an extraordinarily wide-range observation haki. Then, he focused on Tianxini, and with a single thought, everything she was thinking instantly appeared in his mind, and he even heard her voice. But, what on earth is she thinking about all day? Hey, I wasn't doing anything indecent in the bathroom. Yifan could only smile bitterly in his heart. Fortunately, the red-haired one's observation haki can see through the target's thoughts. As for foreseeing the future, Yifan had long known that the red-haired one possessed such an ability. Just this brief attempt had already consumed a significant amount of Yifan's stamina, especially after using the ultra-wide range observation haki coverage, which drained him greatly. Now, he just wanted to sleep, and before long, he fell into a deep slumber. Time flew by, and the two safely arrived at Salt Island City. After hailing a cab, they immediately headed to the Bounty Building. Luckily, the box used to store Jia Jingui's head was refrigerated, otherwise, it would have started to stink by now. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the destination. After getting out of the car, the two immediately entered the building, submitted the item, and completed the task. Moments later, a broadcast was repeatedly playing in the hall. Congratulations to Kuan Koan and 36D Girl for completing the star-level bounty mission. Congratulations to Kuan Koan and 36D Girl for completing the star-level bounty mission. Yifan and Tianxini looked into each other's eyes. Your codename is 36D Girl? Your name is Kuan Koan? The two exchanged smiles. Every bounty hunter chooses a codename when registering, much like an author picking a pen name, to avoid revealing their true identity. Yifan never expected Tianxini to choose such a name. He glanced at her chest and teased. You're a scammer, aren't you? There's no way you're a 36D. Yifan even gestured with his hand. Tianxini retorted indignantly. How would you know? You haven't touched them, so how can you be sure? Yifan smirked mischievously and said, are you saying I should give it a try? Go, go, go. Just because it's cheap, you think you can take advantage? Hee hee. After claiming the 1 million bounty, the two walked out of the Bounty Building, laughing. A wave of chatter echoed from inside the building. Star-level bounty mission? Which star level? Which one could it be? Only Jia Jingu's bounty is star-rated. Finally, someone has completed this bounty mission. Whoa, that's some serious guts. I heard Jia Jingu is the local tyrant of Jitu Island. The system shop has been refreshed. This is like taking the enemy general's head amidst thousands of troops. I heard these two wiped out an entire faction. Wow, that's way too fierce. What a ruthless person. Newcomers? Never heard of these two before. Back at the rental house, Yifan returned the money he had borrowed to Tianxini. After experiencing life and death, the person she most wanted to see at this moment was her family, so she decided to fly home immediately. instantly. With the ability of the float fruit, she didn't need to take the train at all. Yi Fan was sleeping in the house. Over the past few days, he had gone out to play for 2 days, spending the rest of the time sleeping. It was a scorching hot noon. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from outside the door, waking him from his dream. Someone was knocking? Yi Fan became alert, as he had just killed a Logiotype expert from the Wind Thunder Pavilion not long ago. His thoughts moved, and observation hockey instantly poured out of his body. So it was Tian Cinny, back so soon? Yi Fan got up and opened the door. Hey, beautiful, back so soon? Did you miss me? Ding. Yeah, I've been thinking about your current weakness these past few days, your stamina. In Yantai City, you were like a sprinter. You only lasted a few minutes before you were done. How can that be? Yi Fan was speechless. She started teasing him as soon as they met. However, despite his speechlessness, what she said did make sense. What? You have medicine? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Tian Cinny walked into the room and casually closed the door. Yes, want to know? She sat on the sofa, slightly pursing her lips as she spoke. 10 minutes later. Oh, this piqued Yi Fan's interest. He sat next to Tian Cinny. Do you know about dragon blood fruit? Dragon blood fruit? Isn't it just a product of the dragon blood secret realm? Tian Cinny nodded, her face full of excitement. It is said to be starting in a few days. How about we team up and go in together? Yi Fan exhaled and smiled wryly without answering. He knew this was a rare opportunity, but he felt a bit hesitant in his heart. Tian Cinny was seen clinging to Yi Fan's arm and acting coquettishly. Ah, brother Yi Fan, isn't the dragon blood fruit exactly what you need right now? I promise, if we get the dragon blood fruit, you take the lion's share, and I'll just have a little taste. After witnessing Yi Fan personally defeat a powerful elemental user on Chicken Head Island, Tian Cinny had already decided to rely on him as her pillar of support. Now that such an opportunity had arisen, she naturally wouldn't let go. As for Yi Fan, he was, of course, familiar with this item. Coming here was precisely for this secret realm, but he didn't know how to start speaking. Actually, I've already invited Bai Qianshan to team up with me. 1 day ago, inside the Falcon Special Training Camp, Mentor Zhang, Bai Qianshan found Zhang Chunfeng resting at the edge of the special training field. Since she joined the Falcon Special Training Camp, Chunfeng had become her mentor. What's the matter, Bai Qianshan? Bai Qianshan's performance in the training camp was outstanding, consistently ranking first among her peers. Therefore, despite some unpleasant experiences at Nanyuan High School, Zhang Chunfeng was exceptionally polite to her in the training camp. I'd like to request some leave. Leave? For how long? Maybe a month. A month? Do you know there are many of your exclusive classes coming up and 2 competitions waiting for you to participate? Upon hearing Bai Qianshan's request for leave, Zhang Chunfeng's face clearly showed an expression of displeasure. Did Yi Fan invite you to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm? Zhang Chunfeng speculated. Bai Qianshan did not hide it and nodded directly. Regarding this secret realm that opens once every 100 years, Zhang Chunfeng naturally understood. However, he did not recommend Bai Qianshan to go, as the main product inside, the dragon blood fruit, could be replaced by many other things within the training camp. There was absolutely no need for his prodigy student to take such a risk. Bai Qianshan's face was extremely cold, even when facing Zhang Chunfeng. I'm just here to remind you, I can actually go to another training camp. Bai Qianshan's words sounded more like a warning to him, or rather, a threat. When it came to Bai Qianshan, he was completely helpless and could only vent all his resentment on Yi Fan. In the rented apartment in Yantai City, it's fine, isn't 3 people even better? Have you ever heard a universal truth? Tian Cinny said with a mischievous look on her face. What truth? Yi Fan asked in confusion. The triangular structure is the most stable, so 3 people. Yi Fan smiled wryly, sighing inwardly. Haven't you heard the saying, 2 women make a drama? Isn't the one suffering me? The sound of knocking on the door rang out again. Yi Fan's heart trembled as he looked toward the door. Damn it, could it really be such a coincidence? Was a cliched plot about to unfold on him? A wave of nervousness surged within him. Ha ha! Sure enough, speak of the devil and he appears. At this moment, Yi Fan's head was spinning. He knew the Dragon Blood Secret Realm was a dangerous place, so he immediately contacted Bai Qianshan. With her gate fruit ability combined with his absolute strength, there would be nothing to worry about. But unexpectedly, after contacting her yesterday, she showed up today. Who could have imagined that 2 campus bells would gather in his small rental apartment in Salt Iron City? A few days later. Who is it? I'll go open the door. Hey, I'll do it myself. Before Yi Fan could finish speaking, Tian Cinny had already walked to the door with a smile. Squeak. Yi Fan listened to the sound of the door opening. It seemed to take longer than usual. The door opened, and a beautiful woman came into view. At that moment, the smiles of both disappeared instantly. However, Tian Cinny reacted quickly, showing a fake smile she had practiced for 2.5 years. Hello, senior. Bai Qianshan saw the woman in front of her and immediately recognized her. Tian Cinny did not respond and stepped aside to let the door open. Brother, is this the helper you found? Who is she? Tian Cinny asked, pretending not to know. Bai Qianqian glanced at Yi Fan, who was sitting on the sofa, and after confirming she hadn't come to the wrong place, she walked into the room. What surprised Yi Fan was that she was actually staying at his place. Moreover, he had clearly addressed her as senior, yet she not only didn't respond but even turned around and called him brother? What was their relationship? As soon as she entered, she sat directly next to Yi Fan. Living quite the good life, huh? No wonder you haven't contacted me much this past month. I even thought the phone bug you gave me was broken. Yi Fan smiled wryly. This was truly torment. He had never encountered such a safety incident before. Moreover, he could clearly tell that Bai Qianqian was being sarcastic, suppressing a wave of anger in her heart. Actually, it's not. Yi Fan wanted to explain, but before he could finish, Tian Xinyi interrupted him. Brother, you guys go ahead and talk. I think I forgot to hang out my underwear. It's all your fault for keeping me up so late last time. She pouted as she spoke. Bai Qianqian was instantly thrown into chaos. They were actually living together? And that? Yi Fan quickly explained as he noticed Bai Qianqian's increasingly cold gaze. It's really not like that. Can you stop being so dramatic? He couldn't help but roll his eyes at Tian Xinyi and said, if you're going to talk, make it clear. What do you mean by this and that? Wasn't it you who dragged me into playing that game last time? Ha, I was talking about playing the game. Tian Xinyi looked completely innocent. What else did you think I was talking about? Goodness, definitely not an easy one to deal with. Oh, so you're afraid that Qianqian might misunderstand it in that way? Ha, no wonder you're so eager to explain. Could it be that you like Qianqian? That's enough, Yi Fan said irritably. Tian Xinyi returned to her room. Seeing this lady finally go back to her room, Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, dealing with a fierce beast isn't even this exhausting. These two women together are truly a drama. Absolutely ridiculous. Actually, we're just roommates sharing the rent, Yi Fan explained. I know, you don't need to explain to me. Besides, this actually has nothing to do with me, Bai Qianqian responded coldly. I'm more interested in knowing about the matters on Jitu Island. At first, she did feel a trace of inexplicable anger, but in comparison, she was curious about the matter on Chicken Head Island that Yi Fan mentioned during their video call through the Den Den Mushi. Chicken Head Island, huh? Yi Fan told Bai Qianqian everything except the secrets about himself. During this time, Bai Qianqian occasionally showed a surprised expression. Moments later, you said you killed a Logia-type powerhouse? Bai Qianqian gasped. She knew how impressive it was to defeat a Logia-type powerhouse. Although she had witnessed Yi Fan's formidable attack power in the Lingxi secret realm, she still couldn't imagine that he could defeat a Snow Fruit user and even instantly kill them. Such strength, even in the Falcon Special Training Camp, where experts were as numerous as clouds, probably few would dare claim they could achieve this. The same could be said for the entirety of China. Yi Fan nodded. That's precisely why I need your Door Fruit ability even more. You know, stamina has always been my weakness. Bai Qianqian did not deny this. She was quite surprised by Yi Fan's physical growth. Compared to when she first met him, he had undergone a tremendous transformation. Just from his physique alone, the change was evident, with the muscles on his arms being particularly striking. So, can I join your team? Tian Xinyi opened the door, her face full of anticipation as she asked. Yi Fan glanced at Tian Xinyi, then turned his gaze to Bai Qianqian. It's your team, you decide, Bai Qianqian said. After a round of discussion, the three finally reached an agreement and decided to head to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm together. 3 days later, the trio took a car to the entrance of the Dragon Blood Secret Realm. The entrance was located in the mountains, and vehicles could only reach the foot of the mountain. The rest of the journey had to be completed on foot. However, the road leading to the secret realm was absolutely packed with people. But Yi Fan and his companions didn't need to walk at all. Tian Xinyi directly carried him and Bai Qianqian up into the air. The beauty of the two women drew admiration from many onlookers. Who is that guy? So lucky, bringing along two stunning beauties. One as sweet as honey, the other an ice-cold beauty. Truly a feast for the eyes. At this moment, where? Why didn't I see them? They're up in the sky. Truly extraordinary, they can even fly through the air. The three flew directly upward, clearly much faster. While others needed 2 hours to walk, they reached their destination in just 10 minutes. At this moment, the entrance was already crowded with people. However, there was hardly anyone recruiting for team formation here. This was because the secret realm was extremely dangerous, and those who formed teams to enter were already familiar with each other's abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to venture inside. Naturally, no one would recruit unfamiliar people to join their team here. The three found a corner. Yi Fan checked the time. There was still nearly an hour left before the Dragon Blood Secret Realm would open. Yi Fan looked toward the top of the entrance, where a massive dragon skeleton was displayed, exuding an air of solemnity. Indeed, it was the Dragon Blood Secret Realm that opened once every 100 years. The entrance's appearance was so majestic. 1 hour later, a loud noise erupted at the entrance. The Dragon Blood Secret Realm has officially opened. After Yi Fan and the other two bound their team relationship, they could be teleported to the same location location, with a maximum of 4 people. Then, they headed to the entrance together. This place, teams as young as Yi fans were rare here. Their appearance surprised many middle-aged fruit ability users. As a beam of light flashed before their eyes and disappeared, the 3 were already teleported into the Dragon Blood secret realm. It was a forest bathed in a dusky yellow hue under the setting sun, where the 3 found themselves. Strangely, although the sun was directly overhead, the light appeared dim and yellowish, as if it were ready to transition into night at any moment. Then, Yifan closed his eyes. Moments later, the observation haki spread out, directly covering the surroundings. Although doing so consumed a lot of stamina, the growth of stamina itself is a process of constant consumption and recovery. Now, with Bai Qianqian's gate space as a safeguard, understanding the safety of the surrounding environment is certainly a good thing, isn't it? Next, Yifan opened the map. The space within the Dragon Blood secret realm was extremely vast. The map only marked areas without Dragon Blood fruits but indicated the danger levels of each region. Yifan recalled the surrounding environment he had just sensed using observation haki, then pondered over the map for a while. After a moment, he drew a circle on the large map with his pen. We are probably in this location now, Yifan said. He glanced at the division of danger zones and found that the area they were in was a level 1 threat zone, categorized as a mild threat or even completely non-threatening, a safe zone. This meant that the beasts here were relatively easy to deal with and posed little difficulty. However, there definitely wouldn't be any Dragon Blood fruits here. The places where Dragon Blood fruits grow are often guarded by various beast kings or even beast emperors, and with bad luck, one might encounter an extremely terrifying beast tide. I think we should head north, Bai Qianqian said, pursing her lips. The two exchanged a glance and almost simultaneously had the same thought, as the nearest area where the Dragon Blood fruit might appear was precisely the level 4 threat zone to the north. Moreover, heading there would involve passing through level 2 and level 3 threat zones in sequence. This gradual progression was clearly beneficial for training within the secret realm. While the Dragon Blood fruit was undoubtedly important, the training in the secret realm was equally indispensable. Yifan looked to the left and saw an iron-horned rhino appear before him. Bai Qianqian immediately stepped forward, approaching the ferocious beast, and with just 2 or 3 strikes of her silver sword, brought it down. Tianxini, though she had heard of Bai Qianqian's impressive swordsmanship, had never witnessed it firsthand. Now, seeing it for the first time, a trace of astonishment appeared on her face. Bai Qianqian's swordsmanship was indeed far superior to hers, the gap evident at a glance. Yifan, on the other hand, merely curled his lips into a slight smile, thinking to himself, the 1 month at the Falcon Special Training Camp really made her swordsmanship improve by leaps and bounds. It truly lives up to its reputation. Then, Bai Qianqian pushed off the ground with force, leaping high into the air. Several sword shadows glinting under the sunlight came into view. With a loud bang, a giant eagle crashed heavily to the ground. Bai Qianqian landed shortly after, her face brimming with satisfaction. After collecting some of the beast's remains and storing them in her spatial ring, she walked toward Yifan and Tianxini. It seems the Falcon Special Training Camp has greatly improved your swordsmanship, Yifan praised. Bai Qianqian nodded. The Falcon Special Training Camp has the best resources for swordsmanship training, and it is indeed very rewarding. This was one of the reasons she chose to go there. Swordsmanship was undoubtedly her passionate pursuit. Brother Yifan, Qianqian's swordsmanship probably isn't as powerful as your black stick, right? Tianxini teased with a laugh, suddenly blurting out such a comment, which startled Yifan. Bai Qianqian was also taken aback. The remark really led to some unintended associations. However, she knew Yifan had indeed used a black baseball bat in the arena before. If it were someone else, they would definitely misunderstand. Speak properly, Yifan said helplessly. He thought about it and realized it was true. There was nothing wrong with it. It was just that Tian, the campus beauty, had a way of expressing herself that always skirted the edge. If he were alone, it would be fine, but Bai Qianqian was right next to him. Tianxini pouted. I'm just telling the truth. Okay, yeah. Can we leave now? Yifan was utterly exasperated. The 3 of them then set off toward the north. On the way, Tianxini appeared very vigilant. Stop observing. It's very safe around here, Yifan said calmly to her. Tianxini asked suspiciously, how do you know that? Yifan didn't know how to answer her. He couldn't exactly say he'd used observation haki. We're not in the level 2 threat zone yet. From the ferocious beasts Bai Qianqian had just slain along the way, it was clear that the level 1 area posed no threat to them. The 3 of them walked along the forest path without encountering any unexpected incidents. However, just as they were about to enter the level 2 threat zone, they unexpectedly found that there was no path ahead. They had reached a dead end, and in front of them appeared an extraordinarily wide chasm, estimated to be about 100 meters across. For an ordinary team, they would likely have to find another route. However, Yifan and his group had no such concerns. With 2 campus bells, one possessing the float fruit and the other the door fruit, they could easily and safely cross the chasm. Seeing the massive chasm, Tianxini was thrilled, as this was her moment to shine. Hey, Hey, Yi Fan, I'll use my fruit ability to float you guys across. She spoke, casting her gaze toward Yi Fan. With just a thought, he directly performed Moonstep. In just a single breath, he had already reached the other side. Bai Qianqian almost saw the entire process clearly, a look of astonishment appearing in her eyes. How did he do that? She wondered in her heart, seemingly seeing the air beneath his feet explode outward like a blast. If I'm not mistaken, this should be an advanced form of martial arts, right? But what kind of martial arts could possibly reach this level? Back in the Lingxi secret realm, Yi Fan had never displayed such skills. Just how many unknown abilities is he still hiding? At the same time, Tian Xini noticed the shock on Bai Qianqian's face and felt secretly pleased. Qianqian, have you never seen Yi Fan use this move before? Let me tell you, this is an advanced physical technique. Oh, Bai Qianqian simply responded. Come, I'll take you flying over together. Tian Xini warmly invited her. No need, I can manage myself. Bai Qianqian opened an air door, quickly slipped inside, and closed the door. Afterward, in just one breath, Bai Qianqian had already appeared on the opposite shore. Wow, the Dordor fruit is truly amazing, Tian Xini couldn't help but exclaim. She then flew over as well. But just as she reached the opposite shore, Yi Fan's closed eyes suddenly opened. Danger is approaching ahead, he said firmly. At this moment, the two were stunned. What nonsense are you talking about? There's no ferocious beast approaching. Tian Xini cautiously looked around and asked in confusion. Within her line of sight, it was very safe, with no trace of any ferocious beasts. Yi Fan did not respond. Meanwhile, Bai Qianqian remained vigilant, keeping her eyes on the front. She believed in Yi Fan completely. Although she didn't understand why he said that, his strength had already surpassed her imagination. A few breaths later, Tian Xini felt the vibrations coming from beneath her feet, and her heart skipped a beat. Could what he said be true? Is there really a ferocious beast approaching? With a single thought, based on the intensity of the vibrations, she didn't spot any ferocious beast within her line of sight, so its size probably isn't small. Bai Qianqian took a step forward, a faint expectant smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. After a single breath, smoke and dust rose in the distance. A giant ferocious beast was rapidly approaching. It's a giant lizard dragon. Yi Fan was indeed right. Tian Xini's face showed an expression of disbelief. She glanced at Bai Qianqian, who was standing at the front of the team. Yi Fan had long been aware of her combative nature, so he did not rush to take action. Bai Qianqian strode forward quickly, holding her sword horizontally. In an instant, her swift sword struck out, landing solidly on the ferocious beast. Immediately, accompanied by a loud crash, the giant lizard dragon swung its upper body claws, sending Bai Qianqian flying. The strength of this ferocious beast has probably already reached the Beast King level, she said, propping herself up with her sword, her face showing astonishment. Moments later, based on the powerful force unleashed by this beast's strike, she deduced that it must be a Beast King. At this moment, several scratches appeared on the body of the giant lizard dragon, with blood slowly oozing out. Its massive eyes revealed an aura of anger, clearly underestimating the strength of the human before it, resulting in its own injury. After all, it was a being close to the level of a Beast King. With a roar, it charged toward Bai Qianqian. Tian Xini behind was utterly stunned. Because its speed was clearly twice as fast as before, this time Bai Qianqian might not be able to withstand the attack. Seeing the danger approaching, just as Bai Qianqian was about to open the airlock, Yi Fan silently recited in his heart, "Moon Step." He shot out like an arrow, instantly arriving in front of Bai Qianqian. His cold gaze locked onto the giant lizard dragon, and his entire aura spread out like a tidal wave. The giant lizard dragon braked sharply and came to a stop. Fear. A look of fear emerged from its eyes. It clearly realized that the aura emanating from this human seemed like a threat of death. It panicked instantly, and this scene left Tian Xini completely stunned. This giant lizard dragon actually felt fear? She looked at Yi Fan again, and at this moment, he could even make her, as his teammate, feel deeply unsettled. Without a doubt, this is true. Yi Fan actually scared a ferocious beast that might have reached the Beast King level into panic? This is no joke? Then, he coldly uttered a single word, "Leave." A small amount of Conqueror's haki leaked from his body. At that moment, boom! The massive Beast King fled without looking back, as if it had narrowly escaped death. At this moment, Tian Xini was stunned, standing motionless in place. Yi Fan? Just one word, scram, scared off a Beast King level ferocious beast? She stared in shock at the Beast King's unbelievable behavior, finding it utterly incredible. Forced back with just a glance? Scared off with a single scram? Did the Beast King really care so little about its dignity? Bai Qianqian, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smile and said, "Thank you. You've saved me once again." Yi Fan smiled faintly, not saying much more. Then, she turned to look at Tian Xini, noticing her astonished expression, and secretly found it amusing. "I saw this trick back in the Lingxi secret realm, and that's a Sea King type you've never seen before." However, these were just her thoughts and she didn't say them out loud. As for the secrets surrounding Yi Fan, she would try her best to keep them from everyone. After a while, Tian Xini finally recovered from her shock and chased after Yi Fan, asking, "Brother Yi Yifan. How did you do that just now? One word scram and it really scrammed? Maybe it's because I'm too handsome, Yifan said with a slight smirk, teasingly. Alright, that's something I definitely can't learn, because I don't have handsomeness, only sexiness. Tian Xinyi knew Yifan was joking with her and didn't plan to press further. She simply ended the topic in a playful tone. She even straightened her proud curves and rested her hand on her shapely hips. It was true, she was indeed sexy. Afterward, the three continued toward their destination, but with greater caution. Yifan was also glad he had brought Bai Qianqian into the team. Beast King had already appeared in the level 2 threat zone. What about level 3? Level 4? Or even the terrifying existence at the very center of the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, the level 5 threat? That was no joke. Perhaps he could handle those fierce beasts, but what if multiple powerful beasts appeared in succession? In such cases, stamina would become a major issue. However, with Bai Qianqian's Dordor fruit, everything could be resolved. On the way through the secondary threat zone, dangers were everywhere, flying in the sky, running on the ground. Fortunately, not every ferocious beast was as powerful as the giant lizard dragon they had just encountered. Most of them could still be handled by Bai Qianqian. When her stamina was nearly half depleted, Yifan and Tian Xinyi would take over. Even so, they would occasionally retreat into the spatial gate to rest or hide in caves whenever they spotted one. In this manner, they spent nearly 3 days in the secondary threat zone. By the evening of the third day, they finally reached the boundary between the secondary threat zone and the tertiary threat zone. How about we rest here for the night? Bai Qianqian glanced at the sun in the sky and suggested. I agree, Tian Xinyi echoed. They all understood that the strength of the ferocious beasts in the level 3 threat zone might exceed their imagination. Moreover, nightfall was approaching, and nighttime was the most dangerous. Even though they had the Dordor fruit as a safeguard, they couldn't enter recklessly. Yifan nodded in agreement. With a single thought, his observation haki surged out once again. This time, he didn't cover a wide area but instead focused his observation haki on a radius of about 1 kilometer within the level 2 threat zone. Moments later, follow me, Yifan said. The two had no doubts and followed him. After several twists and turns, the three arrived at a cave. Bai Qianqian and Tian Xinyi were instantly filled with curiosity. How did you know there was a cave here? I got it. Brother Yifan is just naturally good at finding caves, Tian Xinyi praised with a smile. When Yifan heard this, he frowned slightly. It did sound like a compliment, but coming from her mouth, it felt a bit odd. He shook his head helplessly, deciding there was no need to explain further. Passing through the dense jungle, he entered the cave. He had just used his observation haki to check, and the cave was safe, so he didn't inspect it again. From the newly purchased spatial ring, he took out his bedding, found a clean spot, and laid it out. He planned to sleep here tonight. Yifan had just finished laying out his bedding when Tian Xinyi walked over and placed hers right next to his. Isn't there still some empty space over there? Why are you sleeping so close to me? I'm a bit afraid of the dark at night. Being closer to you gives me a sense of security. I haven't been sleeping well these past few days. I don't believe you. Look, I even have dark circles under my eyes. Tian Xinyi pointed to the faint dark circles at the corner of her eyes, laughing playfully. Meanwhile, Bai Qianqian quietly laid her bedding nearby. A beauty. On the left, another beauty on the right. This was enough to make anyone's heart race. Though he protested outwardly, inside he was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Bai Qianqian to join in on the fun as well. The night passed peacefully without incident. The next day, they woke up and continued heading toward the third threat zone. This time, between the second and third threat zones was a small river a few meters wide. The three of them crossed it smoothly with almost no effort. Just as they entered this area, Tian Xinyi moved closer to Yifan and quietly asked, Yifan, where are we heading now? Looking at Tian Xinyi, who seemed eager to get closer, Yifan replied indifferently, let me check the map first. He took out a map from his storage ring, and the three of them studied it carefully for a while. Yifan, what does this bug symbol mean? Tian Xinyi asked curiously. Apart from marking some dangerous areas and mountains, the map didn't contain much other information. This symbol stood out particularly. Yifan looked at it but couldn't figure out what it was. Could it be a gathering place for ferocious beasts? She guessed casually. Apart from ferocious beasts, the area contained dragon blood fruits, but the map clearly wouldn't mark the locations of the fruits. The only connection seemed to be the ferocious beasts. Shall we go take a look? Bai Qianqian, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. She was evidently the most curious among them, and upon hearing it might be a gathering place for ferocious beasts, she even seemed a bit excited. Seeing Bai Qianqian's anticipation, Yifan nodded. He knew that if they didn't go, Bai Qianqian would likely drop hints over the next few days, so it was better to make a decisive decision. Moreover, the gathering place for ferocious beasts might also be where dragon blood fruits grow. After deciding, they set off. Along the way, they encountered countless ferocious beasts, far more than in the second threat zone. Additionally, the beasts here were generally larger than those in the second threat zone, at least by 30%, with some even doubling in size. The frequent encounters encounters with such dense groups of ferocious beasts provided a significant boost to Tian Xinyi's swordsmanship, which had previously been less proficient. More importantly, with Bai Qianqian by her side, it was like having a living textbook. Thus, Bai Qianqian also played an indispensable role in Tian Xinyi's improvement in swordsmanship. They walked and stopped along the way, taking several days to reach the location marked on the map for the bugs. Brother Yifan, is there any danger around here? I'm a little scared. Roar. It's best to check if there's any danger behind us. I don't want to get stabbed in the back when the fight starts, Tian Xinyi said bluntly. Yifan was already used to her straightforward style. The reason she asked was that every time they encountered a fierce beast in the past few days, Yifan would always warn them in advance. Although they didn't know how he did it, he was always accurate, so they naturally came to rely on him. Yifan focused his thoughts and closed his eyes. After a few breaths, he slowly opened his eyes. Don't worry, it's temporarily very safe around here. Temporarily very safe? Isn't this the gathering place of fierce beasts? Could we have been wrong? Tian Xinyi asked in confusion. If there are no fierce beasts, then what does this insect's mark mean? Bai Qianqian was also puzzled. They believed that the markings on the map must have a unique purpose or indicate potential danger. But now, there wasn't a single fierce beast nearby. Why was that? This was supposed to be the third threat zone. Previously, they encountered a fierce beast almost every few hundred meters, yet here, there were no signs of life for 2 or 3 kilometers. It was simply too strange. Even though Yifan hadn't detected any danger, he still remained vigilant, carefully observing every blade of grass and tree around them. Tian Xinyi naturally grabbed Yifan's right hand, so that if unexpected danger arose, they could ascend into the air immediately. They cautiously moved forward for several hundred meters. Look, what is that? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Tian Xinyi's gaze locked onto the right side, the direction she had been focusing on. Suddenly, she spotted a black spherical object of considerable size and excitedly whispered. Everyone turned their attention to the black object, but after staring at it for a long time, they still couldn't identify what it was. However, one thing was certain: since entering the Dragon Blood secret realm, they had never seen anything like it. Perhaps the insect-like object marked on the map was this thing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a gust of strong wind swept through, rustling the leaves. What's going on? Why did the light suddenly dim? Tian Xinyi asked nervously. The group looked up at the sky, and the scene before them left them stunned. It's vampire mosquitoes, Bai Qianqian exclaimed. A swarm of pitch-black flying creatures descended from dozens of meters above, heading straight for Yifan and the others. He was well aware of the terror these creatures could bring. Although their individual attack power was not as strong as that of a beast king, their sheer numbers were enough to instill fear. These ferocious beasts almost always acted in groups, and when their numbers were sufficient, they could rival a beast king, even surpassing it. Moreover, dealing with them was extremely troublesome, often resulting in heavy losses, sacrificing 800 to kill 1,000. For fruit ability users, attempting to annihilate them completely was nearly impossible without suffering significant harm. If left unchecked, even small nations could face destruction. These creatures were truly deadly. Bai Qianqian quickly opened an air door. Get in quickly. Tian Xinyi hurriedly darted into the air door, and Bai Qianqian followed right after. Only Yifan remained standing in place, seemingly in a daze. Hurry up! Yifan, get in quickly! Tian Xinyi shouted loudly, a trace of despair in her eyes. In fact, he wasn't dazed but was instead gauging the remaining reserves of his haki. This time, he didn't want to run away. His heart burned with a desire to uncover the origins of this swarm of ferocious beasts. Why had his observation haki failed to detect their presence earlier? This was clearly abnormal. Against such a group of minor creatures, unleashing Conqueror's haki with the power of the red-haired king was the most ideal attack method. However, having just used observation haki moments ago, his reserves of haki weren't abundant. Clenching his right fist tightly, white energy flickered around it. Shatter, he said softly, then aimed his fist at the incoming vampire mosquitoes. The power of the tremor fruit had already gathered in his right fist. Boom! A sharp, piercing sound of tearing erupted, like the shattering of glass. The air seems to have cracked. Tian Xinyi, witnessing Yifan's fruit ability up close for the first time, was utterly astonished. No, it wasn't just seems to have, it had truly cracked. The tremor fruit could actually shatter the air. This was something she had never dared to imagine. Before her eyes, a fist-sized black void appeared in front of Yifan's fist, with countless cracks spreading outward from it in all directions, completely enveloping the swarm of vampire mosquitoes. Wherever the cracks reached, the bodies of the vampire mosquitoes were utterly obliterated. In an instant, the entire sky turned blood red, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. Tian Xinyi pointed at the distant sky, her eyes filled with disbelief. The sky has cracked? This was the first time she had seen Yifan use his fruit ability to shatter the sky. How could this be? How was this even possible? What kind of terrifying power could shatter the atmosphere high in the sky? Tian Xinyi couldn't believe it at all. Just how much strength had Yifan yet to reveal? Was Was this his ultimate power? Watching him stand calmly in place, Tian Xinyi couldn't help but feel a surge of doubt in her heart. Bai Qianqian, gazing at the familiar scene before her, also felt a twinge of shock. So that punch wasn't aimed at the tree but, when striking the ferocious beasts, could produce such a spectacular display. All the vampire mosquitoes had been completely obliterated. The scene was simply too overwhelming. In the past, the tremor fruit had often been ridiculed and even despised, but now she found herself envying Yi Fan for awakening the tremor fruit. His decision not to join her at the Falcon training camp was the right one. There was indeed no need for him to learn there. With such strength, he even surpassed her mentor, Zhang Chunfeng. Yi Fan frowned slightly after delivering a punch with immense force, then closed his eyes, seemingly anticipating something. When all the vampire mosquitoes had fallen, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of disappointment. Sigh. Nothing at all, he let out a long sigh. Seeing the swarm of vampire mosquitoes, Yi Fan didn't feel fear. Instead, he was somewhat excited. He thought to himself that with so many vampire mosquitoes, even if they didn't drop an S-level item, refresh card, at least they should drop a high-level item refresh card, right? Yet, out of tens of thousands of vampire mosquitoes, not a single thing dropped. The mechanical system sound he had been expecting did not ring out as he had hoped. This was truly absurd. Phew. Yi Fan took a deep breath. That strike had consumed quite a bit of his stamina. Yi Fan, are you really only 18 years old? Tian Xinyi asked curiously. Of course, sis, I'm your junior, after all. Sigh. If you hadn't said anything, I really would have thought you were in your 40s or 50s. What 18-year-old ability user could possibly be as terrifying as you? At the same time, to be honest, are you actually reversing aging? Then just consider me 50 years old. Yi Fan didn't want to explain further, nor did he feel like explaining. Tian Xinyi's doubts were not entirely unreasonable. After all, he was already 48 years old during the peak of Whitebird's tremor power, battling the Roger pirates for 3 days and nights. By the time of the Summit War, he was 72 years old. Saying he was mature for his age wasn't an exaggeration. However, after dealing with those vampire mosquitoes, he still couldn't understand why they had suddenly appeared. Could it be because of that black spherical object? He turned and walked toward it. The three of them slowly approached, but the sphere remained unchanged. With every meter they got closer, their tension increased. Until, when they were about 10 meters away, it suddenly unleashed a powerful suction force. The three of them had no time to react and were all pulled into the black sphere. Immediately, a rainbow-like tunnel appeared before their eyes, its colors completely different from the sphere's exterior. Yi Fan was puzzled. What is this thing? Behind them was complete darkness, but ahead, a beam of light shone through. Could this be a teleportation tunnel? And where would it lead? Were those vampire mosquitoes really coming from here? This might be the only explanation for why their observation hockey hadn't detected them. Yi Fan, the fruit abilities can't be used anymore, Bai Qianqian said softly, her face full of astonishment. She had intended to use the door space to take them back to their original location, but she discovered that her fruit abilities were completely unusable. In this rainbow-like tunnel, the abilities of fruit users were actually restricted. This was truly unbelievable. Then we can only move forward and hope that the fruit abilities will return to normal once we're out, Yi Fan calmly analyzed. Since their fruit abilities couldn't be used, they had no choice but to follow this path. The three of them let out a long sigh of relief and walked toward the light. A blinding white light flashed, and they returned to the Dragon Blood secret realm. However, the scent of blood in the air here was more than 10 times stronger than in the third region. Qianqian, try to see if your fruit ability has recovered. Yi Fan realized this was an extremely dangerous place. They had to quickly hide in the door space, as his current stamina was far from sufficient. Alright, hurry in. After trying, Bai Qianqian immediately opened an air door and called the two of them into the space. Once the air door was closed, Tian Xinyi and Bai Qianqian both breathed a sigh of relief. The door space was undoubtedly the safest place. Tian Xinyi gasped for air. Phew, this thrill is definitely no less intense than facing a nature type. Luckily, we have you, Qianqian. Your door fruit is truly a lifesaver. At this moment, Tian Xinyi finally understood why Yi Fan had invited Bai Qianqian to join him in the Dragon Blood secret realm right away. Life is truly precious. Having an extra life-saving card is always a good thing. At this time, Yi Fan understood why there hadn't been a single ferocious beast within a kilometer of that black spherical object. Clearly, they had been inexplicably transported to this blood-soaked place and were all wiped out. Ferocious beasts possess a certain level of intelligence, and seeing the fate of those before them, they naturally wouldn't approach such a perilous area again. Several hours passed. You two stay here, I'll go out and take a look, Yi Fan said to the two of them. After spending a few hours in the door space, Yi Fan's stamina and haki had almost fully recovered. He planned to go out first and use observation haki to cover a small area around him to determine if there were any unknown dangers. Then, a door appeared in the air, and Yi Fan stepped out from it. Observation haki poured out from his body. Within just a few breaths, Yi Fan returned to the sex space face, his expression slightly changing. Bai Qianqian asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Yi Fan said nothing, took out a map from his storage ring, and used his observation haki to sense the terrain, recalling the information in his mind as he carefully searched. Moments later, he circled an area on the map. "We are currently in this place." Yi Fan frowned slightly. The two followed the direction he pointed to, repeatedly confirming, and their faces revealed expressions of astonishment. "The fifth region? We were actually teleported to the fifth ret region?" Bai Qianqian exclaimed. "It's actually the fifth ret region? Little black ball. I sincerely thank you. Do you think I've lived too long? Or do you think I'm too strong?" Tian Sini was completely unable to accept this. They all knew what the fifth threat zone meant. The Dragon Blood secret realm only opens once every 100 years, and it is said that during the last opening, many powerful prodigies fell in the fifth threat zone. There was even a founding marshal who tragically lost his life there. And what was she, Tian Sini, in comparison? Just an ordinary user of the float fruit, whose abilities hadn't even been fully developed yet. For Bai Qianqian, although she had the ability to protect herself, this place was highly likely to harbor beast kings, creatures comparable to the ferocious sea king beasts. Some were even stronger than the sea king beasts, with massive sizes of at least 40 meters. With her current strength, whether she could pierce through the beast king's thick defenses was still an unknown. But fortunately, the surroundings are safe for now, Yi Fan said. Hearing this, the two finally let go of their worries. After some mental preparation, Yi Fan stepped out of the air door, appearing very composed, while the other two cautiously followed behind him. The three of them scanned their surroundings. "Look over there, what is that?" Bai Qianqian spotted something unusual in the far east. Yi Fan quickly turned his gaze in the direction she pointed. Flickering lights? Could it be dragon blood fruit? Yi Fan speculated. However, he was puzzled. He had just used observation haki to scan the area and hadn't detected any signs of life. Dragon blood fruit would certainly count as a living entity, so why hadn't his observation haki picked it up? With doubts in his mind, he walked gently toward the target, the two women following closely behind, occasionally glancing around. Although they had just confirmed there were no living creatures nearby, this was the fifth threat zone, where unexpected events could happen at any moment. As they got closer, the trees became denser, and the ground was littered with countless weathered bones of ferocious beasts, and even quite a few human bones. This seemed to confirm that this was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous place. However, the group did not retreat, as they had the door fruit supporting them. Upon approaching, they discovered that the flickering light was emanating from a cave. At this moment, their curiosity reached its peak. Bai Qianqian was ready to open an air door at any time, while Tian Sini nervously swallowed frequently. "Yi Fan, do you think a beast king might suddenly appear inside?" Tian Sini asked, eyeing the enormous cave. Normally, there wouldn't be such a massive cave, and the marks on the stone walls looked like claw marks, further convincing her of her theory. Hearing this, Yi Fan closed his eyes, focused his mind, and used observation haki once again to probe the situation inside the cave. Moments later, Yi Fan opened his eyes, and the result was still no signs of life. "No, it won't," Yi Fan said calmly. Hearing him say this, Bai Qianqian and Tian Sini both breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was due to Yi Fan's strength, or perhaps because his words had been almost entirely accurate in the past. Their trust in Yi Fan's words had reached 100%. The three of them slowly moved into the cave, the surrounding silence feeling eerie, and the sound of leaves brushing against each other was unusually clear. As the flickering light grew stronger, a massive golden barrier appeared before their eyes. "It's the dragon blood tree." Yi Fan immediately recognized what was inside the barrier. Within the golden barrier stood a towering tree with blood-red bark growing inside it. This was inside a cave. There was no need to think twice, such a massive tree growing here was definitely extraordinary. It was common knowledge that caves lacked sunlight, and plants couldn't perform photosynthesis. Or perhaps, this wasn't a plant at all, but a living organism, a creature capable of producing dragon blood fruits? When Yi Fan saw the massive barrier, it seemed he finally understood the earlier mystery. He realized that the reason his observation haki couldn't detect the barrier earlier must have been because the golden barrier completely isolated the creature's aura. This is truly extraordinary. The size of this dragon blood tree is just too enormous. Bai Qianqian was stunned by the sight before her. The dragon blood tree in front of her was at least 2 to 3 times taller than what had been recorded. "Why can't I see a single dragon blood fruit on the tree?" Tian Sini asked in confusion. Through the golden barrier, she carefully observed the towering tree but found no trace of any dragon blood fruits. Such a massive dragon blood tree, yet not a single dragon blood fruit hung on its branches. She even began to doubt whether this was a real dragon blood tree. "Dragon blood fruits all grow inside the tree itself," Bai Qianqian responded. "What? They actually grow inside the tree? That bookstore owner is such a scammer, selling me a fake book." Tian Sini pouted angrily, then asked, "So what do we do now? Should we just remove the barrier directly?" Yi Fan nodded, but seemed to realize something and smiled helplessly. As he spoke, Bai Qianqian raised the sword in her hand and struck fiercely at the golden barrier. Bang! With a loud crash, the sword was deflected and the golden barrier remained completely intact. Unbelievable! Bai Qianqian's sword failed to break it, and its defense was even more terrifying than that of the Beast King. Rumble! Just as everyone was still puzzled, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Tian Xinyi exclaimed, "What's going on?" Yi Fan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his expression gradually turned serious. "It's a beast tide." Bai Qianqian and Tian Xinyi both showed a trace of disbelief on their faces. The ground continued to shake violently, and one could only imagine how terrifying the number of ferocious beasts was. The three quickly rushed to the cave entrance. The scene before their eyes left them dumbfounded. The sky is unexpectedly filled with ferocious beasts. Bai Qianqian revealed a look of fear as she gazed at the pitch-black horizon. Unbelievable! So many ferocious beasts in the sky, varying in size, and flying beasts were already rare to begin with. How many more ferocious beasts could there be on the ground? It was simply unimaginable. Even if it were a one-sided slaughter, killing so many beasts would be nearly impossible, and they would surely collapse from exhaustion amidst the beast tide, only to be trampled to death. So, without hesitation, she opened the air door. Why did a beast tide have to appear just as we found the dragon blood fruit? This is just too unlucky. Thank goodness for the door fruit, or we would really be doomed. At this moment, Tian Xinyi was genuinely grateful for Bai Qianqian's presence in the team. Initially, she had felt jealous. When Yi Fan invited Bai Qianqian first, and even in the dragon blood secret realm, she had been displeased with Bai Qianqian for interrupting her in Yi Fan's private moments. She had thought that with her Logiotype experience from the Chicken Head Island battle, combined with her float fruit and Yi Fan's immense strength, at the very least, they could protect themselves. But, now, she was truly thankful that Yi Fan had brought Bai Qianqian along. If she had to rely solely on her float fruit for self-preservation, it would have been impossible to escape. "Yi Fan, get into the door space quickly!" Bai Qianqian shouted loudly. She saw Yi Fan still standing in place, gazing into the distance, and couldn't help but feel anxious. How could he be daydreaming at a time like this? Tian Xinyi immediately stepped forward, grabbed Yi Fan's arm, and tried to pull him toward the door space, but she found that she couldn't move him at all. "The dragon blood fruit is right in front of us. If we give up now, all the hardships we've endured along the way will truly be in vain," Yi Fan said righteously. Entering the gate space would certainly ensure safety, but with the beast tide approaching, if they chose to leave, they would never be able to return here. The ferocious beasts would undoubtedly guard this dragon blood tree relentlessly. The fact that there were no beasts here earlier was probably because they never expected Yi Fan and the other two to teleport directly to this spot through the spatial wormhole. It was only when they sensed the golden barrier being attacked that they swarmed over. Therefore, Yi Fan did not want to give up so easily. He wanted to give it a try. However, Tian Xinyi didn't care about the dragon blood fruit at all. What she cared about was Yi Fan's life. Even Bai Qianqian was becoming extremely anxious, her gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. She approached Yi Fan and said, "Yi Fan, I know you're very strong, but a beast tide is no joke, it can kill people. Come with me into the gate space quickly." This was the first time Yi Fan had heard Bai Qianqian speak so much in one go, and there was even a hint of desperate pleading in her tone, which was completely unlike her. However, a faint smile appeared on Yi Fan's face, exuding confidence. "Leave the rest to me." Hearing this, Tian Xinyi was almost about to cry in anxiety. "Look at the current situation, leave it to you? Leave it to you for what? Do you want to go and throw your life away? How could we possibly stand by and watch you throw your life away?" On the other side, several giant ferocious beasts burst out of the forest, closing in on them. In the sky, a dense swarm of flying monsters, golden poison bees, vampire mosquitoes, pterosaurs, dozens of ferocious beasts were about to descend. Bai Qianqian once again tightly grabbed Yi Fan's hand. The air gate was right beside them, and she wanted to push him directly into it. However, Yi Fan broke free from her grip. Moonwalk. In an instant, he appeared about 10 meters ahead. His gaze sharpened, and the red-haired conqueror's haki within him burst out instantly. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by a sharp piercing sound, streams of red energy erupted from Yi Fan's body. In an instant, the flying beasts in the sky all plummeted to the ground. The ferocious beasts on the ground fell like wheat being harvested, collapsing in swathes. The tremors on the ground came to an abrupt halt. The sky cleared up once more. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had been muted, utterly silent. Only the rustling of leaves could be heard. On the ground, the only beasts still standing were the giant ones. Their eyes were wide open, bloodshot veins spreading across the whites. Fear seemed to fill their eyes, penetrating deep into their very souls. This was an unprecedented fear, a powerful intimidation of life itself. The innate survival instinct made them desperately flee back as if they had lost their minds. Tian Xinyi stood dumbfounded in place, her slender hands covering her small mouth, utterly shocked. "It's over? So many ferocious beasts, gone in an instant? In just one call, it was resolved directly? Who am I? What am I doing? What just happened? How did I just blink, and almost all those ferocious beasts in the sky disappeared?" This was Yi Fan's doing? This is the fifth threat zone. So many ferocious beasts were almost all taken down in an instant? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Just now, those densely packed flying beasts in the sky came from all directions. There must have been at least 100,000 of them, right? You have to know that even the founding marshal fell here when he encountered a beast tide back then. The founding marshal. What level of a powerhouse was that? Even he couldn't retreat unscathed. And today, Yifan actually resolved such a terrifying beast tide without a scratch. She couldn't believe it and even rubbed her eyes. The sky, which had been densely packed with ferocious beasts, now had only a few scattered ones drifting in the air. Is this real? Are we sure this isn't a dream? Tian Sini pinched her thigh, letting out a soft gasp. It was actually real. Just how much strength does Yifan still have hidden? Bai Qianqian's small face revealed a dazed expression, her gaze tightly fixed on Yifan. These 10,000 fierce beasts are just gone like that? She simply couldn't believe it was true. She entered the dimensional space and moments later appeared at the top of the cave, gazing into the distance. This is actually real? This scene is simply unimaginable. The sight of the ground covered with pitch-black beast corpses came into her view. Even though she saw it with her own eyes, she still felt the scene was incredibly surreal, because such a sight could only appear in her invincible dreams. She had never thought such a thing would happen in reality. Phew, so she entered the dimensional space once again. After a while, she appeared above the thick pile of ferocious beast corpses. She crouched down and touched them, confirming without a doubt that it was a real sensation. At this moment, she finally believed that all of this was actually real. What kind of monster was he? Could he be a deity descended to the mortal world? She had thought it was already absurd when she saw him instantly kill a Sea King-class ferocious beast in the Lingxi secret realm and heard about him slaughtering nature-type creatures, but she never expected that such a terrifying beast tide, which absolutely possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, would be completely annihilated under Yifan's effortless response. Unbelievable. It's simply unbelievable. Yifan is practically a one-man army, and even more than that. Bai Qianqian returned to the cave entrance, and both she and Tian Sini were unable to calm their emotions for a long time. The scene they had just witnessed once again reshaped their impression of Yifan and their understanding of this world. After a while, Bai Qianqian curiously approached Yifan and asked, "Yifan, how did you do that just now? Instantly wiping out 10,000 fierce beasts?" Although she knew this was Yifan's secret, she couldn't help but ask. At this moment, she only wanted to solve the mystery in her heart, with no other intentions. Phew, they aren't dead, just unconscious, Yifan exhaled in relief. Then, shouldn't we hurry and retrieve the dragon blood fruit? Tian Sini suddenly realized. She was thinking about whether these beasts might wake up soon. Moreover, judging by Yifan's appearance, his stamina seemed significantly drained. If he couldn't unleash such a powerful move again, wouldn't all their efforts be wasted? So now, the dragon blood fruit was the most important thing. Yifan smiled and nodded. Bai Qianqian also agreed and stopped asking further questions. The three of them then returned to the cave. The golden barrier was still shimmering with light. Yifan stepped forward, gathering the power of vibration in his right fist. Bang! He struck the barrier heavily with his fist, producing a loud sound. Immediately, a sound resembling shattering glass echoed. The entire barrier was completely destroyed under the force of Yifan's vibrating punch. The full view of the dragon blood tree was clearly revealed before their eyes. It's truly a dragon blood tree, no doubt about it, Bai Qianqian said calmly. Tian Sini, upon hearing this, showed a trace of excitement in her eyes. Quick, 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 what should we do next? This was her first time seeing a dragon blood tree in person. The golden fine lines on the main trunk were distributed in an orderly manner, creating a strong visual impact. It looked absolutely extraordinary. Yifan's gaze fell on the sharp sword in Bai Qianqian's hand, and she immediately understood, handing it to him. He shot out like a bullet, slashing down fiercely with the sword from mid-air. In the next moment, Yifan landed, and the dragon blood tree was split in two. So powerful, it was cut in half. With one strike? Tian Sini asked curiously. Actually, the dragon blood tree isn't as hard as one might imagine. Its strength is only comparable to that of an ordinary human body, Bai Qianqian explained. Oh, I see. With that, Tian Sini walked forward, with Bai Qianqian following closely behind. When they saw what was inside the trunk, everyone was stunned. Is this a dragon blood fruit? Tian Sini asked in disbelief. Aren't dragon blood fruits supposed to be blood red? Could it be fake? At a glance, blood red liquid continuously flowed out from the side of the trunk, resembling fresh blood. Once the liquid had drained, several fruits appeared before the three of them. However, these fruits were not blood red but a dazzling golden color. Moreover, despite Yifan's powerful slash, every single fruit remained completely intact. Bai Qianqian recognized them almost instantly and exclaimed, This is dragon blood fruit, and it's of the highest quality. A trace of astonishment appeared on Yifan's face. The highest quality? Ha ha, no wonder. Such a terrifying beast tide occurred. It turned out that this peculiar dragon blood tree was nurturing top-grade dragon blood fruits. Upon learning this, Yi Fan immediately understood the reason behind the beast tide. SSS Supreme Dragon Blood Fruit, we've hit the jackpot this time, Tian Cini said excitedly. It should be noted that the Supreme Dragon Blood Fruit requires thousands of years to mature within a dragon blood tree. The Dragon Blood Secret Realm opens once every 100 years, attracting countless powerful individuals, all for this very fruit. The reason lies in the fact that this dragon blood tree grows at the center of the most dangerous fifth threat zone, a place that few are capable of approaching. Even those who manage to get close often face beast hordes. Who could withstand that? If they don't flee, death is inevitable. The weathered human bones outside the cave entrance are the best proof of this. Under such conditions, the golden supreme dragon blood fruit was finally nurtured, and this extremely rare treasure was unexpectedly stumbled upon by Yi Fan. However, this dragon blood tree was rather unlucky, because no matter who it encountered, the outcome wouldn't have been the same. It just so happened to cross paths with Yi Fan, a transmigrator with a heaven-defying golden finger. It seems it was destined to be taken down. 9 fist-sized golden dragon blood fruits were neatly arranged on a nearby stone, constantly shimmering with brilliance. Senior Tian and I will each take one, and the rest will be yours, Bai Qianqian suggested. I agree, I have no objections, Tian Cini said, staring at the golden dragon blood fruit in agreement. For her, one top-grade dragon blood fruit was already more than satisfactory. Moreover, when entering the dragon blood secret realm, she had already discussed with Yi Fan that he would take the larger share, and she would just follow along for the scraps. At this moment, her gaze was fixed solely on the top-grade dragon blood fruit that belonged to her. Yi Fan pursed his lips and said to Tian Cini, discovering that black wormhole was also your contribution. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come here, let alone found these top-grade dragon blood fruits, so you should get one more. He turned around and said to Bai Qianqian, if it weren't for you agreeing to come and help me, I might not have entered this secret realm, so you should also get one more. She had suddenly rushed over from the special training camp, surely giving up some things, and might even have upset the higher-ups. Yi Fan understood in his heart that both of them had sacrificed a lot for him. Therefore, there was no way he could monopolize those 7 dragon blood fruits. He took his 5 top-grade dragon blood fruits and walked out. Seeing that Yi Fan had made up his mind, the two stopped pretending to be polite, simply said thank you, and happily accepted them. After everyone exited the cave, Tian Cini used her float fruit ability to quickly take Yi Fan and Bai Qianqian away from the area under Yi Fan's guidance. They found a relatively safe spot and stopped there. Coincidentally, they discovered another cave, and as night began to fall, they had no choice but to rest there for the night. Upon entering the cave, Bai Qianqian showed a very curious expression and asked again, Yi Fan, how exactly did you manage to instantly defeat 10,000 ferocious beasts just now? He thought for a moment before finally speaking. I used a power called Haki. Domineering? The two immediately felt puzzled. The word domineering was not unfamiliar to Bai Qianqian and Tian Cini. They frowned. The domineering I'm referring to is not the literal meaning you understand, Yi Fan explained upon seeing their reaction. What is that? Bai Qianqian was even more puzzled. The domineering aura I mentioned is actually a special kind of power. Simply put, it's a kind of presence, momentum, intimidation, breath, momentum, intimidation. Bai Qianqian and Tian Cini still looked at Yi Fan with a puzzled expression. They had no idea what kind of special power this was. That's right, using Haki allows one to intimidate or knock out enemies with their own aura. As he spoke, Yi Fan's gaze fell upon them, his eyes narrowing as a powerful aura emanated from him. The two instantly displayed expressions of terror. At this moment, Bai Qianqian felt an intense sense of unease, as if she couldn't catch her breath. Her heart pounded wildly, and cold sweat involuntarily formed on her palms. This kind of oppressive feeling was something she had never experienced before. Just a single glance, and it made me feel fear. How terrifying must this power be? No wonder he was able to scare a Sea King-class beast into fleeing in panic in the Lingxi Secret Realm's ocean. Tian Cini even felt her vision go black, collapsing to the ground, her head heavy, the world spinning. It was as if she had been struck by an overwhelming force, leaving her unable to move. She frowned, her eyes wide open, her mouth agape as if it could fit an egg. Taking deep breaths, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her hands trembled involuntarily. It was simply unbelievable. He had merely fixed his gaze, and it felt as though she was being suppressed by an invisible yet immense power. This aura was indeed a special kind of force. Yi Fan helped Tian Cini up from the ground and then said, you can also concentrate this power onto your body. He extended his hand, which instantly turned iron black, and said to Bai Qianqian, come, use your sword to strike me. She hesitated for a moment but ultimately trusted him completely and swung her sword at Yi Fan with all her strength. Ding! Yi Fan directly grabbed the sharp sword with his bare hand. How is this possible? The two almost spoke in unison. Bai Qianqian was stunned. The power and sharpness of the sword she had just swung were something she was well aware of. Yet, Yi Fan had effortlessly caught her sword with his hand? What kind of technique was this? Such an extraordinary display. She felt as if her sword had struck an incredibly hard piece of steel, and her hand was left numb from the shock. Tian Sini was also stunned by this scene. She couldn't help but recall the moment on Jito Island when a shell exploded on him. The house was instantly flattened, yet he was unscathed. So it turned out he had used Haki back then. This terrifying defensive power is practically invincible. It can also be infused into weapons. Yi Fan released the sword in his hand and cast a glance at Bai Qianqian. The latter immediately handed him a sharp sword and then turned to walk out of the cave. Bai Qianqian and Tian Sini curiously followed behind. Yi Fan wrapped armament Haki around the weapon, and with a casual swing, a large swath of forest fell in response. Then, he turned slightly, and lightning instantly appeared around him, Conqueror's Haki infused. With another swing of the sword, a small mountain in the distance was directly leveled. Bai Qianqian's small cherry-like mouth opened slightly, her eyes widened, and her brows furrowed as she stared incredulously at the distant mountaintop. Just one swing of the sword? A small mountain just disappeared like that? The forest that had fallen before their eyes was already shocking enough, but a small mountain being leveled with a casual wave of the hand? That was a mountain. It had to be at least 50 or 60 meters thick, right? The power he mentioned, attached to the weapon, actually possessed such terrifying might. No wonder that Sea King was killed on the spot. Anyone would be dumbfounded. Tian Sini was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped, covering her face with both hands as she stared at the vanished mountaintop. This power is just too terrifying. This sword strike could probably split a Beast King in half directly. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she had to take that sword strike herself. There probably wouldn't even be a complete corpse left. And just now, lightning had even appeared. This terrifying aura could actually summon lightning. Was its power so overwhelming that it could call forth phenomena from heaven and earth? Invincible, simply invincible. He was someone of the same age, even younger than her. To possess such power was simply defying the heavens. Yi Fan put down the sword in his hand and said calmly, "This is what they call dominance, a mysterious power." The two stared at him blankly, only managing to regain their composure after a few seconds. Then, Bai Qianqian hesitated to speak. "Ask whatever you want to ask. Then how can this power be obtained?" Bai Qianqian hit the nail on the head with her question, and Tian Sini nodded expectantly. Yi Fan thought for a moment. This world had never seen Haki before, so he wasn't sure if the three types of Haki were hidden within humans. Perhaps the only way to acquire it was through his own system. However, he couldn't possibly tell anyone about his system, not even the two of them. "So, this thing is like medicine. It needs a catalyst to activate it," Yi Fan said. Hearing this, the two of them showed expectant smiles on their faces. "Does that mean we can activate this power if we have the catalyst?" Bai Qianqian became even more excited. "Do you still have this catalyst?" Tian Sini asked eagerly. Yi Fan chuckled dryly, thinking that such a treasure only existed within his system. He himself didn't know if it would appear again. Even if it did, he would only use it for himself. How could he possibly give it to the two of them? However, he was skilled at coaxing girls. So, he pursed his lips and pretended to be very conflicted as he said, "Alright, if I happen to obtain it again by chance, I can give it to you." "As for Yi Fan, you're so good. You even gave me such a wonderful thing. I really love you so much." Tian Sini was so excited that she directly kissed Yi Fan on the cheek. Fortunately, he wasn't some innocent young boy. Otherwise, if it were any other 18-year-old boy, his face would probably have turned completely red. Moreover, Tian Sini wasn't just any ordinary girl, she was the school beauty of second high. That face, that figure. Those inexperienced young boys, could they endure such a situation? Bai Qianqian stood stunned on the side. They actually kissed? No. Wouldn't this give her the upper hand? What should she do? Faced with this rare opportunity to grow stronger, Bai Qianqian absolutely couldn't let it slip by. At this moment, her mind was racing, and suddenly, an idea popped into her head. Bai Qianqian slowly approached and gently kissed Yi Fan on the other cheek. Then, with a hint of shyness, she said, "Thank you, brother Yi Fan." After speaking, she sat down to the side. At this moment, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Such a sudden thrill left him a bit bewildered. Two school beauties, one kissing his left cheek, the other his right. What on earth was going on? Tian Sini was understandable, but Bai Qianqian joining in? She was the kind of aloof school beauty who would never think of taking the initiative to kiss him. Sigh. All of this was Tian Sini's fault for leading things astray. Yi Fan sat to the side and took out a supreme-grade dragon blood fruit from his spatial ring. "I wonder how much this dragon blood fruit can enhance my physique." He placed the dragon blood fruit in his palm and could clearly feel its warmth. Holding his breath, he took a bite, consuming half of it, chewed, and then swallowed the other half. Within just 2 breaths, he could distinctly feel a surge of powerful energy coursing through his blood, filling his entire body. Ugh! Suddenly, Yi Fan felt a violent energy rampaging through his meridians, as if his whole body was about to explode. His body felt like it had been thrown into a pill furnace, burning with unbearable heat. He desperately tried to expel the heat from his body, all his pores opening to the limit, and sweat mixed with impurities flowed out. In an instant, veins bulged, and his face turned red as if on fire. As the energy's impact intensified, Yi Fan unexpectedly suddenly passed out. After an unknown amount of time, Yifan opened his eyes, and two beautiful and enchanting faces came into view. "You're finally awake," Tianxini said with a face full of concern. "Do you know? You've been asleep for an entire day and night." Looking around, he was still in the same cave. He slowly sat up, feeling an unusual lightness in his body. "I actually slept for a whole day and night? I just ate a dragon blood fruit. How could the aftereffects be so strong?" Yifan exclaimed in astonishment. "What? You said you ate an entire top-grade dragon blood fruit?" Bai Qianqian was shocked. "Even eating half of an ordinary dragon blood fruit is overwhelming, and you actually dared to eat an entire top-grade dragon blood fruit directly. No wonder I felt like my body was about to explode at the time." Yifan felt a wave of lingering fear in his heart. "You're lucky you didn't die on the spot," Bai Qianqian said irritably. It's okay, brother Yifan, as long as you've woken up." The three chatted for a while, and Yifan walked out of the cave alone, wanting to test his physique. He stretched his muscles and bones, then lightly jumped, unexpectedly leaping 5 or 6 meters high. After landing, he walked to the side and punched a boulder hard. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the giant rock instantly shattered into several pieces. "This is just too unbelievable. It really is a supreme dragon blood fruit." The improvement in physique was truly astonishing. If he were to consume the remaining 4 supreme dragon blood fruits, mastering Whitebeard's earth-shattering ultimate move would be just around the corner. However, he didn't dare eat another one for now, as there was still a surge of energy within his body that hadn't been fully absorbed. If he ate another one, it might really end up like Bai Qianqian said, dying from an energy overload. Hint: 60 seconds until system item refresh. Hint: 59 seconds until system item refresh. Suddenly, a mechanical system-like voice echoed in his mind. "Ha, it's the system shop refresh time again." Yifan quickly returned to the cave and sat down. Hearing this voice, he immediately opened the system shop. He browsed through one item after another, only to find there was nothing good, just some used by Nami, used by Boa Hancock, Nico Robin used, all for nothing, and there were even some decorative items that could instantly impress Bai Qianqian and Tianxini. But it turned out to be all these things. Yifan couldn't help but feel speechless. Today's system was really an unreliable one. He wasn't the type to like original items. However, if it were in his previous life, he could have instantly sold them on Xianyu, and there would definitely be plenty of readers willing to buy. Oh, asterisk. When Bai Qianqian and Tianxini saw that Yifan had already eaten a dragon blood fruit, they couldn't wait to take out their own 2 fruits and eat a small portion of them. After a while, they were also drenched in sweat. "Does it look good?" Tianxini asked. "Looks good. Well, we should get ready to set off for the 4th threat zone." Yifan immediately changed the subject. "Just look if you want, it's fine, as long as you're responsible." "What? Just one look and I have to take responsibility? Then do I have to take responsibility for all the beauties on the street too?" "You're dreaming. I meant I want you to help me wash my sweat-soaked clothes." "Me, Yifan? Help you do laundry? Keep dreaming. Do it yourself." Bai Qianqian quietly listened the whole time. Seeing how happily they were chatting, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. She wondered how Tianxini could say such things so effortlessly, while she herself couldn't utter a single word. Shaking her head helplessly, she thought perhaps when heaven opens one door, it closes another. After a while, the two changed their clothes, and the 3 of them continued on their journey. Time flew by, and just like that, a month had passed. The 3 of them had slain many ferocious beasts, and it was only on the last day that Yifan obtained an S-grade item refresh card. Speaking of their greatest gain, it was probably that exceptional dragon blood fruit. This item was indeed rare. Ever since leaving the 5th threat zone, they hadn't seen another dragon blood tree. As the secret realm was about to close, countless teleportation points appeared within the dragon blood secret realm on the day before its closure, allowing ability users to teleport out. Those who failed to leave before the teleportation arrays disappeared would have to remain in the secret realm for a full 100 years before they could exit. 100 years. By then, most of their peers outside would probably be long gone, not to mention the dangers of the dragon blood secret realm, which was teeming with ferocious beasts. These people could essentially be declared dead. After leaving the secret realm, Yifan and the other 2 found a place in Salt Iron City to have a meal before parting ways. Bai Qianqian returned directly to the Falcon Special Training Camp, while Yifan and Tianxini went back to their rented apartment. One day later, Bai Qianqian's dormitory. "Qianqian, Mentor Zhang wants you to go to the special training conference room. It seems the situation isn't looking too good," Bai Qianqian's roommate said with a worried expression. Bai Qianqian wasn't concerned about what was about to happen, especially since she now had a reasonable explanation. "I heard that this time you went to the dragon blood secret realm with a classmate from your school. How is it? Is it extremely dangerous inside? I heard there are quite a few beast kings, and the mortality rate is pretty high. You and your boyfriend went in there. Aren't you afraid something might happen? And I also heard he's..." Out of consideration for Bai Qianqian's reputation, the roommate didn't finish the sentence. Bai Qianqian was momentarily stunned. "Boyfriend?" boyfriend? Her face flushed slightly, and although she hesitated a bit, she still refuted her roommate. Who said he's my boyfriend? I'm still single. What? He's not your boyfriend yet? Then what are you doing this for? Her roommate was immediately dumbfounded. Hearing these words, Bai Qianqian couldn't help but ask herself, yeah, what am I doing this for? Could it really be? Falcon Special Training Camp. Inside the special training conference room, 3 middle-aged men were seated at the table, along with Bai Qianqian's mentor. The man in the middle, with a stern expression, was the special training director in charge of all trainees, Xiao Yuan. A knock sounded outside the meeting room. Moments later, come in. Bai Qianqian pushed the door open and entered, walking to the only remaining seat and sitting down. Xiao Yuan asked with a grim expression, Bai Qianqian, do you know that leaving the special training camp without permission is a violation of discipline? And you even entered the Dragon Blood secret realm with a classmate without authorization? Do you know how dangerous it is in there? Even threatening the mentor? As soon as he sat down, Xiao Yuan began scolding Bai Qianqian furiously. Bai Qianqian did not argue back, but silently took out an item from her storage ring. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on it, their eyes filled with shock. The 4 people in the meeting room never looked away from the item Bai Qianqian had taken out. Xiao Yuan pointed at the golden object in her hand, his eyes full of astonishment, and asked, This can't be a dragon blood fruit, can it? And it's even a top-grade dragon blood fruit? The golden fruit in Bai Qianqian's hand was unbelievable. She had just come out of the dragon blood secret realm, so it was hard not to make the connection. The other 2 members of the special training camp couldn't even recognize it. When Xiao Yuan uttered those words, they were stunned. Dragon blood fruit? A top-grade dragon blood fruit? They are not the same thing at all. They are worlds apart. Bai Qianqian, is the item in your hand really a supreme dragon blood fruit? Zhang Qinfeng's face showed both shock and a hint of awkwardness. He had originally hoped that this meeting would serve to suppress Bai Qianqian's arrogance. Although she was the top performer among her peers, she couldn't be too willful. Otherwise, how could she manage things in the future? But when he learned that the item Bai Qianqian had brought out might be the supreme dragon blood fruit, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. He knew that the supreme dragon blood fruit required over 1,000 years to form. Moreover, even founding martial-level powerhouses had perished in the dragon blood secret realm while searching for it. How could he not understand the rarity and value of this item? Bai Qianqian nodded. That's right, this is the supreme dragon blood fruit, and this time, I got 2 of them. To prove her words, she directly took out another 1/3 of a supreme-grade dragon blood fruit from her storage ring and, without hesitation, swallowed it in front of everyone. Xiao Yuan was instantly stunned. A single supreme-grade dragon blood fruit was already extremely precious, yet she actually had 2 of them. And she even swallowed one right in front of us. This was practically treating a supreme-grade dragon blood fruit like regular fruit, absolutely outrageous. After Bai Qianqian swallowed it, she clearly felt the energy impact within her body was much weaker than before. Since she had already consumed it several times before, it only took her 30 minutes for her complexion to return to normal. Meanwhile, the 3 people in the conference room kept their eyes fixed on Bai Qianqian, fearing any unexpected incidents. At that moment, the air seemed to have frozen still. The serious expression on Xiao Yuan's face disappeared, and he turned to Bai Qianqian with a smile, saying, Sorry about that, Bai Qianqian. We must have misunderstood you. Please don't take it to heart. He certainly understood how incredible it was to obtain a top-grade dragon blood fruit. Moreover, he was aware of Bai Qianqian's abilities. It was impossible for her to acquire a top-grade dragon blood fruit on her own. This indicated that there was a strong individual in her team. Whoever it was, if he could bring them into the Falcon Special Training Camp as an instructor through Bai Qianqian, it would be a huge gain. It might even be possible to secure an official position. Bai Qianqian did not respond. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, a minute passed, and she remained silent. This made Zhang Chunfeng nervous. The matter had started because of him, and if something went wrong, he might also face a warning or disciplinary action. I'm sorry, Bai Qianqian. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have restricted your freedom. Director, may I leave now? Bai Qianqian didn't want to pay him any attention. Sure, of course, but can I ask who you entered the Dragon Blood secret realm with? Xiao Yuan asked with a smile. Is that very important? Very important. Well, Bai Qianqian thought for a moment and decided it wouldn't hurt to tell them. Yi Fan and Tian Sini. After speaking, Bai Qianqian left the meeting room. Yi Fan? Why does this name sound a bit familiar? Xiao Yuan felt puzzled. Bai Qianqian's classmate. Last time, she mentioned recruiting him along the way, but he directly refused. Zhang Chunfeng replied respectfully. Yi Fan? Refused? Xiao Yuan fell into deep thought. Salt Iron City, Yi Fan's rental apartment. As soon as he got home, he lay motionless on his sofa. Tian Sini thought he was exhausted, so she didn't disturb him and quietly returned to her own room. But that wasn't actually the case. Yi Fan remained motionless because he had already opened the system space. Calculating the time, the refresh time for items in the system mall was approaching. During the last day day in the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, he had obtained an S-level item refresh card. Now, he was eagerly anticipating the possibility of refreshing the four Emperor's physique in the system mall. If one day he truly managed to get it, he would undoubtedly use it instantly, without hesitation. With this item, why bother cultivating? There would be no need for cultivation, he could already declare himself invincible. Just 10 minutes later, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Notification: 60 seconds until system item refresh. Would you like to use the S-level item refresh card? Notification: 59 seconds until system item refresh. Would you like to use the S-level item refresh card? Yifan did not hesitate and silently thought, yes, successfully used. System items have been refreshed. After multiple refreshes, Yifan no longer felt any tension. When he saw the first item, he slid down without hesitation. Even after reaching the 10th item, he still hadn't found anything he liked. He couldn't help but wonder, what the heck? Could using an S-grade item refresh card only yield these? Which one is the S-grade item? He continued scrolling until he stopped at the 7th item on the page. 7. Pacifist PX1. Price: 1 yuan. Could it be this? This is the humanoid weapon used by the Navy in the pirate world, massive in size, capable of firing laser attacks at enemies with its hands and mouth, and undeniably powerful. By comparison, it seems this is the only choice. Instant purchase. The Pacifist PX1 has been placed in the system backpack. Would you like to set the host as the primary commander? Yifan silently thought to himself, yes, but this thing is too large, taking it out for no reason would only attract attention. For now, it can only sit in the system warehouse collecting dust. After closing the system interface, Yifan took out the third half-eaten dragon blood fruit from his storage ring and swallowed it in one gulp without hesitation, then fell into a deep sleep. Half an hour later, Yifan opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt the changes in his body brought by the dragon blood fruit. The sensation of this physical transformation is clearly not as intense as last time, he murmured to himself. This undoubtedly indicated that, after the enhancement from the supreme-grade dragon blood fruit, his physique had reached a new level, and thus the effects of the supreme-grade dragon blood fruit on him had begun to diminish. However, the 3 top-grade dragon blood fruits had already significantly improved his physique, truly worthy of being called top-grade. Although the system would eventually allow him to acquire the 4 Emperor physique for fusion, this was entirely uncertain. Given his African physique, he had no idea when that might happen. Yifan even had a vague premonition that he might never obtain it in this lifetime. Still, after visiting the Dragon Blood Secret Realm and solving his biggest current problem, he felt that the trip was absolutely worth it. As for what to do next, Yifan had no plans and didn't want to make any. He wasn't in a hurry to improve his strength right now. Playing games, watching movies, occasionally sunbathing on the beach, and most importantly, having a beauty like Tianxini by his side, life was truly wonderful. And so, 7 days passed just like that. At noon, Yifan was still lazily lying on the sofa, napping, when the system notification sounded, though it didn't wake him up. He wasn't particularly interested in the flash sale items anymore. At this stage, he had no ambition to dominate the world, he just wanted to enjoy life. It wasn't until 4 o'clock that he woke up and checked the system store. As expected, there was nothing good, just some decorative items. However, one item suddenly sparked an idea in Yifan's mind. 3. Nami's identical bikini. Price: 1 yuan. A scene flashed through Yifan's mind, and he instantly made the purchase. He then came to Tianxini's door and gently knocked. Tianxini, are you awake? I have something nice for you. Inside the house, Tianxini had already woken up, but seeing Yifan still asleep, she didn't disturb him. When the door opened, she walked out. What are you going to give me? Could it be that domineering thing you mentioned? That wouldn't be good. I'd really feel embarrassed. After speaking, she covered her eyes with her left hand, stretched out her right hand, her face full of anticipation. Moments later, an item fell into her hand. Is it the medicinal primer for the domineering thing? Huh, why is it so slippery and cold? Tianxini opened her eyes, and the look of anticipation on her face instantly disappeared. Just this? Bright red bikini? He actually gave me this? What does it mean? Does he want me to wear it for him now? Yifan smiled and said, what? Then what did you think it was? You wouldn't really think it's some kind of domineering medicinal catalyst, would you? Otherwise, what did you think? Who gives a bikini to a girl? Are you a pervert? I wasn't planning to ask you to accompany me to the beach tonight, but I got you some gear. Just then, Yifan's phone rang. He picked up the phone, which looked like a small cordless device, and answered the call. Hello, may I ask who's calling? This is the incredibly handsome Cohen, with 2.5 years of part-time experience, Yifan joked. Hello, I need part-time services. I heard your lactation massage skills are quite good. Do you have any availability? A woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, I'm a professional in lactation massage, with excellent control of pressure and acupoints. I guarantee your satisfaction. Yifan responded immediately. Alright, tonight at 8 o'clock, Jinda Garden, Building X, Unit Unit X, room 1101. Be punctual, the baby is already crying from hunger. Alright, are you working a part-time job? Looking at Yifan's enthusiastic demeanor, Tian Cinny felt a bit disappointed. Yeah, since being bored is just boring anyway, I found that working a part-time job is quite fun. But tonight, I was planning to go to the beach, so I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Alright, as long as you're happy. Such a life continued for a whole month. One evening, Yifan had just returned from playing outside. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Tian Cinny sitting in his spot. You've been resting for over a month now. Aren't you planning to start cultivating yet? She asked curiously. Although she had spent most of the past month accompanying Yifan, she still set aside a few hours each day for cultivation. However, she noticed that Yifan didn't cultivate at all. It really made her curious about where his terrifying strength came from. Still not done playing, Yifan replied. Tian Cinny immediately rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, he's been playing for over a month and he's still not done? Well, I have a fun place to go now. Do you want to come with me? Where? Yifan looked at her curiously. There's an adventure team that invited me to join their group to explore the secret realm ruins. What do you think? Are you going or not? Yifan thought for a moment but didn't say anything. Are you going or not? I need you to protect me. Tian Cinny's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Then why don't the two of us just go by ourselves? That adventurous captain is very familiar with the place inside, so you don't have to worry about leading the way. Alright, fine. Alright, it's settled then. But let me make it clear first, I won't be responsible for anyone else, as long as you're happy. 2 days later, the two set out again, fully prepared. However, this time, Yifan was no longer leading his own team but was joining a team formed by others. After leaving, they took a taxi to the teleportation point of the ruins in the Tianmeng secret realm. After getting out of the car, Yifan scanned the area. At the bottom of the stairs, in front of the teleportation point stood several people aged between 27 or 28 and their 30s. Among them, a middle-aged man in a floral shirt stood at the forefront. Without a doubt, the greasy middle-aged man in the floral shirt was the captain of this adventure team. His surname was Qin, full name Qin Shou. When he saw Tian Cinny, a radiant smile appeared on his face, but when his gaze shifted to Yifan, who was following behind her, the smile noticeably faded. Tian Cinny stepped forward and greeted, "Hello, Captain Qin." Then, she turned around and pointed to Yifan, politely saying, "This is my companion who traveled with me, and he will also be joining us this time." Captain Qin's gaze fell on Yifan, and a trace of disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Youngster, such a nuisance. He hadn't expected Tian Cinny to bring someone along. If he had known earlier, he would have refused. But now that they were already here, it was hard to say anything further. Yifan, quickly introduce yourself. Tian Cinny tugged at Yifan's sleeve. "Hello, Captain Qin, my surname is Yi. You can just call me Xiao Yi," Yifan said indifferently. "Xiao Yi? Ha, what kind of fruit ability do you have?" Qin Shou's face was full of disdain. Quake fruit." Yifan remained unaffected by his attitude, maintaining his calm demeanor. Hearing these words, the people around burst into laughter. Qin Shou realized something, but it was exactly what he wanted. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Originally, our team doesn't accept users of the tremor fruit, but for the sake of the beautiful Miss Tian, I'll make an exception this time." After saying this, Qin Shou led the team toward the entrance. Tian Cinny glanced at Yifan, almost unable to hold back her laughter, but said nothing. Yifan thought to himself, "So I should thank you, huh?" If it weren't for Tian Cinny wanting to come to this Tianmeng secret realm ruins, he wouldn't have wanted to join any team at all. Fortunately, he didn't say anything unpleasant, otherwise, he would have had to suffer the consequences. Arriving at the entrance, the group registered their information and stepped onto the teleportation platform. Moments later, a flash of light appeared, and Yifan and the others vanished from the platform, arriving at the Tianmeng secret realm ruins. The so-called Tianmeng secret realm ruins were actually a semi-operational secret realm. Simply put, there wasn't much of value there. The ferocious beasts had long since died out, making it a suitable place for beginners to start. After witnessing Yifan's formidable strength firsthand in the Dragon Blood secret realm, Tian Cinny secretly vowed to become stronger herself. Therefore, she came into contact with Captain Qin Shou. However, the two had different thoughts. Qin Shou was attracted to Tian Cinny's youthful beauty and passionate personality, while Tian Cinny was thinking of taking Yifan off for some activity during their training, not wanting him to waste away at home. Thus, this team was eventually formed. As the dazzling light faded, the group arrived at the ruins of the Tianmeng secret realm. The teleportation point was located beneath a dilapidated large building, and there were quite a few people here. Just at this teleportation point alone, there were nearly 10 teams. "Why are there so many people in this rundown place?" Yifan asked curiously. Tian Cinny glanced at him. "Do you think everyone has the kind of heaven-defying strength you do? Although this is a ruin and there's nothing valuable here, the fierce beasts are still suitable for most people to use for training," Tian Cinny continued. "That's why there are so many people here. This is what they call the human touch of life." Yifan responded helplessly. "Alright. alright, I'll just take it as a compliment. He smiled faintly. Shinsho walked at the front. He had been to this place many times before and was quite familiar with it. Leading the team northward for a few hundred meters, he stopped and flashed a warm, gentlemanly smile. Cinny, little sister, if we encounter any particularly ferocious beasts later, let your big brother handle them. Don't act impulsively. If you get hurt, my heart will ache for you. Tian Cinny nodded knowingly. Shinsho then turned his gaze to Yifan but said nothing more. To put it bluntly, in his eyes, Tian Cinny and Yifan were here merely for training and gaining experience. The only reason he invited Tian Cinny was because her sweet yet fiery appearance had stirred some improper thoughts in him. As for Yifan, he had nothing to do with him. His life or death was of no concern to Shinsho. The team continued moving forward, with Yifan trailing at the back. After just a few steps, several me-headed gorillas, each 3 to 4 meters long, appeared ahead. With their agile bodies, they quickly charged toward the team. Captain Shin, may I handle them? Tian Cinny stepped forward and asked. Shinsho nodded. These beasts weren't particularly strong, so Tian Cinny shouldn't have much trouble dealing with them. She stepped forward, drew her weapon, and charged at the beasts. Screech! The sound of sharp weapons slicing through flesh echoed, and several ferocious beasts fell to the ground. For Tian Cinny, these beasts were far weaker compared to those in the Dragon Blood Secret Realm. Shinsho and the others were completely caught off guard by this scene. Stronger than expected. Interesting, I seem to like her even more now. Ha, Shinsho murmured. In his view, with Tian Cinny's strength, it was no wonder she would bring Yifan, who possessed the tremor fruit, into the secret realm ruins. Compared to a weak girl, he preferred a sister who was challenging and powerful. It made the conquest even more. At this moment, although his face appeared expressionless, he was secretly feeling quite pleased. After Tian Cinny dealt with the ferocious beasts, the team continued moving forward. Following the encounter with the beasts, everyone except Yifan and Tian Cinny became significantly more vigilant, ready to respond to any sudden situations. Your skills have improved quite a bit, Yifan praised. It was one of the rare times Tian Cinny heard Yifan compliment her, and she was overjoyed. But brother, I feel it's still not enough. I want more, Tian Cinny said coquettishly in a soft voice. Yifan, already accustomed to her sudden teasing, even joked back, you better clarify what you want, or I won't be able to help you. Tian Cinny blinked her eyes. What are you thinking? I meant I want more ferocious beasts. Yifan's lips curled up. That would be best. Tian Cinny seemed a bit nervous. But if it's not, from what you're saying, you can help too? Yifan pretended to be serious. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? As he spoke, he stretched out his hands and walked over, scaring Tian Cinny into running forward in a hurry. She might talk big, but when it came to actually doing it, she wouldn't dare. Yifan had already seen through her thoughts, treating it as a joke and secretly finding it amusing. Along the way, we encountered quite a few fierce beasts. Most of them were dealt with one by Shinsho, while Tian Cinny occasionally took advantage of the situation. Facing her, he naturally wanted to show off his strength more, even throwing her flirtatious glances from time to time. Yifan, on the other hand, had no desire to act. The number of beasts ahead was sparse, and the challenge was minimal. In the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, although he had seen many fierce beasts, no item refresh cards had dropped for a long time, with only one appearing in the end. He had long become indifferent to these things, leaving it to fate. Sometimes, not expecting anything made it easier to obtain. But this also made Shinsho even more convinced that Yifan was nothing more than a mediocre tremor fruit ability user. Tian Cinny teased, brother, you sure hide it well. How is it? How does this adventurous life of pretending to be weak while actually being strong feel? Yifan responded with a smile. Miss, you're not bad either. At least I honestly reported my fruit ability, while you told them you're just a swordsman? Well, I think you are indeed quite sharp. TCH. Enough talking. That ferocious beast ahead, leave it to me. Tian Cinny, upon spotting a ferocious beast in the distance, immediately grew eager to act. Yifan was curious, what was going on with her? Why was she suddenly so determined to hone her swordsmanship? Could it be because of Bai Qianqian? Could she have developed a sense of rivalry as a woman? No wonder she called herself a swordsman. Could it be that she wanted to surpass Bai Qianqian's swordsmanship through the trials of this secret realm? Jealous, perhaps? Although Bai Qianqian had been relatively quiet in the secret realm, she had been silently slaying ferocious beasts with her swordsmanship. Yet, he could clearly sense the subtle competition between the two women. A kiss here, a kiss there, it was all too obvious. As he leisurely walked at the back of the group, his gaze suddenly sharpened, drawn by a sight from the rear left. Someone's following us? Although there was no one visible behind him, Yifan had a strong premonition, as if several pairs of eyes were fixed on him. His instincts as a man told him to be cautious, and he immediately activated his observation haki. Within a single breath, he located them. Just 5 people, not particularly strong. Could they be enemies of Captain Shin? Or perhaps they were here to assassinate him? Judging by their aura, however, they didn't seem to be avenging the Logia Snow Woman he had personally killed settled on Chicken Head Island. Perhaps they really were Captain Sheen's enemies. That seemed the most plausible explanation, so he chose to ignore them. After all, this was their personal grudge and had nothing to do with him. That's how they continued heading north until they reached the seaside as night began to fall. Captain Sheen, why did we come here? Tianxini asked curiously, wondering why they had to come to the seaside when the Tianmeng secret realm ruins were so vast. Sister Cini, we are heading to the most dangerous place within the ruins, Lava Island, Shinsho replied. However, it's already dark now, so we might have to rest on the ship. Shinsho pointed to a rather large ship ahead. Look, that's our ship. Captain Sheen, you're really impressive to be able to place such a large ship in this secret realm, Tianxini said politely, glancing in the direction of the ship. Of course. Do you even know who your big brother is? I've been navigating these secret realm ruins for so many years, this is no joke. Hearing Tianxini's compliment, Shinsho's face lit up with a smug smile, his eyes fixed on her with a somewhat lecherous gaze. Captain Sheen, why don't we hurry and board the ship? Tianxini, noticing Shinsho's sleazy look, could only think of leaving his sight as quickly as possible. Shinsho smiled and stepped forward to lead the way. After everyone boarded the ship, a damp smell wafted out from the cabin. Cini, my apologies. The ship hasn't been used for a long time, so it's normal for there to be a bit of a smell. Once we get moving, and let the wind blow through, it will be fine. Shinsho explained somewhat awkwardly, even though he himself had noticed the odor. Although Tianxini found it a bit unpleasant, she could only smile and nod, as she was relying on others for help. Meanwhile, Yifan stood quietly to the side, his gaze fixed on the direction of the shore, a hint of puzzlement on his face. It was almost dark, and this was such a remote place. They were about to set sail, so why hadn't those 5 people made a move yet? What were they waiting for? Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? While he couldn't fully understand their hesitation, he knew one thing for certain: if they dared to make a move against him and Tianxini, they would undoubtedly meet their end with no chance of survival. As for Shinsho, if he couldn't handle them, perhaps kneeling and begging Yifan might prompt him to step in and deliver a warning. As the roar of the engine sounded, the anchor was lifted. The large ship carrying Yifan slowly began to move, gradually picking up speed over time as it headed toward its destination, Lava Island. About half an hour after the ship set sail, the smell in the cabin had noticeably diminished. Come, Sister Cini, I'll arrange a room for you. Shinsho warmly greeted Tianxini. Thank you. She tugged at Yifan's sleeve and responded politely. He understood that Tianxini was seeking his help, so he followed along. However, when Shinsho saw Yifan coming along, a trace of displeasure flickered across his smiling face. Young man, your room is over there. I'll arrange it for you later. Yifan could clearly see that he wanted to send him away and was about to say something. Captain Sheen, where will I stay? Tianxini asked ahead of him. You'll stay in the room next to mine. Living next to me, rest assured, I will definitely take good care of you. Shinsho grinned so wide it almost split his face, pointing to the innermost room. Tianxini cursed inwardly. Damn it, I already know what you're up to. Ha, greasy man. Although she thought this in her heart, she didn't say it out loud. She walked over and glanced at the room. Captain Sheen, isn't this room too small? How is this room small? Look at that bed. It can fit 2 people rolling around without any problem. Why, I see there's another room with twin beds next door. How about I stay there? Besides, I'm used to hearing his snoring at night. If I don't hear it, I can't fall asleep. No need to arrange a separate room for him. He can stay in the same room with me. Shinsho was furious inside but couldn't lose his temper on the spot. I'll just have to find an opportunity later or figure out a way to ditch him. Such a useless person, even the fierce beasts on Lava Island could probably take care of him. Alright, arrange it as you see fit, Shinsho said. To him, whatever had happened between them before didn't matter. He just wanted to enjoy the moment. The two entered the room and closed the door. Why don't we just leave their team? Tianxini suggested. She hadn't expected Captain Sheen to be such a person. Perhaps having encountered someone as kind as Yifan right after entering society had shielded her from its darker side. No need. If he dares to act recklessly, he'll end up like Jia Jingue, Yifan said calmly. Tianxini recalled the scene on Chicken Head Island when Jia Jingue's leg was crushed with a single stomp, and she felt much more at ease. The two then began taking out sleeping supplies from their storage rings. However, Yifan, are you really a good person? It's our first time sharing a room, and you actually brought this? What's wrong with me bringing this thing? How does that make me not a good person? You wouldn't have improper thoughts about me, would you? What? Is it wrong for me to eat a cucumber before bed? Does that make me not a good person? Could it be that you've misunderstood? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I'm angry. Alright, I'll give you one, okay? Do you really think I'm that stingy? If you want to eat, just say so. It's not a big deal, is it? I still have plenty in my storage ring. If it's not enough, come find me for more. Yifan appeared very generous, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Tianxini blushed even more. She recalled that Yifan wasn't like this before. Could it be because of me that I influenced him? She said nothing more, and after making the bed, she lay down directly. However, moments later, she heard the sound of of Yifan munching on a cucumber. Why not share one with me? Tian Sini looked at Yifan expectantly and said. The night passed. A knock sounded at the door, followed by Qin Shou's voice. Xine, we've arrived. The lava island was not far from their departure point, and by 3 a.m. they had already docked. Yifan and Tian Xine stepped out of the cabin and looked around. The entire island was sparse in vegetation, covered with gray lava rocks, and teeming with ferocious beasts. After disembarking, Tian Xine swiftly killed a few beasts, and the group proceeded toward the depths of Lava Island. However, they hadn't walked far when a large mass of dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky above Lava Island. Everyone curiously looked up at the sky. Suddenly, several dazzling beams of light flashed in succession. Boom! This was immediately followed by deafening thunder. The blinding brightness forced everyone present to shield their eyes. Moments later, the crowd opened their eyes. It's the Celestial Radiance Treasure. Qin Shou shouted almost hoarsely. It's actually the Celestial Radiance Treasure. I've finally waited for you. In the sky filled with dark clouds, a white beam of light shot straight down from the clouds, landing on the island. For years, Qin Shou had been leading his adventure team to this lava island in search of the Celestial Radiance Treasure. Although Yifan didn't understand its mysteries, judging by Qin Shou's exaggerated expression, this treasure was undoubtedly extraordinary. Let's go! Quickly, Qin Shou said excitedly as he walked. Wait, everyone, come closer to me, Tian Sini called out loudly. The three members of Qin Shou's team looked at her in confusion, only to see her body floating upward. At this moment, Tian Sini realized the preciousness of the treasure and decided not to hide her fruit ability any longer. Using her float fruit ability to carry the team over was clearly the fastest way. Although Qin Shou was quite surprised, there was no time for discussion now, and the three of them immediately moved closer to Tian Sini. In almost just a few breaths, they arrived at the treasure's location, a low-lying basin. However, when they arrived, a team was already waiting there. The opposing team had exactly 5 members. When Qin Shou saw them clearly, his face turned ashen. Ha, Qin Shou, surprised, aren't you? It's me again. The leader of the opposing team confidently stepped forward with a smile. You all better leave now. This person's name is Tang Zhe, and like Qin Shou, he is one of the long-term gatekeepers of the ruins in the Tianmeng secret realm. What if I say no? Qin Shou's gaze was resolute. He had trained hard for 2 years, all for this moment, to exact his revenge. Then, you will die. Tang Zhe's arrogance was overwhelming. Everyone was tense, ready to act, even the wind began to howl. The atmosphere on site was extraordinarily intense, like a taut bowstring, ready to ignite a fierce battle at any moment. At that moment, Yifan stepped forward, his face adorned with a broad smile. This thing is mine now. If you don't want to die, you can leave now, Yifan said. Tang Zhe sneered disdainfully. Ha, who do you think you are? Do you even have the right to speak? Ridiculous. Have you even grown up yet, trying to imitate others and go on adventures? Hearing this, everyone on the opposing side burst into laughter. Although Yifan's physique was robust, his body hadn't undergone much change, and he appeared outwardly as nothing more than a youthful boy. Tang Zhe didn't take him seriously at all, even thinking of him as a joke. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your Captain Qin. He raised the sword in his hand and charged at Yifan with incredible speed, slashing down in one fluid motion. However, Yifan merely shifted his foot slightly and easily dodged the attack. Seeing his strike miss, Tang Zhe accelerated his sword movements, but Yifan effortlessly evaded them again, until Tang Zhe reached his limit. This time, Yifan didn't dodge but extended his right hand and firmly caught Tang Zhe's sword. Tang Zhe tried to pull the sword out but found it completely immovable. At that moment, everyone present showed expressions of astonishment. When did their team recruit such a powerful expert? What? He actually caught a sharp blade with his bare hands? What kind of monster is this? What kind of terrifying defense and strength does it take to do that? Is he really just a kid? What is his hand made of? Why is it so dark? With Tang Captain's sword strike, even a formidable beast would be split in two. How is this even possible? Subsequently, a crisp sound of shattering glass echoed. The power of shock gathered in Yifan's hand, and the sword he was holding completely shattered. At this moment, Tang Zhe was stunned. How is this possible? My sword is incredibly sturdy. How could he crush it with his hand? This power is terrifying. And, why is my hand numb? Why can't I feel anything? What on earth is going on? Yifan's strike shattered Tang Zhe's confidence and completely crushed his arrogant demeanor. At this moment, his eyes were filled only with disbelief and fear. Meanwhile, Qin Shou was utterly dumbfounded, muttering under his breath, him? The tremor fruit? Isn't he just a recent graduate? How could he possess such terrifying strength? What kind of monster is this? Luckily, I didn't. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock. He had never expected him to possess such power and had even once thought he was merely Tian Sini's plaything. While on the ship, he had considered how to deal with this person, but now he was immensely grateful that he hadn't done so. Otherwise, today, the one who would have died in ignorance would have been himself. Tang Zhe realized that this young man was no ordinary person. In an instant, he transformed into into his beast form. As a user of the zoan-type black bear fruit, his human-beast hybrid form appeared before their eyes. After transforming, Tang Zai's stature instantly grew larger, and his muscles bulged significantly. However, his target was not Yi Fan, but Tian Xinyi behind him. He thought to himself, their ages are about the same, and they were so close just now. It's very likely that they are a couple. Even if they aren't, they must be good friends, otherwise, they wouldn't have entered this secret relic together. As long as I capture her, I'll have a chance to turn the tables. Otherwise, he exerted force with his feet, propelling himself forward like a bear. But just as he launched his attack, he suddenly noticed that Yi Fan was already standing in his attack path. He was puzzled, how could this be? Just now, his body clearly wasn't facing that girl. How could he have known in advance that I intended to attack her? The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled slightly, his gaze cold and filled with killing intent. Although Tian Xinyi was not Yi Fan's girlfriend as Tang Zai had assumed, she was indeed his friend. Attacking his friend was equivalent to attacking him. Such behavior could only lead to one outcome, death. In an instant, Yi Fan raised his right fist and struck fiercely at Tang Zai with lightning speed. The latter immediately crossed his arms to block the blow. However, this was Yi Fan after consuming 3 top-grade dragon blood fruits. How could his punch, imbued with shockwave power, be something an ordinary Zoan-type ability user could withstand? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Zai was sent flying with a single punch, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling over 20 meters. Before coming to a stop, his internal organs were completely shattered. He spat out blood violently and lay motionless on the ground for a long time. Tang Captain is dead? One punch knockout? Even Captain Tang in his beast form couldn't take a single punch? Is he going to kill us too? Tang Zai's teammates were all in a panic. Having followed their captain through the ruins of the Tianmong secret realm for years, they had bullied countless people. But now, their captain Tang Zai was being crushed to the ground for the first time. They were at a loss, completely unsure of what to do next. Resist, flee, or submit like lackeys. Resistance was clearly futile. They weren't warriors. Who would dare to charge headfirst into an impenetrable wall? Fleeing seemed impossible too. They likely couldn't escape his grasp, so they could only await their fate. Want to live? Yi Fan said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. They nodded repeatedly, as if they saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Call me Dad and let me hear it. Yi Fan's voice was magnetic. Upon hearing this, they didn't have time to think and immediately shouted Dad several times before turning to flee. But how could Yi Fan let them off so easily? Almost in an instant, all of them dropped dead. Qinsho felt a chill in his heart. Would he make a move against me too? After all, thinking back, his attitude toward him earlier hadn't been very good. Yi Fan turned around, walked up to Qinsho, and fixed him with a cold gaze, causing the latter to involuntarily shiver. Change. A complete change. Totally different from the Yi Fan he first met. His gaze was so cold it seemed to emit frost, and Qinsho had never felt such fear in his life. Relax, I won't kill you, Yi Fan, seeing through his thoughts, said indifferently. Hearing this sentence, Qinsho relaxed a little, but everything that had just happened still felt like a dream. Come take a look at your treasure. Yi Fan walked to the treasure and turned to Tian Xinyi. She immediately understood Yi Fan's intention, skipping over with joy, realizing that he wanted to give this exclusively to her. Brother Yi, we are on the same team. I wonder if I could. Qinsho hesitated to finish his sentence. This is mine now. Do you have any objections? Yi Fan looked at him, his gaze as sharp as a blade, making Qinsho feel as if his soul had been pierced. Of course not. Even Tang Zai, whom he couldn't defeat, was taken down with a single punch. How could he dare to have any objections? Just as Tian Xinyi was about to open the treasure chest, a sudden swirl of sand and dust rose around them. Yi Fan's heart stirred, and he activated observation haki. Moments later, above the basin, a cloud of flying sand surged upward, gradually forming into a human figure. Well, I didn't expect to find you here. The Sandman stood with his arms crossed, a roguish smile on his face, exuding an imposing aura. Looking for me? Yi Fan sneered disdainfully. If I'm not mistaken, you've probably been searching for me for quite some time, haven't you? Through the aura detected by observation haki, Yi Fan discovered that a few people were exactly the same as those who had been on the ship before boarding. Without a doubt, their target was him, not Qinsho and the others. Yeah, if it weren't for the fact that our organization couldn't enter the Dragon Blood secret realm, how could you have come out alive? Yi Fan's gaze instantly darkened. Their organization? Unable to enter the Dragon Blood secret realm? The Dragon Blood secret realm is open to all citizens of Huaxia, and any Huaxia person can enter. Then, there was only one reason they couldn't enter: they weren't Huaxia people at all. Could it be? However, this was just Yi Fan's speculation. Everyone, come out. Why bother hiding? Yi Fan scanned the surroundings and said calmly, I didn't expect you to notice. Everyone, come out. After confirming it was Yi Fan, the man in the sand no longer concealed himself. At his command, one by one, men in black emerged from behind the surrounding rocks. These people were uniformly dressed, clearly belonging to the same organization. Yi Fan thought to himself, perfect timing, saves me the trouble of looking for them. So, you guys are from the Hyun Society? Yi Fan asked. I didn't expect you to know so much. That's right, we are from the Hyun Society. I can't believe that guy couldn't even handle a little brat and had to make me step in personally. The man in the sand said smugly. Ha, I'm just a little brat, yet you brought nearly 50 people. Are you any better? Yi Fan retorted. So, that snow fruit user, the snow woman, was indeed killed by you? The man in the sand asked coldly. What if I did? What if I didn't? Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. Either way, you're going to die today. I'll personally take your black rod from your warm corpse. The man in the sand revealed a sinister smile. So, you're the Raya he mentioned, aren't you? Yi Fan stared directly at him. Sandman did not answer. Ha, I never change my name or surname. Kion Ryosui, at least you'll die knowing who killed you. Yi Fan sneered. I just didn't expect that guy to have such a loose tongue. Sandman seemed somewhat displeased. Yi Fan did not respond. In the face of death, there's no need to think too much. Soon, you might experience it yourself, Sandman said with a smirk. Ah, then let's see what you're capable of. Although Sandman was surprised by Snow Woman's death, it did not stop him from continuing to pursue the baseball bat that had appeared in the southern Abyss base city. He had to admit, the bat held a strong allure for him, and besides, Snow Woman was not his subordinate. Her death was inconsequential. Last time, he had been careless. This time, he brought more people along. Moreover, based on his recent observations, Yi Fan's team did not have any natural-type powerhouses or anyone with superior abilities to counter his fruit. In an instant, almost everyone present transformed into beasts. Whoa, all animal types. There are even 2 ancient species, Sandman said smugly. So, how about it? Scared yet? If you're scared, hand over that weapon, and maybe. Ryosui's lecherous gaze fell on Tiansini. I might go easy on her. Yi Fan sneered coldly. Heh, get lost. Truly living up to the reputation of an island nation scumbag. Ryosui's expression shifted slightly. I didn't plan to get involved personally, but since you said that, his tone carried a hint of disdain. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, his right arm instantly transformed into a mass of yellow sand. With a wave of his hand, the sand shot toward Yi Fan like sharp blades, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Originally, Liang Jing brought so many people because he didn't want to take action personally. However, after witnessing Yi Fan's fight with that man, a strong premonition surged in his heart. This Yi Fan was absolutely extraordinary. He gently raised his right arm and casually waved it, splitting the blade like sand particles in two, sending them shooting past either side of his body. The sand blade struck one of Qin Shou's teammates. He watched in agony as his body rapidly withered, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Tiansini was utterly stunned by the scene before her. Mummy? She covered her mouth, staring in disbelief at the man before her. After being hit by the sand blade, the victim's body was completely drained of all its moisture, leaving behind nothing but a shriveled corpse. This method of attack was terrifying. It was utterly cruel. He immediately turned his anxious gaze toward Yi Fan, only to find him standing calmly in place, unharmed. A wave of relief washed over him. Brother! My brother! Qin Shou cried out, loudly. This was his teammate of many years, their friendship deeply rooted in his heart. Watching him suffer such torment, Qin Shou was overwhelmed with urgency but utterly powerless, forced to watch helplessly as his friend succumbed to death. On the other side, Liang Jing tilted his head, standing there with a look of surprise. How could this be? The sand blade attack had no effect on him, he thought to himself. And why has his arm suddenly turned black? This move had never failed him in previous battles. As long as it hit the enemy, almost all ability users would fall victim. Their bodies quickly drained of moisture, leading to their inevitable death. Yet now, Yi Fan had simply waved his hand, slicing the sand blade in half, emerging completely unscathed, let alone being drained. Liang Jing was stunned. This was an unprecedented situation for him. His confident expression instantly turned to one of shock, and his smile vanished. What he was most curious about was why Yi Fan's arm suddenly turned black. Of course, he didn't know that Yi Fan's arm was covered by armament hockey. Could it be, his black arm is immune to my sand attacks, he speculated to himself. With his rich combat experience, he quickly reacted. Although the black arm can defend, my hidden arrows might be harder to block, right? Liang Jing smiled confidently, already preparing his attack. The sand and gravel on the ground surged, but there were almost no obvious traces. Yi Fan frowned. Liang Jing's development of the sand fruit is indeed extraordinary. Not everyone would think of developing the sand fruit in the direction of draining the water from the human body. His idea is absolutely absolutely unique in this world. However, ideals are always full, while reality is often skinny. The result did not turn out as Liang Jing had hoped. At the moment he launched his attack, Yi Fan's foot suddenly trembled, and he instantly moved to another location. At the same time, a sand-like object resembling a giant sword emerged from the ground. "You old six," Yi Fan exclaimed. "Luckily, I used observation hockey to foresee the future, or else you'd have stolen my little chrysanthemum." Speed competition. I've never lost. Yi Fan skillfully diffused Liang Jing's two attacks, leaving him anxious. "I'm not just strong. In fruit abilities, I also have swordsmanship." As he spoke, a katana was already painfully gripped in his hand, and he charged at Yi Fan at high speed, delivering horizontal and vertical slashes in quick succession. His blade swung so fast that the sound of the katana slicing through the air could be heard, whistling loudly. However, Yi Fan dodged and maneuvered with precision, avoiding every one of Liang Jing's attacks effortlessly. Liang Jing's eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. His swordsmanship was the strongest in the entire Haiyun society, and even in the Sakura nation, where swordsmanship was prevalent, he was considered top tier. Yet Yi Fan remained so calm, easily dodging all his attacks without even using a weapon. This reaction speed was simply absurd. How could this be? How was this even possible? In his entire life, he had never encountered someone so freakishly skilled. Tian Xinyi stood to the side, dumbfounded. She had recently been focusing on studying swordsmanship, so she naturally understood how terrifying it was to wield a katana to the point of slicing through the wind. It required extremely high levels of swordsmanship and physical prowess. Even Bai Chanxian, whom she considered very skilled, probably couldn't reach even a third of this level. She never expected a Logia-type powerhouse to have trained their swordsmanship to such a degree. What shocked her even more was that while it was one thing for Yi Fan to easily dodge attacks from Tang Zhe, that small fry, the person before her could also effortlessly evade every attack. It was truly an eye-opener. Actually, only Yi Fan truly understands Liang Jing's swordsmanship level. It is precisely because he has the foresight granted by observation hockey that he can handle it so effortlessly. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly be struck by this swift blade. Had enough fun? Yi Fan pulled out a baseball bat and, without hesitation, charged swiftly toward Liang Jing. "Heh, do you really think you can hurt me?" Liang Jing showed no concern for Yi Fan's attack, a mocking smile playing at the corner of his mouth. His right arm transformed into a mass of sand, attempting to envelop Yi Fan's black baseball bat and snatch it away. In an instant, fierce winds raged, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Yi Fan swung the bat down hard, landing a solid hit on Liang Jing's arm. The latter staggered back several steps, continuously rubbing his numb right arm, his heart filled with disbelief. It was utterly unbelievable. How could this happen? The intelligence provided by the Ling family only mentioned that when a weapon touches the body of a devil fruit user, it would render them unable to use their fruit abilities. Who would have thought this weapon could even strike the elementalized body of a Logia user? So that's how it is. At that moment, it was as if he had grasped some profound understanding. In this world where Logia users are nearly invincible, apart from the top-tier Paramecia spatial-type fruits and the mutual restraint among Logia users, almost no one poses a threat to them. That swing of the bat just now almost convinced him that Zhang Jiawen and Snow Maiden were indeed killed by Yi Fan. "So it really was you who killed Snow Maiden?" Shock spread across Liang Jing's face. At the same time, Yi Fan also felt a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected that a swing imbued with armament hockey would only leave Liang Jing's arm slightly numb. His physique must be no weaker than Yi Fan's, which explains his confidence. With his speed, launching another attack on him would likely be no easy task. Moreover, there were more people present than Yi Fan had initially noticed. Using observation hockey earlier, he had detected that there were at least 100 people scattered across the island. So many people, and none of them are weak. Taking them down one by one would definitely exhaust my strength. However, there are other ways. To think so many people came just for the weapon I carry. But this is perfect. Since you all love Huaxia so much and have come here, then stay here forever. A sly smile appeared on Yi Fan's lips, and a chilling aura emanated from his body. "Ha ha ha, how arrogant. You are indeed amazing. No, or rather, the weapon in your hand is indeed very powerful. It can actually hit a natural-type elemental body. But with so many of us, how will you cope? Everyone, go." In an instant, all the men in black on the basin surged toward Yi Fan like a tide. "Quickly take everyone in the ships into the sky," he instructed Tian Xinyi. In such a situation, she completely trusted Yi Fan, as she knew he must have his reasons for doing so. "Follow me." Under the power of Tian Xinyi's float fruit, Qinshou, his teammates, and their ships on the sea all floated into the sky. As the crowd was about to reach him, Yi Fan clenched his fists, stretching them out to his sides, gathering the power of the tremor fruit. With a single thought, crack, the air beside his white fists instantly split open. Immediately after, the entire island shook violently. Wave after wave of men in black fell to the ground. Seeing this, Liang Jing quickly wrapped himself tightly in a sand shield. Soon after, he felt a powerful shockwave strike, slamming fiercely into the sand shield. Bang! With a massive sound, the sand shield shattered instantly, and Liang Jing was hit, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Is this his devil fruit ability? Is this the tremor fruit? And, just now, was that? The air split open? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse, and the scene before him made his eyes widen. What's going on with the sky? It actually split open. Upon learning that he had awakened the tremor fruit, he had completely dismissed him as a useless person wielding a powerful weapon. But who would have thought his tremor fruit had developed to such a terrifying extent? This scene felt like a dream. No one could have developed the tremor fruit to such a horrifying level. To actually shatter the air, and he was still just a young boy. What on earth was going on? How could this be possible? The tremor fruit shattered the atmosphere? I once said, Haiyun society should get out of Huaxia. Today, this is just the first step. Traitorous dogs, sink to the bottom of the sea forever. Moonwalk. Yifan suddenly soared into the sky and grabbed Tian Xinyi in his arms. Liang Jing stared at Yifan in confusion, as if he was walking step by step into the sky, completely stunned. The tremor fruit? It actually has the ability to fly? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then how did he do it? And what did he mean by those words? Let us all sink to the bottom of the sea? Both his words and actions left Liang Jing utterly baffled. Until, splash, splash, splash. The sound of massive waves came from all directions. Trapped in the basin, they still hadn't figured out what was happening outside. They only felt the ground begin to tremble again, and as time passed, the tremors grew stronger and stronger. The black-clad men who hadn't fallen were even more puzzled and curious. What on earth was happening outside? Just a single breath later, they saw giant waves surging toward them. What's going on? We're clearly in a mountaintop basin. Where are these sea waves coming from? Am I hallucinating? The basin on this island was like a mountain that had been smashed into a massive crater, and they were now inside this crater. Logically, it should be impossible to see any sea level, let alone waves. Could it be? Liang Jing's eyes revealed sheer terror. Escape? It seemed it was already too late. Judging by the height of the mountain, the visible waves were at least 100 or 200 meters high, crashing in from all directions. Trying to flee was no longer an option. Praying for a miracle was their best hope. Above the sky. At this moment, Tian Xinyi looked behind Yifan and was utterly shocked. Was this caused by you? Tian Xinyi asked in disbelief. Yifan nodded. Didn't you say before that you wanted to see more of my training with the tremor fruit? Today, I'll let you witness it. But I know you're very shocked, so don't be surprised just yet. Shall we fly a bit higher first? Hearing this, Tian Xinyi immediately understood and quickly raised everyone's altitude significantly. Don't tell me this terrifying tsunami was really caused by you. Tian Xinyi asked again for confirmation. This was a monstrous tsunami, at least 100 meters high, maybe even taller. She had already been stunned earlier when she saw him crack the atmosphere with the tremor fruit, and now he had directly triggered such a terrifying tsunami. What else could it be? Yifan replied with a casual smile. Tian Xinyi was beyond shocked, and Qinsho was so stunned that he couldn't even speak, completely frozen in place. The tremor fruit wasn't supposed to be used for this, was it? Based on their conversation, it was utterly unbelievable that a tsunami like this could be created by a tremor fruit user. It was simply invincible. On the basin, everyone was terrified to the extreme. This was their first time truly facing death, and it was the kind they couldn't escape from. In just a single breath, the monstrous waves came roaring in. Boom, boom, boom. The successive 100-meter-high waves crashed down one after another, instantly swallowing the lava island into the ocean. The immense impact directly shattered everyone's bodies. Even Ryojing, the sand fruit user, was not spared. In the water, he couldn't elementalize his body at all. They couldn't even hear their own screams, as the deafening roar of the waves completely drowned them out. Their bodies were torn to pieces, scattered across the vast ocean. Ryojing, dead. Yifan and the other three returned to the ship. No one knew how much time had passed, but the sea surface gradually returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened, restoring its calm. Yifan stood on the deck, gazing at the boundless ocean, his right fist clenched tightly, feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Among all the fruit ability users he had eliminated, this was the one that excited him the most. Although he wasn't part of the military, and the matters of the Haiyun society weren't necessarily his responsibility, Yifan knew that. The rise and fall of China was everyone's duty. No matter the time or place, as long as it was within his ability, or even beyond it, he would step forward without hesitation. He would nip any threat to China in the bud, never allowing it to grow unchecked. Feeling a bit fatigued, Yifan turned to head back to his room to rest, but just as he reached the corner, he bumped into Qinsho. Captain Qin, where are you headed? He asked casually. Duong. Qinsho suddenly knelt down. Yifan was instantly dumbfounded. Wait, bro, we've only just met, isn't this kind of gesture a bit over the top? Brother, please, don't call me Captain Qin anymore. I really can't handle this. this. Can I just call you brother? Xiao Qin. Just call me Xiao Qin. In Qin Shou's heart, Yi Fan had already become a god. In that battle, he used the tremor fruit to effortlessly defeat an opponent with a Logia ability. Qin Shou had lived for so long and had never heard of anyone capable of such a feat that battle could truly be recorded in the annals of legend. Therefore, in his eyes, Yi Fan was an invincible superpower. How could he possibly call himself Captain Qin in front of him? That simply wouldn't do. He couldn't bear such a title. If Yi Fan got carried away and decided to kill him on a whim, it would be a terrible loss. After surviving for so many years, Qin Shou would never let such a thing happen to himself. Yi Fan merely smiled faintly, ignoring his thoughts, and went straight back to his room. Tian Xinyi wanted to ask something, but before she could speak, Yi Fan said, "I'm a bit tired and want to rest." After saying that, he lay down on the bed. "Alright," Tian Xinyi responded cheerfully. Click! The sound of the light switch echoed, and the room was instantly plunged into darkness. Lying on the bed, Yi Fan recalled the battle scene from earlier. Although his tremor power had reached its limit, it only triggered a tsunami. Far from shattering the earth into pieces, he pondered to himself, what other methods could there be? The supreme dragon blood fruit? But that was definitely not the best choice. He had already consumed the fourth one, and he clearly felt that his physical condition hadn't undergone the qualitative leap it did the first time. Based on the earlier situation, even if he ate another supreme dragon blood fruit, it was unlikely to achieve the desired state. Perhaps waiting for the system to refresh the four emperors' physique was the only way out. However, after defeating Ryojing of the Sansan fruit, why hadn't an S-grade item refresh card dropped, like it did when he defeated Snow Maiden on Chicken Head Island? As Yi Fan's thoughts wandered, his eyelids grew heavy, and he was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, his body felt a soft touch. There was no need to think further. He knew what had happened. "Yi Fan, what are you doing?" Tian Xinyi's voice sounded in his ear. "I'm, doing. What are you thinking about?" "I'm asking what you're doing?" Can you come down to talk? Can't we talk like this?" "It's not that we can't, it's just, the giant thing of yours is making it hard for me to breathe." "Oh." Tian Xinyi stood up and sat sideways on Yi Fan's bed. "Can we talk now?" Yi Fan took a deep breath. "What else can I do?" "Rest and get ready to sleep. I heard you mention on the island that those people are from the Haiyun Society? Are they the same group as the ones who appeared later on Jitu Island?" Tian Xinyi asked. "That's right. They actually chased you all the way here. You really are charming. No wonder even a beauty like Bai Qianshan likes you." Hey, don't spread rumors. There's nothing between us." "Oh," Tian Xinyi replied perfunctorily. As a girl, how could she not know what Bai Qianshan was up to? She couldn't help but think to herself. Clearly, she was with Yi Fan, yet she still felt envious of Bai Qianshan. Perhaps it was a woman's sixth sense, but she always felt that Yi Fan had a special feeling for Bai Qianshan, something she couldn't find in herself. She lay back on her bed, falling into endless overthinking. Not long after, Yi Fan's snores began to echo. Huaxia Military District Command, Operations Room. The lighting in the room was slightly dim, and on the grand armchair sat a tall and imposing figure, dressed in a black battle robe, exuding an aura of immense authority. "General Pang, an urgent telegram." The assistant sitting nearby reported. The man on the grand armchair was none other than the general of the operations department of the Huaxia Military District, Peng Yuanlong. He slowly put down the book in his hand and raised his head. "Read it." The assistant opened the notebook in her hand and began to read. "The Huaxia Intelligence Bureau has sent a message. Our bureau recently discovered an unknown island in international waters, where an unclaimed secret realm has appeared. It has been decided that representatives of the 5 major nations prodigies will compete in a month to determine its final ownership and shares. Among them, the first place will receive 51% of the usage rights and ownership, the second place 19%, the third place 15%, the fourth place 10%, and the fifth place 5%. By rights, all secret realms and public areas on Earth belong to the entire world, but as the saying goes, weak nations have no diplomacy. In this matter, they don't even have a voice, let alone usage rights. Therefore, such secret realms can only be possessed by the 5 major nations. The 5 major nations include Huaxia, Eagle Nation, the empire on which the sun never sets, Ula Nation, and F Nation. Each of these countries sends at least 2 prodigies to engage in duels, with life and death being their own responsibility. Rankings are determined through a special competition format, ultimately deciding ownership and the share for each country. The mentioned share refers to the proportion of people allowed to enter the secret realm, and the country that gains ownership can exercise final management rights. However, the duels have an age restriction for prodigies. They must be under 20 years old and possess youth fruit abilities. As for the selection of prodigies, it is decided independently by each country. General Peng Yuanlong's lips curled into a slight smile. Good. It has been a long time since an unclaimed secret realm appeared. This time, Huaxia must take first place. Send out the notice to all special training camps to report the list of prodigies in 3 days. Each special training camp has 2 spots. Alright, General Peng. After Afterward, the assistant rushed to the communication room. Falcon Special Training Camp. Principal's office. What? Battle of the Geniuses? Registration list? Quick, convene a meeting immediately. Yi Fan and the others teleported out of the secret realm ruins. Brother, next time you want to come in and explore, just ask me to guide you. I promise I won't get lost. Shinsho walked ahead of Yi Fan, bowing and scraping, looking like a servant. Yi Fan paid him no attention and simply walked forward on his own. The people around them, however, seemed a bit puzzled. Isn't that Shinsho? Am I seeing this right? That's right, it's definitely him. He's always been proud and arrogant. How could he act like this toward a young man? This is so unlike his character. Could it be that this young man has some astonishing background? Is he a child of some prestigious family? How is that possible? Have you ever seen any rich kid come to our ruins? This place is a junkyard. They wouldn't even bother to look at it. Why not? Look at the woman behind him. Her strength is clearly average. She might have come along with him. That beauty, it's definitely possible. Can you stop following me? Yi Fan noticed Shinsho was always behind him, so he glanced at him. Immediately, he felt the surroundings quiet down significantly. However, upon reaching the hall, the chatter grew incessant. Have you heard? Something big happened recently. What big thing? I heard that a masterless secret realm has recently appeared in various national regions. What? A masterless secret realm? And it's in the public areas of different countries? Doesn't that mean there will be conflicts? Not necessarily. I heard that such things usually belong to the 5 major nations, and after some time, their ownership will be decided through the battle of the nation's prodigies. Prodigies? It's said that in recent years, Eagle Nation and the empire on which the sun never sets have been producing outstanding talents. Do you think our Huaxia has a chance to take first place? I think it's unlikely. Yi Fan and Tian Sini naturally heard their discussions. Ownerless secret realm? Yi Fan was hearing this term for the first time. From the literal meaning, he could roughly understand what it was, but he didn't know the implications. Showing a puzzled expression, Tian Sini explained it to him in detail, and he finally understood completely. Isn't this kind of thing supposed to belong to the country that discovers it first? Why bother with a battle of prodigies? Yi Fan felt confused about such arrangements. It's said to be a rule set by Eagle Sauce Country. They have always been domineering, and many countries actually dislike them. Moreover, their prodigies are quite strong. At a world-class level, Tian Sini patiently explained. She didn't have much fondness for Eagle Sauce Country and even mentioned how they once organized some kind of student exchange program, forcibly keeping our country's prodigies in their territory. At that time, Huaxia's strength wasn't as formidable as it is now, so we could only swallow our anger and endure the humiliation. Truly the behavior of robbers. Yi Fan discerned some truths from Tian Sini's words. The Eagle Nation has always been strong, reigning as the world's hegemon. The unclaimed secret realms should belong to the country that discovers them first, yet they used their overwhelming power to impose such a rule. Oh, does this mean that the unclaimed secret realm you discover is yours, and the ones discovered by other countries are also yours? Isn't this behavior by the Eagle Nation blatant robbery? Aren't they just bandits? But I believe that if you participate in this battle of the geniuses, our Huaxia will definitely win the championship, Tian Sini said firmly. Yi Fan merely smiled without responding. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound and walked toward the corner. Hey, Yi Fan, did I say something wrong? Where are you going? Wait for me. Tian Sini chased after him with a puzzled expression. What a strange guy. Yi Fan's steps were swift, and by the time he stopped, Tian Sini had finally caught up. Hey, why are you walking so fast? Ha, Qianqian, little sister, why are you here? She was startled to see Bai Qianqian's image projected on the wall. This was technology she had never encountered in this world. The moment she saw Qianqian's image, she froze, even thinking the Bai Qianqian on the wall was her actual self. You know about this too? I really think that if you go, you'll definitely take first place. Bai Qianqian's voice came through the phone bug. After leaving the special training ground, she had heard about this matter and immediately found a quiet place to contact Yi Fan using the phone bug. But it turns out that Qianqian and I share the same thoughts. You should persuade him more. Tian Sini interrupted Yi Fan, reaching out to pat Bai Qianqian. However, she was shocked to find her hand passing right through Bai Qianqian's body, her face showing a puzzled expression. What was going on? Was she hallucinating? Or was it just an illusion? The more she thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Could it be that she was? Ah, Yi Fan, there's a ghost. She screamed in terror and jumped onto Yi Fan, instantly catching a whiff of a fragrant scent. Tian Sini even thought the apparition was Bai Qianqian's spirit. She had always been most afraid of ghosts in her life. Bai Qianqian watched the intimate scene between the two, and although her face showed no expression, a wave of jealousy surged in her heart. After Yi Fan explained the situation to her, she finally understood that such things existed in this world. So, what do you think of my suggestion? Bai Qianqian's voice came through the phone bug again. I can go, but Yi Fan thought that if someone invited him, he would certainly be willing to fight for the country. But if he had to take the initiative to seek it out, there was no no need. Besides, he lacked nothing at the moment. If he went to pursue it, he might end up causing trouble, stepping on someone's toes unnecessarily. Of course, it wasn't because he feared those people, he simply found it troublesome and didn't want to bother. Moreover, they hadn't provoked him, and Yifan wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately. Alright, I understand your point now. Although Yifan hadn't finished his sentence, Bai Qianqian instantly grasped his meaning and then hung up the phone bug. Tianxini looked at Yifan with a confused expression. Understand your point? What does that mean? The meaning of hearts are connected with a single touch. Yay, I can do it too. Try touching my heart, and once you do, it'll definitely connect. She puffed out her chest and said to Yifan. Yifan chuckled awkwardly, refraining from taking action. Such an opportunity should be left to the readers. He thought to himself that if Bai Qianqian and Tianxini could both connect with his heart, his brain might overload. Inside the Falcon Special Training Camp, what did you say? If Yifan competes, Huaxiao will take first place? Bai Qianqian had just hung up the phone call when she heard the voice of her mentor, Zhou Yuqing, coming from the side. Mentor Zhou, why are you here? Don't ask about that for now. Did you just say that if Yifan competes, Huaxiao can take first place? Although Zhou Yuqing had once thought about bringing him to the Falcon Special Training Camp while at Nanyuan No. 1 High School, he had never imagined that his strength would reach such a level. The battle of the geniuses. As long as he competes, will he definitely take first place? He had only seen Yifan in actual combat once in the arena, so he had no clear concept of Yifan's strength in his mind. Just from this battle against the Ling family father and son, it's not enough to directly see that he has such strength. But Bai Qianqian is different. She experienced both secret realms together with Yifan, so she is definitely the person who knows him best. Yes, let me put it this way. Even if Tianxini and I combined, we wouldn't be as strong as one of his fingers, Bai Qianqian said with absolute certainty. Zhou Yuqing's eyes revealed an expression of disbelief upon hearing this. Even Bai Qianqian, combined with the abilities of a float fruit user, isn't as strong as one of his fingers? What kind of concept is this? You have to understand, in his eyes, Bai Qianqian is the strongest student of this class. His Dor fruit, combined with her already masterful swordsmanship, is the strongest presence in the entire training camp, except for some Logia users. Could it be because? Why? Is it because of that weapon? Zhou Yuqing asked curiously. No, it has nothing to do with that weapon. Even without that weapon, it would be the same. Hearing this answer, Zhou Yuqing gasped in shock. Not because of his weapon, but because of what? Is it because of his tremor fruit? That's impossible. The tremor fruit is a useless fruit. Could it be that he has some other kind of ability? He couldn't be sure. Are you sure? Zhou Yuqing asked in a doubtful tone. I'm sure, Bai Qianqian said firmly and resolutely. Zhou Yuqing looked at her and understood that she wasn't joking, but this made Zhou Yuqing even more curious and shocked. What kind of ability does he have to be stronger than you and Tianxini combined? Could it be the power of the tremor fruit? I'll just say one thing. As long as we can invite him, we're definitely taking first place. Bai Qianqian naturally wouldn't reveal too much about Yifan's true strength. Right now, her goal was to convince Zhou Yuqing. That's enough. As for how he wants to proceed, that's his business. Alright, but the list has already been finalized. It's you and a senior. Bai Qianqian was not surprised to see her name on the list. After consuming 2 top-grade dragon blood fruits, coupled with a solid foundation laid earlier, her physique was already unmatched by her peers, and her swordsmanship had advanced by leaps and bounds. How about this? Bai Qianqian murmured, Instructor Zhou, could you replace me with Yifan? Zhou Yuqing frowned upon hearing this. You know, Yifan is not a trainee in our special training camp. I can only say I'll try. Then I'll trouble you, Instructor Zhou. He nodded and left thoughtfully. A knock sounded at the door of the special training director's office. Come in, Director Xiao Yuan said, keeping his head down as he worked. Zhou Yuqing walked to the desk. Director, this is the final list based on the recent results of the trainees. Xiao Yuan took it and glanced at it. Director, I have something to report to you. Bai Qianqian said she wants to give up the spot she got this time and exchange it for someone else. Director Xiao Yuan was puzzled upon hearing this. Give up the spot this time? The director couldn't quite understand her actions. Who is it? Yifan. Whom? Yifan? Xiao Yuan almost instantly recalled this name in his mind. Bai Qianqian's teammate in the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, the one who obtained the most precious top-grade Dragon Blood fruit with her. Yes, but he is not a student of our special training camp. Zhou Yuqing then repeated what Bai Qianqian had just told him. Xiao Yuan was shocked upon hearing this. Bai Qianqian can actually make such a guarantee? And even Bai Qianqian combined with Tianxini isn't half as powerful as his little finger? If that's true, what does it mean? It means that within the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, it might not just be Bai Qianqian's Dor fruit and sheer luck that led to obtaining the top-grade Dragon Blood fruit. There might also be the unknown X-factor of Yifan. After listening, Xiao Yuan seemed a bit excited, as if he had discovered a new continent. Don't worry, I'll explain this to the principal. Xiao Yuan revealed a smile. Zhou Yuqing left. Director Xiao Yuan also also tidied up the desk, took the materials, and headed to the principal's office. He knocked on the door and entered. "The matter with the list, is it done?" Principal He Yunfei took a sip of tea while sitting in front of the coffee table. "Come, sit down and talk." "What? A replacement? And it's not someone from our special training camp?" Principal He Yunfei was instantly shocked, completely unable to understand such an arrangement. This spot in the special training camp is something that even the wealthy children within the camp couldn't secure despite pulling strings, spending money, and using resources. Yet, she voluntarily gave it up, and it wasn't even for someone from their own Falcon special training camp. What kind of baffling operation is this, and who exactly is Yi Fan? Principal He Yunfei did not know the Yi Fan mentioned by Xiao Yuan. Previously, Xiao Yuan had been suppressing the matter of Bai Qianqian going to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm without authorization and had not reported it upwards. You must know that a student venturing into the Dragon Blood Secret Realm without permission is no small matter. Just now, Xiao Yuan revealed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth for this very reason. He finally breathed a sigh of relief as he could use this opportunity to report directly to the principal. After all, the focus of the matter now was no longer on Bai Qianqian going to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, so he told the principal everything he had just learned. "What? You said Bai Qianqian went to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, and even obtained a top-grade Dragon Blood fruit?" Principal He Yunfei almost exclaimed in a tone of shock. The principal suddenly raised his voice, startling Xiao Yuan. He Yunfei naturally understood the significance of this matter. For the past few hundred, even nearly 1,000 years, no one had ever been able to bring out a top-grade Dragon Blood fruit from there. Those who went looking for it also disappeared without a trace. Some even once believed that the Supreme Dragon Blood fruit might just be an ancient legend and not something that truly exists. Yet Bai Qianqian not only managed to obtain the Supreme Dragon Blood fruit but also returned safely, without even a scratch. Moreover, Bai Qianqian even said such words, as if she knew something, or in other words, she must know Yi Fan's true strength, which is why she dared to make such a guarantee. I originally wanted to refuse outright, but now I'm a bit hesitant. This matter is open to discussion. Xiaomei, send out the meeting notice immediately, in half an hour. In the office, a woman in a black business suit sitting at a desk in the corner stood up. "Okay, got it, principal." Suddenly, this matter spread throughout the entire Falcon special training camp. In the cafeteria, on the road, in the dormitory, in the special training field, almost every corner is filled with people discussing this matter. "Hey, did you hear? Bai Qianqian actually gave up the chance to be on the candidate list for the Tenjia battle. What's going on? How could someone give up such a great opportunity? Is she not thinking straight or something? Who will replace the person on the list? Could it be that guy? I heard he's been trying hard to get in recently but hasn't succeeded. He definitely wouldn't miss such a good chance, right?" No. Apparently, Bai Qianqian recommended someone from outside the special training camp, and the principal and other leaders are currently in a meeting to discuss it. "Not someone from our special training camp? How is that possible?" "Not sure. I heard the principal directly convened an emergency meeting to discuss it. It seems they are taking this matter very seriously." "He's very skilled? Then why isn't he in our special training camp or in another one? Could he be a hidden expert?" They were quite puzzled about the person recommended by Bai Qianqian. Logically, all seed-type fruit ability users in China should be in a few special training camps, so why is that person not among them, yet still receives such attention from the leadership? They couldn't figure it out at all, and some even suspected whether there was some backdoor deal involved, forcing Bai Qianqian to say this. After all, similar incidents had happened a long time ago. Inside the meeting room, the principal sat solemnly at the head of the circular long table. "Does anyone have any objections to what I just said?" As soon as Principal He Yunfei said this, the room instantly became much quieter. After a long time, still no one offered any opinions. "No one? Then shall we decide like this?" "Principal, I think this matter is inappropriate," said a man sitting in a relatively forward position, raising his voice. This man was the director in charge of admissions for the Falcon Special Training Camp, Xie Ziliang. "Oh, specifically, what's wrong?" "Principal, he's not even one of our special training camp members. How can that be justified?" "Then let me ask you, is the battle of the geniuses more important or the reputation of the special training camp?" After a long silence, he couldn't say a single word. "All right, those who agree to replace Bai Qianqian with Yi Fan, please raise your hand," the principal said. Everyone hesitated for just a moment, but most of them still raised their hands. Good, 7-2, passed. The meeting was adjourned. Principal Xiao Yuan plans to personally go to the military district headquarters. This news was inadvertently spread by some people. The entire special training camp was shocked. Didn't expect that Yi Fan actually got replaced. Who exactly is he, that even as an outsider he can make our Falcon special training camp take him so seriously? You guys don't know? I heard he went to the Dragon Blood Secret Realm with 2 women and brought back top-grade Dragon Blood fruits. One of the women was Bai Qianqian. Everyone showed expressions of disbelief upon hearing this. The Dragon Blood Secret Realm? I can't believe Bai Qianqian actually dared to go there. I heard those dragon blood fruits only exist in the 4th and 5th threat zones, which are extremely dangerous places. That's right. That clearly shows how incredible Bai Qianqian's teammate is, and how terrifying Yifan's strength is. Do you think Bai Qianqian might have fallen for Yifan? I never imagined she would have friends. Anyway, from the time she joined the special training camp until now, I haven't even exchanged a word with her. She's just way too aloof. If that's the case, being willing to team up with him to enter the Dragon Blood Secret Realm and even giving up her chance to be selected for the Heavenly Pride battle to Yifan does say something. The crowd was in an uproar. Soon, this gossip reached Bai Qianqian's ears. However, she didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it was indeed true, and as for her relationship with Yifan, it was merely their imagination. At this moment, in her view, representing the country to win the battle of the geniuses was the most important thing. Moreover, if her relationship with Yifan spread and things actually worked out, it would also reduce the number of ill-intentioned seniors bothering her. For her, this could be considered a good thing. In the evening, He Yunfei personally drove to the military district headquarters. The vehicle was only allowed to pass after a series of security checks and identity verifications. Knock knock. The door of the operations room was knocked on. Subsequently, the assistant walked in. General Pang, the list for the Falcon Special Training Camp has been submitted. Principal, he came personally and wishes to see you, the assistant said. Oh, why did he come personally for such a trivial matter? Let him in. Alright, I'll go inform him right away. After a few minutes, He Yunfei knocked on the door and then walked into the operations room. Pang Yuanlong's face remained very serious. He pointed to the sofa nearby, signaling for him to sit down. After handling some matters, he finally sat down beside He Yunfei. As soon as General Pang approached, He Yunfei felt a strong sense of oppression. This oppressive feeling seemed to emanate from an innate aura. Even though he had met him several times, He Yunfei still felt a bit nervous. I heard there are some issues with the list? Pang Yuanlong asked bluntly. Why yes, He Yunfei took a deep breath and said, Yifan was not originally a trainee in our special training camp, but he has some unexpected stories with our camp. He told Pang Yuanlong everything he knew about what had happened before. The latter stroked the stubble on his chin, his expression serious and thoughtful. This child is indeed somewhat special, but as you know, our army operates based on evidence. This will likely require us to send someone to investigate personally. Compared to others, General Pang understood the importance of this matter more clearly. Whether the trainees are from the special training camp is not important. What matters is that Huaxia must bring out its strongest combat power. Thank you, General Pang, for your understanding. I just wanted to discuss this one matter, and I won't disturb you further. Alright, if there are any important updates later, just notify my assistant directly. He Yunfei nodded and walked out the door with a smile. Walking out of the operations room, he let out a sigh of relief. Things were not as difficult as he had imagined. Meanwhile, inside the operations room, Pang Yuanlong revealed a faint smile. Yifan? Does he really have such strength? I'm actually starting to feel a bit of anticipation. It's been a long time since I've felt this way. For Pang Yuanlong, national interests outweigh everything, so naturally, he wouldn't care whether Yifan is a member of the special training camp or not. As long as they can win the battle of the geniuses, being Chinese is enough. And how could he possibly not care about Bai Qianqian's words? She had just obtained a top-grade dragon blood fruit from the extremely dangerous Dragon Blood Secret Realm. Ordinary dragon blood fruits are already incredibly rare. Some people die in the secret realm without ever finding one. Yet he and Yifan not only found one but also obtained it. Logically speaking, she should be the best candidate, but she said something like this. So, even if he only possesses the tremor fruit, and it's the one that has never truly been developed in this world, even the high-ranking General Pang has taken a strong interest in him. Salt Iron City. Yifan's rental apartment. Tian Xini was packing her luggage. Ha, are you really leaving? Yifan lay on the sofa, stretching lazily. Suddenly, it feels a bit strange to have the room all to myself. What's so strange about it? Anyway, it just feels a bit empty and lonely and cold, right? Probably kidney deficiency. Tian Xini walked out of the room, pinching Yifan's foot. Let me check if your kidneys are failing. Are you kidding? How could I possibly be failing? Come on, come on. Use some strength. Here I come. Tian Xini said as she pressed her fist against his kidney reflex area. This is the kidney function. Immediately, Yifan felt a sharp pain shoot up from the soles of his feet, but his face showed no expression at all. He looked completely unbothered, even with a smile on his face. How about that? I told you, how could I not be fine? Tian Xini smiled and said, it seems pretty good. Let's check if there's any problem with your heart. As she spoke, her hand just slightly moved away from Yifan's soul, then pressed down again. Ah! The pain made Yifan cry out directly. The sound echoed throughout the room, even clearly audible outside. It seems your heart isn't in great condition, Tian Xini said, holding back her laughter. Indeed, my heart has never been in good condition. Ha, you finally admitted it. What did I admit to? I just pressed not the heart reflex zone, but the kidney function. Good for you, Tian Xini. You have no sense of honor. runner. After a burst of laughter, the air quieted down again. Tian Xinyi continued packing her luggage. Half an hour later, she left under Yi Fan's gaze of farewell. The next day, as soon as he returned to school, he was summoned to the principal's office. But it turned out that the principal was not sitting inside, but rather a strange man. "Student, you must be Tian Xinyi, right?" She nodded. "Come, have a seat and let's talk," the man said, pointing to the sofa nearby. This man is actually someone sent by the military district to investigate. The reason for choosing Tian Xinyi is still because she, like Bai Qianqian, was a teammate who went to the Dragon Blood secret realm together to obtain the top-grade Dragon Blood fruit. Moreover, before coming to find Tian Xinyi, he also went to number 1 high school to inquire about Yi Fan. The result he obtained was that Yi Fan and Bai Qianqian achieved the highest score in history in the Lingxi secret realm. After coming out, he severely injured Liang Pang, who possessed the animal-type dog fruit, and then, under a signed life-and-death agreement, directly killed his senior Ling Yuxuan, who was several years ahead of him and possessed an ancient animal-type ability, even easily injuring the head of the Ling family. Next came the Dragon Blood secret realm. All these signs made the investigators sent by the military district feel that this Yi Fan was definitely extraordinary. So he went to second high school to first learn about Yi Fan from Tian Xinyi. This is also why Tian Xinyi was so eager to return to school. Dong dong dong. Although she didn't know the truth, she had only received a notice from the school about something important. Tian Xinyi sat down. "Who are you?" "I am an investigator sent by the Huaxia military district. My name is Jiang Er." "Hello. What is it?" "Hello. This time I came mainly to understand what exactly happened in the Dragon Blood secret realm that allowed you to bring out so many top-grade Dragon Blood fruits. What did Yi Fan do wrong?" Tian Xinyi was very cautious and did not foolishly reveal anything directly. "Not really, we were just confirming the list for the Battle of the Geniuses and conducting an investigation. I suppose you've also heard about the widely discussed matter of the ownerless secret realm recently, right?" Oh, I know. But as for what happened inside, I really can't say for sure. However, I can tell you with certainty, if Yi Fan can compete, China will definitely take first place." Tian Xinyi, like Bai Qianqian, had a resolute gaze, without the slightest hesitation. Investigator Jiang Er revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes, unexpectedly using the same tone as Bai Qianqian. "So absolutely certain. Are you sure? I have records here, and if you're lying, the consequences will be very serious." Jiang Er questioned. "I'm sure." Jiang Er looked at Tian Xinyi's still very determined expression, as if he had thought of something. According to the situation reported by the Falcon Special Training Camp, in his view, the reason Bai Qianqian was able to obtain the top-grade Dragon Blood fruit might be because she took advantage of the convenience of the Dor fruit to gain it through trickery. But now it seems that it's not that simple, and that Yi Fan is not simple. One is Bai Qianqian, the other is Tian Xinyi. The two of them can't possibly be unaware of the consequences of deceiving the state. That's a serious crime. It could implicate the entire family. Although it won't implicate 9 generations, the family will be affected in various aspects, such as travel, fund storage, and any work related to the state. They probably wouldn't take such a risk for an outsider with no blood ties. Therefore, Jiang Er had already secretly made up his mind to conduct a deeper investigation into Yi Fan. "Okay, thank you for your cooperation. You can leave now." After Jiang Er escorted Tian Xinyi out the door, he immediately reported the current situation to his superiors. The final instructions from his superiors were almost identical to his own thoughts. That is to continue investigating Yi Fan further. After 3 days of investigation, in the end, Jiang Er managed to uncover some things that neither the special training camp nor the school knew about. He found out from the Salt Iron City Bounty Alliance that Yi Fan had completed a star-level bounty mission, killing an S-level fugitive on Chicken Head Island. Further tracing investigations even led to suspicions that the death of the snow fruit of the nature system on Chicken Head Island might also be related to Yi Fan. That's a Logia type, and it's the snow fruit. Just killed like that? He's the Quake fruit user, and logically speaking, that's absolutely impossible. Yes, but the situation is just so coincidental. According to the female resident rescued on Chicken Head Island, the S-class fugitive was killed by a man and a woman, after which the Snow Maiden appeared. The two fled, but not long after, a girl returned and brought her back to the small town. According to the description provided by the female resident, the person who saved her used the ability of the float fruit. That person must be Tian Xinyi, and the other one must be Yi Fan. After being chased out by the Snow Maiden, Tian Xinyi returned to rescue the female resident. This is clearly illogical. The Snow Maiden belongs to the nature type, and she must have come to kill Yi Fan. Coincidentally, after that day, the Snow Maiden went missing. The only explanation is that Yi Fan most likely killed the Snow Maiden. Jiang Er thought of this and was utterly shocked. A single Yi Fan, such a young man, could actually kill a nature-type powerhouse? Moreover, this powerhouse of the natural system comes from the most famous assassin organization in China, the Wind Thunder Pavilion. Simply terrifying beyond measure. If this were told to others, some might not even believe it. But it seems that this is indeed the truth. At this moment, Zhang Er was completely stunned, excited, thrilled, unbelievable. After adjusting for a moment, he immediately reported all the facts he had investigated to his superior. Finally, after being reported step by step, the news reached the top levels of the military district and entered Pang Yuanlong's ears. Huaxia Military District Operations Room. Pang Yuanlong sat at his desk, holding a file in his hand. First, a trace of surprise appeared, then it turned into a smile, and a rare one at that. The assistant standing nearby was completely stunned. That was General Pang from the Military District Command. It was rare for anyone to see him smile, as he represented the image of the Huaxia military, almost always appearing with a dignified demeanor in front of outsiders. Even as Pang Yuanlong's year-round personal assistant, he had hardly ever seen him smile, and now he laughed while looking at the document. This couldn't help but make him curious. What kind of magical document could it be? Could it actually make a general of a country laugh? Knock knock. The sound of knocking came from outside the door. Then the door was pushed open, and a tall and burly officer walked in. General Pang, do you have any instructions? The speaker was an officer with the rank of Major General. The general military ranks of the Huaxia nation, from low to high, are as follows: Sergeant, Junior Lieutenant, Junior Major, Major General, Lieutenant General, General, and then just General. A Major General is already considered a very high-ranking officer. Pang Yuanlong handed him the document in his hand. There's something I need you to handle. Yi Fan returned to the campus from Yantai City. As soon as he entered the school gate, he heard people constantly discussing on the school path. Hey, did you know? It seems like a big shot came to our school today. I saw it too when I was having breakfast this morning. A military vehicle drove in. Yeah, it looks like someone with a high rank. Even the principal didn't dare to speak loudly in front of him. Whoa, what kind of big shot is that? Why would they come to Nanyuan High School? Have you heard about that unclaimed secret realm recently? The 5 major nations have been stirring up undercurrents lately. Do you think it will have anything to do with our school? What could possibly happen? Our school's strongest fighters, Bai Chanshan and that senior from the nature department, have already gone to the Falcon Special Training Camp. Why would anyone come to our school? I don't get it either. Hearing this, Yi Fan felt a bit puzzled. People from the military district? What are they doing at our school? Could it be? At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly remembered that during the call with Bai Chanshan via the Den Den Mushi in Yantai City, she had said, "Now I understand." Could he really have gotten himself into some trouble? But he didn't care and went straight back to the dorm. Fan, you're finally back. I thought you had died out there. As soon as he entered the door, he heard his roommate Wu Juanhao wailing like a ghost. Yi Fan smiled helplessly. Thank you so much for caring about me. Yeah, it's been so long, and you haven't even called us back or anything. We all thought. Did something really happen to you out there? Yeah, I heard you went to Yantai City. That's on the border of Huaxia, really dangerous. Luckily, you made it back safely. The other roommates also came up to express their concern. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay, Wu Juanhao said with a happy smile. By the way, did you bring us any local specialties this time? What kind of specialties do you want? Yi Fan asked. Wu Juanhao looked very serious. For example, beauties in bikinis from Salt Iron City or something. Or even if they're not in bikinis, that's fine too. I heard the beauties over there are quite stunning. Fan, do you have? Wu Juanhao grinned mischievously. Yi Fan gently slapped his head and smiled faintly. Well, Wu Juanhao, is this what you call a specialty? Hee, Fan, aren't the beautiful women of Yantai City considered a specialty? Wu Juanhao chuckled, happily looking at Yi Fan. By the way, Fan, the principal said you should go to his office immediately after you return. For them, Yi Fan is now their big brother, their strong support, and they are counting on Yi Fan to achieve great things in the future and lend them a helping hand. Right now, they are focused on building a good relationship, so as soon as they came in, they started showing concern and almost forgot about the main matter. To his office? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. The principal is so busy. Calling him alone to the office must mean there's something important. Moreover, a big shot came to the school today. Why isn't he busy receiving them and instead called me to the office? Could it really be to see me? He wasn't entirely sure yet. After putting down his luggage, he washed his face and left the dormitory, heading toward the principal's office. Yi Fan knocked on the door and pushed open the principal's office door. 2 people came into view inside the room. One was naturally the principal, while the other was dressed in military uniform, with a dark, wrinkled face that exuded a sense of determination and courage. His eyes were firm, staring intently at Yi Fan as he walked in. From him, Yi Fan felt a strong sense of oppression. But what kind of person is Yi Fan? Under the oppressive gaze of the Major General, Yi Fan's eyes showed no trace of evasion, nor any sense of fear toward him. The Major General felt slightly surprised inside, sensing an indescribable uniqueness in the man before him. It seems that no young person has ever been completely unafraid in front of me. This level of confidence is just too much. Moreover, the most important thing is that it took the Major General quite a while to react. When Yi Fan's gaze fell on him, it unexpectedly made the Major General's heart tremble involuntarily. That kind of gaze is definitely not ordinary. It seems ordinary, but behind the ordinary lies an unparalleled coldness. How is that possible? How old is he? How could he make a major general feel palpitations? This is simply unbelievable. This person is definitely not simple. The major general stood up reflexively. Edward, the principal of Ijong High School nearby, was stunned. He quickly stood up as well and swallowed hard. Major General Lin, this is Yi Fan, the person you were looking for. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the air, he quickly spoke to ease it. However, the two did not speak, and the tension escalated. Finally, after 2 breaths, the Major General smiled and said, "Come, Yi Fan, have a seat." Yi Fan said nothing and walked straight to the empty sofa to sit down. Edward finally breathed a sigh of relief as the tense atmosphere of drawn swords dissipated. He had been so worried just now. What if the Major General had directly started a fight? That's a Major General of the military district. I came here this time just to ask you a few questions. Go ahead. Yi Fan saw that the Major General in front of him had lowered his posture significantly and felt that he bore no malice, so his tone naturally softened. He did not feel afraid just because the other party was a Major General. If he really dares to make a move, Yi Fan wouldn't mind stepping on him. However, since the other party has no malicious intent, there's naturally no need for that. One question I care about the most, was the natural snow fruit killer on Chicken Head Island killed by you? The Major General asked very seriously. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment and did not answer. Edward was instantly surprised. Generally, matters that warrant a Major General's inquiry are almost fully investigated, just waiting for Yi Fan to personally admit it. This means that his student Yi Fan actually possesses the ability to kill a Lobiotype user? From a normal person's perspective, how could someone with the power of the Tremor fruit possibly kill a Lobiotype powerhouse? This is absolutely impossible. It's simply a fantasy, an utterly impossible matter, yet it was spoken by a Major General of the army. Could this be true? Edward was very puzzled and somewhat curious. The Major General deliberately added a sentence upon seeing this. Don't worry, we're not here to cause you trouble. Have you heard about the Battle of the Prodigies from the 5 great nations recently? I've heard of it. Yi Fan had already seen through all his thoughts. Can you answer the question I just asked now? That's right, I killed him. Yi Fan nodded calmly, his heart completely unperturbed. But this nod left Edward utterly shocked. His student actually managed to kill a powerful user of the natural element? And she was even an assassin. People capable of being assassins definitely won't be weak. And his own student actually managed to kill her? Edward couldn't help but show his excitement, even feeling a bit at a loss. And now he's directly asking Yi Fan to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses. Principal Edward has already imagined that starting today, Nanyuan High School will become famous nationwide. To have nurtured such a talent. Afterward, he laughed joyfully. "Ah, it really is you, just as I thought. Since that's the case, may I ask if you are willing to join the battle for the country?" The Major General extended a solemn invitation, then reached out his right hand. Yi Fan thought for a moment and nodded. He also extended his right hand and shook the hand of the Major General. He was willing to fight for the country. Now that the country has directly sent a Major General to personally invite him, the respect shown is already more than enough. Moreover, the other party's attitude was very good, and they were quite humble, showing no arrogance at all. What reason does he have to refuse? But what he actually doesn't know is, when the country learned about the previous invitation from the Falcon Special Training Camp for him to join, they had already messed it up once. Knowing that Yi Fan is a young man with a strong personality, they specifically sent a Major General and ensured that he wouldn't act arrogantly. Otherwise, how could a Major General of a country lower himself so much before Yi Fan? After that, Yi Fan left in the Major General's car. Many classmates saw this and soon spread the news throughout the school. "Hey, did you hear? Yi Fan was taken away by the military." "What did he do? The military actually came to take him away in person? What are you thinking?" "I heard a military officer politely invited him into the car, even smiling." "Whoa, really? The military invited him away? Heavens, is something big about to happen?" Right after Yi Fan was taken away, the entire school held a meeting, attended by the homeroom teachers of each class, with the directive that today's incident involving Yi Fan must not be discussed or spread further. Of course, this was a national requirement conveyed by the Major General. This matter must be kept absolutely confidential, as there are still many spies within the borders of Huaxia. We must not let them obtain any useful information about our country's battle of the geniuses. Otherwise, given Edward's way of doing things, this matter would have already spread throughout the entire Nanyuan base city. It might even spread across the whole country in just a few days. Soon, the vehicle Yi Fan was in entered the military district headquarters, and after entering the headquarters, the vehicle immediately drove to a large building. "Student Yi Fan, please." The Major General pointed to the door of the building ahead. Yi Fan scanned the surroundings and found nothing unusual. Then he followed and entered the building. Just as he stepped inside, Yi Fan felt a wave of cold air hit him. After walking through the passage, a massive martial arts hall appeared before Yi Fan's eyes. The The scale of this space was more than 10 times larger than that of the one at First High School, and the equipment was exceptionally luxurious. It truly lives up to being the martial arts hall within the military district of Huaxia. Truly extraordinary. Afterward, a person walked over from the other side of the venue. To be precise, he was also an officer. His gaze was fixed directly on Yifan. Yifan felt puzzled. Major General Lin, this is General Peng's idea. He wants to personally see how you fight against a nature-type ability user. General Peng? Yes, the entire military district headquarters, the highest commanding officer of the operations department, General Peng Yuanlong. He means, seeing is believing, Major General Lin said. You mean, I was personally appointed by General Peng Yuanlong? Yifan nodded. Then let's get straight to it. Major General Lin nodded and gestured to the person opposite. Yifan stepped forward. Then, almost instantly, he appeared in front of the officer. A loud bang echoed throughout the entire venue. Yifan was seen directly grabbing his neck with one hand and pinning him firmly to the ground. The officer lay on the ground, his eyes filled with shock and even fear. Facing someone as young as Yifan, he had even thought of countless ways to show off, but the only one he hadn't anticipated was lying on the ground. He never expected it to end so quickly. When he saw his face, he even felt fear. The previous sense of security came from the ability to elementalize the body, but now Yifan can actually directly grab his body. It's like having your underwear stripped off by someone. His trump card is completely ineffective against Yifan, and this sudden loss of security is one of the reasons for his fear. Meanwhile, Major General Lin, witnessing the scene before him, undoubtedly feels like he's been hit with a critical blow. Completely dumbfounded. Is it over? He even rubbed his eyes, thinking he might be hallucinating, but upon realizing it was true, he furrowed his brows, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. This is a captain officer who possesses the snow fruit. He was actually subdued by Yifan in one move? It's simply unbelievable. How could this happen? How is this possible? Why was the battle ended so quickly? How could he directly grab the body of the snow fruit ability user? Why couldn't the user elementalize their body to escape Yifan's grip? What kind of ability was used to achieve this? He was extremely curious. Major General Lin, is it okay now? Come in. Just as Major General Lin was still puzzled, Yifan had already walked over and said calmly. At this moment, Major General Lin's mind was still filled with the scene of Yifan effortlessly subduing the natural type officer. It was simply too shocking. This was a scene he had never witnessed in his entire life. If there is, it can only be in a dream. Before this, he would never have believed such a situation could happen in reality. Doesn't this prove it enough? Yifan repeated once again. Yes, this is absolutely enough. Major Lin suddenly realized that he seemed to have asked something he shouldn't have. Such powerful strength must have its own unspeakable secrets, and indeed shouldn't be questioned further. 2 days later, it was just that he had been too shocked earlier and had already lost his rationality. After the shock passed, he became completely excited. No doubt. Everything Yifan said is true. The Snow Maiden on Chicken Head Island was indeed killed by him. Being able to directly seize the body of a Logiotype user means the invincible advantage of Logiotypes in this world has vanished before his eyes. With an absolute powerhouse like Yifan around, the battle of the geniuses is definitely not a problem. Yifan, let's go, Lin Xiaojiang said excitedly. Yifan nodded. Right now, Lin Xiaojiang only wanted to quickly arrange his accommodation and then report this exhilarating news to General Peng. The vehicle drove to a small standalone apartment. Major General Lin sent Yifan inside, handed him a set of keys, and then left. In the car, Major General Lin, directly arranging a villa for him to live in. Isn't that inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? This level of accommodation is already at the level of a head of state. Do you think that when he just pinned you to the ground, it made him unworthy of staying in such a high-level room? Not really. When Major General Lin asked this, the officer with the snow fruit was immediately stumped. Until now, Yifan's cold face still appeared in his mind, leaving a deep impression. He might even dream of this face in nightmares. He thought about it. Such an ability was definitely a top-level strategic resource for the country, so living in such a villa didn't seem to be a problem. The vehicle continued to move, and the vibration of the engine seemed to synchronize with the beating of his heart. The closer he got to the operations room, the faster his heart beat. Outside the operations room of the command headquarters. Knock, knock, knock. Major General Lin knocked on the door much faster than at any other suitable frequency before. Come in, General Peng's voice came from inside. Major Lin gently pushed open the door and jogged to General Peng's side. Peng Yuanlong was merely looking at the document in his hand and did not glance at Major Lin. Is there something important? General Peng Yuanlong asked. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and it was rare for anyone to come to the operations room to report work at this hour. General Peng, the assassin with the snow fruit of the nature type, was indeed killed by Yifan, Major General Lin said excitedly, gasping for breath. In an instant, Peng Yuanlong put down the document in his hand, his gaze sharpened as he looked at Major General Lin. It was really him who killed him? Yes, I just saw it with my own eyes. He can grab the body of a Logia user. Pang Yuanlong's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Although he has been through countless battles, he has never seen a tremor fruit user able to grab the body of a Logia user. He naturally understood the significance of this. Are you sure? General Pang, I'm sure. I saw with my own eyes how he pinned Captain Su to the ground, completely immobilizing him. Phew, a talent. Absolutely top-tier talent. Make sure he's settled properly, and don't let any word of this leak. Understood. I've already arranged for him to stay in the villa area of Zone D. Well done, such a peerless genius must be protected. At this moment, Pang Yuanlong was somewhat excited, and he was feeling excited for a junior. It must be understood that such an ability had never appeared in this world before. He clearly knew that Yifan might even become the absolute powerhouse who could change the future dynamics of the 5 great nations. Such a nation's top-level strategic resource was discovered by him. How could he not be excited? General Pang, about that list, is there even a need to ask? He must be directly recommended and sent to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses. By the way, notify everyone who knows about this matter to keep it strictly confidential. This national secret must not be leaked. Violators will be treated as traitors, General Pang Yuanlong said very sternly. The preliminary selection of personnel on the list 3 days later. With Yifan's strength, what is there to compare? General Pang frowned and questioned. Just this slight change in expression made Major General Lin quickly respond, General, that is exactly my intention. He personally witnessed Yifan pressing a Logia user to the ground with one palm, so how could he not know how terrifying his strength is? However, such matters still require General Pang Yuanlong to make the decision. Alright, go ahead and get busy. I have other matters to handle. Pang Yuanlong continued to pick up the document in his hand and began working. Major General Lin lightly stepped out of the operations room. After stepping out the door, he let out a long sigh. The oppressive aura of General Pang is no joke. Just a single change in his expression is already terrifying, let alone in actual combat. After that, he drove away. In the villa area, Yifan lay on the sofa. He had just taken a tour around the house, a standard 2-story villa covering 100 square meters. There weren't many rooms, only enough for 2 or 3 people to live in. However, the facilities inside are very complete, and almost all daily necessities are available. Even some clothing has been prepared, all of which are new and still have the tags attached. Ding! Hint, 60 seconds remaining until the next system mall refresh. Hint, 59 seconds remaining until the next system store refresh. The system store has been refreshed. After hearing the system's notification sound, Yifan opened the system store. This time, there was no S-level refresh card available to use, so he didn't have much confidence in his own luck. A dimensional screen appeared in front of him. He began leisurely browsing through the items in the system mall. The first item, a piece of clothing. 1. A regular pirate's shirt. Price, 1 yuan. Trash. Keep flipping through. 2. Sanji's cooking spatula. Price, 1 yuan. Useless trash. It could be used next time when cooking for Bai Qianqian. 3. A machete used by an unnamed pirate. Price, 1 yuan. 4. A mouse on a naval warship. Price, 1 yuan. Anyway, Yifan was bored. He slowly looked through them one by one, but they were all just some useless things. Until, the last item, and it was an object shimmering with light. The moment Yifan saw the glow, he felt that things were not so simple. Taking a closer look. 10. Kaido's physique. Price, 1 yuan. When he saw these words, Yifan's heart trembled. He suddenly stood up from the sofa. Is this something you can buy without spending money? This is the physique of one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. Unstoppable. Simply unstoppable. Who? Yifan let out a long breath. Unexpectedly, today's system item refresh actually provided such an unquestionable item, undoubtedly above S level. Alright, Kaido's physique is truly indestructible. He has been subjected to capital punishment 40 times, but whether it was knife cuts, axe chops, lightning strikes, fire burns, poison attacks, or alcohol immersion, none could harm him in the slightest. And during the execution process, the execution equipment would also be damaged, leading the people of the pirate world to call it an immortal monster. In the battle against Luffy, it was only after Luffy activated Gear 5th and combined it with Conqueror's Haki that he managed to defeat it. What level of rarity is this? In this world, perhaps only Yifan knows. Instant kill. There's nothing to hesitate about. Ding. Item, Kaido's physique, successfully purchased for 1 yuan. Please check the item in the system space. Excited. Thrilled. With Kaido's physique, is the power to destroy the heavens and earth and split the seas with the tremor ability still far away? Open the system space. Place its energy cluster in the palm of your hand. With a single thought, the energy cluster directly enveloped Yifan, and a powerful energy surged through his body, far more intense than the feeling of consuming a top-grade dragon blood fruit by 2 or 3 times. Ah! A series of low growls echoed within the room. At the final moment of fusion, Yifan couldn't help but let out a roar. Only the sound of a bang was heard. The domineering energy within his body unexpectedly unexpectedly burst out on its own. Yi Fan realized something was wrong in that instant and immediately stopped. But the sound of shattering glass still came, and the door panel fell to the ground with a crash. Half a minute later, several military vehicles sped over and screeched to a halt at the villa's entrance. Several soldiers got out of the vehicles. "Hello, Mr. Yi, what happened?" The leading soldier entered and nervously looked around. Before Major Lin left, he specifically instructed the soldiers on guard that important people were living in this villa and they should not disturb them without reason. But not long after, such an incident occurred. They were all extremely nervous. If something really happened, these soldiers on guard would not be able to escape responsibility. "Sorry to trouble you, but there's nothing wrong." Because of his own issues, he felt apologetic for troubling others to make a trip. Moreover, he also realized that this matter could be considered a big deal within the military district. No wonder they seemed so tense. "Then please sign your name on this anomaly form, and we can leave." "Sorry for disturbing you." The soldier appeared very humble, and getting the signature meant they had completed their mission. Yi Fan took the form and signed his name on it. Afterward, the soldiers got into the car and left. "Hey, why do you think Mr. Yi, who doesn't seem very old, is able to live in this villa area?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. I just don't know what he did inside that caused the doors and windows to be damaged like that. The whole house feels like it's about to collapse." The soldiers were also very curious, but they didn't dare to ask too much. They were only responsible for the surrounding security, and this was not within their jurisdiction. After the soldiers left, someone quickly came to replace all the doors and windows with new ones and cleaned everything up. The whole process took only 10 minutes. Yi Fan couldn't help but marvel at the army's incredibly high efficiency. Once the work was done, they left immediately. The entire house was completely renewed. "All right." He then lay on the sofa, raised his hand, and felt the changes in his body. "Phew, is this Kaido's physique? It doesn't seem like there's much of a change." Although he had fused with Kaido's physique, there wasn't much change in his body size. But this is fine too. A normal physique doesn't easily attract others' attention, and being too big would be inconvenient. Anyway, it's what the system said, this is Kaido's physique. The system wouldn't lie, right? A few days later, inside the military district martial arts hall, on the podium, several military district leaders and 3 principals of the special training camp sat upright. In the audience seats, a few officers, soldiers, and some people from the special training camp were scattered around. Today is the day for the preliminary selection of participants for the Battle of the Elite. Rustling murmurs arose from the audience. Yi Fan, led by Major General Lin, sat in a glass observation room. A solemn voice echoed through the venue. "Good morning, esteemed commanders and leaders. The preliminary round of the Battle of the Geniuses is about to officially begin today. Next, please have the personnel enter." After the words were spoken, 6 people walked in through the passage and sat in the preparation area. In addition, an announcement: only 1 person will be selected in this preliminary round. The other spot has already been reserved. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was astonished. The 3 special training camp directors were sitting together, completely dumbfounded. Guaranteed admission slots? From your training camp? We don't have any either. Who on earth is being directly admitted? They're not even from the 3 major special training camps. Who exactly is it? How can they be directly admitted? Could there be some inside dealings within the military district? That shouldn't be possible, right? This is the military district we're talking about. The special training director of the Falcon training camp merely smiled inwardly upon hearing this. He probably knows who it is. "How did you do it? Since none of them are from the 3 major training camps, it can only be that person." He secretly sighed in his heart. The military district people are indeed reliable. Their training camp only thought about swapping quotas, but after the military district people finished their investigation, they directly recommended them. However, this also confirms Yi Fan's extraordinary strength. The authorities must have uncovered something, which led them to make such an unprecedented decision. Not only them, but even the 2 principals sitting on the stage, apart from those from the Falcon special training camp, were dumbfounded. But with several senior officials sitting nearby, they didn't dare to chat openly like the directors did, just secretly cursed in his heart. Originally, there were only 2 spots, but now 1 is directly gone. The chances of being selected have greatly diminished. You must know that the opportunity to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses doesn't come often. Sometimes it only appears once in 100 years. And the special training camp that secures a spot in the competition will receive nearly double the training resources next year. This will greatly help improve the strength of the special training camp. The audience seats immediately buzzed with discussion. A guaranteed spot? This is the first time I've heard of it. Yeah, this has never happened before. The country really made an exception this time. Really curious, what kind of strength could make the country directly make such a controversial decision? Not sure, but I heard someone moved into the villa area a few days ago. Seems pretty young. Could it be him? Highly likely. Are you kidding? That's a villa district. Not just anyone can live there. This treatment, the country really values this. Definitely a big shot. Among the 6 people in in the preparation zone, except for Bai Qianqian. The others were also dumbfounded, but they quickly adjusted because they knew that decisions made by the country were beyond their ability to change. The only thing that can be changed is yourself. Now, winning first place is the only solution. That solemn voice rang out again. Next, Group A contestants, please come on stage for the competition. Stop at the point of contact. On the big screen, the grouping situation is displayed. Group A, Meng Jiacheng, Ling Jiacheng. Group B, Zhang Yi, Xu Weizhu. Group C, Bai Qianqian, Zhang Zihao. After speaking, Meng Jiacheng and Ling Jiacheng walked from the preparation area to the stage in the center of the martial arts hall. The competition rules are as follows. Falling off the stage results in a loss. Voluntarily admitting defeat results in a loss. Overall, there are only two ways to win. The two battled fiercely for nearly half an hour, and Meng Jiacheng ultimately emerged victorious. Group B, Zhang Yi won. Group C, Bai Qianqian cleverly utilized the abilities of the Dor fruit to defeat Zhang Zihao, who possessed the Kolkol fruit. Next comes the draw for a Bai round, and Bai Qianqian was lucky enough to draw the Bai. Thus, this match will be between Meng Jiacheng and Zhang Yi. In the end, Zhang Yi won the battle thanks to the advantage of his fruit abilities restraint. Finally, it came to the decisive battle, the key match determining the final spot. Zhang Yi stepped forward, completely disregarding Bai Qianqian, who possessed the Dor fruit. What? He immediately launched a fierce attack on Bai Qianqian using the powers of the flame fruit. Countless flames shot toward Bai Qianqian, but she simply drew a door in front of her, and all the attacks were swallowed by the Dor space. However, Bai Qianqian's swordsmanship was also completely ineffective against a flame fruit user who could transform their body into elements. But she ate two top-grade dragon blood fruits, so her stamina was naturally much better than Zhang Yi's. In the end, Bai Qianqian won. In fact, many people did not have high expectations for Bai Qianqian's Dor fruit, but they never thought she could develop its abilities to such an extent. This rendered all attacks from the flame fruit ineffective, whether it was long-range attacks or flames attached to the body, all were directed into the Dor space. This was beyond everyone's expectations, but in fact, this was inspired by Yi Fan. However, he only mentioned it casually, and Yi Fan himself did not expect her to use it so skillfully. Therefore, Zhang Yi had no complaints about Bai Qianqian defeating him, as he was simply outmatched. But that so-called guaranteed admission spot, he was very curious about what kind of ability could make the country directly grant that person a guaranteed spot. Otherwise, with his second-place result, he could have participated in the battle of the geniuses. He felt regretful for himself, but he didn't dare to have any complaints. After all, it was a decision made by the country. Even if he had grievances, he couldn't show them now and could only vent in private. After the preliminary selection ended, Bai Qianqian found Yi Fan. To say she found him, in fact, Yi Fan had already been waiting for her on the path she would take. If I'm not mistaken, that guaranteed admission spot is for you, right? Bai Qianqian said with a slight smile. What pose are you planning to use to take first place? Well, punch the eagle sauce, kick the sun never sets. Why do I feel like you're not being serious? I'm not. I'm telling the truth. Then as a backup, should I just wait to watch the show? Alright, not exactly a backup, more like a service staff. You just need to serve me well. Are you the one who got the guaranteed admission? At that moment, a voice sounded behind Yi Fan, seeking free support for love. Although Zhang Yi didn't dare to question it in front of everyone, it was a different story in private. Originally, he intended to have a conversation with Bai Qianqian, which is why he followed along. But he never expected to overhear such a conversation. Yi Fan turned his head and immediately recognized him. Isn't this Qianqian's defeated opponent? Although this remark was quite unpleasant, it was indeed the truth, and Zhang Yi did not get angry. Answer me, are you the one who got the guaranteed admission? So what if I am? Why? Why are you guaranteed admission? That spot was supposed to be mine. Could it be that you're some kind of rare Logio-type devil fruit user? Upon hearing the answer, Zhang Yi's mind started to overheat, and he even became a bit irrational, clenching his fists tightly. I'm not a Logio-type ability user, but Zhang Yi blurted out. You're not a top-tier Logio-type. What qualifies you for a direct admission? What qualifies me? Although it's not a Logio-type, it's enough to crush you. Yi Fan smiled upon hearing this, as if watching a joke. Dare to have a match? Zhang Yi said seriously. Sure, if you can last 3 rounds under me, I'll consider it my loss. Yi Fan thought for a moment. These past few days in the villa had been quite boring, and with a ready-made toy delivered to his door, it was just the right opportunity to stretch his muscles. I've never seen a non-Logia ability user make such jokes when facing a Logia user. Truly arrogant to the extreme, Zhang Yi laughed directly upon hearing these words. Come! In an instant, Zhang Yi threw a fire punch. As he approached, Yi Fan simply swung a slap, landing squarely on his face. The latter spun a few times and slammed hard into the wall. Then Yi Fan almost instantly appeared beside him, grabbed his neck, and pressed him forcefully against the wall. At this moment, Zhang Yi was utterly terrified. He had no idea what was happening. He was slapped against the wall and had his neck grabbed. The mind is still completely in a state of confusion. confusion. Moreover, the body simply cannot elementalize. Boundless fear enveloped his entire body. This was an unmistakable threat of death. It was a feeling he had never experienced before, and he was utterly terrified. At this moment, he thought of nothing else, only survival. I surrender. Spare my life. Zhang Yi, whose neck was being choked, could only manage to utter these few words with difficulty. At this moment, he already felt like he was about to suffocate. Yi Fan excitedly let go of his hand. He hadn't intended to strike a fatal blow, otherwise, Zhang Yi would have already been dead. At this moment, he felt as if there was endless, inexhaustible power within his body, a sensation he had never experienced before. He understood almost instantly. Kaido's physique is truly invincible. Yi Fan turned around and directly left with Bai Qianqian, without saying anything more. Zhang Yi was left alone, slumped on the ground, gasping desperately for air. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Being able to breathe is wonderful. It took him several minutes to recover, his face still showing an expression of utter disbelief. His gaze was already dazed, and he looked like a soulless person. That slap just now? It actually landed directly on my face? He rubbed his already numb face. Just now, Yi Fan slapped him completely without any warning. It felt as if his face had hit a steel plate. His hand was rock hard. The speed was extremely fast, probably more than twice as fast as his own. Moreover, he never expected that his already elementalized body could still be hit by him. Can't believe it. Absolutely can't believe it. This is completely unreasonable. In such a situation, not only has he never encountered it before, but even the seniors have never mentioned it. How was he able to do it? He didn't even seem to use his own fruit ability, yet he easily defeated him. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. He was completely shocked. Such strength, whether in speed or power, was entirely an overwhelming presence compared to himself. Moreover, the most important thing is that he seems to possess the ability to counter Logia powers. He actually made Logia users unable to transform into elements? In this world where Logia powers are almost invincible, having such an ability means having the potential to stand at the pinnacle of the world. This strike completely convinced me, both in heart and words. However, no wonder they were directly recommended. How come it's only been a short while since we last met, and your strength has grown so much again? Bai Qianqian teased. Judging from Yi Fan's speed and strength just now, his physique is completely on a different level compared to before. It's practically multiplied several times over. Compared to oneself, there's even less to say. You found me out. Yi Fan smiled as he took out a golden item from his storage ring and handed it to Bai Qianqian. Here, this is for you. She stared intently. Supreme Dragon Blood Fruit? Bai Qianqian recognized it almost instantly, her face showing an expression of astonishment. Yi Fan knew that this thing had almost no effect on him at present. When he consumed the fourth one, it had already brought little improvement. What's more, now he already possessed Kaido's physique, so there's no need to mention it further. Instead of wasting it on myself, I might as well give it directly to Bai Qianqian. Are you sure? I am certain. Bai Qianqian only ate 2 pieces, so giving her the remaining one will definitely make better use of its value. That's right, it's for you, Yi Fan said. When have I, Yi Fan, ever lied? Then I won't hold back. Yay, but there's one condition. Yi Fan withdrew his hand and pointed to his own face. Bai Qianqian's face instantly turned red. Okay. Then her brows furrowed as she looked around. Suddenly, she tiptoed and gave Yi Fan a quick kiss on the face, then immediately looked around again. After confirming no one was around, she reached out and took the item from Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan smiled faintly, feeling as if there was a sense of secret rendezvous. He was just joking, but he didn't expect Bai Qianqian to actually go through with it. However, Bai Qianqian certainly knew how much it would help her to consume another top-grade dragon blood fruit at this moment. Recently, she had felt a bottleneck in her swordsmanship, and this top-grade dragon blood fruit might just help her break through the current bottleneck she was facing. Just thinking about it made her excited. She couldn't wait to eat it in one bite right now, but it's just a thought. This thing still needs to be absorbed slowly in a quiet place without any disturbances. Joking as they got into the special car, the two headed toward Yi Fan's residence. This is the room you mentioned? Bai Qianqian stood in the small villa where Yi Fan lived, looking around. This is the room? It's a whole small standalone villa. The entire house has at least 5 or 6 rooms, and the living conditions are even better than her own home. No wonder he is someone valued by the country. Only he could live in such a house within the military district. As for Bai Qianqian, she was only assigned to a shared apartment. That's right, just make do with it. Bai Qianqian glanced at him. What a typical Versailles guy. After a while, then she went upstairs and downstairs to look around before returning to the living room on the first floor. Can I live here? Bai Qianqian asked courageously. You live here? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. Bai Qianqian's personality is demanding and somewhat cold, so it's really unexpected that she would take the initiative to say something like this. Moreover, why does it feel like Miss Bai's gaze is a bit strange today, as if he himself isn't wearing any clothes, staring straight at him? Could it be that the kiss just now opened up a new world for her? What's wrong? Can't I? Tian Cini can live with you in the same room. Why can't can't I? No, not at all. Bai Qianqian pouted her lips, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Any normal man would feel his heart melt upon seeing it. Women do look better when they smile. Sure, of course. Then if she kisses me, will you kiss me too? Yi Fan asked in return. Smack. Bai Qianqian, without any hesitation, planted another kiss on Yi Fan's face. Happiness came too suddenly, and Yi Fan was completely stunned. A single man and woman alone in a room made him instantly feel a blazing fire burning in his heart. TCH, it's not like we haven't kissed before. Not like we haven't kissed before? Are you addicted to kissing or what? Although Bai Qianqian had a proud and haughty expression on her face, her heartbeat had already gone into overdrive. Yi Fan, as a man who dominated the nightlife in another life, how could he possibly let such an opportunity slip by? He immediately wrapped his arm around Bai Qianqian's waist, pulling the two of them close together. A refreshing fragrance wafted into his nose. Bai Qianqian, you're playing with fire. Yi Fan revealed a mischievous smile at the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on her. In an instant, Bai Qianqian could feel the surrounding air rapidly heating up. In no time, her ears turned red. Counting this time, it was the second time Yi Fan had wrapped his arm around her slender waist, and also the second time in her life that someone other than her father had held her. What followed was a racing heartbeat, almost off the charts. Bai Qianqian did not expect Yi Fan to suddenly pull her into his arms, and she froze on the spot. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Bai Qianqian seemed to be startled awake by the sudden knocking, hurriedly pushed away Yi Fan's hand from her waist, and found a sofa to sit on. Yi Fan simply smiled, walked to the door, and opened it. The person knocking on the door was Major General Lin. Yi Fan, I have something to discuss with you. He walked in as soon as the door opened, but after entering, he was stunned. He saw Bai Qianqian sitting somewhat flustered on the sofa, her gaze evasive. Yi Fan, am I coming at a bad time? Lin Xiaojiang said with an awkward smile. Yi Fan closed the door, walked over to Lin Xiaojiang, and said, not at all. May I ask what brings you here? Nothing much, just wanted to ask if you're missing any daily necessities. Everything's pretty complete. But could you arrange for her to come over too, together? Yi Fan said. Major Lin smiled knowingly. You should have said so earlier. Isn't this matter easy to handle? Alright, wait here, I'll take care of it right away. He quickly walked to the door. Stay safe. The door was closed. Yi Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. Major General Lin was indeed a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. Bai Qianqian was puzzled. Be careful? This is the military district. Do we still need to worry about safety? Isn't this the safest place in all of China? But she didn't think much about it and pouted, complaining. Why did you directly tell Major General Lin? I never agreed to move in and live here. Stop being so full of yourself. Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly. Hey, Missy, weren't you the one who just said you wanted to move in? Why did you change your tune again? Sure enough, a woman's words can't be trusted. But, anyway, the words have already been said. If you want to take them back, then go and tell him yourself. Moving over is moving over. It's not like I'll lose a piece of flesh. That won't happen, just afraid of gaining an extra piece of flesh. It's fine. Yi Fan lay on the sofa with a smile, pointed to the room in the corner of the first floor, and said, if you want to eat the supreme dragon blood fruit now, go to that room. Bai Qianqian nodded and walked in. The days that followed, Yi Fan stayed at home playing games every day and never went out. As for Bai Qianqian, she left early and returned late every day. You can use the more advanced martial arts hall within the military district, and Bai Qianqian seems to spend much longer on her daily training. Time flew by, and nearly another week had passed. On this day, he was lying on the sofa playing games as usual, but just as he started a game, he heard a familiar voice echoing in his mind. Ding! Hint, 60 seconds remaining until the next system store refresh. Hint, 59 seconds remaining until the next system store refresh. The system store has been refreshed. The system actually refreshed at this moment. That's right. Relax the game in your heart and lean back. With a thought, open the system store. The first item appeared in Yi Fan's eyes. 1 Navy-made prison uniform. Price, 1 yuan. Underscore. Hey, why does the system even have this thing? I am Yi Fan, not speechless. Just scroll down. 2 of the chicken bone left by Luffy on Daughter Island. Price, 1 yuan. Chicken bones? Even dogs won't eat it. Keep scrolling down. 3 clothes worn by Buggy. Price, 1 yuan. More clothes, and it's a clown costume. Although it was worn by Buggy, it's still useless. However, at this moment, a thought suddenly popped into Yi Fan's mind. Why not just skip to the last item? Last time, Kaido's physique also appeared only at the very end, so this time it might be the same. So he directly turned to the last item. Sure enough, a ball of light appeared. 10 The sword of the pirate world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, Black Sword Knight. Price, 1 yuan. This is Hawkeye's sword, the strongest black sword in the pirate world. Finally got it back. Last time it appeared in the system mall, but at that time, an even rarer red-haired observation Haki showed up. It felt like such a pity back then, but now, it has finally appeared again. This is definitely an S-grade item. However, to be on the safe side, he slid forward again again. Nothing good at all. Flash sale. Decisively flash sale the black blade knife for 1 yuan. Ding. Already snatched. The item has been stored in the system space. Yi Fan moved his thoughts and opened the system space. He took out the glowing black blade, knight, from within. A moment later, the black blade, yoru, appeared in Yi Fan's right hand. He merely swung it lightly a few times, and the faint sound of air whistling could be heard. This truly deserves to be the sword of the greatest swordsman. Just casually swinging it can produce the sound of slicing through the wind. Just as Yi Fan was wielding the black blade, the door was pushed open, and Bai Qianqian ran in with a grave expression. Yi Fan was puzzled. At this time, shouldn't she be at the martial arts hall? Why did she come back? What's wrong? He asked with concern. Bai Qianqian only glanced at the saber in his hand but did not mention it. My dad seems to be missing. What? Missing? Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as he spoke. There is only about a week left until the Battle of the Geniuses begins. And yet, at this critical moment, something unexpected has happened in Bai Qianqian's household. Unusual. Absolutely unusual. We could still talk normally yesterday, but today, no matter what, I can't get in touch. Do you think it could be something abroad? At that moment, Bai Qianqian's phone beeped with a text message. It slid open the cover. If you want to meet your father, come alone to XXX Road, XXX Alley, Nanyuan Base City. Her face was heavy, and she immediately handed the phone to Yi Fan. He glanced at it. There was no doubt that foreign forces were behind this. What should we do? Should we report the situation? It was the first time Bai Qianqian encountered such a situation, so feeling a bit flustered was perfectly normal. Yi Fan was different. In his previous life, he was an orphan with no attachments. He glanced at the black blade, knight, in his hand, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No need. Just the right time to let my new blade taste the flavor of blood. For Bai Qianqian, this might be a bad thing, but for Yi Fan, it was perfect timing. Worried about not having someone to unseal the sword of the world's top swordsman, Hawkeye? Well, now someone has delivered themselves to the door. Daring to kidnap a Chinese person on China's turf, aren't they courting death? Then I'll grant your wish. As for Yi Fan, Bai Qianqian trusted him unconditionally. With him around, she was completely at ease. Yi Fan composed a polite text message to Major General Lin, informing him that he was accompanying Bai Qianqian back home. Major General Lin seemed to grasp another layer of meaning from the message and immediately agreed. Thus, the two of them got into the car and returned to the Nanyuan Base City. The vehicle shuttled through the city and arrived near the location mentioned in the text message. Yi Fan gave the driver 1,000 yuan, telling him to go off and wander around. After the military district vehicle left, the two followed the given address and walked there. Just as he entered the alley, Yi Fan let out a faint smile, showing no signs of panic. After several twists and turns, the two arrived at the exact address mentioned in the text message. Although it was called an alley, it was actually already in the middle of nowhere. Surrounding the area were some closed-down shops, their signboards covered in dust, and the ground was also dusty, with no footprints to be seen. It seemed like no one had been here for a long time. Suddenly, Yi Fan stopped and his gaze sharpened. Come out, all of you. Stop hiding. Really? Where's my dad? Bai Qianqian asked softly. He's not here, Yi Fan said. In fact, he had already noticed this issue and knew where her father was. He could have directly rescued her father. But since he was already here, he couldn't leave empty-handed, and besides, people like this staying in Huaxia are a menace. What we want is to eliminate the route completely. Ah, I didn't expect such a good deal. Buy one get one free. Four men in white suddenly emerged from the end of the alley. Yi Fan looked closely and felt slightly puzzled. People from the cherry blossom country? Among the 5 major countries, there is no cherry blossom country? Why would they do such a thing? What benefit does it bring them? However, it only took him a few seconds to react. Isn't the cherry blossom country always the lapdog of the eagle sauce country? It's not surprising that they could do such a thing. And in their eyes, what could two young people possibly achieve? You are people from Haiyun society? Yi Fan guessed, though he wasn't entirely sure. So what if it is? Anyway, both of you must die today. I might as well tell you, so you can witness the might of my Haiyun society and the great Sakura Empire. Yi Fan slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a contemptuous smile. The great Sakura Empire? In Yi Fan's eyes, it is nothing at all. However, since they are people from Haiyun society, why didn't they recognize me? Could it be that they were lying? Yi Fan then asked, do you know Liang Jing? Liang Jing? He's just a corpse now. Why bring him up? But I really have to thank the person who killed him, otherwise our department wouldn't have risen to its current position. The leading man in front said loudly. This man is named Yamamura Fujioka, currently one of the main leaders of the Haiyun society. I see. So the Haiyun society is actually divided internally into 2, or even multiple factions that don't share information? But that's normal. Liang Jing knew about such a powerful weapon, so of course, he wouldn't pass the information to another person who was in a competitive relationship with him. But this is fine too. Pulling out such weeds makes it easier to remove the roots. Now, you can die without worry. Yamamura Tengeying said with a sinister smile. His arms turned into a cloud of smoke and came toward Yifan and the other person. Logia type. No wonder my dad was kidnapped, Bai Qianqian exclaimed. Seeing the smoke encircle and trap him, Yamamura Tengeying was already ecstatic. In such a situation, even a devil fruit user could very likely suffocate to death. Sure enough, but the next second, Tenjio Yamamura felt a sharp pain in his arm as several sword energies directly sliced through the smoke. The smoke dissipated, and Tenjio Yamamura fell to the ground. The three underlings behind him were utterly shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief, even fear, their eyes wide and round. How did he do it? Didn't the boss trap them with smoke? Could he also be a Logio type? Was that sword energy just now? How could sword energy possibly harm the boss's body? Elementalization failed? This is bad. He's an expert. The three belatedly realized and immediately transformed into beasts. An animal type elephant fruit ancient model mammoth form. 2 animal type bull fruit standard model wild bull form. The three possess considerable strength, especially the ancient model, with its immense power and recovery ability, and its massive body being highly resistant to attacks. Yamamura Toka hurriedly got up, the panic in his eyes unmistakably revealed. How is this possible? Aren't they just 2 little brats? How could they have such strength? And how did he injure my arm? Could it be because of his weapon? Yamamura Tengeying looked at the weapon in Yifan's hand. It was very unique. The entire blade was actually black. Almost in an instant, Yifan appeared beside him, the blade slicing through his body. Dong dong dong. Split in 2. It was actually split in 2 directly. The other 3 instantly understood. This was definitely an instant kill. A powerful user of the natural system was actually instantly killed. This was a scene they couldn't even imagine, yet it happened right before their eyes. And it was an absolute, overwhelming instant kill. Fear had already taken control of their bodies, instinctively making them want to flee. But only the sound of the black blade slicing through the air was heard, and all 3 fell into a pool of blood. Tomorrow, the update for Battle of the Proud Heroes? Today's 3 chapters are finished. Please support with love. Bai Qianqian's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. She stared at the knife in Yifan's hand, completely entranced. For a swordsmanship enthusiast, how could he not know how powerful the blade in his hand is? That is the immensely terrifying defensive Zoan-type elephant fruit. To be able to directly cut it down with a blade, and the sound of the blade slicing through the air just now, she could definitely hear it clearly. In her understanding, this blade is unlike any other she has ever seen in this world. There is a unique feeling, but how did he get it? Was it a gift from the country? Then why don't I have one? I'm not asking for one exactly like this knife, even a slightly inferior one would do. Why haven't I received one? Bai Qianqian was puzzled, but she would never have thought that the black knife in Yifan's hand was actually a gift from nature, the system. For Bai Qianqian, the fact that the 4 people from Sakura country were instantly defeated by Yifan was less captivating to her than the knife in his hand. Yifan, the knife in your hand is? She stared at the black knife. Knight. Black blade knight. Yifan swung it a few more times, wiped the blood off the blade with both hands, and flicked it to the ground. Such dirty blood, he was unwilling to let it linger on the blade for long. Give it a try. Yifan handed over the black blade in his hand. He naturally knew what Bai Qianqian was thinking and let her take a look. It wouldn't hurt to satisfy her curiosity. Bai Qianqian took it, feeling a weight in her hand that was heavier than she had expected, but it was manageable. Her slender, fair hands gently traced the patterns on the sword's blade, gliding over its surface. Then she swung it around for a while. What did you say? The sound of the air being pierced was so pleasing to her ears. She was completely immersed in the world of this knife. After a long while, Yifan chuckled. Bai Qianqian, are you really here to save your dad or not? Yes. Where's my dad? Bai Qianqian snapped out of her dazed state after Yifan's reminder. Bai Qianqian followed Yifan with a bewildered expression, and after several twists and turns, they finally found her father. The boss is back. Before the door was pushed open, a man's voice came from inside the house, completely mistaking Yifan and Bai Qianqian's footsteps for those of Tang Ying and his group from the mountain village. Yifan kicked the door open with one foot, and the door panel flew straight toward one of the people inside. A loud bang also startled the other person. As the door was kicked open, Bai Qianqian's father came into view. His face was covered in scars, clearly showing he had suffered no small amount of torment from them. Bai Qianqian clenched her fists tightly, her whole demeanor exuding a strong hostility. Who are you? Yifan couldn't even be bothered to respond. With just a glance, his overwhelming aura radiated outward. The two were directly stunned into unconsciousness. Yifan had just taken a step forward but was stopped by Bai Qianqian. Her icy gaze was fixed on the two who were already lying on the ground. If looks could kill, they would have died countless times by now. As she continued walking forward, a sharp sword was already in her hand. Screech! The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed repeatedly, and the surrounding walls turned crimson. Dad, it's over now. Let's go home. Bai Qianqian helped her completely weakened and exhausted father up, while Yifan supported him from the side. He turned his head with difficulty to glance at his daughter, then shifted his gaze to Yifan. Bai Qianqian took took her father back home, while Yifan rushed overnight to the military district command. Major General Lin, how should we handle this matter? Absurd! The nation attached great importance to this matter, or rather, placed great importance on Yifan, specifically assigned Major General Lin to handle this matter. Don't worry, we've already sent someone to bring Bai Qianqian's father to the military district hospital for treatment. We'll also ensure the safety of her family members going forward. That would be best. Also, could there be a traitor within the military district, or perhaps in the 3 major special training camps? Yifan thought for a moment. Ordinary people wouldn't know that Bai Qianqian was going to participate in the battle of the elites. She didn't even inform her father, keeping it completely confidential. The only ones who could know were the 3 major training camps and the people present in the military district's martial arts hall that day. So who could it be? Yifan had no idea. We are already investigating this matter. Rest assured, there will be results soon. I hope so. Then, if there's nothing else, I won't disturb you, Major General Lin said. Yifan nodded. Whoosh! He then watched Major General Lin leave the room. In the following days, Yifan continued to enjoy the pleasures of life in the room, playing games every day until the day of the upcoming Battle of the Geniuses. The Battle of the Geniuses is held in Eagle Sauce Country. Eagle Sauce Country is located on the other side of Blue Star, requiring a journey across the vast ocean. Yifan and Bai Qianqian followed the military personnel to fly to Eagle Sauce Country. After landing, the place was densely packed with security personnel. As expected, they were afraid that something unexpected might happen before the fight even started, making it impossible to explain later. Apart from the combatants from Eagle Sauce Country, they could die anywhere, but absolutely not on Eagle Sauce Country's homeland. This is no joke. It could very likely trigger a war between 2 of the 5 major powers. Naturally, they dared not slack off. In the end, no accidents occurred among the personnel from various countries. Yifan and Bai Qianqian also successfully arrived at their destination, a specialized hotel under Huesdan, located in a jurisdiction directly managed by the Eagle Nation's military. And Xiastan is the city in Eagle Sauce Country hosting the Battle of Geniuses. It is the 4th largest city in Eagle Sauce Country. The next day, Yifan and Bai Qianqian took a half-hour car ride to arrive at a massive venue. It was an open-air, super-large venue resembling a football stadium. Nearly 200,000 seats in the audience, with over 1,000 emergency exits alone. Traffic in the surrounding area has been completely regulated, and there are even troops patrolling outside. This world-renowned battle of prodigies has attracted people from all over the globe to watch. As a result, the local GDP has seen significant growth. This is also one of the reasons why Eagle Sauce Nation chose to host the event within its own borders. At 11:30 in the morning, the seats in the audience gradually filled up. With half an hour left before the Battle of the Geniuses began, the venue was already buzzing with noise. All personnel from various countries were in place, now just waiting for the time to arrive to officially begin. The prodigies from various countries also started eating the food prepared by their respective nations to replenish their energy. Yifan stood behind the glass, looking at the crowd of 200,000 people. His heart remained calm and unshaken, so composed it was almost terrifying. He gazed at the prodigies from Eagle Sauce Nation, the empire on which the sun never sets, and Country F, located opposite the arc-shaped building, without giving them the slightest regard. The remaining personnel of Wola Country are next to Huaxia Country. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. The list of participants from various countries has been released. Huaxia's representative is Yifan, with Bai Qianqian theoretically as the substitute. But in her own view, there was absolutely no need for her to step in, because Yifan alone could handle everyone. Major General Lin walked in from outside the door and handed Yifan a list. Eagle Sauce Nation, Magma Fruit, Kim's. The empire on which the sun never sets, Ice Fruit, George. Ula Nation, Magma Fruit, Halasheo. Country F, Forest Fruit, Alexander. Yifan, if we don't get a buy in the first round later, shall we choose Country F? Major General Lin analyzed. The rules of the Battle of the Geniuses are as follows. Each team dispatches 1 participant to compete. Countries mutually select the contestants they wish to face, and the contestant chosen the most can counter-select from the countries that chose them. After forming 2 groups, the remaining participants are left out. The countries that win the first round and those left out in the first round can compete for the top 3, while the losers directly enter the battle for 4th and 5th place. So the first round is very important. So generally the strongest national forces are sent to compete in the first round. Just choose Eagle Sauce Country directly, Yifan said very calmly. Major General Lin's eyes briefly revealed a hint of surprise, while Bai Qianqian was not at all surprised by Yifan's choice. In Eagle Sauce Country's lounge, James sat on a chair, looked across, glanced at the list in his hand, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yifan? Tremor Fruit? Is China joking? Are they giving up? We'll choose him. Anyway, no one wants to face us, so we'll definitely get a bye in the first round. It seems there shouldn't be any problems this time. As long as we defeat Ula Country, we will be number 1. Huaxia has always had quite a few few troubles with their Yingjiang country before. In their view, the only formidable opponent left now is Ula country, which also possesses magma fruit. Inside the sun never sets Empire's lounge. The tremor fruit has appeared? Is there no one left in Huaxia? Ignore them, we'll just choose him. After seeing the list, they had already considered aiming for first place, though the possibility was extremely slim. Two magma fruits both have a certain restraining effect on Georgia's ice fruit. Now, Huaxia doing this has undoubtedly secured its third position, and there's even a chance to aim for second. Simply ecstatic. Inside the Ulagwo lounge, the Huaxia people are so clever. How could they send out a tremor fruit in the first round? There's definitely something fishy about this. Then we choose country F. Ula country understands Huaxia the best, but they have no idea what Huaxia is up to. Anyway, it's strange, such a situation has never occurred before. They know that when strange things happen, there's always something unusual behind them, so they directly and safely chose country F. They knew other countries would definitely choose Huaxia, so as long as they didn't choose Huaxia wouldn't be able to choose them during the counter-selection. This was the safest approach. Inside country F's lounge. Hurry and grab the opportunity. Even the tremor fruit can appear in the battle of the geniuses. It seems the younger generation of Huaxia is finished. We'll choose Huaxia. Hopefully, their counterpick will choose us. At this moment, the F country's lounge was in an uproar. The big screen at the venue also displayed the battle lineups of various countries. At the very moment it appeared, the murmurs from the audience erupted like thunder. This is truly a rare sight. Has there ever been a contestant with the tremor fruit in the history of the Heavenly Pride battle? Is China trying to turn waste into treasure? China is practically a hot commodity. I bet every country is scrambling to choose him as their opponent. Did this guy come to the wrong place? This isn't an entertainment venue. This battle of the geniuses is being broadcast globally, and people in China can watch the live footage directly on their TVs. Almost everyone is completely baffled, unable to understand why, out of so many young natural-type users in the 3 major training camps, they chose to send someone with the tremor fruit. Totally incomprehensible. The prodigies sent by the other 4 major nations are all incredibly powerful, renowned figures whose names echo across the world, and all are masters of natural abilities. As for the contestants sent by Huaxia, no one has even heard of them. The entire nation of Huaxia is in a panic. What is the country doing? Meanwhile, the other nations are filled with mocking laughter. The 5 major nations have chosen their opponents. 12 o'clock sharp. A passionate voice rang out in the center of the venue. Welcome to the site of the Battle of the Prodigies from the 5 major nations. The fight is about to begin. Each country has chosen their opponent as shown. Please look at the big screen. Inside the venue, 200,000 eyes focused on the big screen. Only moments later, a wave of sound like a surging tide echoed above the venue. What? The tremor fruit of Huaxia chose the strongest magma fruit of Eagle Sauce country? Could it be that they've already given up? I've seen shameless people, but never reckless ones. Is this Yifan really the tremor fruit? Could it be a false report? Is it possible that he has a second fruit? Absolutely impossible. No one in this world has ever awakened the abilities of 2 fruits. Everyone present. Some were dumbfounded. Unbelievable. Even more mocking. No one would have thought that the Huaxia nation would actually choose the strongest eagle nation. However, there are still a very small number of people who believe that since other countries would choose Huaxia as their opponent, it doesn't really matter which country they choose. A moment later, that passionate voice resounded in the center of the venue once again. 3 votes for Huaxia, with the exception of Wula. The other 3 major nations have all chosen Huaxia as their opponent. Now it's Huaxia's turn to make their counter-selection. At this moment, Yifan had already stepped out of the room and arrived at the venue. The participating players from the other 4 major countries also arrived at the edge of the field. Yifan's live image appeared on the big screen. He calmly took the microphone. My Huaxia country chooses. Yifan paused for a moment. Eagle Sauce country. Suddenly, the 3 words Eagle Sauce nation echoed throughout the entire venue and were transmitted to the whole world through the microphone. Everyone hesitated for a moment. Then the scene erupted like a boiling pot, bursting with deafening noise. What? What did he say? He wants to choose Eagle Sauce nation as his opponent? Is this for real? Today isn't April Fool's Day, right? It's a sure thing. I thought our Eagle nation wouldn't pick this useless tremor fruit. Isn't it already over? How can the tremor fruit compete with top-tier Logia types? Most people on the scene thought Yifan was looking for food in the toilet, courting death. In China, there was an outcry of criticism. Originally, the people hoped he would choose the relatively weaker F country, but unexpectedly, he directly chose the strongest Eagle nation player. Almost everyone was cursing. Meanwhile, in the preparation room of China, Major Lin and Bai Qianqian were not surprised by his choice. They both knew that Yifan was a capable individual, and as for Bai Qianqian, it went without saying. There was even a smile on her face, a smile full of absolute self-confidence. It took a full 10 minutes for the noise at the scene to quiet down significantly. Then that voice echoed again above the venue. My My goodness, our Huaxia country's contestant Yifan actually chose Eagle Sauce country's contestant Kim's. I wonder what kind of sparks will fly between the two. Ula country chose F country, Alexander, and Harasheo automatically formed a team. The empire on which the sun never sets automatically advances. Next, let's welcome our Huaxia contestant Yifan and the Eagle Nation contestant Kim's to the stage. Yifan stepped forward and arrived at the center of the arena. There were no barriers around, no stage. There was no specific definition of losing in the battle of the proud. Either surrender or die, otherwise the fight would not stop. The contestant from Eagle Sauce Nation stood in front of Yifan, with black skin, clearly visible muscles on his arms, short curly black hair, and a height of nearly over 2 meters. Just in terms of height, he was a head taller than Yifan. Foolish guy, you dare to choose me? James curled his lips disdainfully, exuding an arrogant demeanor, completely disregarding Yifan. In response to his provocation, Yifan couldn't even be bothered to smile. His hazy gaze simply fell on him, looking absent-minded. Kim's wondered, is he scared stiff? In the audience stands, since it was Eagle Nation's home ground, the cheers were exceptionally loud at this moment. Oh who? Kill him. Send him to his death. Send him to his death. Don't give him a chance to surrender. At this moment, the faces of all the people from Eagle Sauce Country were filled with smiles. This was undoubtedly their happiest moment of the day. As that voice announced the official start of the battle, Kim's immediately launched an attack. He would not feel any sympathy just because Yifan was a weakling with the tremor fruit. Kim's leaped into the air, and from the sky, the arm of red magma punched toward Yifan. Yifan, however, stood motionless, as steady as Mount Tai, firmly rooted on the ground. When Kim's punch was about to hit his face, he suddenly raised his hand, and his speed was so fast that almost no one could see it clearly. Follow me. A loud bang. Kim staggered back several steps, while Yifan remained standing still in the same spot. The deafening cheers at the scene abruptly came to a halt. The scene was extremely quiet. You could even hear the sound of the wind. An expression of utter astonishment appeared in James's eyes. What's going on? He can actually touch me? He looked at his right fist in disbelief, shook it, and could even feel the pain on his knuckles. How could this happen? He couldn't help but ask himself in his heart. He was completely stunned. In his understanding, Logia users are invincible, and he is even a top-tier Logia user. So he was truly dumbfounded, even feeling like he was dreaming. How could it be possible for someone to attack the body of a top-tier Logia ability user like him? Such a situation he had never encountered in his entire life. For a moment, his mind went completely blank, utterly stunned. After a while, upon hearing the deafening discussions from the audience, he gradually came back to his senses. He shifted his gaze from his own body to Yifan. Kim's was surprised again. Why? Why did my magma punch not cause him any harm at all? This is magma. Such a high temperature, almost an invincible force, but why is it ineffective against him? Does he possess extremely high defensive capabilities? But this level of defense is simply too terrifying, isn't it? Is it really possible for someone like this to exist in the world? Impossible, right? Meanwhile, all the spectators in the audience had their eyes fixed on Yifan at this moment. The audience erupted in overwhelming chatter. He's actually fine. Look, there's not a single injury on his arm. It's not even red, still the color of flesh. Hiss, is this guy even human? This is way too absurd. Does the tremor fruit really have such high defensive power? It can actually withstand an attack from the magma fruit? Impossible. This is way too unbelievable. Did Jims not go all out? Could he be hiding his true strength? The discussions continued, with most of the audience believing that Jims was holding back his strength, perhaps intending to play around a bit longer. But in fact, only Kim's himself knows the real situation. In Eagle Sauce Country's lounge, their team leader incredulously took off his glasses, wiped the lenses, rubbed his eyes, and put them back on again. Really? Kim's threw that punch, and this Chinese man didn't suffer even the slightest injury? Their team leader even wondered if he was seeing things. How could anyone take that punch without sustaining any injury? Even though he was an ancient species 20 years older than Kim's, he wouldn't dare claim that he could take this punch like Yifan did, without a scratch, right? This is absolutely ridiculous. At this moment, he already felt that something was off. Inside the Ulagwo lounge, Halaseo furrowed his brows, leaning his head closer to the screen in the lounge, staring in astonishment at Yifan on the screen. He actually repelled Kim's with a single punch? How is this possible? And his arm is still flesh-colored, but why did his fist turn black? Halaseo, was also a magma fruit user, and he clearly understood what kind of consequences such a punch would have on a normal person. He knew the power of this punch, especially since it was against Kim's, who was much stronger than him. He is reputed to be the strongest prodigy in Eagle Sauce Nation. He can even be called the strongest prodigy in the entire world. Yet he was actually repelled by a single punch from Huaxia's Yifan? And Yifan is still in such good condition, completely unscathed. Unbelievable. Inside the Sun Never Sets Empire's lounge, George, the ice fruit user, also frowned, looking at Yifan on the screen with an incredulous expression. WTF? F? What's going on? Isn't the tremor fruit just an ordinary fruit? How did he do that? Two punches collided and James was sent flying? He simply couldn't imagine that this was something a non-Logia ability user could achieve. His Ice fruit could be considered a top-tier Logia ability, but if he were to take a punch from Kim's like that, he would probably feel at a disadvantage and somewhat intimidated. Yet the Chinese man on the screen before him, a tremor fruit user, actually managed to do it. And he did it with such composure, as if completely unaffected by Kim's punch. He couldn't believe it at all. This was actually something the tremor fruit could achieve. Inside the F Country's lounge, Alexander, the contestant in the first round, looked at Yifan in utter astonishment, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. How could this Chinese person possibly do this? He actually repelled Kim's? The smile that had been on his face disappeared. In his view, a peer with the tremor fruit couldn't achieve much. Even if he were 10 years older, he was confident he could defeat him. Now, in this situation, his heart was also somewhat shaken. He was no longer sure if his strength surpassed his. Nanyuan Base City. A middle-aged man stared at Yifan on the television, lost in thought. This is the last update for today, asking for free support powered by love, Omega? This middle-aged man originally appeared lifeless, but after witnessing this scene with Yifan, he was utterly shocked. At the same time, he felt an immense sense of shame. So, the tremor fruit user can be this powerful. It's all my fault. I'm the one who ruined the reputation of the tremor fruit. I'm guilty. Although he became a friend to women, he didn't feel any happiness because of it. On the contrary, over the years, he started to feel somewhat depressed. When he saw Yifan, the tremor fruit user, restoring glory, he was thrilled, so he cancelled all appointments within the month. He did this only to rediscover himself in a residence somewhere in Nanyuan Base City. What is going on? Isn't this Yifan? How could he be participating in the Battle of the Geniuses? Could it be that the military district took him away last time to have him participate in the Battle of the Geniuses? Ling Aoyan simply couldn't believe it. In the Battle of the Geniuses, Yifan would actually represent Huaxia as the main combatant. He had just turned on the TV, and his whole body was already frozen in shock. He couldn't believe that Yifan would actually be the one representing Huaxia in the battle. When he focused his eyes, he happened to see the scene where Yifan punched and sent Jims flying. He was dumbfounded. And, did he just catch the magma fruit's attack with his bare hands? That's a top-tier Logia type. Compared to a strike from the magma fruit, his ancient Zoan was completely insignificant. If he threw that punch, even Ling Aoyan might not be able to withstand it. But Yifan acted as if nothing had happened? Is his strength really that outrageous, or is it because of that baseball bat? He fell into doubt. At this moment, all the students of Nanyuan No. 1 High School were watching this globally renowned battle of prodigies. When Yifan punched and sent flying Kims, who possessed the magma fruit ability from Eagle Sauce Country, everyone in the school went crazy. The whole school cheered. A newly enrolled female student stood up directly, staring at Yifan on the TV with infatuated eyes. Senior Yifan is really so handsome. I like him so much. If only I could be his girlfriend, even if it's just a dream. In the cafeteria, a crowd gathered around the spot where the TV drama was being played. Yifan's roommate, Wu Juanhao, was completely dumbfounded after confirming that the person on the TV screen was indeed his roommate, Yifan. It feels like this moment is the pinnacle of his life. His roommate Yifan actually participated in the Battle of the Prodigies from the 5 great nations, and even repelled the top-tier magma fruit of the natural type with a single punch. Completely crazy. Don't even mention fighting against a top-tier Logia user. He rarely even gets the chance to see one. He immediately stood on a high spot and proudly shouted, "Look, this is my roommate. We've even gone to the bathroom together. Don't be fooled by how cool he looks. His poop stinks just like anyone else's." One of the girls immediately stood up and angrily yelled, "Don't you slander our male god Yifan. Even if he poops, it must smell fragrant." Then, a few other girls also stood up and chimed in, exactly. Don't think about slandering our male idol. He must be here to cause trouble. Hit him." After saying that, a group of girls started chasing Wu Juanhao to beat him up. He barely managed to escape from the crowd, but he was already bruised and swollen. He said speechlessly, "Fanji's crazy fans are really something else." Mentor Zhang Chenfeng was instantly shocked upon seeing this scene, his eyes wide and round. How could anyone block the molten heavy punch with their fist? Inside the Falcon special training camp, and he's completely unscathed? This level of power is terrifying. A new direction for the Quake Fruit's abilities? That is a top-tier Logia type. He has encountered it before and was utterly defeated. Of course, he knows the true value of the magma fruit. How could someone possibly knock away the power of the magma fruit with a single bare-handed strike? Even if he were to face this top-tier Logia type ability user on the field, he wouldn't be confident enough to achieve such a feat. This is simply too outrageous. No wonder Bai Chanshan was so adamant about recommending him to participate in the Battle of the Geniuses. Nanyuan Second High School. Tianxini sat in front of the television, quietly watching Yifan, without any tiny expression of surprise. He had seen such scenes too many times, just quietly indulging in her infatuation. Meanwhile, her roommate sitting beside her was completely losing it. She shook Tian Cinny and almost screamed, Senny, do you know? This Yifan is actually from our base city's #1 high school. So handsome. Almost no one in the entire school knew that Tian Cinny was acquainted with Yifan, not even her close friends. After all, such high-quality guys are usually kept secret by most girls. Seeing that Tian Cinny completely ignored her, the roommate didn't say anything further, only muttering softly, if only I could know him too. In the lounge, Bai Qianxian and Major General Lin had both witnessed him overpowering a Logia user, so such a scene naturally wouldn't shock them much. Major General Lin Yi was only slightly surprised that Yifan could withstand the high-temperature magma. Such an ability is not something an ordinary person could possess. Bai Qianxian was even less surprised, nearly curling her lips into a sweet smile as she quietly watched Yifan. On the battlefield of the Battle of the Prodigies, James's gaze swept over Yifan. His calmness was so unnerving that it instilled fear in others, and the aura he exuded was entirely unlike that of someone of the same age. Because of this, he was utterly astonished. He really couldn't understand why the aura emitted by Yifan was so unique, even more intimidating than that of his mentor. He was already the most outstanding 20-year-old in Eagle Sauce Country. He had thought he could easily claim victory in this battle of the geniuses, but unexpectedly, the seemingly weakest Yifan gave him such a big surprise. At this moment, he clearly realized that he had underestimated Yifan. Yifan was not as weak as he had imagined. Therefore, he no longer thought, as he did just now, that he could defeat Yifan with a half-hearted effort. This time, he had to bring out his true skills. On the field, James suddenly leaped into the air and unleashed a series of punches mid-air. Countless streams of magma surged toward Yifan, like a swarm of meteors crashing into him. This time, Kim's was fully confident in turning the situation around. Because countless devil fruit users had once perished under this very move of his. Countless magma roared in. Seeing this, the entire audience exclaimed in shock. This strike from the magma fruit was incomparably magnificent. This time, Yifan didn't even raise his hand to block, and the magma almost instantly reached right before his eyes. Even General Lin couldn't help but break into a sweat. Never before had anyone seen an ability user so arrogant, actually using their face to take on the move of a magma fruit ability user, truly rare. At this moment, a smile had already appeared on Kim's face. The last person who was so confident in front of him already has grass a meter high on their grave. He is absolutely convinced that this time he can gain the upper hand. The audience present cheered again, as if they saw a glimmer of hope for victory. The people of the nation, upon seeing this scene, felt their hearts leap to their throats. Yifan, dodge quickly. Danger. This move is so fierce. Yifan, dodge quickly. Everyone in the 4 major nations' lounges felt that if Yifan didn't dodge this time, he would really suffer serious injuries. In the next moment, he just waved his hand and remained steadily standing on the field. After a loud bang, countless scattered lava sizzled on the grass. In an instant, it was as if time had frozen. Kim's descended from the air, his brows furrowed, utterly unable to believe what had just happened before his eyes. He raised his hand, turned his palm over, and examined it carefully. My ability is definitely the damn magma fruit. How could it possibly not cause him any harm? The scene just now completely shattered his understanding of this world. Even a steel body would be directly melted by this strike, let alone a human. Even if it's a devil fruit user, it's impossible. Moreover, it's just an ordinary tremor fruit, not even a Logia type. How could something like this be possible? Jims even thought he was dreaming and gave himself a hard slap. Crisp and pleasing to the ear. Is this for real? It's actually real. At this moment, he fell into deep self-doubt. Everyone in the audience widened their eyes, their gazes filled with shock, their mouths agape as if they had forgotten to breathe, completely stunned. Not a single person believed that this scene was real. A black man in the audience slapped a stranger next to him, and the latter cried out in pain. Really? This is actually real. This isn't a dream. The magma fruit has been developed to such an extent for attacks, yet it still can't harm this Chinese man named Yifan? This is simply too unreal. On the other side, a Caucasian man shook his head in disbelief, unwilling to accept it. Please tell me this isn't true, okay? Our James is our pride and joy. How could such an accident happen? Could he be an alien? To him, James is the pride of their Eagle Nation, their source of pride. Such an attack still couldn't harm Yifan. He couldn't accept it. There was absolutely no way to accept such a fact. He is definitely the first blue star human to withstand such a fierce attack from the magma fruit ability with his body and remain completely unscathed. This white man even began to doubt his identity as a blue star human. This is just too ridiculous, isn't it? It's so ridiculous that Ridiculous Dad opened the door for it. It's ridiculously home. In the audience, a Chinese person sitting at the outermost edge clenched their fists and stood up directly. Their face was full of smiles, shaking their head in disbelief repeatedly. Yifan, awesome. You're the coolest. Excited as he was, he couldn't organize his words for a moment, but one classic phrase perfectly matched his current mood. Lack of education isn't scary, one word, awesome, can take you anywhere. Their leader's pupils trembled, and his eyebrows were almost furrowed into one line. Instantly dumbfounded. This is one of Kim's strongest killing moves. How could it have no effect on this young man named Yi-Fan? Are we sure he really has the tremor fruit? Or could it be that he actually possesses a second fruit ability? In Eagle Sauce Country's lounge. Is it a type of Logia we've never seen before, even more powerful than the magma fruit? But no one has ever possessed the ability of two fruits. Then what is that black body of his? The leader of Eagle Nation couldn't accept this fact, so he could only speculate in this regard. Because if it were just the tremor fruit, it would be absolutely impossible to withstand Kim's strike. He had personally experienced it, even he had to take it seriously as a killer move. How could it possibly be ineffective against him? Perhaps the second Logia-type devil fruit ability is the only explanation. Inside the lounge of Wula Kingdom, Halashao was completely stunned. Has this James fruit ability been developed to such an extent, yet still can't injure Yi-Fan? This is just too terrifying. This is simply inhuman. Halashao was shocked, but moments later, he burst into laughter like a fool. Really got a great deal. Not running into Yi-Fan is truly a blessing in disguise. It's simply too terrifying. How could anyone possibly beat him? Even Kim's, who also possesses the magma fruit, doesn't have absolute confidence in defeating him. If he runs into Yi-Fan, wouldn't that be the end for him? So he burst out laughing hysterically. The team leader of Eagle Sauce Country in the lounge widened his eyes and stood up directly from his seat. He looked at the screen's display, then walked to the glass window in disbelief. The whole person was stunned on the spot, with an unbelievable emotion lingering in his heart for a long time. Is it real or fake? How did he do it? At this moment, he couldn't say a single word, as if he had suffered a setback, remaining silent. Ling Aoqian saw this scene and directly fell off the chair, slumping against the wall. It turns out you're not just strong with that weapon. Ha ha ha. No wonder even the people from Haiyun society couldn't deal with you. It's me. I'm useless. His eyes were dull, a strange smile hung on his lips, and after a long howl toward the sky, his body trembled uncontrollably. He leaned against the wall to stand up, staggered out of the house, muttering to himself, nearly deranged. Mentor Zhou Yuqing saw this scene. His face was filled with confusion, his mind blank, and his mouth slightly open. Is this Yi-Fan's strength? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Inside the Falcon Special Training Camp, what kind of steel body is this, so resilient? He believed that Yi-Fan had strength and absolutely trusted by Qianxian's recommendation of Yi-Fan. However, he never expected it to be like this. How could he not know the terror of top-tier Logia users? As a Logia user himself facing Kim's, he probably wouldn't have absolute confidence in defeating him. And Yi-Fan actually waved his hand to neutralize such a terrifying magma attack? It's simply unbelievable. Nanyuan No. 1 High School. Zhang Qian, sitting in the classroom watching the TV show next to the blackboard, was completely dumbfounded. Facing a top-tier Logia type and still so relaxed and at ease, he murmured softly. At this moment, the scene of him mocking Yi-Fan outside the Lingxi secret realm flashed through his mind. He instantly felt like a clown and slapped himself directly. A crisp sound echoed in the classroom. Yi-Fan? But no one looked at Zhang Qian, because everyone was staring at Yi-Fan on the TV. Smack! All were stunned. It was as if they had been struck at their acupoints, completely motionless. The battlefield of the prodigies. Kim's was panting, his gaze growing fiercer. He refuses to accept it. His family is watching him, the people of Eagle Sauce Country are observing him, and the whole world is paying attention to this battle of prodigies. At this moment, he feels his dignity has been trampled on the ground by Yi-Fan. His anger has reached its peak. He would never give up just like that. Suddenly, his arms transformed into the shape of magma and continued to grow larger. They were even dozens of times bigger than his body. In the audience, seeing this scene seemed to restore their confidence, and someone shouted loudly, "Look, this is Kim's strongest strike." Everyone seemed to hold their breath. The massive magma kept rolling, making the surrounding air scorching hot. A gust of wind blew through, sending a wave of heat toward the audience seats. Kim's face twisted in extreme ferocity. With all his strength, 2 columns of magma surged toward Yi-Fan. Yi-Fan simply let out a long breath, his gaze sharpened, and he had already pulled out that black baseball bat from his hand. It seemed as if he merely swung the baseball bat lightly from left to right. In an instant, magma splashed everywhere. Yi-Fan's feet only sank slightly, yet he still stood firmly in the center of the field. In contrast, James, who had just launched a fierce attack, was sent rolling dozens of meters away by the violent impact. The intense pain in his arms made it impossible for him to use them for support. He could only desperately lift his head, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Yi-Fan. My strongest strike, actually, had no effect on him? His tone carried a hint of disappointment. Continue. Bang! A loud bang. He would never have imagined that his strongest strike could not harm him in the slightest. In his understanding, this move was supposed to be an existence that could dominate heaven, earth, and air in an instant. Even ferocious beasts at the Beast Emperor level are no exception. missing, and even some nature-type ones are beaten to the point of searching for their teeth on the ground. But today, in this arena, in this globally watched battle of prodigies, he was actually sent flying dozens of meters by a Chinese man named Yifan, using nothing but an ordinary-looking baseball bat. The first time, feeling that he had touched his body, he just thought it was an accident. However, this strike, under normal circumstances, should have been impossible for anyone to hit his actual body. But after Yifan's strike, he could clearly feel that certain parts of his arm had gone completely numb, losing all sensation. Yet, for the most part, he could still feel intense pain. He looked at Yifan in disbelief. In the audience, almost everyone frowned and shook their heads in disbelief. Hiss! They gasped in shock. A black guy slumped directly in his seat, his head tilted, and it felt like all the light had gone out of him. He stared blankly at Yifan in the center of the arena and said, "The strongest strike." Kim's strongest strike still couldn't do anything to him. "No, this is absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible." The black guy simply couldn't accept this fact. In his eyes, the magma fruit ability was the strongest. How could it be possible to have no way to deal with a user of the tremor fruit? In another corner, a couple, with the boy shouting in surprise. How is that possible? How could he touch the body of a Logiotype? How could he knock Kim's to the ground, completely unable to get up? The people around suddenly came to their senses. Really? Kim's is really lying on the ground motionless, and his arm is really injured? How does the tremor fruit manage to attack the body of a Logiotype ability user? That's right. How could this Huaxia person possibly touch the body of a Logia user? Everyone was plunged into doubt. The leader of Eagle Sauce Nation stood in the lounge, watching the scene unfold, clenching his fists tightly and slamming them onto the table, instantly creating a hole. F***K. We've been tricked by the Huaxia people. Fell right into their trap. He is definitely not some useless tremor fruit. The team leader realized belatedly what was going on. Normally speaking, the Huaxia Nation is also a relatively strong country. Even though Eagle Sauce Nation is very strong, they wouldn't choose to face Huaxia in the first round. He believed it was because of Yifan's bait that they fell for it. If they lose the first match, they can only be 4th or 5th place. This ranking is completely inconsistent with their strength. Sun never sets Empire's lounge. George witnessed the entire process and shook his head in disbelief. Simply unbelievable. If I forcibly took this blow. As he spoke, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, as if James had punched directly onto it. He didn't even dare to imagine. Even as a Logiotype ice fruit user, he couldn't just charge in recklessly. At least dodge a little, right? Goodness, this Huaxia contestant Yifan directly smashed Kim's dozens of meters away with one strike? What kind of terrifying strength does a monster like this possess? And, screech! Just as George was about to say something, their leader interrupted him in surprise and said, Yifan must have hit Jim's body. He looked at Jim, who had been lying on the ground for a long time without getting up, and felt puzzled. Normally, when he used this move, even if he didn't win, he wouldn't be lying on the ground like this, unable to get up. Now this can only mean one thing. Yifan severely injured his arms. At the same time, everyone in the lounge showed expressions of shock. In China, cheers erupted in front of the televisions. I told you, this Yifan is not simple, but you didn't believe me. This Yifan is simply a monster. He's really too strong. Little Eagle Nation, speak up. Why aren't you saying anything now? Weren't you just shouting loudly? In contrast, within Eagle Nation, there was an outpouring of curses. Is this supposed to be the strongest prodigy? Not even worth a fart. Stop embarrassing yourself. This is what you call the strongest natural type? Stop the damn bragging. Isn't this the one claimed to be the world's strongest prodigy? What's going on? Couldn't even land the strongest strike? Damn it, can't even win this. Just wait to die. Useless trash. This world has never been short of trolls, no matter the region or country. On the field, Yifan stepped forward once again. At this moment, the audience was already completely silent. Just now, their arrogance was completely shattered by Yifan's strike. Everyone in the audience nervously and curiously swallowed their saliva, their eyes fixed on Yifan. What is he going to do next? This is the question on everyone's mind. Yifan just slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Then his deep and powerful voice echoed throughout the entire venue. Lava sand sculpture. Go home and light candles on a cake. Yifan took a step forward, holding a baseball bat, and headed toward Kim's, seeking free love-powered contributions. This sentence doesn't hurt much, but it's extremely insulting. Magma fruit? Only worthy of lighting candles on a cake? This is absolutely a blatant insult to Kim's. The Eagle Nation wanted to argue back, but unfortunately, the one lying on the ground now is Kim's. In the Huaxia Nation's lounge, Bai Qianqian sat gracefully on the chair. After seeing the familiar look in Yifan's eyes, she raised the corners of her mouth. She knew the show was about to begin. Yifan took a few steps forward and then put away the baseball bat in his hand. Didn't you all say the tremor fruit is weak? Today, I will personally clear its name. The venue was extremely quiet. Yifan's deep voice echoed throughout the venue. Everyone was puzzled. Vindicate the tremor fruit? Wasn't the ability he just used from the tremor fruit? fruit? No one understood the true meaning of his words. Yifan swiftly rushed toward Jims. The audience let out a gasp of surprise. Wow, so fast. Is he getting serious? Is this his full-speed movement? When everyone saw Yifan move, he was so fast that they could almost only see after images. At this moment, Kim's, who was still lying on the ground, showed a look of fear in his eyes. He no longer cared about the pain in his arms, gritting his teeth as he forcibly propped himself up. But at this moment, Yifan was already in front of him. James instinctively wanted to dodge, but Yifan had effortlessly anticipated his movement. With his left hand, he directly grabbed James by the neck, lifted it directly. Almost everyone was shocked, because no one had ever been able to grab the neck of a Logia-type ability user like him, and lift them up as if picking up a dog. His gaze was filled with murderous intent, the kind of icy aura that could send chills down one's spine with just a glance. In an instant, their eyes met. James was directly overwhelmed by Yifan's incredibly domineering aura, feeling his entire body slipping out of his control. In an instant, boundless fear spread to every corner of his body. His entire body seemed to go limp, and he even felt like he was about to faint. Yifan didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. With an uppercut, he directly slammed him hard onto the ground. With one punch, Yifan made James spew blood wildly. This punch caused everyone to involuntarily exclaim in shock, because no one has ever been able to do what Yifan did, mercilessly slaughtering a Logia user like tormenting a dog. Yifan concentrated the power of the tremor fruit in his hand. A white halo appeared on his right fist, and the icy killing intent had already enveloped Yifan's entire body. Bang! Yifan's right fist heavily struck Jim's chest, creating a fist-sized gap in the air at the front of his punch. Then came the sound of glass shattering, as countless cracks spread outward in all directions. Everyone was dumbfounded. Above the audience seats, someone stood up in a panic, looking around in shock. Is this an earthquake? A loud bang. What's going on? How did an earthquake suddenly happen? The people around immediately stood up, their eyes filled with panic, looking around in astonishment, afraid that something unexpected might happen. The sun never sets. Empire Lounge. George stood up excitedly, his brows furrowed, and pointed at Yifan on the screen in utter shock. It's him. It must be his tremor fruit ability. Their leader quickly stood up as well, rubbing his eyes, took another close look, and his mouth instantly opened wide. How is that possible? The air actually cracked open? You're telling me this is the power of the tremor fruit? They were utterly shocked, completely unable to believe that this was something the tremor fruit's power could achieve. The team leader from Eagle Nation looked up at the chandelier in confusion and noticed it had already started shaking violently. Is this an earthquake? Just like the tremor fruit ability he mentioned? When his gaze shifted to Yifan and the other person, his eyes instantly widened to the maximum. What? Even the air is cracking? Is it caused by the power of the tremor fruit? And Kim's, actually. No one has ever been able to develop the tremor fruit to such an extent. As for everything happening before his eyes, it was merely his guess based on experience. But he knew this was absolutely an overwhelming crush in terms of sheer strength. The leader of Eagle Sauce Nation showed a look of shock and quickly shouted to the organizers, "We surrender. We request to surrender." On the battlefield of the Heavenly Pride, Yifan's punch directly twisted Kim's body completely. The ground was smashed into a huge pit. A solemn voice echoed above the field, "Eagle Sauce Nation surrenders. Please cease the attack." But how could Yifan stop? In such a battle of prodigies, life and death are not constrained. How could he possibly let go of such a great opportunity? Killing a nature-type strong opponent is very likely to drop an S-level item refresh card, and now, a juicy piece of meat is right in front of him. How could he possibly let Kim's go? Yifan, what? Increase the attack? I'll gladly oblige. In an instant, he increased his strength a bit more. The sound of shattering glass became even more piercing. The white halo in his hand seemed to shine even brighter. Suddenly, several shockwaves scattered in all directions from the large crater. Crashing onto the audience stands, smoke and dust rose along the path. The prelude of the tremorous force caused the ground to instantly crack open into a massive fissure, which rapidly extended toward the audience seats. Everyone panicked, and the spectators in the path of the fissure bolted away. One person, after escaping to a safe area, looked around at the explosive scene in great alarm. Is Yifan from Huaxia going to directly destroy the battlefield of the Heavenly Pride War? This is too terrifying. I almost lost my life here. The prodigies and team leaders from various countries all ran out of the lounge. Bang! Standing on the high platform. At this moment, they all scanned their surroundings with astonished expressions. The walls were shattered, and the buildings had been shaken into a noticeable tilt. Several massive cracks seemed to have climbed directly from the ground onto the buildings. Above the audience seats, the audience scattered in all directions. It was simply like a large-scale disaster movie. Afterward, everyone focused their gaze on Kim's, who possessed the magma fruit. His face turned pale. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices. His chest was directly caved in, a bloody and mangled mess. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels are already in disarray. How does this still resemble the absolute prodigy of Eagle Sauce Nation. He had long been utterly humiliated by Yi Fan's punch. For him, survival is his only luxury at this moment. But unfortunately, he no longer has the chance to live. A Halashao athlete from Woola took a deep breath, staring at Yi Fan in astonishment. Is this his tremor fruit ability? One punch actually killed Kim's directly? He saw Kim's lying in the deep pit in a sorry state and was shocked. Upon seeing his body already mangled and bloody, Halashao felt fear, a fear that came from the depths of his heart. He had never thought that one day a magma fruit ability user would meet such an end. Major General Lin, who was sitting in the chair, stood up directly, completely stunned. Even though he had already witnessed Yi Fan's strength displayed in the military district, at this moment he was still incredibly shocked. Is this the power of his tremor fruit? He can actually shatter the air? He walked out of the lounge, his gaze sweeping over the cracks one by one. Is it earth-shattering? He let out a long breath. It's truly unbelievable. How on earth did he develop the power of the tremor fruit to this extent? Completely can't figure it out. At this moment, the entire nation of Huaxia was already in shock. The principal of Falcon Special Training Camp, He Yunfei, sat in front of the coffee table, completely stunned. Is this the power of the tremor fruit? He raised a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. Sure enough, Bai Qianqian was right. If he competes, Yi Fan will definitely take first place. What shocked him was not that Bai Qianqian's words were confirmed, but rather Yi Fan's display of the tremor fruit ability during the Battle of the Geniuses. He Yunfei never expected him to develop the tremor fruit's ability to such an extent. It instantly caught his attention. Having the ability to counter Logia types is already impressive, but developing the powers of the tremor fruit to such an extent, what else could this be but monstrous? At the same time, this was Yi Fan's first public display of his tremor fruit abilities. Across the entire nation, there wasn't a single person who wasn't awed by his overwhelming strength. Defeated the magma fruit user, obtained one SS grade item refresh card, stored in the storage space. The icy killing intent on Yi Fan's face dissipated significantly after hearing the system's voice in his mind. It actually dropped an item refresh card, and it's an SS grade item refresh card. The stronger the ability user you kill, the higher the probability of obtaining a refresh card. Ding! Moreover, the stronger the enemy, the rarer the refresh card will be. Yi Fan revealed a smile on his face. Stepping on Kim's corpse, he leapt up and returned to the ground level. Hey, didn't we all surrender? Why did you still go for the kill? Ha! While Yi Fan was overwhelmed with joy, a rough voice sounded from behind him. Whoosh! Sure enough, without a doubt, this was questioning him. He turned around and looked at the person in front of him. A huge black man, the typical big and strong, dressed in a dark blue military uniform, with a small flag of the Eagle Nation hanging on his chest. Without a doubt, he was here to stand up for Kim's. Yi Fan did not feel intimidated just because he was an officer from Eagle Sauce Country. So what? The battle of the prodigies doesn't concern itself with life or death. Another voice came from the side. Captain Hua, you might be overstepping a bit, don't you think? Yi Fan turned his head and saw that Major General Lin had walked over. He was clearly here to back Yi Fan up. Although he knew that even the team leader of Eagle Nation might not be a match for Yi Fan, he still came. This was also his duty. I asked you a question. Team leader Hua did not change his mind because of Major General Lin's arrival. In fact, he didn't even take Major General Lin seriously. He has always been so arrogant, especially on Eagle Sauce's land. Yi Fan chuckled. Really? I didn't hear it just now. How about you say it again? From Yi Fan's words, it was not difficult for Captain Hua to sense that Yi Fan did not take him seriously. You! A trace of anger rose in Captain Hua's heart, and he clenched his fists tightly. However, he did not dare to do anything to Yi Fan on the spot. After all, this is a live global broadcast. His every move is known to the world. He, Captain Hua, might not care personally, but he now represents Eagle Sauce Nation. He can afford to lose face, but Eagle Sauce Nation cannot, so he could only silently suppress the anger in his heart. Heh, I hope you can walk out of Eagle Sauce Country alive. Captain Hua exchanged glances with Yi Fan, a hint of darkness in his eyes. Feel free to give it a try. Facing his threat, Yi Fan showed no fear at all. In Captain Hua's view, Yi Fan was just a minor figure. How could he possibly compare to the Eagle Nation behind him? He simply treated Yi Fan's words as a joke. Therefore, he didn't say anything further and calmly walked away. However, after turning around, a trace of surprise that was hard to detect appeared on his face. Captain Hua's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Yi Fan, well done. Major General Lin did not hold back his praise. Without a doubt, Yi Fan's performance exceeded his expectations. After speaking, he approached the large pit in front of him. Seeing such a scene up close, even Major General Lin, who had witnessed many grand events, couldn't help but feel somewhat shocked. The entire person was already completely mangled beyond recognition. A strong stench of blood filled the air. Major Lin had fought countless battles on the battlefield and was not unaccustomed to such a smell. However, if a new recruit were to come over, they would likely vomit on the spot. This scene is not something everyone can handle. Let's go, take a break. break in the lounge, Major Lin said as he turned and walked away. At this moment, the entire site had almost been restored. Fortunately, there are still fruit abilities like cement fruit in this world, specialized in construction. This kind of repair work is simply a trivial matter for them. On the way back, everyone cast strange glances at Yi Fan. However, not all of these glances were hostile, most were curious. They were curious about where exactly this monster, Yi Fan, had come from, suddenly emerging in an event like today's Battle of the Prodigies, an absolute overnight success. Returning to the Huaxia lounge, Bai Qianxian had already prepared a glass of water and handed it over as soon as Yi Fan walked in. It's an honor to drink the water poured by Sister Qianxian, Yi Fan joked. He took the water from Bai Qianxian's hand. Major General Lin, would you like a cup as well? But when he turned around, the door was already locked. He knew this was definitely intentional on Major General Lin's part. Major Lin shook his head helplessly. I think it's better if I disappear for a while. Yi Fan took the cup of water from Bai Qianxian's hand and drank it in one gulp. What did that person from Eagle Sauce Country just say to you? Bai Qianxian asked worriedly. He told me to be careful. Ah, is he threatening you? What did you say? Me. I said, don't worry, my safety measures are very thorough. Outside the door. Can you be serious? Stop joking around. Bai Qianxian's face turned slightly red as she pouted angrily. Yi Fan smiled faintly. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Do you think his threats will scare me? But after all, we are in Eagle Sauce Country. So what? As long as he dares to make a move, I'll make sure he goes down to meet his ancestors. So what you mean is, even in Eagle Sauce Country, I'll make sure they never return. As he spoke, Yi Fan's gaze had already turned icy cold. Bai Qianxian didn't say anything further. She knew that as long as Yi Fan was confident in accomplishing something, there was almost no issue at all. On the field, the second battle commenced. It was the magma fruit user Harasheo from Ola Country facing off against the forest fruit ability user Alexander from F Country. Actually, this was a match with almost no suspense. In the end, Harasheo from Wola Nation unsurprisingly claimed the victory. After a half-hour break, the team leaders from all countries gathered on the podium. On the field, that majestic voice rang out once again. The second round is the challenge competition. The country that wins the first round or advances by default and successfully challenges or defends the platform twice will claim first place in this battle of the geniuses. Next, will the nations of Huaxia, Wola, and the empire on which the sun never sets prepare to begin the challenge? Successfully claiming the platform will make you the platform master. At the same time, 3 red buttons appeared in the lounges of the 3 major nations. This button is used to seize the champion position or to initiate a challenge. Challenge countdown, 3, 2, 1. Challenge. At the moment the button was activated, Yi Fan was the first to press it. Huaxia becomes the champion. Yi Fan was now ready to step into the battle. He walked out the door and headed to the center of the arena. So, the country challenging the stage. 3, 2, 1. As the words fell, no country stepped forward to challenge the stage. Are you kidding? I just saw Yi Fan completely crush Kim's with my own eyes. The prodigies of various countries are treated like treasures and nurtured within their own nations. How could the team leaders possibly bear to send them to their deaths? But like this, the nation's dignity is really just as the empire on which the sun never sets and the Ula kingdom were in a dilemma. A voice echoed above the venue. My Huaxia kingdom will take first place. You have no objections, right? Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as he swept over the prodigies of the 4 great nations. Or you can all come at me together. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. Arrogant. Simply too arrogant. However, he has just defeated a top-tier Logia user, so he indeed has that capability. The audience remains silent, quietly watching the changes in the situation on site. In China, all the citizens were boiling with excitement. Damn, this is simply exhilarating. Although the strength of the Huaxia nation is not weak, no one has ever dared to say such words in front of the other 5 major nations. The people are absolutely thrilled. Some have even started preparing to streak in the streets to celebrate. This feeling of looking down on all other countries is simply amazing. At this moment, they all imagine themselves as Yi Fan, feeling incredibly excited in their hearts. On the podium, the leaders of various countries looked grim. Did Yi Fan directly announce that he was the first place? Isn't this an insult to the other 4 major nations? After all, it is a renowned country on Blue Star. How could they endure such humiliation? The prodigies of the 4 great nations were already standing on the field. Seeing this, Yi Fan leapt up and arrived at the center of the field, giving you 2 choices, either surrender or die. The 4 said nothing, merely staring intently at Yi Fan. From their actions, Yi Fan understood their answer. Are they all tough nuts? I, Yi Fan, specialize in dealing with tough nuts. A moment later, and since they want to deliver refresh cards to me, he naturally won't hold back. With a single thought, his body shot out like a bullet. One punch. George, the frozen fruit ability user from the empire on which the sun never sets, was sent flying hundreds of meters away. The audience exclaimed in shock. The crowd had hardly reacted. Another punch. The audience exclaimed once once again. The substitute player from Eagle Sauce Country was also sent flying hundreds of meters away. Bang! Another punch. The substitute player from Country F's body was directly pierced. In the blink of an eye, Ula Nation's Halasheo athlete, a magma fruit ability user, dropped to his knees with a loud slap, kneeling without hesitation. I surrender. Whoosh! A gust of fist wind whistled past his face. At this moment, Yifan's fist had already reached right in front of him. Fear filled his entire body. He stared fixedly at the fist on his face, his whole body trembling. Yifan stopped instantly. He lowered his raised hand, then fiercely kicked Halasheo away. He rolled several times and flew over 10 meters before coming to a stop. Only then did everyone fully react. It turned out that the Huaxia contestant was previously showing off his muscles. He was showing off his fruit ability. He is fully capable of instantly killing another prodigy of the Logia type with a single strike. It even leads to the thought, could it be that his Tremor fruit ability has also been slightly demonstrated? Rear Admiral Lin was dumbfounded. What's going on? Is this really the Eagle Sauce Country? He swept his gaze over the audience seats. The exclamations just now. There are actually quite a few people cheering for Yifan. Isn't this damn Eagle Sauce Country? Why are the audience exclaiming in surprise? Did they just defeat Eagle Sauce Country? At this moment, he no longer knows what words to use to describe Yifan at this moment. Perhaps only the word impressive can best capture Yifan's current state. The prodigies of the four great nations are defeated in seconds. As if he's playing a game, they are completely no match. They have no ability to resist at all. Inside the Huaxia Military District Command, Pang Yuanlong sat in the operations room, looking at Yifan on the screen. This Yifan is indeed extraordinary. It seems that the hope for the future of Huaxia has reappeared. He was well aware of the current situation in Huaxia. Although it is one of the 5 major nations, its previous strength was not weak. But the last battle of the prodigies was a long time ago. The strength of the current young generation is gradually weakening step by step. Among the 20-year-olds of this generation, there isn't even a top-tier natural type. There are even signs of drifting away from the 5 major nations. Maybe we should do something for him. General Pang stood up, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The battlefield of the Heavenly Pride War. The 3 nations' prodigies were KO'd by Yifan with one punch. Only the Harasheo from the Ula Kingdom survived. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the host was stunned. Absolute dominance through sheer strength. I thought with 4 against 1, at least we could end in a draw. But I never expected the prodigy of Huaxia to take down each elemental type with a single punch. Absolutely ridiculous. It took him a long time to snap out of it. Congratulations to Huaxia for achieving first place. The ownership of the unclaimed secret realm belongs to Huaxia. At this moment, Yifan had already completed his mission. The other 4 countries, except for Wula, suffered significant losses, especially Eagle Sauce. In the end, Wula secured second place with an absolute advantage. The Sun Never Sets Empire came in third, Eagle Sauce fourth, and F Country fifth. He did not stay in this place any longer and left the venue under everyone's gaze. Then he took Bai Qianxian along to the residence. Major General Lin, on the other hand, sent someone to handle the related matters and personally followed Yifan and the others back to the residence. Residence lobby. More than 10 meters high, resplendent, and magnificent. This is the most luxurious hotel in Eagle Sauce Country's Houston, and people without some status generally can't stay here. Major General Lin walked at the front, followed by Yifan and Bai Qianxian. He suddenly turned around and said to Bai Qianxian, I think you should just stay in a suite with Yifan tonight. People from Eagle Sauce Country never play by the rules. They might pull something unexpected. Major General Lin has dealt with people from Eagle Sauce Country for years. He knows their character best. Devious, cunning, and untrustworthy. They claim they will ensure the safety of the prodigies from various countries in the Eagle Nation. Yet, there's no sign of them implementing any special security measures. Moreover, Yifan just killed 2 of their prodigies, and things like kidnapping and murder are indeed something they are capable of. Yifan doesn't mind, but Bai Qianxian probably doesn't have the strength to handle it. I'm just afraid they'll make a move on Bai Qianxian, so this is the safest approach. Anyway, they're already living together in the military district. Letting them stay in a suite isn't a big deal. Bai Qianxian didn't refuse, and Yifan was even less likely to. A lonely night, accompanied by a beauty, what's not to enjoy? The 3 of them chatted for a while before heading upstairs separately. Yifan's suite was on the top floor. After the 2 entered the room, he locked the door. Then, he lay down on the bed, his whole body sprawled out in a figure-8 shape. In fact, he hadn't slept well the previous night, occasionally paying attention to the movements in Bai Qianxian's room. Of course, she happened to miss him while taking a shower, so now he was extremely tired and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. By the time he woke up, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The rumbling of his stomach woke him up. It was already completely dark, and he sat up and turned on the light. Then he heard the sound of rushing water coming from outside the door. Yifan had just opened the door and stepped out. Whoosh! All the lights went out. Power outage? Or has Has someone from Eagle Nation arrived? After sensing his surroundings, he realized it was probably just an ordinary power outage. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, light footsteps echoed in the central hall. It was evident that just then, with a snap, the light lit up again. Ha! In the central hall, Yi-Fan and Bai Qianqian's eyes met. A large bath towel gently wrapped around her body, and she stood there like a lotus emerging from water. A captivating fragrance filled the air. The lower edge of the bath towel happened to fall near the base of her thighs, her slender legs faintly visible. It exuded a hint of captivating allure, leaving one utterly mesmerized. One hand held the damp clothes, while the other tightly gripped the bath towel clinging to her body. When the power went out just now, she was a bit flustered, thinking something was really about to happen. She climbed out of the bathtub, dried herself off, and intended to get dressed directly, but unexpectedly, her hand slipped, and the clothes fell into the bathtub, completely soaked. The two stared at each other for a full half-minute. It's okay, don't panic, it's just a simple power outage. She jogged back to her room. After closing the door, leaning against it, her body quickly heated up. Her small hands covered her slightly flushed face. This seemed to be the first time she appeared so seductive in front of Yi-Fan. Even though she knew she had a favorable impression of Yi-Fan in her heart, she still appeared somewhat shy. After a moment, she changed her clothes and walked out the door. Oh, Yi-Fan was sitting on the sofa in the central hall at this moment. What just happened? I thought someone from Eagle Sauce Country had really come, Bai Qianqian said. Actually, she could have directly entered the space inside the door, but for some reason, she thought about going out to wake Yi-Fan. It's nothing, just a power outage. Weren't you sleeping? How did you suddenly appear in the central hall? Could it be that you did it on purpose? I definitely didn't. You don't think I deliberately wanted to peek at your body, do you? Isn't that the case? If I wanted to peek at your body, would I need to resort to such methods? Do you have any other tricks? You don't believe me? You're wearing white underwear and black lingerie right now, isn't that correct? Bai Qianqian looked at her clothes. Swish, blushed, but she was also puzzled. She clearly wasn't wearing that kind of transparent clothing now, so how did he know? Could it be? She seemed to have thought of something. Could it be you have X-ray vision? Bai Qianqian speculated. I don't believe it. She thought about Yi-Fan's various peculiar abilities and wondered if he might also have the ability to see through things. The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and she instantly covered her chest. What are you thinking? I'm not that kind of indecent person. So, you can really see through things? Yi-Fan hesitated for a moment but still nodded. Bai Qianqian looked at Yi-Fan in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. In a certain military district of Eagle Sauce Country, inside a room, a blonde white man sits on the sofa. Chief, today, Captain Ho returned to the military district, reporting to his superiors with a face full of guilt, hesitating to speak. I saw everything. This Yi-Fan is indeed somewhat peculiar. Should we? Captain Ho placed his hand on his neck and made a cracking gesture. The chief sitting on the sofa shook his head. We do need to bring him in for thorough research, but we can't make a move. Chief, what do you mean? Let the people of Sakura Country do it. Have them dispatch that elite team. The white chief's face darkened, his gaze shifting to the sword placed on the table beside him. Captain Ho was surprised. Are we going to mobilize the team? The night passed uneventfully. The Eagle Sauce Nation did not come to cause trouble that night. The next morning upon waking, Yi-Fan and the others hurried back to their country. After packing their luggage, they left the hotel under the guidance of Major General Lin. The hotel was located in the suburbs, with a wide road in front of it. The side of the road near the hotel had already been cleared by the military and police of Eagle Sauce Nation, but the other side of the road was packed with crowds. Yi-Fan and the others walked out of the hotel entrance. At this moment, the car had not arrived yet, so they waited at the door. Soon, they heard someone shouting from across the street. It's him! It's him! He killed our two prodigies! Yi-Fan instantly locked onto his position. Dressed in black clothes and black pants, wearing a baseball cap, with dark skin and a face full of stubble. When Yi-Fan looked at him, his gaze dodged, and he lowered his head as if searching for something. Under his instigation, the crowd was furious, voices of curses filled the air, and some even wanted to rush over directly. Yi-Fan, standing in front of the hotel, just a glance, the surroundings instantly fell silent. Across the road, a group of people directly fainted to the ground. Only a few men in black remained standing in place. They scanned the fallen people around them, confused and completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, this lively group of people, how did they all end up collapsing? The few exchanged glances with each other, then turned to look at Yi-Fan. Yi-Fan's lips curled slightly, his gaze icy cold, making their hearts tremble. They originally intended to stir up some chaos, inciting the crowd to rush forward so that Yi-Fan would injure them. This would give them a reason to detain Yi-Fan and delay his return to the country, perhaps even prevent him from returning altogether. But unexpectedly, upon arriving at the scene, the situation was completely out of his control. What's going on? The military police on guard by the roadside were also flustered. The group of people who had fallen numbered at least 100. This is no small matter. In Eagle Sauce's country, this would definitely definitely be considered a major security issue, especially since it happened right in front of the hotel entrance where they were staying in China. They were originally ordered to come and maintain order, but then such an incident occurred. Several military police officers looked at the few men in black who were still standing. Their strange attire made them seem highly suspicious of being involved in the crime. One person shouted loudly, "Catch them!" Another person immediately took out a black walkie-talkie. Headquarters, requesting backup. Several people in black clothes took off running. They are not official staff, but rather some unregistered individuals, specifically used to handle matters that officials find inconvenient to address publicly. If they get caught, they are finished, and the higher-ups will have to expend effort to get them out. Not only will they be scolded, but there's even a possibility they could be abandoned as scapegoats. At this moment, the car from Huaxia had just arrived at the hotel entrance from the underground garage. The group immediately got into the car and left. In the car, Bai Qianqian leaned in proactively, a fragrant scent wafting over. "That was you just now, wasn't it?" Bai Qianqian asked. She saw the scene, and immediately thought of the time in the Dragon Blood secret realm, when one ferocious beast after another fell. "Well, they want to detain me in Eagle Sauce Country." Yi Fan looked out the window and nodded. "What? You're saying that entire crowd just now fell because of you?" Major General Lin turned his head to look at Yi Fan, utterly astonished. He could hardly believe it. Just now, Yi Fan was right beside him and hadn't moved at all. How could he take down that group of people so easily? I can't even begin to imagine what kind of ability this is. But he didn't want to ask too much. It was very likely some kind of secret of his. "Will they take Yi Fan away directly at the airport?" Bai Qianqian asked worriedly. "They won't. We already have our people at the airport, and they have no reason to detain Yi Fan." Hearing this, Bai Qianqian finally felt relieved. After the vehicle safely arrived at the airport, nothing else happened as expected. But in fact, only Yi Fan knew how dangerous it was. Several cars tried to ram into them along the way, but they overturned before they could even take action. This was all discovered by Yi Fan in advance and secretly dealt with by him. After Yi Fan and his group boarded the plane, they waited in line for half an hour before the control tower arranged for takeoff. Major General Lin knew that this was already a common tactic of the Eagle Nation. In the end, it was only after the country's strong negotiations that they were able to take off half an hour later. Otherwise, he might delay you for a whole day and night. The plane safely ascended into the sky, leaving Eagle Sauce Country's airspace. Bai Qianqian sat by the window seat, gazing at the white clouds and blue sky outside the plane. "There's a plane approaching us." Before long, she saw several fighter jets approaching from the window. "Don't be afraid, it's our Huaxia fighter jet Xia-20, specially here to escort you," Major General Lin said with a smile. Such a high level of courtesy? Bai Qianqian was astonished. She never expected that the country would actually dispatch fighter jets to personally escort her, and not just one, but 4 of the most advanced jets. This is the kind of treatment reserved for heads of state or very high-ranking officials. She never expected that one day, she could benefit from Yi Fan's influence and enjoy it in the sky. "You have no idea, Yi Fan has already become a superhero in the country." "Really?" Bai Qianqian looked at Yi Fan and teased. "Superhero? Can you give me an autograph?" Yi Fan smiled and took out a pen, reaching toward Bai Qianqian's chest. She quickly covered her chest and said, "What are you doing? Didn't you ask me for an autograph?" "Just because I asked for your autograph doesn't mean I want you to sign it here," Bai Qianqian said coldly. Major Lin couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. You guys chat, just treat me as if I'm not here." "Well, you didn't say anything, so I just signed wherever was convenient, right?" "Humph, I don't want it anymore. Signing your name and trying to take advantage of me?" Yi Fan just smiled and didn't say anything further. The plane returned to the capital airport of Huaxia after several hours of flight. As the cabin door opened, the first to step out was Major General Lin, and finally, Yi Fan slowly emerged. Cheers erupted from the crowd on site. Yi Fan's gaze swept across the front. Hundreds of people waved miniature versions of the Huaxia national flag in their hands, shouting continuously. At the bottom of the escalator, a military band had already formed a phalanx. On both sides of the escalator, 2 rows of soldiers stood. A banner was raised in the distance. "Warmly welcome the superhero of Huaxia, Yi Fan, on his triumphant return." Yi Fan smiled faintly. Indeed, this is the highest level of courtesy. He stepped off the escalator and onto the ground. "Salute!" Everyone, almost simultaneously, raised their right hands in salute. Afterward, the military band began to play. It was just that this prelude felt somewhat familiar to Yi Fan. Isn't this the superhero from another world? It's just that the lyrics are a bit different, while the accompaniment and melody are almost the same. Yi Fan followed Major General Lin forward. The cheers on the side never stopped. In this setting, Yi Fan and Bai Qianqian got into the military vehicle. But even after Yi Fan got into the car, the cheers outside continued unabated. "Yi Fan! Yi Fan! Hero of Huaxia! Hero of Huaxia! Yi Fan, can you greet us again? Can you not leave? Can I get a photo with you?" He saw that the people outside were still as enthusiastic as ever, so he rolled down the car window and waved at them. With this wave, the screams of those girls grew even louder. As the vehicle slowly drove away, the noise gradually faded. Brother Yifan, you're so popular. Bai Qianqian's sweet smile carried a hint of displeasure. Yifan turned his head to look at the expression on her face, and let out a chuckle, seeing through her little thoughts at a glance. It's unclear when it started, but Bai Qianqian's personality seems to have changed. No longer as aloof as when we first met, you can actually make jokes like this now. Yeah, there was a girl just now who was quite pretty. Pretty? Then why don't you go back and find her now? Bai Qianqian pouted. Seeing Bai Qianqian looking cute even when angry, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha, just kidding, you're the most beautiful, okay? Okay? With Bai Qianqian's rhetorical question, Yifan immediately sensed something was amiss. These three words are simply a taboo in warfare. You are the most beautiful. Bai Qianqian is the most beautiful girl in the world. Yifan let out a long sigh. Fortunately, in his previous life, he was skilled at coaxing girls. If it were any other straight man, they would have exploded on the spot. The vehicle drove into the military district. When Yifan returned to the villa he had previously stayed in, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. General Pang said he would have a meal with you later. It should be something good. Rest up and get ready, Major General Lin said. Yifan responded briefly and then walked into the house. General Pang wants to have a meal with me? I never expected that the highest-ranking general of the country would want to have a meal with me. That's more like it. But he didn't think much about it and went straight back to his room. Bai Qianqian also returned to her own room. Yifan had just lain down when the system prompt sound echoed in his mind. Prompt, 60 seconds remaining until the next system store refresh. Would you like to use the SS grade item refresh card? Prompt, 59 seconds remaining until the next system store refresh. Would you like to use the SS grade item refresh card? Originally feeling a bit drowsy, Yifan instantly woke up. At this moment, he had a peculiar idea. To use observation hockey to foresee the future and see what the system would refresh in 1 minute. Without any hesitation, he immediately took action. It's just that. After a moment, he didn't see any images related to the system in his mind. Hint, 20 seconds remaining until the next system store refresh. Would you like to use the SS grade item refresh card? Ding. At this moment, time is running out. If I don't use this SS level item refresh card now, I'll have to wait until next week. Yifan immediately chanted in his heart. Yifan let out a long breath. This time refreshing, at least an SS level item can be obtained. What will it be? Really looking forward to it. He, as usual, opened the system store. The moment he entered the page, he was amazed. 1. Shave. Price, 1 yuan. Yifan's heart was filled with joy. One of the Navy's 6 styles, shave. Use it. The system store has been refreshed. Phew. It allows for rapid movement in an instant, almost like teleportation. This definitely counts as a good item, but it's not an SS grade object. He continued reading. 2 of the ship cut by Hawkeye. Price, 1 yuan. With a single thought, this is fine as a collectible, but there isn't much practical use. Yifan continued to scroll down. 3. Kaido's beard. Price, 1 yuan. For Anami's long hair. Price, 1 yuan. 5. A seagull on the sea. Price, 1 yuan. 6. A nameless, rusty broadsword. Price, 1 yuan. Yifan looked at this rust-covered broadsword and smiled wryly in his heart. Why buy this kind of thing? To help the hospital improve the performance of the tetanus package, right? 7. Den Mushi. Price, 1 yuan. 8. Seastone shackles worn by Shanks. Price, 1 yuan. Yifan looked at this item with great satisfaction. It is indeed a good thing, but it is definitely not an SS grade item. Let's move on. 9. Kaido's dragon horns. Price, 1 yuan. Forget about Kaido's mustache, now even his dragon horns are here. Isn't this ridiculous? Keep flipping through. What is this even for? Is it considered medicinal herbs? Afterward, Yifan began taking deep breaths continuously. Since there was only one item left, and no SS grade items had appeared before, what could it possibly be? He moved the item downward with a thought. Hiss hiss hiss. He took a long, deep breath. 10. Rumble fruit. Price, 1 yuan. In the system mall, an item emitting a constantly flickering light appeared. Rumble fruit. The fruit ability of God Anil. This is definitely more than an SS grade item. Calling it an SSS grade item wouldn't be an exaggeration. This is undoubtedly the top tier nature type. Yifan couldn't contain his inner excitement and stood up directly. Instant kill. 1 yuan flash sale successful. The rumble fruit has been stored in the system space. After the flash sale succeeded, Yifan lay down. The excitement in his heart gradually faded away, because he was thinking about a question at that moment. I've already awakened the tremor fruit. If I eat the rumble fruit that the system instantly acquired, will I directly explode and die? Looks like I need to find a few ability users to test it out. Luckily, there are a few useless devil fruits I instantly acquired before that are just gathering dust in the warehouse. Flash sale. He opened the system space again. Ding! The glowing thunder other fruit was right inside. It's not too late to fuse it after figuring it out. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yi Fan opened the door. It was Bai Qianqian. Let's go, Major Lin has already come to pick us up. Alright, let me change my clothes. Ah, pervert. Hearing Yi Fan say he was going to change clothes, Bai Qianqian then noticed that he was only wearing a t-shirt on his upper body and just underwear on his lower body. The long t-shirt happened to completely cover the underwear, making it look as if he wasn't wearing anything below. She immediately screamed, "Dong dong dong." Yi Fan ignored her and directly closed the door. A moment later, he changed into a more formal outfit and walked out the door. "Why don't you wear pants at home?" Bai Qianqian questioned. "Wearing it. You're arguing. I saw it all." "Saw what? Didn't I wear underwear?" "I'm not talking about that," Bai Qianqian emphasized with a stronger tone. "What did you see then?" "Your fair white thighs." "Well, that's perfect. We're even now," Yi Fan said with a smile. "Even about what?" "Last time you came out of the bathroom." Alright, you don't need to say anymore, I get it." Bai Qianqian recalled the scene from that time and immediately interrupted Yi Fan. Her face then began to blush slightly. After Yi Fan and the other person stepped outside, they found Major General Lin waiting right at the door. When Major General Lin saw the two walk out, he took a closer look at Bai Qianqian's flushed face, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. After she got into the car, Major General Lin pulled Yi Fan aside and whispered in his ear, "Young man, you need to show some restraint." After speaking, Major General Lin smiled and got into the car. Yi Fan looked completely confused. What restraint? He hadn't done anything, right? The vehicle was moving, and it didn't stop until more than half an hour later. "Major General Lin, where is this place?" After Yi Fan and the others got out of the car, Bai Qianqian asked. "Zijin Sea." "Zijin Sea?" Yi Fan looked around. "Isn't this the place where national leaders meet?" He glanced around at the magnificent and ancient-style buildings, and the crystal-clear, rippling lake. A large expanse of precious gardens. There is no doubt that Purple Gold Sea is not a place ordinary people can visit. Major General Lin nodded. "Why did you come here to eat?" Bai Qianqian asked. "I just follow orders to bring you here. As for the reason, I am not sure. Once I escort you inside, I will leave." Under Major General Lin's guidance, the group ascended the long staircase and arrived at a pavilion. A plaque hung above the pavilion's main door. "Peak of the Forbidden City." Indeed, this place is truly the highest point of Zijinhai, offering a panoramic view of the surrounding scenery. After handing Yi Fan and the other person over to the guards downstairs, Major General Lin left. Under the guidance of the guards, the two entered a luxurious room. Inside, there was a large round table, and two men in their 40s or 50s were already seated at the table. Yi Fan glanced around and saw that the person on the left was someone he had met before, General Pang Yuanlong. As for the person on the right, he found them very familiar but just couldn't recall who they were. "Yi Fan, you're here? Come, have a seat quickly." "Alright." Pang Yuanlong actually stood up to speak. This surprised Bai Qianqian. What kind of national leader stands up to speak to juniors like them? Simply unbelievable. Yi Fan politely greeted and then sat down. "This is General Wu Tianming, one of the absolute high-ranking officials of our Huaxia nation. He came specifically today to meet our returning hero," Pang Yuanlong introduced. Yi Fan was not surprised by the fact that he was a high-ranking official of Huaxia. It seemed as if it was only natural. "Hello, General Wu." Yi Fan greeted and humbly said, "The two leaders have overpraised me. I just did what I should do. I heard from Major General Lin that you have something important to discuss with me." He then turned to General Pang Yuanlong. "Yes, in light of your absolutely outstanding performance, which has brought tremendous benefits to Huaxia, therefore, the nation has decided to directly grant you the title of the Champion General," Pang Yuanlong announced very seriously. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian revealed a look of astonishment in her eyes. "Cavalry General?" It's important to know that within the Huaxia military district there is no such position. No one has ever received this title before. It is a special designation by the state, the only one in the entire country. She understood that Yi Fan's performance in the Battle of the Geniuses absolutely amazed the world. She had thought the state would value Yi Fan highly, but she never expected Yi Fan to be valued to such an extent. A title specifically created for Yi Fan. Such a situation has never occurred in history. However, Yi Fan has no interest in any title. There was no expression of joy on his face. "Sorry, I have no interest in official matters," Yi Fan said calmly. His words surprised the two leaders. What kind of personality does this Yi Fan have? Everyone else is scrambling to become an official, yet he says he's not interested? Pang Yuanlong explained, "This is just a title and does not involve any actual position. You can still enjoy the benefits and authority of a general." Yi Fan agreed upon hearing this. Such a matter where benefits could be gained without much effort naturally wouldn't be refused. General Wu stood up upon hearing this, took out a medal from the side, and pinned it on Yi Fan's chest. "Yi Fan, this is China's recognition of you. From now on, you can freely enter and exit any region in China." Bai Qianqian showed a look of envy from the side. In the end, she she also obtained the rank of major. After half an hour of polite conversation, the dinner gathering finally came to an end. Yi Fan disliked such occasions the most. He truly felt uncomfortable. The two returned to the small villa once again. This house was now a personal property gifted to him by the state, with a 70-year usage right. Just as he entered, Yi Fan lay down on the sofa. "Can you accompany me to the Nanyuan base city tomorrow to take care of something?" Yi Fan asked. "Back to the Nanyuan base city? Why do you want me to go with you?" Bai Qianqian was a bit puzzled. Yi Fan had always come and gone freely and had never made such a request to her before. "I need your fruit ability to handle something," Yi Fan said, stretching lazily. "My ability? For what? You'll know when the time comes." After chatting for a bit, Bai Qianqian also returned to her room to rest. The next day, the two of them got on the car heading back to Nanyuan base city. As soon as they entered Nanyuan base city, they saw their own poster on the wall. The news of being conferred the title of General of Agile Cavalry by the nation had already spread across the country. When passing by Nanyuan base city number 1 high school, it was even more exaggerated. It's already crowded with people coming to check in. The place where General Hua Xiaopaoqi went to school, the alma mater of the war god Yi Fan. In any case, there are all kinds of gimmicks attracting people from all over China. The most exaggerated thing is that, because of Yi Fan's presence, Nanyuan base city instantly rose to become the second largest city in the country. Countless people came here just for the chance to catch a glimpse of Yi Fan's esteemed appearance. The car slowly drove to the destination. After Bai Qianqian got out of the car, she looked around and pointed into the distance with a question. "You wouldn't be thinking of taking that person out, would you? You wouldn't be thinking of taking that person out, would you?" Bai Qianqian looked at a few uninhabited houses in the distance, as well as a luxurious villa. She knew that this was the Ling family's mansion. The scattered houses around had already become uninhabited because of the Ling family. "That's right, but before that, I still have another use for him." Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian felt conflicted. Although the Ling family had maintained some contact with her family in recent years, but the domineering and unreasonable behavior of the Ling family had always made Bai Qianqian unwilling to associate with them. The scene before her explained everything. No one was willing to be the Ling family's neighbor. When she thought of what the Ling family had done, her gaze became much more resolute. "I'll take you inside." Bai Qianqian opened the air door and silently entered the Ling family home. Since it was in the suburbs, the Ling family was able to build a large mansion here, occupying a vast area, with the yard alone spanning dozens of acres. However, the yard was not as luxurious as Yi Fan had imagined. The yard was piled with fallen leaves, left unswept, giving off a very desolate appearance. Actually, the decline of the Ling family began with the battle between Yi Fan and Ling Yuxuan. Without his son, Ling Outyan lost interest in managing these matters, leading to the family's business downfall. Yi Fan and Bai Qianqian saw Ling Outyan lying on a deck chair in front of the door, basking in the sun from afar. The two approached the house. Ling Outyan turned his head upon hearing the sound and saw that face he would even dream about, completely ignoring Bai Qianqian who was standing beside him. "Yi Fan." He stood up. Yi Fan nodded. Beneath the anger in his eyes, there was also a trace of fear. "My sons were all killed by you, Yi Fan. What else do you want?" Although Ling Outyan was extremely furious, he did not dare to make a move. He was afraid of this young man who was 2 cycles younger than him. Yi Fan chuckled softly, and with lightning speed, he stepped forward and grabbed his neck, lifting him up directly, saying, "Do you think I don't know what you've done?" Ling Outyan, whose neck was being choked, could only stammer and make sounds. What did I do?" Yi Fan did not answer. He took out something the size of a lychee from the system space, directly stuffed it into Ling Outyan's mouth, forcing him to swallow, then threw him to the ground, where he slid across the floor and heavily crashed into the wall. Cough, cough, cough. "What did you feed me?" Ling Outyan pinched his throat and realized the unknown object had already been swallowed. Yi Fan teased. "Patriarch Ling, your memory isn't very good, is it? Have you already forgotten about colluding with foreign enemies so quickly?" Upon hearing this, Ling Outyan suddenly remembered this matter. With a single thought, is he causing trouble for me because of this? He couldn't help but feel puzzled inside. Yi Fan noticed footsteps coming from behind, followed by a roaring voice from behind him. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Ling residence? Why did you injure my elder brother?" This man was just over 7 feet tall, not particularly tall, with a fierce and menacing appearance. Named Ling Aofeng, Ling Outyan's younger brother. After seeing his elder brother knocked to the ground, he was extremely furious and was about to rush forward. But at this moment, Yi Fan suddenly turned around. When Ling Aofeng clearly saw the face in front of him, his originally angry expression instantly turned pale. Yi Fan. Fear almost instantly appeared on his face. Suddenly, his pupils contracted tightly. Even his body began to tremble slightly. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Fan had already arrived by his side. The right fist swung. His head instantly deformed. He heavily fell beside Ling Outyan. Yi Fan. Aren't you afraid of being sanctioned by the state? Can the General of Agile Cavalry kill kill the innocent at will? Fear, shock, astonishment. Ling Outyin completely couldn't understand how Yi Fan had become so much stronger in such a short time. It was completely on a different level compared to back in the arena. And it wasn't just physical, the aura he exuded was entirely different as well. Yi Fan originally had no intention of leaving anyone alive. Since he came to court death himself, Yi Fan would oblige, saving himself the trouble of searching for them one by one. Not a single one of them can leave the Ling residence. Innocent? Ha ha. Yi Fan laughed out loud. When you were wantonly killing the innocent, why didn't you ask yourself this question? Yi Fan had secretly investigated. His Ling family had an utterly terrible reputation in the Nanyuan base city. He found it extremely laughable that such righteous words could actually come out of his mouth. It was all my younger brother who instructed me to do it. He told me to inform the Haiyan society about your weapons. Ling Outyin panicked when questioned by Yi Fan like this, fully aware that he was no match for Yi Fan. And at this moment, Ling Outyin was already on the verge of death, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood as blood continued to flow uncontrollably from his nose. He felt as if he could no longer control his own body, only able to roll his eyes while keeping them open. Although he was already unable to move, his eyes remained fixed on his dear elder brother, Ling Outyin. He never expected his own elder brother to treat him like this. Yi Fan sneered. He naturally wouldn't believe Ling Outyin's nonsense. However, this was not something he was concerned about at the moment. What he cares about is that bug fruit gathering dust in the system space. What exactly will happen after he eats it? So he didn't take action. But this made Ling Outyin think that Yi Fan would really let him go. He truly believed that his words had convinced Yi Fan. After a long time, Ling Outyin finally asked, Yi Fan, what exactly did you just feed me? His voice now no longer carried the arrogance it had before. Poison. In half an hour, your body will explode and you'll die, Yi Fan said coldly. Poison? Hearing these two words, Ling Outyin suddenly felt something strange in his body, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was strange. Suddenly, Yi Fan frowned and said to Ling Outyin, I advise you not to run. Otherwise, you can forget about getting the antidote. After speaking, Yi Fan turned around and said something to Bai Chanxian, then opened the door to the spatial portal and disappeared from Ling Outyin's sight. Several extremely miserable screams pierced the sky, sweeping through the entire Ling residence like a raging storm. Ling Outyin suddenly leaned his head against the wall with a thud. Utterly desperate, he knew that today the Ling family was completely finished. His eyes instantly turned red, and tears flowed out like a breached dam. He turned his head and looked around. Ling Outyin knew that if he didn't run now, he would also die at Yi Fan's hands. Although it might just be a matter of time, living one more day was still worth it. He instinctively wanted to escape, but as soon as he took the first step, Yi Fan had already emerged from the dimensional space. He immediately stopped. Subsequently, Patriarch Ling, are you trying to run? Yi Fan questioned. Ling Outyin, like a lapdog, immediately put on a smiling face and explained to Yi Fan. Don't misunderstand, my legs were a bit numb, so I got up to stretch. You've already fed me poison, how could I still run? Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly. You don't really think it's poison, do you? Actually, it doesn't hurt to tell you. What I just gave you was a devil fruit, which can grant someone a new fruit ability. Ling Outyin was completely stunned. He didn't know whether what Yi Fan said was true or not. Demon fruit? Can it grant a new fruit ability? Ling Outyin was curious about where this thing came from and whether it was real. Isn't the fruit's ability obtained through awakening? Why does Yi Fan have something like a devil fruit? Yi Fan stepped forward and guided Ling Yuxuan. What I gave you to eat is the Zoan-type bug fruit. Ling Outyin's thoughts moved, and he transformed into a giant green caterpillar, wriggling continuously on the ground. Then he reverted to human form. He seemed to understand something. No wonder Yi Fan made him eat this devil fruit. It turns out he was using him as a test subject. At first, he found it strange why Yi Fan would let him consume something so precious. It turned out to be a useless Zoan-type bug fruit in the form of a caterpillar. Seeing this result, Yi Fan felt relieved. From eating it to using the devil fruit's ability, there were absolutely no issues. This indicates that the devil fruits purchased from the system mall can be consumed by people in this world without any problems. There are too many secrets surrounding Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, at this moment, he even deeply regrets having given birth to Ling Yuxuan, this son. Damn it, of all people, why provoke Yi Fan? It's all because of him alone that the Ling family has fallen to such a state. His heart was filled with immense regret. But he would never surrender without a fight. With a grim expression, he suddenly launched an attack on Yi Fan. It's just that. Yi Fan reached out and directly picked him up again like a chick, shook his head, and teased. Now you can go down and join your family. Bang! A loud bang. Ling Outyin was forcefully pinned to the ground by Yi Fan. His entire body twisted directly, and his head exploded instantly. Red liquid splattered in an instant. Ling Outyin, lying on the ground, was splattered all over. At this moment, he no longer wanted to struggle. He simply closed his eyes and quietly awaited the arrival of death. He only heard footsteps approaching continuously, and with a buzz in in his head, he completely lost consciousness and departed from this world. Afterward, Yifan picked up the devil fruit next to Ling Outyan's corpse and stored it in the system space, then followed by Qianqian out of the Ling residence through the portal. The two returned to the place they had just been. Bai Qianqian looked into the distance. The Ling family is finally gone. From her tone, Yifan could easily tell that she was happy. As soon as the words fell, "Sorry for dragging you into this," Yifan said apologetically. An entire family being wiped out is no small matter. It must be said, just as she had mentioned before, having Bai Qianqian's help with this kind of thing really made things much easier. This is also a good thing for me, Bai Qianqian said with a smile. But just now, what was that devil fruit you mentioned? Where did it come from? She opened the car door and got inside. Yifan followed suit and got in as well. A gift from nature. Then what about your other things? For example, is your black knife also a gift from nature? Yifan smiled and nodded. She already knew what Bai Qianqian was thinking. Yes, it's all nature's gift. Then next time you come across such a gift, like finding another one of those black knives of yours, can you give me one? Yifan chuckled. As expected, Bai Qianqian's obsession with the black knife was no small matter. If the black blade knight were taken out and given to her now, she definitely wouldn't hesitate at all and would immediately tuck it into her arms, right? Given that Bai Qianqian had always been very supportive of him, he agreed to it. As for whether it exists or not, that can be discussed later. Bai Qianqian started the car, turned her head, and asked, "Where to now?" "I don't know either. Anywhere is fine. How about going home?" "Going home? Are we moving this fast? We haven't even confirmed our relationship and you want to take me to your place? What are you thinking?" "I meant going to your place to take a look. Isn't that the same?" Yifan teased. Bai Qianqian pouted and glanced at him. However, the smile on Yifan's face quickly disappeared. In this world, he was just an orphan, completely devoid of any concept of family. "If you want to go, then go," Yifan said calmly. After that, the two of them drove away. Yifan sat by the window, staring blankly at the scenery outside. When he first transmigrated, he didn't feel this way at all. Boom. But now he has made a name for himself. At the moment Bai Qianqian mentioned home, he suddenly felt that the title of General of Agile Cavalry should have been something to share and celebrate with family. No wonder when General Pang wanted to confer him the title of General of Agile Cavalry, at that time, he didn't feel any excitement. He originally thought he was already strong enough, and didn't care about this thing. But in the end, it was actually because he had no family to share it with, so he couldn't muster any interest. That sense of loneliness, it was at this moment that he truly experienced it. The vehicle slowly drove for more than half an hour and arrived at the first rundown residential area on the outskirts of the city. When they reached the doorstep, they found that the dilapidated house had been completely transformed. Moreover, there were a few people standing at the entrance. "These people aren't all here just to catch a glimpse of your true face, are they?" Bai Qianqian teased upon seeing this. "They're not weak." Yifan stared at those people, his face darkened as he spoke. "Are they here to cause trouble for you?" "Not sure. How about observing for a while before getting out of the car?" "No need, they can't do anything to me." With that, Yifan had already gotten out of the car and was walking toward home. However, the few people looked grim and walked toward Yifan. "Who are you? What do you want?" Nowadays, Yifan's reputation has spread far and wide, and anyone who can find this place must be extraordinary. "We are from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion." Wind and Thunder Pavilion? Yifan thought for a moment, wasn't that the assassin organization of the Snow Maiden he had killed? Could it be that they want revenge? It doesn't make sense. Why would they come at this time? Seeing this, Bai Qianqian also hurriedly got out of the car and stood behind Yifan. "Yes, I am Mogart, the steward of Fonglei Pavilion, and I came here today specifically to apologize to you." How could he believe that someone from a top-tier assassin organization in China would apologize to someone they had once hunted? But in fact, Fonglei Pavilion learned that Yifan had returned to the country and was granted the title of General of Agile Cavalry. Suddenly, they remembered that he had once been a target pursued by Fonglei Pavilion, and realized that Yifan's strength far exceeded their expectations. So they began to worry whether he would cause trouble for Wind Thunder Pavilion in the future. Thus, they sent people over today to apologize in person and even brought a generous gift. "Do you all look like you're here to apologize?" Yifan glanced at the few people behind Mogart. "Sorry, they're usually like this, not very fond of smiling." After speaking, Mogart handed over a wooden box. "What is this?" Yifan took the wooden box. "A small gift to show my respect." As he spoke, Mogart helped Yifan open the wooden box, revealing a longsword. This is a longsword crafted by a top-tier forging master from Huaxia. Yifan took out the sword and handed it to Bai Qianqian. She gripped the hilt, casually swung it lightly, and immediately saw a flash of cold light. "Good sword." Bai Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Mogat smiled and said, "This sword is called Cold Chant, and it was specially prepared for you by our pavilion master. I wonder if you are satisfied with it." "Why does your pavilion master want to gift me this sword?" Yifan asked. Emojiata quickly explained, "Our pavilion master just wants to express an apology, and then, just say it directly, no need to beat around the bush. The pavilion master hopes to invite you to join the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Mogart appeared very sincere. Wind and Thunder Pavilion? What benefits does it offer me? Yi Fan was not very interested in becoming an assassin. Moreover, just a broken sword like this, and they want him to join the Wind Thunder Pavilion? It's simply a dream. Well, if you don't want to, that's fine too. Mogart could see Yi Fan's intention, so he didn't continue pursuing. The main purpose of the pavilion master was merely to apologize. As for whether Yi Fan could be invited to join the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, that would depend on his own decision. After all, Yi Fan is no longer a minor figure now. Then this sword? This is originally a gift to apologize to you. Please accept it. Mogart said. Then please convey my thanks to the Lord. Yi Fan looked at Bai Qianqian. Seeing his fascination with the sword, he agreed. Then we shall take our leave. Mogart bowed and cupped his hands. Then he left with the few people behind him. Watching them leave, Yi Fan was about to open the door and enter the house. Just as he was still wondering why the entire house looked completely new, suddenly, a woman in her 40s appeared out of nowhere. General Yi, hello, I'm from the Meijia Welfare Institute. This house has been newly renovated by us, and all the furniture inside has been replaced as well. How is it? Are you satisfied? She said to Yi Fan with a big smile. But seeing no smile on Yi Fan's face, her own smile gradually faded. Welfare Institute? In his own memory, why hadn't he seen any welfare given to him, an orphan, before? Now that he's famous, they know to come and flatter him? How much did you spend? I'll pay you back, Yi Fan said coldly. He didn't want to have any connection with them. No, this is what we should do. We just hope you. If you don't want to pay, then just leave. Yi Fan directly interrupted her, giving her no hope at all, and took out the key to enter the house as he spoke. But just as he took out the key, he found that the lock had actually been changed. Looking at Yi Fan's expression, the middle-aged aunt was terrified and quickly handed over all the keys in the house to Yi Fan. She dashed away in a flash. She was afraid that if Yi Fan got angry later, it would truly be the end for her. The two entered the house, and Yi Fan immediately found the sofa and lay down. The house had already been completely renovated once, and the decor was quite luxurious, with almost all the furniture being top-notch. Bai Qianqian sat next to Yi Fan. Don't be mad. How about keeping me company for some practice? Yi Fan nodded. He understood Bai Qianqian. This sword enthusiast, having just gotten such a fine sword, was definitely itching to use it. If she isn't given an answer, she can keep asking all night until tomorrow. The two stepped outside, and Bai Qianqian took out the Hanin sword. Yi Fan, on the other hand, took out the Black Blade Knight, but he hesitated for a moment. Impossible. What if the Black Blade Knight directly cuts her Hanin sword in half later? What should he do then? So he still took out his baseball bat. However, Bai Qianqian didn't mind this at all. As long as someone was there to spar with her, she didn't care what weapon Yi Fan used. Here I come. Bai Qianqian leapt lightly toward Yi Fan, the sword in her hand gleaming with a cold light. As her arm swung, it seemed as if she and the sword had become one, the blade thrusting toward Yi Fan like a swift wind. Yi Fan didn't know any swordsmanship, but he accurately blocked every attack from Bai Qianqian, as if he had already seen through her moves. A trace of surprise appeared in her eyes, and she stopped. Didn't you say you didn't know swordsmanship? Then why can you dodge my attacks so precisely? Your little tricks are nothing. I can even see through your underwear. Do you think I wouldn't know these moves? Yi Fan teased. Not convinced. Let's go again. As she spoke, Bai Qianqian swung her sword and attacked once more. However, the result was still the same. Against someone who didn't even know swordsmanship, she couldn't gain the upper hand at all. She couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the nation valued him so much. After a long while, Bai Qianqian still showed no intention of stopping. Yi Fan quickly stepped aside with a swift movement. Qianqian, can't I just admit defeat? Bai Qianqian panted, hands on her knees. No, I haven't had enough yet. Yi Fan's gaze fell on her, and he shook his head helplessly. His eyes narrowed as he looked toward the distant hillside, seemingly noticing something. On the distant hillside, 5 people were lying by the window, monitoring Yi Fan. Why do I suddenly have such a strong sense of foreboding? I'm the same. His gaze is so terrifying. Phew. Suddenly, I feel like I can't breathe. He won't discover us, right? The 4 of them exclaimed in astonishment. They won't. It's too far. They can't possibly discover us. The captain frowned and said with certainty, even if they do, so what? With the strength of the 5 of us, taking him down is a sure thing. Exactly, Captain. You're an absolutely top-tier Logia user. With our coordination, he won't stand a chance of escaping from our grasp. Eagle Nation. Inside a certain military district's operations room, a white blonde man sits at the table, while a black curly-haired man stands upright beside him. The white man is Laden, a 5-star general and one of the military district leaders of the Eagle Nation. Sir, the Sakura Nation's team has already infiltrated the Hua Nation and is currently monitoring the prodigy named Yi Fan, the black man reported. Suddenly, this man is named Mumu Jiang, a black major general and a trusted subordinate of Laden. Luo Deng nodded, picked up the intelligence in his hand, glanced at it, and his gaze sharpened. Does the weapon weapon in his hand have a secret to restrain Logia users? A trace of surprise flashed in Luo Deng's eyes. He had heard of this person who had made a name for himself in the Battle of the Prodigies, but had never heard anything about the weapon in his hand. Yes, this intelligence was reported by the intelligence agency stationed in Huaxia by Sakura Nation, and it is absolutely accurate. He actually wiped out nearly half of the personnel in that intelligence agency called Haiyun Society all by himself. Loden frowned, his expression serious. Why is such an important matter only being reported now? At this moment, Momujiang was scared out of his wits. Loden was a 5-star general, holding the highest military authority in Eagle Sauce Nation. He trembles, and the entire army becomes tense, not to mention directly losing his temper in front of Momujiang. Sir, it was my negligence in work. He immediately stood upright, his gaze fixed on the ground, not daring to look directly into Luoden's eyes. This mission must succeed, no failure allowed. Yi Fan and the weapon in his hand, I must see at least one of them, Luo Deng said seriously. Outside Yi Fan's house, he kept looking in the direction of the hillside, sensing that their aura was not weak. However, with his strength, dealing with them would be as simple as chopping vegetables. So he felt no fear in his heart, and was even a little excited. How about we go back to school? Bai Qianxian suggested. It wasn't dark yet, and she didn't want to spend the night in this desolate wilderness. Yi Fan did not respond, still fixedly looking at the position of those 5 people. In fact, those 5 people were waiting for a perfect opportunity, a moment when they could deal with Yi Fan and immediately return to Sakura country. Such opportunities are not easy to come by perfectly. For example, right now, Yi Fan's location is remote, making it indeed a good opportunity to take action. However, after taking action, there isn't a good chance to return directly to Sakura country, so they can only wait. What do you think? Are we going back to school? Seeing Yi Fan not answering, Bai Qianxian asked again. Yes, let's go. Yi Fan got up and left. Since they are hesitating to make a move, let's go back and find an auspicious feng shui spot to eat the thunderfruit. Captain, look, it seems like they're leaving, heading toward the urban area, the slow fruit user Menka Banro loudly reminded. Still no news from number 1? Not for now. Damn it. Captain Jin Chenghung angrily slammed the round table. For them, this meant losing a tremendous opportunity. In the city, who knows when another good chance will come? Number 1 over there hasn't given a clear signal to act, and they don't dare to act rashly. After all, they are 5 Sakura Nation people within the borders of Huaxia. Yi Fan had just returned to the school gate when he saw the principal and the leading figures of Nanyuan Base City standing at the entrance. He asked in confusion, "Did you inform the principal about our return?" Bai Qianxian nodded. In recent days, too many people had been contacting Yi Fan. They were all some of his distant relatives, the ones who ignored him and showed indifference when he was down and out. Now that Yi Fan has become famous, they are thinking of reconnecting. He naturally wouldn't pay them any attention and simply turned off his phone. That's why the principal and the others couldn't reach Yi Fan and had to find him through Bai Qianxian. Bai Qianxian stopped the car. Principal Edward immediately came forward to greet them, accompanied by the city leaders. General Yi, you finally returned, Edward said respectfully. Bai Qianxian showed a hint of surprise on the side. Having been by Yi Fan's side for so long, she had somewhat forgotten his identity. When she heard the principal call Yi Fan General Yi, she was momentarily stunned before reacting. Edward's face was beaming like a spring breeze. He never expected that in his lifetime, he could mentor such a student. His face was practically about to twist from smiling. From now on, in the entire education sector, he could walk with pride. Of course, the city leaders nearby were the same. This person was named Lan Shichen, the mayor of Nanyuan Base City. He went up together with Edward, presenting a bouquet of flowers, his face equally beaming with joy. General Yi, welcome back in triumph. Our Nanyuan Base City has prepared a grand gift for you. Yi Fan heard this. A grand gift? What kind of grand gift could it be? Immediately, Mayor Lan took a red certificate from his assistant's hands. This is a villa in the city center. On behalf of the Nanyuan Base City, I present this property to you as a token of gratitude for your contributions to our country. Yi Fan accepted it. There was really no reason to refuse. You're welcome. I hope General Yi can reside permanently in Nanyuan Base City, Mayor Lan said with a smile. At this moment, Yi Fan also understood why the mayor wanted to give him a luxury house. This is his true purpose, to keep Yi Fan in the local area as much as possible, thereby obtaining more national resource support for the Nanyuan Base City. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was growing larger and larger. The military and police had been maintaining order in the area, but now screams were echoing continuously. Ah, that's Yi Fan. He's actually so handsome. Finally, we get to see the true face of the general of the cavalry. I never thought our Nanyuan Base City would have such a day. The mayor personally came to greet him and even seemed to have given something. The scene quickly spread from 1 to 10, then 10 to 100, and within just a few minutes, the entire road was completely blocked. The same goes for inside the campus. Only with the military police and school staff clearing the way could Yi Fan and Bai Qianxian manage to return to the school. In the end, there were simply too many onlookers, and the school was forced to broadcast a notice prohibiting spectators, with severe penalties for violators, before things finally returned to normal. After entering the school, the two headed to Bai Chanxian's private residence. After closing the door, Bai Chanxian immediately took the red property certificate from Yifan's hand. "Thank you. Wow, let me see where our General Ye's mansion is located," Bai Chanxian teased, but she was completely shocked upon seeing it. She instantly showed a look of envy. "Yi Fan, do you know where this house is?"